Chapter 1. Will humanity ultimately face defeat? Amidst the ruins of the Dragon Nation's sanctuary, Qin Mu stood drenched in blood. His steel spear, already dull beneath his feet, lay countless corpses, yet in comparison to the distant malevolence of Yanhuang and the monstrous fiends, they seemed utterly insignificant. In the 13th year of the era of Requiem, from the boundless void, 108 dark rifts emerged. Thereafter, the global climate underwent inexplicable changes, with polar extremes reversing within a mere few years, earthquakes occurring with alarming frequency, and countless lives ensnared in calamity. In the face of terrifying natural disasters, the might of technology proved woefully inadequate. In desperation, nations were compelled to contract their habitable zones, striving to evade disaster-stricken areas. However, such reprieve was short-lived. Research facilities united across nations discovered signs of extensive biological activity within those black rifts, and astronomical X-ray observations indicated that the entities within were abnormally colossal. Should they descend, annihilation would ensue. As if to validate the prophecy, 2 months later, countless malevolent spirits surged forth from the void, wreaking havoc upon human territories, rendering the feeble humanity utterly powerless to retaliate. Fortunately, nations had long been preparing, swiftly commanding their armies to strike, establishing fortifications and sanctuaries. Regrettably, as the monstrous invaders grew increasingly formidable, humanity's technological weaponry gradually lost its efficacy. The very foundation upon which they relied crumbled in an instant. In that dire moment, the first unfathomable Requiem general emerged from within the Dragon Nation. By forging pacts with ancient souls, he ultimately acquired immense power, vanquishing 100,000 malevolent spirits outside the Yanhuang sanctuary. Thereafter, he rose to fame in a single battle, and humanity seemed to glimpse hope once more. Alas, such hope was tragically ephemeral despite the prolonged era of Requiem, nurturing numerous formidable Requiem generals, summoning countless ancient guardian spirits, and yielding countless new technologies. They remained utterly powerless against the overwhelming force of the adversaries. From within the black rifts, new and formidable Rakshasa spirits emerged, their overwhelming strength causing despair among countless Requiem generals. Though guardian spirits were powerful, their growth cycles were far too brief, rendering them inadequate against the higher-tier malevolent entities. Ultimately, they could only be mercilessly slaughtered, and with the fall of several unfathomable Requiem generals, the remaining Requiem generals of lesser realms, such as Great Scorching Heat and Great Shouting, became inconsequential, swiftly obliterated. A decade of arduous struggle in the era of Requiem thus concluded. Accompanying this, countless malevolent spirits and monsters stormed into the last sanctuary of the Dragon Nation, marking the official end of the human era. Evil proliferated white bones, red blood, shattered walls, and devastated lands painted a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. Qin Mu, as the final Requiem general of the Dragon Nation, his legend was drawing to a close. Gazing upon the battlefield engulfed in smoke and the cries of his compatriots, a flicker of unwillingness glimmered in his eyes. Yet alas, there was no power left to turn the tide. It is over. With the strike of a malevolent spirit, Qin Mu's eyes forever closed. At that moment, however, a strange voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Beep, sensing the host's intense unwillingness, the system formally awakened. Beep, the system is currently binding initiated, progress, 10, 30, 50, 90, 100. Beep, binding complete. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving a novice reward package. Beep, a cascade of sounds jolted Qin Mu awake, his weary eyes opening to survey his surroundings. Observing the familiar furnishings and the electronic clock hanging on the wall, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had been reborn. Miraculously, he had returned to the time before the onset of the era of Requiem. Reflecting on the tragedies of his previous life, Qin Mu found little joy in his revival after all. According to history, the rifts would inevitably open again, and the malevolent spirits would descend, leading humanity to a crushing defeat after a decade of struggle. Having returned to life, was he to merely await his demise? Qin Mu felt a profound sense of discontent. Yet, what could he accomplish alone? Even the nations of the world were powerless to alter their fates. Aside from prolonging his own existence, what change could he effect? As for reporting to the authorities? Not only had the era of Requiem yet to commence, even if it had, he would undoubtedly be the first subject of dissection in research facilities. Or worse, he might be committed to a psychiatric institution. Then, what other options remained? Just then, Qin Mu recalled the voice in his mind. Was that system not the essential golden finger of a traveler? He hastily inquired, "System, are you there?" This system is omnipresent. Given the predicament the host currently faces, there is but one option available. Speak. As expected, with a golden finger, solutions could be swiftly devised. The host may initiate a live broadcast within a certain range, teaching techniques for summoning and nurturing guardian spirits, as well as methods for creating future weapons. Moreover, any combat prowess acquired through the broadcast can be augmented to the host. Initiate a live broadcast? Qin Mu nodded instinctively. It was indeed a splendid idea. This way, he could avoid being subjected to dissection. But what does augmenting power entail? Any cultivation and power gained through the broadcast will also correspondingly enhance the host's own abilities. Then it must be done. Qin Mu nodded eagerly. Such a method of effortlessly increasing power was too enticing to ignore. Especially in the era of Requiem, possessing additional strength equated to an increased chance of survival. If humanity could combine their powers, then the so-called Rakshasa spirits would surely be no match. Detected that the host has yet to unlock the novice gift package. Shall it be opened immediately? Open it. In his earlier excitement, he had completely forgotten about the novice gift package. He promptly activated it. Then, a series of reward notifications echoed in his mind. Novice gift package successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a complete set of Skynet live broadcasting equipment, a basic instructional book for summoning guardian spirits, and one cleansing elixir. The Skynet live broadcasting equipment will automatically alter the host's appearance during broadcasts and shield them from detection by any modern technological means, aiding in concealing their whereabouts. The basic instructional book for summoning guardian spirits, once used, will allow the host to retain every detail regarding the summoning of guardian spirits. The cleansing elixir, when consumed, can alter the host's physical constitution and innate talent. Gazing at the system's description of the novice gift package's functions, Qin Mu felt quite satisfied. With the Skynet live broadcasting system, he need not worry about his broadcast being shut down or his true identity being uncovered. Even if he were to be exposed one day, it would certainly not be at this moment. As for the basic instructional book for summoning guardian spirits, it was indeed a significant boon after all. Though he had studied it in the past, he had long since forgotten most of it. The final cleansing elixir could potentially transform his innate talent. In his previous life, it was precisely due to a lack of talent that Qin Mu had achieved little during the many years of the era of Requiem. If he could indeed alter his talent, it would be akin to gaining wings. Use the rewards. After swallowing the cleansing elixir, Qin Mu felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body, as if numerous formidable energies were flowing within him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could successfully summon a guardian spirit. Furthermore, with the system's infusion, he also became familiar with the summoning methods for guardian spirits. System, initiate the live broadcast. Having exhausted his rewards, Qin Mu was eager to commence. For the time until the era of Requiem drew ever closer, and he could not afford to delay, especially as he yearned for power. As his words fell, a screen materialized in the void, revealing the internet's most popular live streaming platform. Observing the registration details, Qin Mu found himself in a quandary. Though he had never participated in such affairs, he had seen them in action. To capture the attention of viewers on such a vast platform, he needed a name that commanded respect. Otherwise, he would struggle to attract any traffic. After much deliberation, Qin Mu finally declared, National Cultivation Live Broadcast Room. After registering the name, he officially entered the broadcast room. Initially, however, the audience count displayed 0. If no one was watching, what significance would his lecture hold? Just as he began to worry, the system's voice chimed in. Given that this is the host's first broadcast, an automatic influx of 5,000 viewers will occur. Sure enough, as soon as the system's notifications ceased, the viewer count began to rise. Whether these individuals would remain, however, would depend solely on his ability to captivate Themer, teach them effectively. Greetings, esteemed audience, and welcome to the Universal Cultivation livestream. With a voice imbued with a hint of magnetism, he captured the attention of many voice-sensitive viewers, particularly since, despite some enhancements, his appearance was still pleasing to the eye, thus making the opening less awkward than one might expect. Moreover, within the livestream, the audience's focus was not on the host, but rather on the concept of cultivation itself, as well as their bewilderment at finding themselves in this streaming space. How peculiar! Was I not just watching Zhang Daxian boast? How'd I end up here? Is there a glitch in the platform? Yet, this Universal Cultivation livestream seems rather over the top, doesn't it? Host, I support you with flowers. Didn't they say that after the founding of the nation, one cannot achieve immortality? Universal cultivation? It seems this new host is merely trying to attract attention. However, I wonder if this will only invite a horde of critics? Shall we follow the script, or should we just start criticizing? After a brief moment, the audience began to react, flooding the chat with comments. However, Qin Mu paid them no heed and continued. Speaking of cultivation, it is something with which you should all be somewhat familiar. In our world, there exist numerous phenomena that defy scientific explanation, for at the limits of science lies theology. Compared to so-called science, it is merely a rudimentary system of theology. Qin Mu's words sparked discontent among many in the livestream. After all, in today's society, science holds paramount importance, especially after years of compulsory education in which everyone adhered to scientific principles. Suddenly, someone told them that what they had learned was merely the most basic of concepts. Naturally, anyone would feel some displeasure. Particularly, among the audience, there was a Professor Liu from Jingda who immediately began to lash out. The limits of science lead to theology? Are you trying to make me laugh? I consider myself to have made some contributions in the field of science. Even if there are phenomena we cannot currently explain, that does not mean we won't be able to in the future. It merely indicates that humanity is still quite insignificant. You dare to promote theology here? Have you ever encountered a deity? Call one forth so I might witness it. A deity? If you're referring to those who can fly and move mountains, I can assure you I have encountered quite a few. Qin Mu's tone was laced with an infinite sense of sorrow. Had not those who once fought valiantly to protect the last embers of humanity perished on the battlefield? I can assure you all, in the near future, the Dragon Nation will face a catastrophic calamity. At that time, humanity will be nearly extinct. Before that, I shall assist you in embarking on the path of martial arts. As Qin Mu's declarations echoed, most in the livestream found the situation utterly laughable. After all, in recent years, there have been countless experts and scholars proclaiming apocalyptic theories, as numerous as the scales on fish crossing a river. Yet what has been the outcome? Humanity remains unscathed. In their view, at this moment, Qin Mu was merely seeking to garner attention. You're making me laugh. If they are deities, why do they die? Host, you must be here to entertain us. Apocalypse? Are scammers now playing such grand games? If it doesn't count in reality, why come online to preach? Don't you fear being doxxed? The path of martial arts. Are you jesting? I'm out of here. No matter how long you train in martial arts, you cannot rival my brick and club. In the near future? Pray tell, how do you know this? Are you, perhaps, part of the legendary time-traveling army? How intriguing. I would love to hear how you continue. The audience began to mock and ridicule, for the so-called apocalypse felt far too distant to them. Of course, there were also those who developed a keen interest, eager to see how this host would weave his tale, particularly some keyboard warriors who were prepared to unleash their fury at the first sign of error from Qin Mu. Yet, in this manner, Qin Mu's objective was achieved. As long as he could keep them engaged in the live stream until the end, what remained would be beyond their disbelief. He continued, "Today, I will commence by explaining the summoning of guardian spirits. In truth, within our world, there exists another realm inhabited by formidable beings from history. Though their physical forms may have perished, their spirits endure, having amassed great power over the years through the replenishment of spatial particles. If we can communicate with them, we may forge a pact, borrowing their strength to confront the impending era of soul guardians. At this juncture, Qin Mu paused briefly. Spirits? Are you suggesting ghosts? Is this not merely a promotion of superstitious activities? Your storytelling skills are only second to my own. As for signing contracts, should there actually be ghosts, how could I possibly sign with them? Would I not be the first to be dispatched? Are you about to provide examples of bizarre incidents next? You nearly frightened me to death, ghost. If you have the ability, step forward and let me see you. I swear, I refuse to believe in such nonsense. After careful consideration, it seems the host is nothing but a fool. A madman. Perhaps it's best to contact the relevant hospital for them to take him away. In that moment, the viewers could only scoff, for the notion of ghosts is utterly absurd. No one would believe such things, unless they were deranged. Just then, Qin Mu spoke up. Very well, since you all doubt me, let us wait and see. I hope you won't be rendered speechless with fear. Initially, he had intended to impart some theoretical knowledge, but it appeared that only a genuine demonstration would convince these skeptics. Having consumed the cleansing elixir, his spiritual power was now sufficient to sense guardian spirits, providing a perfect opportunity for these individuals to witness it firsthand. As his words fell, Qin Mu began to weave intricate hand gestures. Within the live stream, everyone erupted in derisive laughter. To them, the host appeared to be merely putting on a comedic act. Moreover, he seemed intent on performing an entire theatrical routine, summoning a guardian spirit, forming contracts, manipulating spatial particles. Did he truly intend to summon something in public? All one could say was, they eagerly awaited to see him face the consequences. Scared into silence, it seemed more likely that they would be the ones to unleash their disdain upon him for mocking so many viewers. How intriguing. I truly wish to see what he can conjure. Is he not worried about being exposed? Are today's fraudulent hosts so dedicated to their craft? For such spirit, I commend him with applause. I shan't chastise him further. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Qin Mu calmed himself, took a few deep breaths, and began to attune to the guardian spirit realm. A radiant golden light emanated from him, enveloping his entire being. This spectacle alone left many viewers astounded. Goodness, is he really serious? How can this be possible? They were incredulous. What was this golden light? Could there genuinely be another dimension at play? It couldn't be. Surely, this was a mere special effect, a premeditated trick to fool them. How ridiculous. Did he truly think they were fools? If it were indeed a special effect, it would have cost a fortune. Was this host so reckless as to risk being reported and taken away by the authorities? At that moment, everyone anticipated Qin Mu would soon falter, but no one expected him to unleash such a display. Radiating golden light that bore a striking resemblance to something otherworldly. Yet, no one dared to believe the scene unfolding before them was real. Most assumed it was merely an effect. After all, only such an explanation could rationalize the phenomenon. Impressive, truly impressive, this technique. It was genuinely terrifying. What a grand production. Aside from its brilliance, what more could I say? This effect could make any blockbuster film retract in shame, even if it were an effect. It was still astonishingly impressive. Clearly, this host possessed some talent. Perhaps it was time to pay attention. The audience in the live stream found themselves utterly bewildered. None had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Though they believed Qin Mu lacked genuine skill, his current display was sufficient to astonish them. As the golden light began to fade, a faint smile graced his lips as he opened his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe closely. With my current abilities, I can only connect with the guardian spirit realm for a limited time. So, keep your eyes wide open. As he spoke, he completed the final hand gesture, with a gesture toward the void. Qin Mu declared, "Come forth, my guardian spirit." A resounding crack echoed through the air, audible even through the screen, as if the very fabric of reality was splitting open, something preparing to emerge from within. All the viewers in the live stream felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Just then, the space before Qin Mu began to fracture, revealing a small black hole. It was as though some invisible force was swirling around, and those watching felt a chilling premonition. Thankfully, they were not physically present. Otherwise, this force might have torn them apart completely. Could this truly be a special effect? It was far too realistic. Could current domestic technology achieve such a feat? Not to mention, Such lifelike effects would likely require a professional Hollywood team, which seemed implausible. For reasons unknown, a thought crept into their minds. Perhaps what he claimed was not entirely impossible. Yet, they scoffed. After years of scientific research, how could there be any errors? The esteemed Professor Liu from Peking University, who had previously emerged to challenge Qin Mu, now found it increasingly unlikely he would have the opportunity to debunk him. Moreover, if this continued, many young viewers might be misled by this host, prompting him to voice his concerns. Unfortunately, by this point, no one was paying him any heed. After all, those who had witnessed the rift forming found it impossible to attribute the phenomenon to mere special effects. The astonishing effects drew a plethora of wealthy patrons eager to offer their support. In an instant, a super rocket flew across the screen, as a viewer named Longya inquired, "Please, host, tell us how you achieved such incredible effects." "I am willing to offer 100 rockets." Upon hearing this, the entire audience was left in shock. After all, a single super rocket cost 10,000 dragon coins. 100 amounted to a staggering 1 million. Truly, the world of the wealthy was beyond their comprehension. The chat exploded with admiration for Longya. 100 super rockets. I, Chin Ergu, bow in submission. I take my leave. I beseech the host to reveal the secrets behind this effect. Imagine the success it could bring in wooing admirers. Originally, the room had only a few thousand viewers, but now it swelled with an influx of newcomers that a super rocket would certainly attract attention. And the audience surged to nearly 10,000. Upon entering the room, new viewers began questioning the mention of effects, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Effects? What effects? Is this a live stream about everyone cultivating immortality? Surely the host must be insane. Despite their confusion, it appeared impressive nonetheless. Brothers, can someone explain what this host is doing? Is he a newcomer to the platform? Those who had been in the live stream began to feel a sense of superiority, while the freshly arrived viewers remained utterly lost, leading to a chaotic atmosphere. At that moment, a super administrator from a certain platform joined the live stream. Given the platform size, it was naturally subject to special oversight, necessitating regular monitoring to prevent impulsive or reckless behavior. Upon entering the live stream, the administrator was immediately drawn in by the chat's content. Special effects, communicating with other realms, summoning guardian spirits. The administrator stared at the screen in bewilderment. Suspecting that this might be the work of a cult, similar incidents had occurred in the past. However, if that were the case, this host was remarkably audacious, daring to promote a cult under such a public guise. Instinctively, the administrator considered shutting down the stream, but at that moment, Qin Mu spoke once more. "Everyone, pay close attention. I am about to connect with the guardian spirit realm. Summoned from within, my guardian spirit emerges." In truth, the art of cultivation is not as complex as many might envision. It merely requires the right approach to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. If one can sense the existence of qi, then one shall officially become a soul guardian. However, even among the soul guardians, there exists a hierarchy of strength, categorized as Donghua, Heixing, Zhanghe, Jiaohuan, Dajiaoan, Gr, Dajiur, and Wujian. Of course, there are those with exceptional talents and unique physiques capable of summoning multiple guardian spirits. Such individuals possess what is termed the war god body. Now, without further ado, allow me to demonstrate what a guardian spirit truly is. You are destined to be among the first fortunate humans. As Qin Mu spoke, his eyes widened, and his mind harmonized with the universe. He began to sense the realm of guardian spirits within the boundless void, while many viewers in the live stream watched with curiosity. After all, setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that Qin Mu had managed to captivate the audience thus far and established a coherent system speaks volumes about his extraordinary nature. Observing Qin Mu's earnest summoning, the viewers in the chat were left bewildered. Could it be that he was genuinely serious? The most fortunate humans. Indeed, I am eager to see just how fortunate I truly am. Guardian spirits, if they truly existed, how come I have never encountered one until now? This host must be nothing more than a charlatan. In my opinion, he ought to be reported. Although some found it difficult to comprehend, it still sounded quite plausible. Soul guardians must be quite impressive. Could it be that the events of 1999 have been uncovered by you? Damn it, it seems that Blue Star is poised to undergo yet another major upheaval. A storm is surely on the horizon. The individual upstairs is impressive. I shall align myself with you. The host seems to possess a modicum of professional integrity, at least differing from other charlatans who vanish upon exposure. Even when unmasked, he insists on completing his performance. Such dedication is a rarity. I shall follow him for now. I have also decided to follow. If nothing else, that hierarchy is certainly impressive. Many viewers began to stir chaos. Yet a portion were genuinely moved by Qin Mu. After all, this individual had consistently engaged in this endeavor, steadfastly performing his act until the end. In this day and age, encountering a charlatan with such professional spirit is exceedingly rare. Naturally, some viewers instinctively began to cultivate alongside the host, mimicking his gestures for a while, but alas, they yielded no results. However, this was to be expected. Even the most simplified version of basic guardian spirit summoning is not easily mastered. Otherwise, would the world not be rife with soul guardians? Yet, within the vast live stream room, nearly 10,000 souls were present, not lacking in exceptional talents in the office of a professor at Jing University. The room was furnished with a degree of luxury, reflecting the rapid advancements in national science and technology. Experts in certain fields are often eminent figures, and their status requires no elaboration, particularly Professor Lu Weiman, who had contributed to the major National Defense Weaponry Research Initiative, has played a role in the development of at least half of the modern technological weaponry within the nation, making him a towering figure in his field. Regrettably, time has not been kind. Years of research have left him physically worn. Eventually, he retired to teach at Jing University, only to find himself confronted by a live stream that he never anticipated in other fields. This might not have mattered much to him. Even he could not reach the pinnacle of every discipline. Yet, in the realm of science, the old sage has indeed become an insurmountable mountain. Now, to be challenged by a mere youth. And even within the live stream, there were those who believed his words. He felt a surge of indignation, but being a meticulous scholar, he would not lash out indiscriminately. Instead, he began to cultivate as Qin Mu had previously instructed. In his heart, he silently vowed, if this proves futile, I shall publicly confront that host on the academic forum. To desecrate the name of a scientist is utterly intolerable. With that, in an attempt to validate the scientific worldview, Professor Lu began his practice. Initially, his gestures were somewhat awkward, but being an old scholar, he possessed genuine skills and quickly adapted. Soon, his movements became increasingly fluid. Strangely, what began as indifference transformed into genuine attention. For he truly felt a force coursing through him, as if a voice deep within his mind were calling out to him, a profoundly mystical sensation. After a while, exiting that state, Lu Weiman's eyes were filled with astonishment. At that moment, he felt as if his entire being was infused with power, a sensation far surpassing even his peak condition, and this came merely from less than 15 minutes of practice. Should he continue? Could this be the Qi that the host spoke of? His wrinkled face bore an expression of shock, and he quickly regained composure. This was a matter of great importance that required immediate reporting. As a veteran scholar involved in numerous classified national projects, Lu Weiman had little to fear. Even if he claimed that Blue Star was flat, he would not be sent to a mental institution. If this cultivation method could be disseminated throughout the military, what might the outcome be? Surely, Long Country would reclaim its historical dominance. At that point, trade wars would be mere trifles. True national strength is the ultimate backbone. No, this matter must be reported at once. With that thought, Professor Lu Weiman rose and made his way towards the office exit. However, as he stepped forward, he inadvertently created a dent in the floor, which was composed of high-quality marble. Even a hammer striking it would leave no mark. Is this the power of Qi? Although he had begun to grasp the rudiments of cultivation, he remained astonished, as the magnitude of this strength was beyond imagination. The more he realized this, the more urgent it became to report it. He hurriedly dashed out of the office and into the campus. During class breaks, many students strolled about, and upon seeing this esteemed professor, they greeted him warmly. Yet, the usually approachable old professor was too preoccupied to acknowledge them as he rushed outside. His peculiar demeanor sparked curiosity among the students, especially with the footprints left in his wake. Did that just belong to the old professor? Goodness, is the playground constructed of subpar materials? A mere step creates an imprint. No wonder the professor was furious. He must be seeking accountability from the construction company. Let us go to the dean's office to report this. This is utterly unacceptable. If the playground is poorly constructed, what about the classrooms? In an instant, the dean's office at Jing University was filled to capacity. The old dean wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the students before him, inwardly cursing the contractor. Why pick a fight with anyone? Why provoke the school with shoddy construction? It's akin to courting disaster. Finally, he assured the students that the school would promptly address the repairs, barely managing to quell their anger. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Long City Construction Company, located far north of the imperial capital, sneezed several times in confusion. He wondered who was cursing him. Their company was renowned for its quality. How could it ever produce substandard work? Perplexed, he could not fathom the situation at the same time. Professor Lu Weiman was driving towards the nearest military district. The overwhelming power he had just experienced threatened to overflow. Otherwise, he would have endured severe strain in the vehicle. Before long, the car arrived near the military district entrance, where a soldier promptly saluted and said, "Hello, Professor Lu. The commander is waiting for you in the reception room. Please, come in." Lu Weiman stepped down from the vehicle and immediately made his way towards the military district. Soon, under the guidance of the guards, he arrived at the reception hall where several elderly gentlemen in military uniforms were conversing with one another. The ranks they bore on their shoulders were enough to incite fervent admiration from countless citizens should they step outside. The rank of military district commander is quite rare throughout the entire nation of Longhua. Yet here, several had seemingly emerged all at once. This illustrates just how significant Professor Lu truly is. Upon seeing him enter, the commanders promptly rose to greet him, expressing their gratitude. "Brother Weiman, you must have had quite the journey. Our identities render it inconvenient for us to leave the military district, and we are grateful for your presence." After some polite exchanges, they swiftly shifted to the core of the matter. "Can we guarantee absolute safety here?" Lu Weiman, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired. After all, the gravity of this situation was immense. Were it not for his personal experiments, even he would find it hard to believe. If successful, the strength of Longhua would multiply 100-fold, restoring the might of the Han and Tang dynasties. Thus, it was of utmost importance. Even the most peace-loving nations would not forsake the enhancement of their military prowess. Hearing this, the commanders exchanged glances, a knowing smile evident in their eyes. "Rest assured, Brother Weiman. Even if the entire Longhua were to fall, we can guarantee absolute safety here. The surrounding defenses and confidentiality measures have been meticulously designed by the Grand Elder himself. After all, this military district is the last bastion of defense for Longhua, and indeed, the strongest. If this place were to be compromised by the enemy, then there would be little reason for the entire nation to continue existing. Waiting for the fall would be the only outcome." Upon hearing this, Lu Weiman felt a measure of relief as he recounted, "Earlier today, while in my office, I chanced upon a live stream featuring a host promoting a concept of universal cultivation. He espoused a series of theories, even claiming that alternate dimensions exist from which we humans can obtain guardian spirits to fend off the impending apocalypse." As Lu spoke animatedly, the commanders maintained their composure. For in ordinary circumstances, anyone else making such statements would likely be dismissed as a jest or even ejected. These high-ranking officials had little time for frivolities. However, Professor Lu was different. His status and demeanor were not those of a mere jester. Thus they patiently awaited the conclusion of his discourse. What followed left everyone astounded, for Lu Weiman continued, "Initially, I too was skeptical of such absurdities. I had intended to refute him at a scientific forum. However, as I practiced the methods he taught, I genuinely began to feel a surge of power within me, and I could indeed sense the presence of alternate dimensions." At this point, the expressions of the commanders turned grave. After all, the words of this esteemed scholar could not be taken lightly. Yet, was it not too fantastical? How could such absurdity possibly be real? With universal 9-year compulsory education having been implemented to combat superstition and the supernatural, how could a highly regarded contemporary scientist suggest that such entities might not be false? Moreover, the notion of cultivating immortality, even with profound respect for the professor, disbelief lingered. Seemingly perceiving their skepticism, Professor Lu spoke again. "I anticipated your doubts. Without action, you would remain unconvinced. Therefore, allow me to demonstrate." Rising from his seat, Lu Weiman surveyed the surroundings before his gaze fell upon the coffee table. With a sudden, forceful punch, he struck it. The commanders were taken aback. This venerable professor was a national treasure, and even in retirement, one would not expect him to engage in self-harm. "No, Professor, let us discuss this calmly. Don't break anything," they urged, but it was too late. With a decisive blow, the coffee table shattered into pieces, leaving the military commanders in stunned silence. This was no mere triviality. While there were many skilled warriors within their ranks who could achieve similar feats with the right technique, Lu Weiman was nearing the age of wisdom, and his physical capabilities had naturally declined. How could he possibly perform such an act without a trace of injury? Astonishingly, it was indeed real. The sheer terror of the scene left everyone fixated on the professor and the debris scattered across the floor. Struggling to comprehend the reality before them, this seemingly validated the claims made by the live-streaming host on the platform regarding the existence of guardian spirits. If this were true, it could herald a genuine resurgence for Longhua. At that moment, a guard entered with a computer, and the commander swiftly browsed the streaming platform, finally locating the so-called Universal Cultivation livestream. The senior commander waved his hand urgently. "Investigate immediately. We must identify this individual." "Yes," responded the guard as he hurried off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the administrator of the live stream was feeling quite perplexed. Hovering over the mouse, they pondered whether to ban the channel or not. After all, while the host was indeed promoting cultivation theories, they hadn't explicitly incited or spread rumors that it appeared to be a mere spectacle. Yet if the situation escalated, who knew what consequences might arise? If someone were to be misled, the repercussions would fall on both the individual and the entire platform. With that in mind, they ultimately decided to ban the channel. In this day and age, securing employment was no easy feat. Thus, they clicked the mouse, and the Universal Cultivation livestream was promptly shut down. A warning appeared on the screen. This livestream is suspected of violating regulations. According to our laws, any unlawful promotion is strictly prohibited. Hence, this livestream is being suspended for rectification. We hope the host will take heed. The comments section exploded with outrage. What the hell? After all this time, you show me this? Viewers were eagerly anticipating the moment Qin Mu would slip up, ready to unleash their fury upon him. In this critical moment, the administrator's decision to ban the stream incited a wave of anger. "Banned you? What else can you do besides that? I'm waiting to call out this fraud." The viewers were incensed. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have cared if a channel was banned, but this time was different. The earlier introductions by Qin Mu, coupled with the enthralling concept of the world system, had captured their interest. Everyone was primed to unleash their keyboards upon him. Yet at this pivotal moment, someone dared to intervene and ban the stream. Was this a joke? As they stared at the darkened screen, it was evident that the live stream had been terminated, and thus the so-called summoning of guardian spirits was now out of reach. The audience erupted in further curses directed at the administrator. Meanwhile, within the company, the administrator found themselves caught between laughter and tears. Accustomed to the barrage of insults on the screen, they were taken aback when, unexpectedly, the previously banned live stream flickered back to life. Qin Mu's image appeared once more, standing there with a serene expression, exuding an air of detachment. The administrator was left bewildered. Hadn't they just banned this stream? As they instinctively prepared to click again, the backstage management interface transformed before their eyes. The forbidden button vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a void. Meanwhile, incessant notifications echoed from the computer, due to the tampering of illicit programs. Backend permissions had dissipated, and an unknown program infiltrated the backend, usurping administrative control. With the backend management rights seized, the computer powered down automatically. Moments later, gazing at the black screen, the super administrator was left bewildered. What sort of operation was this? From start to finish, he had not been afforded a moment to react, and by the time he realized what had transpired, his back-end privileges had already vanished. What manner of affair was this? Even after years of experience as a super admin, he had never encountered such a situation. Cursing under his breath, he stood up from his seat, finally understanding that his operational authority had been usurped. Clearly, aside from being a charlatan, this streamer possessed formidable technical prowess. Hastily, he made his way to the office of his superior. After all, the situation had escalated to such a degree that it was beyond his capacity to resolve. It was imperative to report it. In the meantime, Qin Mu exploited the back-end privileges to elevate his live stream advertisement to the homepage of the entire Douyu platform. Instantly, traffic surged, with countless viewers flocking in. The entire platform was thrown into disarray. Inside the high-level office, the head of the technical department stared at the computer screen, his face darkening. Beneath the prominent advertisement on the homepage, Qin Mu's popularity had soared to over 100,000, a figure akin to that of a mid-tier streamer. Moreover, the content of his live stream was primarily focused on promoting superstitious activities. Unfortunately, they were unable to shut it down, should this matter continue to spread and attract the attention of higher-ups at a certain electric company. Their painstakingly built platform could be utterly destroyed by any means necessary. They had to reclaim operational authority immediately, shut down his live stream. Whoever can silence this streamer shall receive a threefold salary increase and a promotion. The higher-ups were somewhat frantic, willing to pay a hefty price to eliminate Qin Mu. Upon hearing this, the members of the technical department felt a stirring within. This was a golden opportunity. They frantically hammered away at their keyboards, each inputting lines of code, employing all their knowledge. Yet, the methods that had proven effective in the past were rendered useless in this moment. No matter what they did, they could not access that live stream, let alone shut it down. Beads of cold sweat formed on the technicians' foreheads, their gazes betraying a hint of trepidation, though they believed they had not yet reached the pinnacle of their field. They were acutely aware that few could surpass them. After all, working at Douyu was a testament to their competence. Yet now, a mere casual streamer had outclassed them. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed it. After a lengthy pause, the supervisor finally relinquished his attempts, halting his numb fingers. "Apologies, boss, but I am unable to breach the system. The time frame for this level of access is limited, likely lasting around 3 hours. Prior to that, regardless of the extent, there is no way and I swear on my years of coding experience that if anyone in the world could dismantle this program, that person has yet to be born. Moreover, I can assert with confidence that this streamer's hacking skills far surpass our own. Indeed, they are crushing. The only reason he hasn't retaliated against our live stream is likely out of courtesy. Therefore, I suggest we concede. At the very least, we can mitigate our losses after 3 hours." The supervisor left unspoken words hanging in the air, yet the implication was unmistakable. There was no means of breaching the system. Had there been, it would have already been employed. Furthermore, to provoke this hacker could very well spell disaster for the platform. The boss nodded cautiously, opting to retreat. After all, no one wished to see their hard-won enterprise destroyed, especially since they truly lacked the capability to impose a ban. What could they do? Just then, a secretary entered, announcing, "Boss, someone is here to see you," claiming to be from the military district. "What? Show them in." The boss waved his hand, signaling for everyone to exit. Moments later, several military personnel entered the room. Presenting their military identification, they addressed the owner of Douyu. "Greetings. We are here on orders from higher authorities to investigate the information regarding one of your streamers. We hope for your cooperation in this matter." Certainly, certainly, the Douyu boss nodded vigorously. Even with an audacious spirit, he dared not offend these individuals. He quickly inquired, "May I ask which streamer you wish to investigate?" "We will cooperate fully. The streamer in question is known as Quamin Xiuxian. He must be affiliated with your platform, correct? We seek to investigate his information. Additionally, please provide us with his backend IP address." The military personnel's expression remained unchanged, as though nothing could capture their attention. The Douyu boss stammered. "It's not that I am unwilling to assist with the investigation, but just moments ago, our backend management system was compromised by that very streamer. Furthermore, his live stream has not been registered and is currently not one of our contracted streamers." The officer appeared taken aback but deemed the Douyu boss unlikely to lie, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your cooperation. Should any news or developments arise, please inform me at once. We shall take our leave." With that, they turned and exited. Once the military personnel departed, the boss was drenched in sweat, collapsing onto his chair. He had long anticipated that the live stream would bring trouble, but he had not expected it to attract the attention of the military. Moments later, within the capital's military district, several commanders and esteemed professors gathered, alongside a kindly old man who, if one were to watch television regularly, would undoubtedly recognize as the revered guardian of the Dragon Nation. He was the very individual who had once lifted the entire nation from the quagmire of war. Were it not for him, the Dragon Nation would likely still know no peace at that moment. The elder's countenance was grave as he spoke. "The apocalypse descends. Guardian spirit, a rift in space. Who exactly is this streamer? How could he possess such knowledge? Report, Elder. We have investigated his identity, yet there is no record of him in the entire Dragon Nation's archives. Even his household registration has been annulled. Moreover, when we attempted to retrieve information from the Douyu platform, we learned that the streamer possesses formidable hacking skills, making it impossible to trace his IP, and he is not a contracted streamer. We cannot pinpoint his location." As the report concluded, a sense of helplessness tinged the speaker's voice. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in understanding. "You are not to blame. Such power cannot belong to an ordinary individual. given that he can divulge cultivation methods and espouse apocalyptic rhetoric. It is clear that he is no ordinary person. The strength he wields is beyond our imagination, at least. Thus far, this situation does not qualify as bad news if we can leverage this live stream to foster the cultural development of the Dragon Nation. It would indeed be worthwhile. As for the true identity of the streamer, we can discreetly investigate over time. One cannot help but admire the elder's keen insight, in the face of such immense power. Anyone would desire to possess it. After all, those truly willing to selflessly contribute their strength are exceedingly rare. Most would likely prioritize how to exploit such power to enhance their own capabilities. Thus, in comparison, the current approach seems far more equitable. At the very least, the live broadcast occurring within the borders of the Dragon Nation will not be disseminated beyond, provided that the appropriate measures are taken to ensure secrecy. Perhaps for a considerable duration, only the citizens of the nation will comprehend the true meaning of doom. After all, humanity is inherently selfish, especially when viewed from the perspective of national interests. Everyone wishes to keep this information concealed, and the words of the Grand Elder have garnered unanimous agreement. Indeed, at this juncture, the commanders of several military districts remain tight-lipped. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter must not be divulged. The Grand Elder, satisfied, nods and instructs. Very well, proceed with preparations. Select clandestine forces from each military district and organize their training. Simultaneously, ensure that all online records and posts related to this video are expunged. Under no circumstances shall they be allowed to breach the firewall and publish abroad. Since it is currently impossible to suppress the live stream, it is only natural to temporarily mitigate its impact. As the vast machinery of the military district begins to operate, Qin Mu reaches the final moment of summoning the guardian spirit. His complexion slightly pale, with veins visibly protruding on his forehead, he then gestures with one hand, causing the vortex in the void to disperse instantaneously, and gradually, an image emerges from within. Previously, he was still in his room. But in the blink of an eye, he finds himself amidst desolate hills, the solitary smoke of the great desert evoking an inexplicable sense of the clashing of weapons, as if he were on a battlefield. Even through the screen, the sensation is remarkably vivid. This is special effect. He muses incredulously. This is too real. Even a 5D movie could not replicate such authenticity. Could it be that this broadcaster is merely promoting a film? The feeling is overwhelmingly genuine. Could it truly be a fabrication? If what the broadcaster initially claimed about the impending apocalypse holds any truth, then perhaps there is indeed a possibility of summoning from another dimension. After all, to attribute this experience solely to special effects seems far too implausible. No amount of money could create such an immersive sensation. Could it? Other dimensions? Guardian spirits? What on earth? Some newly arrived viewers are entirely bewildered, while those who entered earlier are, to varying degrees, beginning to believe the broadcaster's words. After all, what is being presented is strikingly authentic, compelling even the most skeptical among them to reconsider that moment. Qin Mu speaks. Everyone, pay close attention. The guardian spirit is about to appear. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream momentarily cease their barrage of comments. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves fills their ears, as if a vast army were charging towards them. In that fleeting instant, it strikes a chord within the hearts of all present. The sound of hooves echoes with precision, reverberating in the very core of each listener. The viewers are overwhelmingly curious about the source of this sound, eventually realizing that it emanates from the broadcaster's live stream. This voice acting is phenomenal. One comments that I know a few directors. Would the broadcaster like an introduction? With effects this impressive paired with such voice work, the compensation would be extraordinary. Just moments ago, they genuinely felt as if an army was surging in front of them. Is this the standard now for broadcasters? Not only are the effects superb, but the voice acting is also outstanding. Observing the discussions among the viewers, a cold smile traces Qin Mu's lips. Voice acting truly that simple. Indeed, those who have not experienced the era of doom remain naively unaware. Then, the environment surrounding Qin Mu begins to shift. What was once merely a barren expanse is swiftly transformed. Now awash with torrents of blood, the swirling sands gather, seemingly a manifestation of pent-up frustration. At the horizon, dozens of cavalrymen escort a general, drawing nearer, their bodies marred by countless wounds. The hooves leave imprints in the sandy ground, crimson blood trailing down their arms. Yet, despite this, there is not a hint of fear in their eyes. In the face of impending natural disasters and the encroaching sandstorm, the troops charge onward, their backs resounding with the thunderous beat of war drums. The viewers in the live stream are utterly stunned by this battlefield spectacle. It is terrifyingly vivid, as if they are truly part of it. Even holographic projections could not achieve such realism. The sensation is almost overwhelming, as if transporting everyone back to an era of heroic conflict. The sounds of hooves pounding the earth resonate powerfully. Even the most acclaimed historical dramas pale in comparison to the scene unfolding before them. In their astonishment, the viewers begin to discuss among themselves. This broadcaster is incredible. Where did they find such dedicated actors? Why does this scene feel so familiar? Is the broadcaster perhaps involved in film production? The effects are so striking that even those who initially doubted the authenticity of the special effects find themselves speechless. After all, this moment is too real, as though they are witnessing an actual battlefield. How could it possibly be mere special effects? Just as the viewers grapple with disbelief, several individuals in the military district of the imperial capital were expressions of grave concern. At this moment, it is nearly certain that what the broadcaster has stated is indeed true. Moreover, as the Grand Elder noted, the abilities of this Qin Mu broadcaster are likely far more formidable. At the very least, Professor Lu Weiman could not conjure the scene before them. Even Professor Lu Weiman, who attempts to articulate his thoughts, ultimately falls silent, uncertain of what to say, as years of educational principles have been utterly shattered in this instant. Others may be skeptical, but he knows that the methods for cultivation are, in fact, effective. There is an elusive feeling that this scenario may have originated from the so-called dimensional space. The familiarity is uncanny. If interdimensional summoning truly exists, then, based on the broadcaster's introduction, those summoned would surely be figures from ancient history. But who could that be? The Grand Elder furrows his brow, a silent speculation forming in his mind. Though he dares not voice it to be born a hero in life, to remain a noble spirit in death, to this day, I still remember Xiangyu, unwilling to cross the river east. If there is one person it could possibly be, it must be the Western Shu overlord. This place should indeed be along the banks of the Wu River. The commander in the center quickly speaks up, his gaze betraying a hint of excitement. Hearing this, the Grand Elder promptly instructs, deploy the J-14 and J-27, two fully organized air forces, to head there immediately. Remember, if anything is discovered, do not engage in conflict with the broadcaster if nothing is found. Seal off the area temporarily and send in archaeological teams. Yes, comes the response as orders are relayed, while the Grand Elder finds himself somewhat moved. Perhaps the opportunity for the Dragon Nation to rise and soar is at hand. If they can indeed summon those great figures from history, what tremendous assistance that would be. Moreover, with 1.6 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation, each proficient in martial arts, akin to scales crossing the river, what a magnificent era that would usher in, a convergence of ancient and modern. At this moment, within the scene, Xiangyu stands with his brothers at the precipice of a dead end, gazing at the Wu River before him. The Western Shu overlord's battle robe billows as he stands by the riverbank. Even as just a silhouette, he evokes a profound sense of awe in countless hearts. General, please cross the river. We are willing to fight to the death. A cavalryman steps forward and declares, cross the river? Xiangyu turns, his eyes aflame, his weapon stained with blood, his voice booming like thunder. My 8,000 troops from Jiangdong have all perished on the battlefield. 1,000 years of dominance, obliterated in an instant. What face do I have to meet my ancestors again? If this river shall not be crossed, then so be it. You have fought alongside me in the Eastern Orthodox North for many years. Now, you may each flee for your lives. With that, Xiangyu, wielding his spear with one hand and spurring his steed, gazed skyward, exuding the formidable aura of a war deity, his chestnut eyes fixed upon the heavens. He awaited the arrival of the Han army with stoic patience. Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. No one had anticipated such an occurrence, especially since it appeared entirely unlike mere theatrics. How could it seem so authentically real? After all, the unbridled arrogance of the Western Shu hegemon is a role few could portray with such vividness. Simply standing there, he had already become a veritable god of war amidst the cosmos. The host exclaimed, "Is this for real? How can this be possible? Surely it cannot be a projection. The Western Shu hegemon, my goodness, has he not been dead for ages? Who am I? Where am I? What am I witnessing? In that instant, all viewers of the stream displayed expressions of sheer horror, for to them, such events seemed utterly impossible, yet they were unfolding right before their eyes. Even those who were skeptical found themselves compelled to believe. Could it be that there truly exist miracles and alternate dimensions? Though I may perish today, I remain the Western Chu Hegemon. His grand voice reverberated through the heavens, jolting all the viewers back to reality. In astonishment, they began to summon their friends, and in an instant, the live stream was overwhelmed with viewers, accompanied by countless videos surfacing online regarding this incident. Regrettably, mere moments after their release, these videos were swiftly removed by the authorities who had been prepared. Nonetheless, the fervor surrounding this event remained unabated. After all, the Western Chu Hegemon, a figure obliterated from history for millennia, had suddenly re-emerged. There was no possibility of suppressing such a phenomenon. Moreover, at that moment by the banks of the Wu River, a celestial anomaly manifested. Countless nearby citizens could hear that resounding voice. Subsequently, in the live stream, they frantically began to check in. I bear witness. I live not far from the Wu River. Did you hear that? There were indeed the sounds of hooves and the cries of the Western Chu Hegemon. Did you hear it too? Goodness, I thought I was dreaming. The sensation was far too real. I felt as though I were right on the battlefield. Some upstairs, perhaps jesting, remarked, "Are you pulling my leg?" Hoof sounds and battle cries. If you can, take a picture to prove it. Is it not merely a projection? Why exaggerate so? Others responded, I suspect it's a promotional clip for a movie. Yet, I am still eager to see more. Exaggeration? Nonsense. Believe it or not, fool. The host is incredible. I am now a follower. From this day forth, you shall be my master. I beseech you to summon a guardian spirit for me. I too desire the Western Chu Hegemon at this moment. Many had begun to believe, especially those residents near the Wu River. They could clearly hear the sounds and see the illusions in the sky, leaving them no choice but to accept the reality. If it were merely a projection, the cost would be exorbitant, and with today's technology, it was implausible. The scale was simply too vast. Of course, many still speculated that they were hired actors, leading to a cacophony of disputes. Amidst their arguments, the live stream's visual shifted again, revealing countless Han soldiers charging forth, encircling Xiangyu and his remaining troops. The overwhelming enemy, combined with the chilling winds, seemed to foreshadow the hegemon's fate. Yet, Xiangyu displayed no sign of fear. Raising his spear, he charged into the fray, single-handedly confronting thousands. No one could withstand his might. Several times, the encirclement was nearly breached. The Han army dared not approach this living incarnation of a demon. The residents by the Wu River, witnessing such a spectacle, were filled with trepidation. After all, this was far beyond their scientific understanding accumulated over the years. It felt almost surreal, making it difficult to fathom such a scenario. The violence was palpable, with blood vividly visible, the scent of iron saturating the air. The previously boisterous viewers, after witnessing this near-realistic battle scene, found their hands hovering over their keyboards, unsure of how to proceed. They could only grapple with the overwhelming reality, for this war was shattering their worldviews, especially for the residents in the live stream who were pleading for help. In any other circumstance, they might have called the authorities. Yet, in the face of this unfolding spectacle, even that seemed futile, host, we believe you now, quickly, retract this divine spectacle. Oh my, the cries of battle are deafening. I nearly soiled myself in fright. It truly materialized. Host, save us. This is too bloody. I cannot bear to watch. Initially, the viewers had been skeptical, perceiving it merely as an illusion. However, as more residents from the Wu River area joined the live stream, continuously seeking assistance, attention was finally drawn to the gravity of the situation. Perhaps, all of this was indeed real. Observing the pleas from the residents near the Wu River, Qin Mu felt a tinge of helplessness. Merely summoning a guardian spirit had already instilled such terror. How difficult would it be to transform them entirely? One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue when the demons of Luosha Street emerged at the end of days. In his second life, Qin Mu would not allow such calamities to unfold. The weight of responsibility felt heavier than ever. After witnessing the situation stabilize, he finally spoke. Rest assured, what you are witnessing is nothing more than a projection from an alternate dimension. The guardian spirit has not yet been summoned in its true form, thus, no harm shall come to you. However, to demonstrate the guardian spirit's prowess, I shall personally showcase its abilities, with a wave of his hand. The terrifying battlefield illusion vanished without a trace, replaced by an empty ground. Yet, before they could celebrate for long, the earth suddenly cracked open, and a towering figure, 7 or 8 meters tall, emerged. It was none other than Xiang Yu. His presence far more formidable than that seen on the live stream. Just a glance from him sent shivers through countless viewers, rendering them motionless. Even from afar, separated by the screen, the audience felt a tremor of fear. As if this enigmatic Xiang Yu could effortlessly extinguish their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now your guardian spirit. Should the chi within you reach a sufficient level, you may forge a contract with the guardian spirit, enlisting its aid in battle. The combat prowess of your guardian spirit is truly formidable. General Xiang, please demonstrate. Qin Mu commanded coldly. The illusory Xiang Yu raised the, gazing towards the heavens, ultimately selecting the Wu River as his target. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, raising the spear high and bellowing. Cut through. Boom. The force of 10,000 pounds descended. A spear arc radiated from the weapon, crashing down upon the surface of the Wu River. In an instant, a colossal splash erupted, leaving all viewers in the live stream in stunned silence. After a moment, they finally reacted. Incredible. Is this still a human being? The combat power of the guardian spirit is simply terrifying. Goodness, that last strike made the screen tremble. Is this the power of the guardian spirit? The host is truly remarkable. If we had such a force, we could dominate the world. I must train. Host, please reveal the methods. 100 rockets? Are you serious? This little amount of money is supposed to suffice for such formidable training. Host, I will introduce my sister to you. I seek your guidance for cultivation. Feeling as though they had missed a fortune. They realized that mastering such techniques would transform their lives. For the first time, I am so eager to watch a live stream. Host, when will you begin teaching us how to summon guardian spirits? I have my notebook ready. In an instant, the viewers erupted with fervor. Even those who had previously doubted Qin Mu found themselves at a loss for words. After all, this individual truly exemplified what it means to possess strength. The scene where Xiang Yu's spear severed the flow of the Wu River was particularly astonishing. It was a spectacle far beyond mere special effects. His power was indeed overwhelming. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, a smile graced Qin Mu's face. Indeed, the strong remain strong as long as one harbors the heart of a warrior. The fate of Long Kingdom may very well be altered, especially since these individuals could aid in his ascent to greatness. Their cultivated prowess would also augment Qin Mu's own strength. At that moment, the splashes of water fell, yet the severed flow of the Wu River remained irreparable, a clear mark visible in the middle, dividing the waters. After a while, it finally restored itself. The audience in the live stream was genuinely in awe. The evidence of such prowess was undeniable. Witnessing the aftermath of the spectacle, Qin Mu calmly remarked, "All right, today's broadcast concludes here. Everyone, you may attempt to summon your guardian spirits. Tomorrow, at the same time, I will explain how to cultivate effectively to succeed in summoning. Farewell." The viewers, filled with reluctance, felt helpless. Such a formidable figure was beyond their command. As for cursing him, that would be akin to an old man hanging himself, an act of utter desperation. Anticipation for tomorrow's instructional stream was palpable. Host, please be punctual. I implore you to extend the session a bit longer. I've just arrived and learned nothing. Damn, did that pass by so quickly? If we had believed that fool demonstrating earlier, wouldn't we already be learning? I've decided to remain in the stream until the host appears tomorrow. I shall watch first thing. Has anyone learned anything? Would you mind teaching? I'm willing to pay $1 million. The live stream was flooded with lamentations, as many had just entered, only to find themselves having learned nothing before it abruptly ended. Especially after witnessing the terrifying power of Xiang Yu's guardian spirit, which invigorated countless viewers. At this moment, they yearned to master the so-called summoning immediately, yet Qin Mu was preparing to end the broadcast. This was truly tantalizing. Just as he intended to disconnect, a thunderous sound erupted, and dark silhouettes rapidly approached from the horizon. The camera clearly captured a formation of fighter jets. Given the magnitude of the event, the state would naturally respond swiftly, a notion any observer could foresee. Thus, Qin Mu exhibited little surprise as he calmly severed the connection, leaving the live stream screen dark. Moreover, the platform notified, "The host you're watching has gone offline." Subsequently, the entire platform returned to normal operation. However, the audience who had experienced the universal cultivation livestream could not quell their excitement. The earlier scene had left an indelible impression on them. Moreover, the final images of the fighter jets added to their astonishment. In Long Kingdom, even the most capable individuals could not mobilize armed forces unless in dire peril. This realization indirectly corroborated the events that transpired by the Wu River. It was highly likely that they were indeed true. Only such an extraordinary feat could explain the occurrence. After all, Who else could accomplish such a thing aside from that individual? Thus, even with the host offline, the comments in the live stream remained vibrant, a phenomenon not even seen in streams of popular influencers. Even with their host gone, they fervently continued discussing, particularly. The initial group drawn into the stream had become highly sought after, for they possessed more knowledge, having witnessed the entire process of the spell. If I'm not mistaken, did fighter jets really make an appearance? In Long Kingdom, only one person can mobilize them. Does this not imply that even he acknowledges this news? The impending apocalypse was unfathomable. Perhaps, just as the host claimed, he was here to save them, and everything he did was for their salvation. The terrifying power of guardian spirits might indeed hold the potential to save all humanity. Damn it, I can't believe I missed it. Who recorded that? Send me the footage. I'll pay any price. Soul guardians, guardian spirits, the end times are upon us. I must become as formidable as the host. However, if even the higher-ups intervened, could the host continue to stream? Doubts lingered. After all, we had just witnessed the fighter jets. Logically, the host should be summoned to higher echelons, right? You're overthinking it if they truly cared. Do you think the stream would still be operational? Moreover, we saw that the platform was actively promoting this live stream, which surely indicated something awry. Perhaps even they could not silence the host's broadcast. Otherwise, how could the super admin possibly release it after a ban? The discussions grew fervent, with some expressing a desire to learn the method of summoning guardian spirits. Yet, many more voiced concerns. If the higher-ups were involved, could the host still stream without restraint? This seemed rather precarious. After all, how could the upper management allow such a suspicious live stream to persist? Just as this question arose, it was met with a swift rebuttal. They had witnessed the host's capabilities, including his ability to seize the platform's control, combined with the terrifying summoning of guardian spirits. Unless willingly, who could silence him? Exiting the live stream, Qin Mu heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the live broadcast task of teaching guardian spirit summoning techniques. You have earned one chance at the silver prize wheel. During this broadcast, 3 individuals advanced into the realm of Qi. The host's strength has increased. The system's announcement brought a smile to Qin Mu's face. He was indeed pleased with the outcome. He had not anticipated that 3 individuals would enter the threshold, proving that Long Kingdom harbored numerous hidden talents. Merely through one broadcast, he had managed to convey such crucial insights. Feeling the newfound power within him, he sensed an exhilarating potential. As if he could shatter mountains and stones at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached the living realm, allowing him to summon guardian spirits for combat rather than merely performing. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, "System, I still have a chance to draw, right?" "Indeed, host. After each broadcast, you will receive a chance to draw based on the broadcast's impact. The tiers are as follows: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and obsidian." Listening to the system's response, Qin Mu nodded with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised. "Shall I initiate the draw now?" "Yes," Qin Mu nodded solemnly. And a massive wheel of fortune appeared in the void before him. Gazing at the dazzling array of rewards, each item was exceedingly rare from his past life. Even the silver draw yielded such treasures. Just imagine what the obsidian draw would unveil. An unfathomable thought. He felt that if he could leverage this system effectively, it might not be impossible to confront the apocalypse or even lead humanity into an era of interstellar colonization. The prize will commence. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and the announcement rang. "Congratulations, host, for winning the Tyrant Spear, fragment of a divine artifact. Would you like to claim it now?" Before him lay a spear, exquisitely crafted from pure gold. Its tip seemingly stained with remnants of blood, evoking a sense of fervor. Even before grasping it, he felt as though he were already amidst the chaos of battle. From this, it is evident just how formidable the weapon wielded by the Western Chu overlord truly is. Having experienced a previous life, Qin Mu naturally understands this well. That is to say, although the summoned guardians come equipped with weapons, these armaments are all merely manifestations of Qi, lacking in substantial power. Only by reclaiming their original weapons can they become truly formidable. Presently, the Panlong Overlord's spear awarded by the system, though damaged and devoid of its former might, will undoubtedly empower the guardians summoned by him once equipped. Therefore, he would not decline and promptly declared, "Claim." Claim successful. Rewards have been distributed. The system's voice faded. A spear descended from the heavens. Qin Mu reached out and grasped it, feeling the weighty power coursing through it, a smile gracing his face as he playfully twirled it, creating a few dazzling spear flourishes. Xiangyu, your subordinate is here. A cold voice resonated from behind. The legendary Western Chu overlord reappeared behind Qin Mu, his massive form kneeling like a mountain. Eye in his crimson gaze. There was a flicker of excitement. This item returns to its rightful owner. May it shine brightly in your hands. Though it was but a broken relic, one day it would be whole again. With a flick of his wrist, the Panlong overlord's spear was thrown back. As if by an unspoken understanding, Xiangyu caught it, feeling the cold edge that he had not touched for years. Despite being a ghostly hero, he was still stirred. Looking towards Qin Mu, he spoke. I, Xiangyu, vow to serve my lord, to battle through the sands of time, undeterred by fire or water. With that, he rose and faded into the void. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of Long Country, an emergency meeting was convened overnight due to the events surrounding Qin Mu. After all, given the gravity of the situation, they could not evade responsibility should this incident escalate. It would surely yield no favorable consequences for anyone, potentially inciting chaos. Thus, the Grand Hall was filled with attendees, each capable of stirring the very foundations of Long Country. Their presence was the cornerstone of the nation's operation. As one gaze shifted, it fell upon the venerable elder, his kind demeanor radiating wisdom as he observed the assembly. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, and once the attendees had gathered sufficiently, he spoke. Today's matter pertains to the state and military. I implore you all to ensure discretion. Any breach will be treated as treason. Understood? Those seated in this chamber were all astute individuals. Seasoned by the trials of life, the elder's solemnity was not lost on them. Since the national war, such gravity had not been witnessed again, clearly indicating that something monumental was at play. Once he saw all heads nodding, the elder continued. You are all aware of the events by the banks of the Wu River, correct? At this proclamation, the atmosphere grew tense. With their extensive channels of information, they could not have missed such a significant occurrence. Yes, but this matter seems utterly absurd. I find it hard to believe in guardians. How could such things come to pass? Our Space Research Institute has found no traces of external entities. And given our current level of civilization, the apocalypse seems implausible. The live stream lacks verifiable authenticity, yet it merits our attention. As discussions erupted, the elder's brow furrowed, recognizing that depending on this assembly for resolution was futile. He interjected, I can assure you all with certainty that the contents of the live stream are indeed true. What? How could this be? Is an apocalypse truly imminent? A wave of shock rippled through the assembly. Those gathered were seasoned individuals, yet the notion of an apocalypse was beyond their comprehension. It was unfathomable within their understanding of reality. However, the one who uttered such words was not easily dismissed. Had anyone else made this claim, the attendees would have scoffed, for they were all proponents of science. Yet, when the elder spoke, disbelief turned to acceptance. He had never jested. His words carried weight. Indeed, the apocalypse is upon us, he reiterated. Upon hearing this, those who had initially been skeptical instinctively nodded, unsure of how else to react. After a moment of contemplation, one finally asked, Elder, is this true? If guardians and alternate dimensions truly exist, does that not imply that Long Country faces imminent doom? How shall we respond? If the populace were to learn of this, chaos would surely ensue. At this point, the room fell into a contemplative silence. None had ever encountered such a scenario. The concept of an apocalypse had always been relegated to myth. The reality of such an event seemed too distant to fathom. Indeed, the time has come for the people to test us. We must navigate through this calamity. Danger often heralds opportunity. This could be a pivotal moment for humanity's advancement. Should we survive this tribulation, it may well be the dawn of our resurgence. The elder's words resonated powerfully, and soon, even the previously anxious members found themselves nodding in agreement. Observing their demeanor, the elder continued, Our immediate priority is to control the influence of this matter. It must not be disseminated. Furthermore, all who successfully cultivated within the live stream must be brought back for secret training. Above all, we must avoid causing unrest. Do you understand? At this, the elder spoke with utmost decisiveness. The potential for disorder could jeopardize the stability of Long Country, a responsibility no one wished to bear. While the thriving populace was a boon, it could also trample existing laws. Therefore, until absolute control was established, the matter must remain confidential. Understood. Everyone nodded earnestly. The elder's words commanded respect. Within the vast expanse of Long Country, few dared to challenge his authority, unless they sought their own demise. Thus, the assembly assented with a collective understanding. Moreover, Those present were acutely aware of the consequences should the matter escape into the public domain. A single misstep could unravel the nation painstakingly built over the years, thus, regardless of their motivations. This information must be concealed at all costs. Where is the head of the network department? The Grand Elder gazed down at the assembled crowd and spoke, his countenance still bearing traces of somberness. At this juncture, even this seemingly omnipotent Grand Elder felt a twinge of panic. After all, such occurrences had never transpired within the Dragon Kingdom before. Despite his formidable reputation, he found himself grappling with a rather daunting predicament. Uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom had long since established a comprehensive system, equipped with adequate mechanisms to avert total paralysis in response to crises. Grand Elder, I am here. What are your instructions? The head of the network department promptly stood, his eyes reflecting a sense of solemnity. Any task issued by this venerable figure had to be executed without fail, regardless of the circumstances. Excuses were simply not permissible. Excellent. I command your network monitoring division to initiate a complete lockdown of both domestic and international internet connections for 24 hours. N01 is permitted to bypass restrictions to disseminate any videos. Furthermore, all online content pertaining to this incident, videos, discussion threads, and chats, must be expunged without delay. It is imperative that no trace remains. Do you understand? The Grand Elder issued his directive calmly, and the official readily acknowledged the order. Despite the daunting nature of this task, its urgency only underscored the necessity for completion. The ramifications of any video going viral would be dire, an outcome that no one could bear. Thus, hesitation was not an option. Yet, such measures alone were evidently insufficient. Grand Elder, do you not think that merely suppressing the video will resolve this issue? The multitude of versions circulating online is simply overwhelming. Even if we manage to contain the video for now, doubts will inevitably arise among the public over time, potentially exacerbating the situation. As he spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. The impact of the recent live broadcast was indeed severe, especially with so many witnesses to the event. Attempting to mitigate the fallout by deleting videos was, quite frankly, unrealistic. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. The challenge posed by the situation was undeniable, and they lacked effective strategies to manage such crises. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. After a moment, he spoke. Let us attribute last night's events to the recently released film. We shall publicly declare that the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups intend to remake a film on the Chuhan contention, and that the live broadcast was merely a publicity stunt by certain individuals. Subsequently, we will remove all videos under the pretext of copyright infringement. The head of the network division hesitated. This rationale was hardly clever. Yet, at this point, he had little choice. With the elder having made his decision, all he could do was comply. Moreover, he could not conceive of any better alternative at this moment. Thus, he nodded and departed to enact the orders. Before long, the network department sprang into action, efficiently removing all circulating videos, photos, forums, and more from the internet in a matter of seconds. Within less than a minute, all live broadcast content vanished without a trace. While the banks along the Wu River were swiftly sealed off by dispatched personnel, N01 was permitted in or out. In the face of such draconian measures, netizens found themselves engulfed in profound skepticism. The response from above was, to say the least, peculiar. If it were merely a fabricated video, why the uproar? Meanwhile, the National Film Bureau promptly announced the filming progress of the new Chuhan legend, yet the majority remained unconvinced. Especially those who had witnessed the live broadcast. They had seen the event unfold in real time and were now being told that the so-called summoning of guardian spirits was nothing but a fabrication. Consequently, forums erupted with activity as everyone clamored for a reasonable explanation. Perhaps such tales might fool children, but they were hardly sufficient to sway those who had witnessed the event, particularly the viewers of the live stream. It is impossible. There is no way this is a movie, one user argued. When I watched that video, it felt so real, as if it were happening right before my eyes. Such realism cannot simply be explained away by a video. Even if it were a film, would they delete everything so thoroughly? If it were genuine, they would at least provide a release date. How could such advanced technology exist, especially for a live broadcast? It's utterly inconceivable. Countless citizens refused to accept this explanation. Others were convinced it was all a ruse. After all, what Qin Mu had described diverged too far from their worldview to be rationally explained. Consequently, they found it easier to believe in the notion of an impending apocalypse rather than accept the film narrative. I told you, there is no way the apocalypse is upon us. Do they really think they're filming a movie? Such a thing is absolutely impossible. I agree with the official narrative. It must be a film. What utter nonsense. The apocalypse, guardian spirits. I've never seen or heard anything like it. How could that possibly be true? I refuse to believe it. Only the film explanation makes any sense. Some people just thrive on chaos and spread rumors. As tensions mounted between the two factions, Qin Mu noticed the situation online. He had not anticipated that his live broadcast would incite such a commotion. More importantly, he was taken aback by the authorities' decision to suppress the matter and erase all footage, which diverged from his intentions. Should this video be suppressed, and with some citizens still in disbelief, it might hinder their ability to cultivate their skills when the apocalypse truly arrived. If that were to happen, he would find himself retracing his steps back to the dark era of soul retribution, a fate he could not allow to unfold. Thus, the priority was to instill belief in the populace. After all, only by believing in the apocalypse would the people begin their cultivation. In that case, he could grow stronger and survive the impending doom. Otherwise, they would inevitably revert to the bygone era. With this in mind, Qin Mu addressed the system. Is there a way to re-upload the video without it being deleted? Quite simple. Just modify certain data. Do you wish to upload it, host? Yes, re-upload it, Qin Mu affirmed gravely. This video was crucial for the future. It must not be easily erased. With the system's assistance, the video was soon re-uploaded onto the internet. This time under the guise of a nationwide cultivation live broadcast. The emergence of this news instantly destabilized the public stance once more. Particularly, those who were fans of the live stream fervently promoted it across various forums. Previously uninformed citizens flocked to view the content, causing the video's click count to soar into the millions, thereby drawing the attention of the network department. In the capital, the network division convened. Fingers flying across keyboards to eliminate one video and account after another, the department head sat at the helm, a smile gracing his face. If this continued, within half an hour, the matter would be suppressed, and they would achieve their objectives. However, at that moment, a subordinate suddenly reported, "Minister, we have a problem that we cannot suppress this video, nor can we trace its ID or IP." "What? How is that possible?" the network minister exclaimed. Astonished, their department controlled the nation's internet system. They could track any individual in moments. Yet now, they were unable to suppress the video or even identify its origin. It seems our data systems have been circumvented. Currently, the domestic white hat technology has not surpassed its capabilities, making it impossible to block. At this point, the technician wore a wry smile. They had always considered themselves among the top echelon of technology within the Dragon Kingdom, if not the very best. Otherwise, it would be impossible to serve in the national department, relying instead on means that are typically advantageous. At this moment, however, it seemed to have transformed into a farce. No matter the efforts exerted, there was no way to penetrate the barriers and eliminate the video. After all, before the system, everyone is but a mere speck. The minister of the network department furrowed his brow, beads of sweat trickling down his temples as he lamented. Is there truly no solution to this predicament? Or is it that this room can never be silenced? I regret to inform you that unless we completely sever the domestic internet, there is simply no way to remove this video, the technician replied, his voice tinged with resignation. The notion of shutting down the entire domestic network for the sake of a single video was utterly implausible. No one would dare take such a bold step. This matter was unlike any other. As in today's rapidly advancing digital landscape, such an occurrence was inconceivable. Countless enterprises and research departments across the nation rely on the internet, including vital sectors such as education, healthcare, and transportation. If they were to dare disconnect, the repercussions would likely be far more dire than merely allowing the video to circulate. Thus, the minister of the network department could only state, "You must do your utmost to suppress the video. I shall report this matter to the elder." With that, he turned and departed. At this juncture, it was beyond their capacity to resolve. The only course of action was to escalate the issue. Perhaps only the true leader of the Dragon Nation could find a resolution. Aside from him, who else could possibly accomplish this? He swiftly made his way back to the Grand Hall, where the elder was still engrossed in reviewing internal documents. Unaware of the multitude of matters requiring his attention, to occupy such a position signified not only immense power but also a heavy burden. A moment's misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. One cannot help but acknowledge the elder's deep commitment to the nation. In every circumstance, he exerted his utmost effort. Consequently, only he could maintain his position, and only during his tenure could he command the respect of all. Knock, knock. After the voice from within beckoned, the network minister stepped inside. The elder raised his gaze to meet the minister's and inquired, "So, has the matter been resolved?" "Report to the elder. I am at a loss." Although the majority of the videos online have been suppressed, there remains one uploader we cannot silence, and we are unable to trace his ID or IP address. The impact of that video continues to proliferate. The network minister admitted, a sense of guilt washing over him. After all, he felt he had betrayed the elder's trust. This crucial task, entrusted to him, not only remained unresolved but appeared to be spreading further. Should this situation continue to disseminate, it could lead to severe negative repercussions, and no one would be able to shoulder the blame. Oh, is that so? The elder's brow furrowed slightly, though he did not appear overly surprised. From the moment he delegated the task, he had anticipated its complexity. If the streamer dared to take action, he surely possessed some means. Thus, there was no need for further elaboration. What astonished him was that even the entire network security department was unable to contain the situation. It seemed to grow ever more intriguing. Indeed, if he surmised correctly, it was likely that the streamer was behind this. The only method we currently have to sever the video is to shut down the domestic network terminal data. However, if we were to proceed with such drastic measures, I believe you understand the consequences that would follow. That we would likely face a prolonged paralysis throughout the nation. At this point, the elder shared the same sentiment. The network terminal data must not be shut down. If it were, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. It would be akin to a clumsy attempt to hide the truth. It cannot be closed down. Yet we cannot allow the video's influence to expand. We must immediately commence the production of a new film, The New Legend of Qin and Han, incorporating all elements from the video, striving for perfection, and ensuring its online debut in the shortest time possible. One must admit, the elder truly acted with remarkable decisiveness. Given that deleting the video was not feasible, he opted instead to produce a film, leveraging this incident to launch it. Once the film is released, whether people believe it or not will be beyond their control. When that time comes, they will simply have to accept it. The network minister nodded vigorously. The dilemma that had plagued him was resolved in a few succinct words from the elder. For the average person, producing a film might be a daunting task, but under the might of the national apparatus, it was but a jest. Over the years, ample footage had been extracted from various historical dramas, coupled with impressive special effects and professional actors from the military. Producing the film would be a matter of mere moments. Immediately notify the relevant authorities to initiate filming. The movie must be released within 20 hours, overcoming all challenges, or do not return to see me, the elder stated coolly. At this juncture, speed was of the essence. They were racing against time, and hesitation was not an option. Even a moment's delay could lead to significant complications, thus they could only move swiftly. Upon receiving the directive, the relevant authorities wasted no time in mobilizing their resources. Under the guidance of the finest team, a leadership group was swiftly assembled. Subsequently, filming commenced. With nearly 100 of the nation's most talented directors and several first-tier actors collaborating to produce the film at an unprecedented pace. Following this, arrangements for its release were made, bypassing inspections and proceeding with all due haste. 18 hours later, The New Legend of Qin and Han premiered grandly in theaters nationwide, with extensive promotional efforts from the authorities. The public began to gradually accept that the so-called live stream was merely a promotional teaser for the film. After all, the rapid production of a film was quite remarkable. That I knew it. There couldn't possibly be any alternate dimensions. That was nothing but a farce, and the notion of guardians is preposterous. Some individuals, who thrived on fanciful thoughts, were now facing a harsh reality. Thankfully, the official announcement dispelled any rumors before they could take root. Otherwise, many might have been deceived by the delusions of a fake flash. This ignited a national debate. Online discussions were inundated with commentary about the film, and due to the extensive promotion throughout the day, the movie had reached a level of recognition across the nation that few could rival. Simultaneously, Qin Mu took note of the online reactions, observing the narrative shaped by major media outlets. He realized they had effectively overshadowed his video. Truly, it was no easy feat to contend with the official narrative. After all, those who govern a nation possess far more cunning than the average person. The New Legend of Qin and Han is set to premiere tonight. We urge all citizens not to propagate misinformation. Trust in the higher authorities. The so-called doomsday claims are utterly ridiculous. This film, spearheaded by the relevant authorities and featuring the nation's top directors and star-studded cast, is poised to become a monumental success in cinematic history. Employing innovative filming techniques, it boasts a dedicated 5D special effects team. This This shocking news will resonate with 1,600,000,000 people. As the relevant authorities collaborate with leading directors to unveil the new legend of Chu and Han, the stream of news traveled swiftly, gradually overshadowing the impending doom that loomed over us. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, it would indeed be hard to believe the extent of power wielded by those at the top, regardless of who one might be, in their presence. One feels utterly insignificant. This immense force is capable of suppressing everything. Within a mere span of hours, a considerable uproar was quelled. Such power is truly enviable. Yet, upon realizing all this, Qin Mu found himself in a quandary. After all, given the magnitude of the situation, no amount of video dissemination would prove effective. Moreover, if the upper echelons were determined to stifle the impending catastrophe, even a live broadcast would only reach a fraction of the populace. Thus, the distance to achieving his objective seemed insurmountable. However, merely this would not suffice to compel him to relent. A sly smile crept across Qin Mu's face. Those familiar with him would undoubtedly recognize that he was far from out of tricks. In the grand hall, the elders and high-ranking officials of Long Kingdom convened, seated around an office table, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. The dilemma that had plagued them had finally been resolved. Although the journey was fraught with obstacles, including some strenuous overtime from the Telecommunications Bureau, the ultimate outcome had proven worthwhile. Now, they awaited the film's release, which would allow the matter to vanish without a trace. As the premiere approached, the dignitaries engaged in discussions, showering the elder with praise. "Elder, your idea is truly brilliant. With this strategy, resolving our troubles has become significantly easier. Not only has the film, enhanced by special effects, generated substantial revenue for us, but it has also upheld our credibility in the eyes of the public. Truly a double-edged sword." The head of the Telecommunications Bureau beamed with delight, having struck it rich. Thanks to the prior events, the film's release had led to a nationwide ticket sellout, leaving no seat unoccupied. The profits from this venture alone would suffice to alleviate their financial concerns for the next 3 to 4 years. Our Long Kingdom has endured countless storms over the decades. If we cannot resolve this issue, I would not be worthy of my position, the elder remarked with a nod, even he feeling a sense of delight in his own ingenuity. This astute strategy not only resolved their dilemma, but also yielded significant returns. More importantly, it quietly buried the troublesome incident, redirecting public discourse solely towards the film, precisely what he desired. Meanwhile, the film commenced in earnest. A series of grand scenes unfolded, captivating the audience and eliciting exuberant reactions. In their effort to suppress the earlier turmoil, the Telecommunications Bureau had invested considerable effort in the production, and the initial results appeared promising. The elder nodded in satisfaction, declaring, well done. You have executed this task admirably." Despite having been removed from the battlefield for years, a sense of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of the thrill of sacrifice amidst warfare. It must be said, the film's production was exceptionally successful, allowing for the emotional resonance necessary to effectively resolve the situation. At last, the film's narrative reached the battlefield of Wujiang, where the Han army's million-strong troops encircled the valiant warriors of the Western Shu, poised for conflict. Just as the film approached its climax, the audience in theaters nationwide reacted positively. After all, this film was the result of immense effort from directors and actors alike. Although it lacked the profound impact of the earlier trailers, it was nonetheless gratifying. If the pace continued, soon everyone would forget the earlier online debacle, marking a successful resolution for the Telecommunications Bureau. As the screen depicted Xiangyu about to be besieged, surrounded by countless corpses, the actor portraying him solemnly declared, "Today, though I perish, I remain the overlord of Western Shu." He then drew his short sword across his neck. However, at that moment, a minor soldier unexpectedly dashed from the ranks of the Han army, delivering a sudden kick to Xiangyu, causing him to stumble and plunge into the turbulent waters of the Wujiang. The swift current engulfed him instantly. The soldier, unfazed, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled smoke, tauntingly stating, "Overlord, you think you're worthy of the title? Ever heard of the saying, mockery invites calamity?" The irreverent tone, coupled with the cigarette dangling from his lips, sent shockwaves through cinemas across the nation. Initially steeped in somber emotion, the scene rapidly devolved into absurdity, a twist no one had anticipated, leaving audiences both amused and bewildered. Did the overlord just fall into the river? What a mockery! Can one really smoke in an ancient drama? "Director, come out. I promise I won't harm you." The cinema managers, witnessing this debacle, were drenched in cold sweat. Such a scene was undoubtedly a performance blunder, and the soldier, after kicking the overlord. Continue to entertain the audience with a spontaneous Yanhuang dance. At that moment, viewers wished they could strangle the director. Just as the emotional build-up reached its zenith, this unexpected interjection felt like a farcical joke. In the grand hall, the elder, who had watched the screening from start to finish, wore a stormy expression as he turned to the head of the Telecommunications Bureau, demanding, "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." The latter, sweating profusely, was at a loss for words. After all, he had ensured everything was in order during his checks, yet how could such an incident arise? Moreover, where had that wretched soldier come from? During filming, there had been no such scene. Even the most reckless individual would not dare to jest with the elder. At this moment, it was evident that no explanation would suffice, as it would only be perceived as an excuse. Observing the unfolding chaos, a bystander quickly intervened. "Elder, old Su surely did not intend for this to happen. You are well aware of his integrity. He would never joke about something so serious. I suspect foul play. Perhaps the host is behind this. But what matters most now is how we resolve this issue." "That makes sense." The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was not the time for anger. The priority was to rectify the situation. He then instructed, "Immediately notify all cinemas to cease screenings and refund all ticket sales. We shall compensate for the losses." As for the official explanation, stated it was a technical glitch. It must be done swiftly. Understood. The telecommunications head hurriedly set about implementing the orders. Before long, cinemas nationwide halted screenings and enforced the refunds. The audience, for their part, expressed understanding. After all, the film had concluded, and while the ending had taken an unexpected comedic turn, the overall experience was still enjoyable. Besides, they were being refunded. Any patrons who resisted were promptly escorted away by local authorities. However, despite leaving the cinemas, the repercussions of this incident were far from over. Discussions erupted across various forums and streets, with individuals animatedly recounting the earlier events. It was an uproarious spectacle. One could scarcely imagine such a dramatic turn of events without having witnessed it firsthand. Absolutely hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing. Such entertainment. The Telecommunications Bureau's sense of humor had certainly been on full display. The film had begun with promise, only to culminate in an inexplicable twist. However, it remains rather amusing and quite unexpected. I truly did not anticipate that it would conclude in such a manner. As discussions unfolded online, the atmosphere within the grand auditorium grew increasingly somber, with the expressions of all the high-ranking officials darkening. As none had foreseen that matters would escalate to this extent. Initially, it was believed that this issue could be resolved with relative simplicity, yet it ultimately spiraled to such a degree. What was intended to be a straightforward plan for redemption has tragically devolved into a farce. At this moment, the head of the National Radio and Television Administration was drenched in cold sweat, fearful of incurring the wrath of his superiors. After a brief pause, the elder finally inquired, "What is the status of the projection tape? Is there a problem?" "No. The film from the National Radio and Television Administration should not encounter any issues. At the time, there were hundreds of directors and top-tier stars present, supported by our military's presence. Any attempts at sabotage would be futile. That soldier was certainly not at the filming site," a high-ranking official from the military stated solemnly. Under their vigilant watch, the filming location was impenetrable, making the idea of such a problem ludicrous. This sudden turn of events was perplexing, leaving everyone bewildered as to the root of the issue. If the projection tape was indeed flawless, then where had things gone awry? Who could elucidate this confusion? The elder, now visibly enraged, slammed the table and demanded answers. Upon hearing this, all present were at a loss, uncertain of how to address this surreal phenomenon. Just then, the head of the network department suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. Exclaiming, "Could it be him?" "Who?" came the collective response. "The broadcaster. If there is anyone capable of orchestrating all this, it seems to be him, the only one in the entire Dragon Kingdom. That individual is truly formidable. I cannot think of anyone else. I still feel a chill just recalling him," the head of the network department continued. Having overseen the department for many years, he had encountered many things, yet he had never witnessed such a terrifying entity. That person was nothing short of a demon, surpassing even the combined might of all technicians. I asked him, "But why would he do this? What is his objective?" The elder furrowed his brow, contemplating, yet there was a hint of belief in his tone. After all, aside from that individual, it was hard to conceive who else could achieve such a feat. The high-ranking officials nodded gravely in agreement, convinced that the broadcaster was indeed behind this incident. However, the question remained, why did he do it? What gain could he possibly have? Their understanding of this broadcaster was woefully inadequate. Dimensional space, guardian spirit summoning, hacking technology, freely traversing the timelines of films. Who exactly was he? Perhaps he represented an existence that transcended their comprehension. With such a being, one must exercise extreme caution. The more unknown, the more terrifying. What did he truly intend to accomplish? The esteemed officials began to deliberate, while the elder's brow remained furrowed, as it was still unclear what that individual truly desired and what his intentions were. Wealth, power, authority, beauty. If there were any weaknesses to exploit, then there were means to contend with them. Yet, with a figure such as this, there was simply no way to counter him, as their knowledge was far too scant, and thus far, all they knew were his formidable aspects. If left unchecked, no one could predict the consequences that might ensue. What I desire is quite simple. It is to save you, or to be more precise, to save all of humanity. The calm voice echoed through the auditorium. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to see that the pitch-black screen had now illuminated, revealing a masked figure whose profound gaze resembled two swirling stars, leaving one with an unsettling sense of obscurity, as if it were impossible to discern his true essence. "Who are you?" the elder urgently inquired, though he already harbored suspicions. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the broadcaster from the Universal Immortal Cultivation livestream. Have you not been searching for me all along? It seems we can finally converse face to face." As he spoke, Qin Mu's throat emitted a raspy chuckle. "You are that broadcaster. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Speak. What is your purpose in causing such a disturbance in our Dragon Kingdom? Who sent you?" Several high-ranking officials stood, their anger palpable, for this individual was indeed quite fearsome, and if they could not grasp his motives, they would not rest easy, even in death. "I have stated it clearly. I am here to save you," Qin Mu replied, seemingly unconcerned by their inquiries. As the officials prepared to retort, the elder interjected, "Silence. Let him speak. You claim to wish to save us. Then can you enlighten us on what dangers necessitate your intervention? Do you believe that with your solitary strength, you can contend against the global alliance government, or perhaps against the nuclear powers of major nations?" His words carried a weighty threat, unmistakably clear, regardless of Qin Mu's strength. It was not without limits. At least, for the time being, the Dragon Kingdom possessed the means to eliminate him, which was precisely why Qin Mu had chosen to remain hidden. Collaboration always required mutual assurance, and he did not wish to become a mere pawn. "Elder, you exaggerate. We have never stood in opposition to one another, have we not?" Qin Mu replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, up until this point, Qin Mu had never engaged in actions detrimental to societal order. Yet, with such a colossal potential threat, he could not shake his unease. After all, no one wished to harbor a ticking time bomb. "So, what is your purpose? Is it merely to convey this message to me?" the elder inquired, somewhat perplexed. He found it hard to believe that Qin Mu would be so trivial. "Certainly not. My true intention is to seek collaboration with all of you. I can assure you that in the not-so-distant future, Blue Star will face a cataclysm, a calamity from which no one can escape." "Now that is an intriguing assertion," the elder remarked with a smile. Given the current military prowess of the Dragon Kingdom, ranking second globally, with a shadow of dominance over the first, he found it difficult to envision a disaster capable of obliterating such a vast empire. Furthermore, from Qin Mu's words, it seemed that this disaster would not solely affect the Dragon Kingdom, but rather the world at large. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Mu's expression shifted slightly beneath his mask. After a moment's contemplation, he corrected himself. "No, to be precise, it should be described as profoundly tragic." Then, his raspy, somber voice filled the air, as if he were unfurling a grand tapestry before the high-ranking officials. The dark age of the Soul Requiem, the tragic descent of the apocalypse, vividly came to life. On the streets, countless infants cried, their parents' remains entombed in the ruins. The innocent children were oblivious to the chaos, only aware of the monstrous entities that had inexplicably descended from the heavens, ravaging their homes and shattering their once happy lives. Everywhere they looked, shattered walls and remnants of a bygone era lay scattered. The once mighty technological weapons that had triumphed effortlessly were now rendered useless, as all advanced weaponry had long since lost its efficacy. Blue Star was drenched in blood, littered with corpses, as the 108 streets of Rakshasa split open from the skies, unleashing countless malevolent spirits, while from the fissures in the ground, an unending tide of abyssal demons encroached upon humanity's territory. Fortunately, millions of soldiers fought valiantly, sacrificing themselves in relentless waves, managing to keep those monsters at bay. Granting humanity a fleeting moment to breathe amidst adversity, the once glorious era had vanished without a trace. The sun that once rose in the east would never ascend again. The heavens and earth remained shrouded in a perpetual gray haze, akin to an insurmountable fog that could never be dispelled. Across the expanse of the earth, there lie domains ravaged by malevolent spirits and monstrous entities, where countless humans have become mere sustenance for these fiends. In such dire circumstances, humanity finds itself utterly devoid of any means to resist. Ultimately, amidst the relentless calamities, nations began to re-establish their governments, giving rise to an evolved class of humans known as the Soul Wardens. Under their leadership, people launched counterattacks against the malevolent specters and abyssal creatures with the aid of interdimensional beings. However, this brief respite was short-lived. From the depths of the Rakshasa Street emerged a multitude of Rakshasa spirits that swiftly subdued the Soul Wardens once again, leading to humanity's ultimate defeat. With the fall of the Soul Wardens, the journey of human evolution appeared on the brink of conclusion, the Rakshasa spirits serving as the final straw that crushed humanity's last flicker of hope. Shelters fell to their assault with alarming ease, as countless malevolent spirits and abyssal creatures surged forth once more. In a matter of moments, global conflict ignited anew, with only the Dragon Nation managing to endure the calamity. While other countries found themselves utterly outmatched, even deprived of the chance to engage in battle, the dark era of the Soul Wardens, spanning several decades, can be succinctly summarized in a brief narrative. Yet, even so, the high-ranking officials present were acutely aware of the despair that had enveloped humanity during that time. Indeed, in the face of such unfathomable power, all seemed but a jest. Even technological weapons had lost their efficacy, rendering humanity akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, already having anticipated such a scenario. Yet now he felt a genuine sense of panic, uncertain of how to proceed, for this situation was undeniably intricate. The stakes involved global interests. If not handled with utmost care, the Dragon Nation could face unprecedented catastrophe. Conversely, if Qin Mu's assertions were false, then the entire Dragon Nation might be reduced to a laughingstock on the world stage. Hesitation, torment, and contemplation, emotions that had long been absent, surged across the Grand Elder's countenance, that he understood all too well that he had no choice. Should the apocalypse prove to be genuine, the Dragon Nation would have squandered a crucial opportunity. The cost would be borne by the entire nation, and in other words, he could not afford to fail. After witnessing the Grand Elder's expression, Qin Mu remained unfazed. After all, through years of acquaintance during the Soul Warden era, he knew that as long as it was in the interest of the nation, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly see it through to the end. True to form, moments later, the Grand Elder spoke. "I believe you. What must we do, Grand Elder?" The other high-ranking officials chimed in hastily, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Should they agree, it would undoubtedly become a complex matter. The Grand Elder then waved his hand. "This matter is mine to decide. Speak. What can we do to assist you?" With renewed seriousness, he addressed Qin Mu. At this juncture, the Grand Elder was acutely aware that, whether he liked it or not, he had to place his trust in Qin Mu. For it was his only chance. My requirements from all of you are quite simple. To open communication channels to a certain extent. Furthermore, I need you to stand by my side and assist the populace in Soul Warden training. For our time is truly limited. If we continue to conceal the truth, we will inevitably repeat our past mistakes. Qin Mu's calm voice reverberated. This was precisely the reason for his arrival. Upon hearing his demands, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. Should the information be leaked, he understood better than anyone what that would signify. "This is utterly impossible, Grand Elder. This is simply absurd. You want us to aid him in disseminating this information? Is this not akin to lifting a stone to smash our own feet?" The others expressed their indignation. After all, if this information were to be made public, the resulting shockwave would be enormous, and no one would dare to take such a risk, especially when the veracity of the information remained uncertain. I agree. After a moment, the Grand Elder, as if expending all his strength, uttered those words. He had indeed consented to assist Qin Mu in promoting the so-called impending apocalypse. As for the high-ranking officials, upon hearing this declaration, they found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, in this nation, the true authority lay with the Grand Elder. Beyond him, the opinions of others were rendered futile. At this moment, it was clear that the Grand Elder was resolute, and they had no power to deter him. "May we collaborate harmoniously?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder's response, Qin Mu nodded solemnly. Indeed, even in a second chance at life, he had not been let down. The Grand Elder always prioritized the people. As long as he was present, the Dragon Nation would not falter. It was precisely because of the Elder's existence that the people of the Dragon Nation had the courage to persistently forge ahead during the Soul Warden era. Otherwise, they would have likely surrendered long ago. Let us work together. After agreeing, the Grand Elder felt a measure of relief. As long as he was assured that Qin Mu's intentions were not to harm the populace. The specifics of his actions seemed less significant. Following this exchange, Qin Mu vanished from the screen. As the office returned to silence, a sense of shock washed over the faces of all the high-ranking officials. This was, after all, the Grand Hall, the most tightly secured location in the nation. To ensure the Grand Elder's safety, there were over 2,000 snipers stationed, along with various secret passages, hidden guards, and heavy firepower. How could the broadcaster simply arrive and depart at will? From this moment forth, disseminate orders to prohibit any news regarding the lockdown of the national cultivation live streaming channels, and additionally, introduce mandatory courses on the Soul Warden era and Spirit Guardian summoning in all educational institutions. Yes, a senior official from the Ministry of Education nodded promptly. This was his duty, and though it sounded somewhat absurd, as long as the Grand Elder had made this decision, there must be a rationale behind it. Requiring no further deliberation on their part. Moreover, establish martial universities nationwide. Any individuals who ascend to the rank of Soul Warden before high school graduation shall be granted free admission to these universities. Upon graduation, they will be directly enlisted in the military, enjoying officer status, hereditary and untransferable. As these words fell, astonishment swept through all present, especially among the generals. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Hereditary and untransferable. This was the highest honor for a soldier. Such decrees had become exceedingly rare since the era of national warfare. After all, in times of peace, the status of soldiers was predominantly one of deterrence, given the current comprehensive national strength of the Dragon Nation. Only the most foolhardy would dare to challenge them. Yet, the Grand Elder had issued such a decree in response to an uncertain apocalypse. This seemed to herald an opportunity for the military's resurgence. Indeed, the generals in attendance nodded gravely, as this was precisely what they had long awaited. Furthermore, in all military districts, the most outstanding personnel would be selected to form training squads for Spirit Guardian summoning. All combat and logistics personnel across the military districts would undertake an additional training regimen to watch the national cultivation live streams. Upon achieving proficiency, they would be elevated by 3 ranks. Yes. Notify all official media outlets to formally announce the arrival of the Soul Warden era. The final words of the Grand Elder resonated, signifying a momentous decision to withstand such pressure and declare the onset of the Soul Warden era was indeed a commendable in ordinary circumstances. Who would dare to make such an announcement, unless one were a fool courting death? Last, as the various decrees were announced, a sensation of upheaval swept across the nation. Almost everyone was astounded by the official announcement. Did this not equate to an outright admission of the impending global apocalypse? Such a revelation was indeed remarkable. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, it would have been hard to believe. After all, who could have anticipated that the authorities would genuinely make such an announcement? As the message regarding the Soul Warden era and the impending apocalypse was unveiled, military districts and citizens across the nation flocked to the live streaming platform, eagerly awaiting the broadcast's commencement. Fortunately, some time ago, the nation had acquired the platform and reinforced the servers. Otherwise, it would have been quite impossible to accommodate such a multitude. Amid the anxious anticipation, the live broadcast finally entered its countdown. As night gave way to dawn, a new day arrived. Qin Mu awoke from his slumber, instinctively glancing at his phone, where he found that all major platforms had disseminated the official news, and the events of the Spirit Guardian era had swiftly soared to the top of trending searches. Furthermore, under the auspices of the Grand Elder, the Dragon Kingdom had become widely known, its reputation unparalleled. Even Qin Mu was taken aback by the profound impact of a single conversation. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was a testament to his own strength. Had he not showcased his capabilities, even possessing knowledge of countless secrets would have rendered him merely a hapless fool. At this moment, it was evident that the higher-ups were genuinely willing to collaborate with him, and they held him in considerable esteem. Observing the plethora of headlines, Qin Mu smiled, resolute in his determination not to disappoint the Grand Elder. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, they would look back on today's decision with gratitude. The system announced, the live broadcast is commencing. With a gentle tone, the system initiated the connection to the streaming room, swiftly bringing up the platform S page, where millions awaited. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, leveraging the influence of the higher echelons was the right choice. Otherwise, it would have taken him a week to achieve such an effect. 3, 2, 1. The broadcast began, and the dark screen suddenly illuminated. All the eager viewers erupted in exhilaration. Having waited hours to enter the room, they felt it was all worthwhile upon seeing the host. With that familiar hoarse voice, he began, "Welcome, everyone, to this live stream. Today, I shall elucidate the concept of summoning spirit guardians. The host has arrived. Brothers, stay alert and listen attentively. Are we finally going to learn about spirit guardian summoning? I've been waiting for ages. Hurry up with the lesson." I humbly beseech the esteemed host to guide me. I believe I possess a natural talent for cultivation. In an instant, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, and at this moment, all viewers were filled with excitement. Their night of waiting finally bearing fruit that a significant number of them, realizing the overwhelming number of comments would no longer attract the host's attention, opted instead to shower gifts. Among the millions, there was certainly no shortage of wealthy patrons. Countless rockets soared through the air, creating a spectacle unseen since the inception of the platform, and such fervor was well within Qin Mu's expectations. After all, the populace of the Dragon Kingdom had always exhibited a herd mentality, instinctively aligning themselves with the majority, especially following the Grand Elder's personal endorsement, which naturally amplified the commotion. In terms of influence, few could rival him. Consequently, there was no need for Qin Mu to further underline the authenticity of the impending apocalypse. He simply needed to provide guidance. Thus, he began to explain the so-called summoning techniques for spirit guardians. In truth, the summoning of spirit guardians was not as complex as one might imagine. It merely served as a means of communication with another realm. As long as one could establish a connection with that alternate dimension, they could discover their own spirit guardian. The incantations were relatively straightforward, and as he explained swiftly, nearly all channels across the Dragon Kingdom, including various offices, schools, and military districts, were broadcasting the live stream. Regardless of how critical their affairs, they had to set them aside. The news was simply too shocking for the officials to release personally. Previously, many had harbored skepticism. Now, they felt the sting of embarrassment. With even state-run television airing the broadcast, to question its veracity would be inviting ridicule. The official acknowledgement made it appear that everything was indeed true. Was the apocalypse truly upon them? No, I must hasten my cultivation. I cannot afford to lag behind, for I do not wish to perish. With state media having recognized this information, could there still be any doubts? Do you not understand that only the Grand Elder holds the authority to command state television and what to broadcast? The unprecedented decision to air this live stream indicated a significant shift in attitude from above. On the streets and alleys of the Dragon Kingdom, conversations abounded with such dialogues. Gradually, everyone began to engage in cultivation, and the entire nation fell into a serene stillness. Slowly, many across the realm entered a state of cultivation. With each breath, a rhythm began to emerge. After Qin Mu had elucidated the necessary conditions for summoning spirit guardians, many began to grasp the concepts gradually. After all, among the 1.6 billion people, there were countless prodigies. Even during the spirit guardian era, many had been renowned figures. Moreover, they were now taking the initiative to practice. After a while, having conveyed all the incantations, Qin Mu remarked, "If anyone has lingering questions or uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. Additionally, I sincerely advise you to report any issues immediately. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Cultivation is not akin to studying. If one missteps in their studies, they may merely waste some effort. However, if a problem arises during cultivation, it could very well cost them their lives." As words fell, many began to flood the comment section with inquiries. "Host, why do I feel as if something is obstructing me? When I attempt to perform the incantation, I cannot proceed beyond a certain point. It feels as though something is amiss, yet I am unclear on what it is. I share this sentiment. Inexplicably, I feel unable to continue. Where exactly should I be sensing the alternate dimension for the spirit guardian summoning? What exactly is the incantation?" Many began to pose questions, most of whom were individuals who had just begun to scratch the surface of cultivation. Their innate talents were evidently not lacking, allowing them to stay a step ahead. Yet, even so, achieving success was no simple feat. At that moment, however, some individuals emerged to disrupt the atmosphere. Those lacking talent began to type furiously, "What nonsense is this spirit guardian summoning? I can't sense anything. To me, the so-called alternate dimension is nothing but a joke. Only a fool would believe it. The host is clearly deceiving you all, and yet you remain foolishly devoted to your cultivation. If there were truly an alternate dimension, I refuse to believe that I couldn't attain it with my talent. What a farce. This is undoubtedly a ruse concocted by the host to deceive us. And it's absurd that you all still believe it. Truly, a laughable situation. Indeed, I think this is utterly unrealistic. What nonsense about divine theology. Some disgruntled individuals surfaced to sow discord. After all, they could not accept the notion that they lacked talent while others did. Their resentment ran deep, and their words became increasingly brazen. Unfortunately, they seemed to have forgotten one crucial detail. The owner of this live stream was not them, but Qin Mu, who had no intention of reasoning with them. With a cursory glance, he noted their faces and then decisively expelled them from the broadcast room, stating coolly, "From now on, anyone who speaks recklessly in this live stream and shows disrespect for the teachings will meet the same fate. Once expelled from the room, you shall never be permitted to return. If you doubt this, feel free to test it." The chilling words fell heavily, sending a shiver down the spines of many. They dared not test the waters. For Qin Mu's methods were indeed rather peculiar. However, those who had been expelled were somewhat indignant, planning to return under aliases to hurl insults, as they had never endured such a humiliating disgrace online. After all, freedom of speech carries no accountability. Yet, upon clicking to re-enter the room, a notification promptly appeared. "Apologies, esteemed user. Your access to this platform has been permanently revoked, and you cannot log in." The remaining individuals faced the same predicament. Qin Mu's ban was not merely directed at accounts, but at individuals themselves. Achieving such a feat was, for the system, an exceedingly simple task. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, all the higher-ups gathered to witness the barrage of insults on the screen. The elder's brow furrowed deeply. Some individuals were indeed courting their own demise. It was clear that those who believed were not foolish. For otherwise, they would not extend such substantial support. Wasn't this tantamount to an indirect insult towards them? Such audacity challenged the very limits of legality. Did they truly think the internet was a lawless realm? Bring forth the authorities, immediately arrest them, and enforce penalties according to the regulations. The national live streaming platform for cultivating immortality was a vital treasure for our dragon nation in the fight against the era of soul suppression. And no one was permitted to defame it. Indeed, at that moment, arrangements were swiftly set in motion. The others remained seated in the hall, their eyes glued to the live broadcast, completely engrossed in their studies. After a brief interval, an overwhelming aura erupted from Professor Lu Weiman, drawing the attention of all present. At that moment, everyone understood that this venerable professor had comprehended Qi long before. Now, witnessing his aura surge once more, the elder was visibly moved and inquired, "Have you achieved enlightenment?" "I have not failed in my duty," the old professor solemnly nodded, feeling as though he could communicate with beings from another dimension, and even summon them to battle. "Excellent, excellent." The elder suddenly pounded on the table, his wrinkled face alight with joy. The burdens of time had finally lifted. Even without an apocalyptic event, the ability to summon guardian spirits was enough to elevate the military strength of the Dragon Nation. In that moment, who could possibly stand against them globally? The higher-ups in attendance nodded in agreement, recognizing that achieving this milestone signified that their previous efforts were not in vain, making it all worthwhile. With Professor Lu Weiman's breakthrough, several other powerful auras also erupted within the hall. Although not as potent as the old professors, they were not far behind, suggesting that soon the so-called guardian spirits could be summoned. At this moment, excitement filled the air, as everyone felt they were on the brink of witnessing future hope. To add to the fervor, phones from various military districts began to ring with joyous news. Just on this night alone, over 1,000 individuals had stepped into the realm of Qi, with tens of thousands still in the process of comprehension, though this number seemed meager compared to the entirety of the Dragon Nation's military. It was essential to remember that this was merely the first day. If this trend continued, how could the Dragon Nation not prosper? The elder nodded gravely, declaring, "Good, very good. Relay my orders, from this day forth. The national live streaming platform for cultivating immortality is our most sacred and inviolable sanctuary. No one shall insult it. Those who violate this decree shall face severe and uncompromising punishment, perhaps had there not been so many breakthroughs." The elder might not have issued such a command, for until now, the platform had offered no substantial assistance. However, the situation had changed. This was a genuine platform for cultivation. capable of guiding the entire populace towards evolution. And its significance was far too profound to ignore. Thus, it must be treated with utmost seriousness and goodwill. After all, according to Qin Mu's vision, this platform would eventually reach a global audience. Relying solely on the strength of the Dragon Nation would be insufficient to combat a worldwide apocalypse. Hence, it was imperative to mobilize the strength of all, necessitating a firm alliance with Qin Mu. The remaining high-ranking officials had no objections, all nodding in agreement that it must be said that the elder's decision in this matter was profoundly astute. Were it not for his insight, they might have lost this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As time flowed on, the live streaming session drew to a close. After addressing a few queries, Qin Mu announced, "All right, our live broadcast comes to an end here for today. Take your time to absorb the knowledge, and starting tomorrow, we shall delve into new topics. Farewell." Without allowing further discussion, Qin Mu cut the live connection. Those still immersed in their cultivation were abruptly awakened. Gazing at the now disconnected stream with traces of regret on their faces, they had been anticipating further instruction. In previous sessions, time had felt interminable, yet this time it seemed insufficient. They wished for Qin Mu to remain online indefinitely. Has it truly ended so soon? I still have many questions to ask. They had only just crossed the threshold and had hoped for more practice, yet it seemed to conclude so rapidly. In an instant, the excitement waned. I'll be back tomorrow. Let us not miss each other. I implore the esteemed host to extend the live broadcast. It's simply isn't enough. Is the host truly the legendary 3 seconds real man? This brief time is hardly sufficient. Dear host, come back, and I shall offer you 100 super rockets. Super rockets, mere trifles. I'll give you shares from my company. I beseech the esteemed host to continue the broadcast. The live streaming room was instantly filled with lamentations, as everyone felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, especially those on the cusp of crossing the threshold. Yet, the memory of Qin Mu expelling individuals lingered vividly, prompting them to restrain their words. After all, being expelled would be rather embarrassing. Their restraint, however, did not extend to all. Particularly, those who had just been expelled were caught unawares, having found their alternative accounts locked as well. At this moment, they evidently had yet to grasp the magnitude of their grievous error, nor did they comprehend whom they had offended. For them, the only recourse was to vent their frustrations. How dared Qin Mu humiliate them in front of so many? A gentleman does not let such grievances go unavenged. Thus, the expelled individuals conspired privately, igniting a smear campaign against Qin Mu online. Before long, a post titled "The National Live Streaming Platform for Cultivating Immortality, Fabricating Apocalyptic Claims, and Deceiving the Public into Practicing Heretical Arts" was published on Weibo. Quickly going viral across the internet, the platform openly condones its hosts promoting superstitions, and when we merely voice our dissent, we are summarily expelled, subsequently banned from the platform. What wrong have we committed? Is this world only accommodating for charlatans? The host of the National Live Streaming Platform for Cultivating Immortality is deceiving the populace. Such crimes are met with silence, while we are openly threatened for daring to unveil the truth. In comparison to that prominent host's words, we are nothing, yet we still possess the last vestiges of conscience. We shall never mislead the public into believing in any impending apocalypse. That would be the most absurd farce imaginable. Barely moments after the Weibo post was published, it sparked an uproar across the internet, igniting heated discussions almost instantaneously. Especially since the National Live Streaming Platform for Cultivating Immortality was currently experiencing immense popularity and had official backing. How could this possibly be false? Moreover, there are indeed quite a few practitioners who, at this moment, are seething with rage. It is ludicrous. If it were a fabrication, how could they possibly have transformed in such a manner? Although they have not reached the level of that particular streamer, exhibiting strength akin to lifting 1,000 pounds is hardly an insurmountable feat. As a result, they are preparing to log into their accounts and engage in a war of words. However, the individuals in question are also astute and certainly will not passively await their beratement. While they perceive Qin Mu as lacking genuine skill and merely leading people astray, they cannot deny the existence of numerous fervent admirers. Consequently, in the initial instance, they opted to restrict comments, which, despite their fury, rendered them incapable of voicing their grievances. This Weibo post swiftly captured Qin Mu's attention. Initially, he had anticipated that after silencing those few rascals, they would become somewhat more subdued. However, he was taken aback to find that a leopard does not change its spots, and such behavior warranted a lesson. Otherwise, if anyone were to emerge in the future to challenge him, it would undoubtedly spell considerable trouble. Yet, before Qin Mu could muster the resolve to respond assertively on Weibo, the official account promptly released a statement declaring, In light of the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the nationwide cultivation livestream, all detractors shall be classified as committing acts of treason. Relevant parties are urged to report to the local police station for leniency. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. Upon the announcement by the official Zijin Pavilion website, a wave of shock reverberated across the internet. Yanhuang had anticipated that, in such a critical moment, the higher-ups would step forward to publicly defend the nationwide cultivation livestream amidst mounting pressure. It appears that the previous apocalyptic rumors may indeed hold some truth, with even Zijin Pavilion issuing a statement. Could it be that the streamer's talk of salvation is sincere? Otherwise, how could the higher-ups possibly come to his aid? I too am inclined to believe that it is genuine. After spending the afternoon in cultivation, I find myself feeling remarkably refreshed. As I reflect, I seem to recall that those individuals posting on Weibo were likely the ones expelled from the live stream by that very streamer. I never imagined they would continue to cause a ruckus here. If the apocalypse truly descends upon us, what course of action should we take? These fools are likely to find themselves in dire straits. After all, the national apparatus stands firmly behind the nationwide cultivation livestream. How audacious of them to confront such authority. Moreover, being unable to enter the live stream and observe their cultivation only serves to heighten their peril. Following the higher-ups' pronouncement, the sentiment in the comments section has entirely reversed. Those who initially came to gawk are now rallying in staunch support of the authorities. After all, that esteemed elder would never deceive them. And at this moment, Qin Mu finds himself in a rather amusing predicament, realizing that this matter is indeed a debt of gratitude that must be repaid. Upon witnessing that even Zijin Pavilion had issued an official statement, the several Weibo users found themselves in a state of panic. After all, the higher-ups wield considerable influence within the Dragon Kingdom. The group hastily convened to deliberate whether they should turn themselves in. Acknowledging charges of treason could potentially rob them of any chance of redemption. What should we do? Should we surrender? Absolutely not. If we confess now, will we ever have the opportunity to emerge unscathed? One member of the discussion group voiced, "No way. Let us continue to confront them." I refuse to believe we could be apprehended simply for a few words. That seems plausible. I suspect the streamer has connections with certain individuals, which is why he has support. However, if we persist in our resistance, we shall surely expose their conspiracy. What utter nonsense regarding the apocalypse. It is nothing but a fabrication. I refuse to accept the existence of alternate dimensions. After all, we have done nothing but utter a few statements. Is it possible that they would seek to detain us for this? Absolutely not. As they spoke, their courage swelled. Indeed, how could they be arrested for mere words? Yet, unbeknownst to them at this moment, the ramifications of their statements would prove exceedingly severe, inciting great wrath from above. At this juncture, their fates are inextricably linked to Qin Mu's nationwide cultivation livestream. Should Qin Mu encounter difficulties, who would then stand to confront the impending apocalypse? The more the situation escalates, the more cautious one must become. Thus, the significance attributed to the nationwide cultivation livestream has reached a level equivalent to the survival of the state. In such times, can slander be tolerated? Regrettably, these individuals remain oblivious as they rapidly continue to assail online, proclaiming, what a joke. Do they truly believe that knowing a few people grants them the power to arrest anyone they choose? What have we done? Have we not merely unveiled the true nature of some individuals? For such a trivial act, they dare to detain us. On what grounds? I refuse to comply. What right do you have to apprehend me? For exposing superstitions, are you truly incensed enough to arrest us? At this point, these individuals have fully committed themselves to their course of action. Their declarations astonished the public, leading many to question whether this individual had lost their mind. Who dares to confront the official Weibo account of Zijin Pavilion? In other words, have they truly resolved to gamble with their lives? Such reckless disregard for one's safety is unprecedented. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom appeared visibly astonished. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. It was nothing short of miraculous. Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, no one had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner. It is not merely a matter of rank and power, but rather the immense contributions they had made during the era of national warfare. Indeed, without their selfless sacrifices in those times, the current state of affairs would not exist. Yet, at this moment, someone dares to address them so boldly. The esteemed elder, his face etched with anger, commanded, "Arrest them." As his words fell, the head of the network department swiftly rose to acknowledge the order, then proceeded outside. Perhaps locating Qin Mu would not be an easy task, but for those technicians, Pinpointing the locations of a few ordinary individuals was a trivial matter in mere moments. They successfully tracked all their positions. And without hesitation, the head of the network department issued the command for immediate apprehension. When the personnel from the network department arrived at the homes of these individuals, they found themselves secretly relieved. After their prior confrontation, they had not received any response. Even Zijing Pavilion had remained silent. In their minds, this indicated an admission of defeat. Little did they know, they were already staring death in the face. Half an hour later, in the imperial capital, at the Changhua Community, Building 3, Unit 9, outside the door of the 12th floor, several uniformed men stood at the entrance, swiftly knocking on the door. "Open up. We are the property management, here to check the water meter." The young man inside the room, upon hearing the voice from outside, felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, since moving into the community, the water meter had never been inspected. However, he thought little of it and approached the door, pulling it open just enough to create a small gap. In an instant, several men forcefully pushed the door open, and upon confirming their identities, they proceeded to make the arrest. Simultaneously, he was not the only one apprehended. Many others were also taken into custody. Anyone who had criticized the nationwide cultivation livestream online was swiftly arrested. The speed of the operation took everyone by surprise. In the dead of night, the tumultuous nationwide cultivation livestream incident finally came to a close. Those individuals ceased to voice their opinions, as they no longer had the opportunity to do so. All were taken into custody by the relevant authorities. Gazing at the surrounding prison cells, it was only at this moment that they truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The higher-ups were not joking. They had genuinely taken action to detain individuals. One by one, they were struck by the realization, weeping and pleading, "Please spare us. We were merely being foolish in the heat of the moment. We never intended to commit treason. Please, we beg you, grant us a chance. I do not wish to serve time. I can pay compensation. I will apologize and repent." Regrettably, they realized this far too late. Had they exercised a modicum of wisdom from the outset, they might have avoided their current predicament. Yet, in the end, must they truly wait until their own recklessness leads to their downfall before they grasp the gravity of the situation? Alas, it is now far too late for regret. From the moment they boldly confronted Zijing Pavilion, their fate was sealed. Do you believe there remains any opportunity for redemption? The head of the network department, gazing intently at several individuals, revealed a cold smirk upon his face. Some transgressions, even if committed, afford the opportunity for repentance. However, certain errors, once made, irrevocably seal one's fate. Regrettably, the misdeeds of these individuals fall into the latter category. Moreover, according to the Elder's decree, not only shall they face severe retribution, but it is also imperative to make an example of them. After all, the existence of the Universal Cultivation Live broadcast room is of paramount importance and must not be tarnished. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the individuals changed instantaneously. Moments ago, they appeared pitiful, yet now, a hint of malice flickered in their eyes. Fully aware of their inability to escape, they would not acquiesce in humiliation. But on what grounds do you apprehend us? Did we not merely express a few words online? Furthermore, the Universal Cultivation Live broadcast room propagates superstitious culture, and rather than confronting them, you dare to return and seize us. Is there any sense of justice left? Could it be that you have some vested interests? They retorted coldly, dripping with sarcasm. Superstition? Justice? Do you truly believe that the higher-ups would go to such lengths to protect a mere broadcast room? Even providing it with the nation's most substantial resources for trivial benefits? The disdainful gaze directed at the foolish individuals before him was palpable. At this point, they remained oblivious to the fact that the authorities would never aid Qin Mu's dissemination of such information for mere pittance. If it were not for the impending apocalypse, such an occurrence would be inconceivable. Upon grasping this reality, a flicker of terror ignited in their eyes. Could it be that the proclamations made within that broadcast room were indeed true? I refuse to believe it. How could such absurdity exist? The apocalypse. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In interdimensional space, such a thing cannot be real. Their eyes brimmed with despair, and in that moment, a frenzied sensation enveloped them. The weight of the revelation was overwhelming. Observing their reactions, the head of the network department couldn't help but chuckle coldly, having no time to indulge their folly. Whether they believed or not, the apocalypse would inevitably arrive. However, the fate awaiting these individuals was unlikely to be favorable. From this moment forth, You are arrested for treason against the nation and shall remain here for 6 months to receive education that I hope that when you emerge, you will comprehend that freedom of speech does not equate to flouting national laws." With that, the head of the network department turned on his heel, deeming further discourse unnecessary. Regardless of their awakening or lack thereof during the 6-month confinement, these individuals would likely not survive, for by then, the apocalypse would have descended, and all would possess sufficient strength for self-defense, while these individuals would be utterly lost, unable to even fathom how to meet their demise. Furthermore, the details of their punishment would be promptly disclosed online. Subsequently, when the Zijin Pavilion announced the verdict, it sparked considerable uproar among the populace, as no one anticipated that the higher-ups would be so resolute in their actions. Initially, many believed it to be mere bluster. Yet it was evident that this was not the case. Simultaneously, the release of this news signified the upper echelon's acknowledgement of the global cultivation live broadcast room standing, thereby tacitly affirming the veracity of the impending apocalypse. This revelation ignited widespread debate among the masses. Meanwhile, Qin Mu paid no heed to the online commotion. Instead, he began a lottery draw. Compared to the previous broadcast's impact, this one was evidently more significant. Promising the potential for remarkable rewards, the system initiated the lottery. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have completed the live broadcast task and earned 1 opportunity for a diamond draw. Would you like to commence immediately? The system's prompt resonated, and Qin Mu did not hesitate that in such a moment. To forego the lottery would be sheer folly. Time was of the essence, and he swiftly activated the draw. Soon, a large spinning wheel materialized in the void. Adorned with a dazzling array of items, each more mesmerizing than the last. Compared to the previous lottery, this one clearly boasted superior prizes, albeit in fewer quantities, as higher quality items are naturally rare. However, in terms of quality, they were unparalleled, even surpassing all previous rewards. Securing just one would yield immense gains. "Begin," he declared without hesitation, and the system commenced the draw. The pointer began to turn slowly, gliding past the treasures on the wheel. Heightening the tension. At last, the pointer gradually came to a halt, settling on a particular item. As Qin Mu beheld the prize, his eyes twitched in disbelief. He had drawn something remarkable, a new energy magnetic power plant. Perhaps, if this name were uttered now, few would recognize it, but in the future, it would be renowned and universally acknowledged. Indeed, during the dark era of soul guarding, this entity played a crucial role. Without it, humanity would have been forever denied the light and the subsequent development of magnetic energy weapons. In the battle against malevolent spirits and demonic entities, reliance solely on soul guardians was untenable, as these were chosen ones. Exceedingly rare even among thousands. To rely on them to combat evil spirits would ultimately lead to disaster. Thus, the research into new weaponry, namely magnetic energy weapons, came to fruition. The energy required for these magnetic weapons was derived from the magnetic power plant, an entity of utmost significance in the future. To his astonishment, he had drawn it so swiftly. If he could establish this facility, his confidence in combating the era of soul guarding would soar. While it might not eradicate that era outright, it would certainly allow humanity to withstand the onslaught for a considerable period, significantly mitigating losses. Hence, this facility must be constructed without delay. The system seemed to sense Qin Mu's determination and promptly issued a task. "Please, host, expedite the construction of the new energy magnetic power plant. Upon successful establishment, you will receive the Guardian Spirit Equipment crafting method and a new physique, the martial god body. Would you like to accept the task?" Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Mu's breath quickened. The prospect of acquiring the martial god body was of immense importance, and coupled with the Guardian Spirit Equipment crafting method, it was an opportunity too enticing to decline. In his past life, the martial god body was the epitome of physical prowess. Should he attain it, he would gain formidable strength, but more importantly, he would be able to summon multiple guardian spirits, a feat unparalleled in history. For many years, no one had successfully summoned multiple guardian spirits, making such individuals exceedingly rare, if not completely extinct, even during the soul guarding era. Coupled with the Guardian Spirit Equipment crafting method, this task was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. After all, to enhance the combat prowess of guardian spirits, equipment was essential. The prior Panlong Overlord Spear alone could augment strength by threefold. With the Guardian Spirit Equipment crafting method, he could initiate another live broadcast, significantly boosting humanity's combat capabilities. Naturally, he would not refuse. Thus, he promptly nodded in acceptance of the task, recognizing its undeniable importance. The system confirmed successful task acceptance. However, at this juncture, Qin Mu found himself troubled, while he understood the construction process. The pressing issues were materials and the site. The construction of this new energy magneto-electric plant cannot be accomplished on just a couple of acres. Furthermore, some of the materials required are prohibited and simply cannot be procured. To successfully build it, it seems one can only seek assistance from that particular individual. Only he possesses the capability to aid in establishing this vast new energy magneto-electric facility. More importantly, following the recent live broadcast, there has emerged a multitude of Qi comprehenders across the nation, and his strength has undoubtedly grown formidable enough to tackle any challenges, rendering him unafraid of threats. It appears that the time has come to pay a visit to that elder. Having made this decision, Qin Mu proceeded towards the door. As he stepped outside, and finding no one to the left or right, he leapt gracefully upwards, utilizing his strength to ascend to the rooftop. Vanishing from sight upon landing once more. After a moment, a youth appeared around the grand hall, gazing intently at the heavily guarded entrance in the distance. There was a hint of profound light in his eyes, suggesting that entering was not as simple as one might imagine. Particularly in such a heavily protected area, gaining access is akin to scaling a mountain, with countless sentries, both visible and concealed. Even he lacked the confidence to storm in. A mere glance revealed at least 100 hidden snipers lurking in the shadows. This was merely the perimeter. The situation within remained unknown. Moreover, all these individuals were members of the nation's most elite military forces. Otherwise, they would not be stationed here. After all, only the finest combatants are assigned to such critical locations. Faced with this formidable array, even an enemy equipped with superior weaponry might struggle to penetrate. It is no exaggeration to say that this may well be the most heavily defended site in all of Long Nation. Yet, such a level of defense may suffice against ordinary individuals. When confronting Qin Mu, it is woefully inadequate. Gazing at the entrance, Qin Mu leapt forth, charging inside. At this moment, within the grand hall, the high-ranking officials of Long Nation were convening. The recent occurrences regarding the alternate dimensions and the impending apocalypse had become a source of significant distress for many leaders, particularly as certain individuals, upon acquiring abilities, chose not to contemplate how to combat the looming disaster. Instead, they exploited their newfound powers for nefarious purposes. Fortunately, at the outset, Long Nation had prepared thoroughly, with secret military units trained within each major military district, allowing them to swiftly suppress those rogue elements. However, over time, chaos would inevitably ensue. After all, attempting to restrain individuals with exceptional abilities through ordinary laws has become increasingly unrealistic. Relying on self-discipline is an even greater farce. Thus, nearly all high-ranking officials had gathered here to deliberate on how to manage this group of individuals. Under such circumstances, the security surrounding the Grand Hall had become even more stringent. Should any incident occur here, it could jeopardize the entirety of Long Nation, a consequence that no one could afford to bear. Therefore, at this juncture, utmost caution was imperative. Even a moment's hesitation could provide an opportunity for certain individuals to exploit, leading to catastrophic outcomes for the nation. Well then, esteemed colleagues, if there are no objections, let us proceed with our earlier agreement to regulate those civilian soul guardians. We can temporarily segregate them from ordinary citizens, intensify patriotic education, and ensure they recognize the strength of our military. Only by instilling a sense of reverence can we hope to manage them, spoke the elder in a measured tone. Just then, the alert red lights surrounding the grand hall suddenly blared. Wailing alarms echoed in the surroundings, leaving everyone taken aback, with many more seething in anger. After all, this was the grand hall, the very heart of the nation, where no one had ever dared to intrude so audaciously. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Thus, it was inconceivable that someone could breach this sanctum, aside from a foolhardy quest for demise. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted outside the grand hall, and soon after, a captain of the guard strode in, addressing the high-ranking officials. I apologize, I was remiss in my duties, and the enemy has infiltrated. We have yet to apprehend him, and to ensure your safety, I kindly ask for your cooperation in temporarily retreating to the rear. As he looked at the officials before him, beads of cold sweat formed on the captain's brow. Even the slightest injury to any of them would be a burden he could not bear. Damn it, who was the blind fool that allowed this breach during a high-level meeting? The elder was momentarily taken aback. He had personally designed the security measures here. No matter from where an enemy might attempt to infiltrate, they should have been detected and contained immediately. More accurately, no one should have been able to enter alive. Yet, this captain was now telling him that the enemy had not been captured. This was, to say the least, implausible. Under such defensive arrangements, even a mosquito would be swiftly eliminated upon entry. Please, esteemed officials, vacate the area for now. We will handle the situation and call you back once it is resolved, the captain said with a wry smile. He yearned to apprehend the intruder, yet it seemed this individual possessed an uncanny understanding of the premises, to the extent that even the surveillance systems could not pinpoint his location. As for reinforcements from various military branches, that was but a pipe dream. What is there to fear during the battles of yore? Amidst the hail of bullets, we did not falter. Why should we cower before a mere assassin? The elder retorted coldly. Those who held his position had all faced their share of tribulations, not to mention this minor situations. Even greater challenges would not daunt them. If the small disturbance were to disrupt the meeting, it would surely become a laughingstock. At that moment, gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by soldiers sprinting in all directions. Target spotted in Zone C. Target spotted in Zone C. Sniper team in position. Prepare to eliminate. Mobile unit. Provide immediate support. The target is moving rapidly towards the interior of the hall. Sniper team. Prepare to shoot. Repeat. Eliminate the target. In other places, there might be a warning before shots are fired, but this was no ordinary location. The sacred Grand Hall could not permit anyone to intrude. The cost of such a breach would be exorbitant. Even the loss of one or two individuals inside would resonate profoundly throughout Long Nation, especially with the meeting still ongoing. A shadow swiftly darted past the perimeter, resembling a cannonball as it surged towards the hall's interior. Despite the snipers relentlessly firing, their efforts were in vain. The shadow's speed was astonishingly swift. In mere moments, it had breached the 100-meter threshold and was nearly upon them. Urgent voices crackled through the intercom. Sniper team reports. Sniper team reports. Target has evaded lock-on. Target has evaded lock-on. All personnel, converge on the Grand Hall. Abandon perimeter defense, all units to the hall. Repeat, defend the hall, from the outskirts of the Grand Hall. Countless soldiers surged forth. Weapons drawn, racing towards the interior. The entire Grand Hall was now in complete disarray. The soldiers tasked with defense were beside themselves with panic. Nearly 1,000 troops, a perfect amalgamation of aerial and ground forces, had been breached by the enemy, who was now on the verge of reaching the central area. Should they launch an attack at this moment, the high-ranking officials within would likely perish, and the soldiers would face military justice for their failure. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as reinforcements flooded in from all directions, encircling the hall. At this juncture, all weapons were primed and ready. Any suspicious individuals would be met with immediate gunfire. Even though everyone was gathered within the hall, beads of cold sweat still formed on their foreheads. The gravity of the situation was simply too critical. A moment's carelessness could potentially jeopardize the interests of countless individuals, leading to outcomes that no one wished to witness. After all, while the Dragon Kingdom appeared outwardly stable, everyone was acutely aware that this facade was sustained solely by a few founding pillars still in place. Otherwise, chaos would have long ensued. Notably, the esteemed elder's contributions were monumental. Even if the entire defensive force perished here, it was imperative that he remained unharmed. The consequences of his downfall would be unbearable for anyone to bear. Team C, report. Target not detected. High altitude defense team, report. Target not detected. Wolf Den, report. Target not detected. Moments later, all troops were assembled within the hall, yet the target seemed to have vanished without a trace, never to reappear. This only heightened everyone's anxiety. They had witnessed an intruder breaching their defenses just moments ago. The enemy's mysterious disappearance suggested that a lethal strike could occur at any moment. Thus, utmost caution was essential. The visible enemy was not the most terrifying. Rather, it was the adversary lurking in the shadows that instilled true dread. As the defense teams around the hall consolidated, Qin Mu, observing from a nearby eave, remarked with a hint of amusement, "It seems the time has come to make a move. Xiang Yu, your subordinate is here, willing to risk everything for my lord. Go. But remember, do not kill. Understood." With that, Xiang Yu's form materialized from the void, landing directly on the ground with a terrifying stature of 7 to 8 meters. Creating a deep crater upon impact. Boom. Inside the hall, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the sound, and upon seeing the enormous shadow, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With just a single step, the granite-laden ground bore a few centimeters deep imprint. Such power, It was utterly terrifying. How could this be? With the target's appearance, the captain of the guards exhibited no hesitation. Concentrate fire. All units, concentrate fire. Sniper team acknowledged. Explosive team acknowledged. Wolf Den understood. 1,000-strong guard force opened fire simultaneously, and at that moment, the outcome seemed inevitable, and no matter how formidable the creature, it could not possibly survive such overwhelming concentrated firepower. It appeared that this farce was on the brink of conclusion. After all, from any perspective, the assailant could not withstand such terrifying firepower. Moreover, those stationed here comprised the most elite military forces of the Dragon Kingdom, equipped with the most powerful weaponry, sufficient to sustain a small-scale battle, especially against a lone individual, who perhaps could hardly be classified as human. Yet, unexpectedly, the anticipated battle took a turn. As the smoke from the ordnance dissipated, Xiangyu emerged unscathed, not even bearing a mark. Ordinary weaponry was rendered ineffective against such an existence. The smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, leaving only despair and confusion. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Everyone, at all costs, eliminate him, the captain of the guards urged, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The implications of this adversary breaching their defenses were too horrific to contemplate. Subsequently, the soldiers hidden in the shadows charged forward, yet their formidable combat prowess proved futile in the face of the Western Chu overlord, reducing them to mere jest, with the swiftness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. They faltered, and the captain furrowed his brow, instinctively placing himself in front, declaring, "Officers, you must withdraw. We shall handle this." At this point, negotiation was no longer an option. Should the enemy breach their defenses, they would undoubtedly sacrifice themselves for their country. But the higher-ups could not afford such a fate. Their shoulders bore the hopes of the future. They absolutely could not encounter misfortune here. However, the elder remained unmoved by the captain's words. Instead, a profound smile graced his features as he replied, "No need. You all may withdraw." "What? Absolutely not. Elder, do you wish to put yourself in danger? Unless you shoot me first. All personnel, prepare for battle." The captain's face flushed with rage, adamant that he could not allow the elder to risk himself. For the elder carried the future of billions on his shoulders. He could not afford to falter. "Withdraw," the elder commanded once more, stepping forward. At this moment, he was keenly aware of the identity of the intruder. Unexpectedly, this young man had come all the way here and staged such a scene. "If this commotion was merely to see me, then your purpose has been achieved. Come forth. I believe we can have a conversation." His words were calm and measured. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu rose from the eve, lightly tapping his toes. He descended to the ground. Faced with this suddenly emerging youth, all soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense. After all, this was a critical moment. The proximity of less than a meter meant that any sudden movement could have dire consequences. If I recall correctly, this should be our first official meeting. Indeed, Qin Mu nodded earnestly, gazing at the elder with utmost respect. After all, during the dark era of spiritual guardians, it was the elder's unwavering support that ultimately enabled the Dragon Kingdom to endure for years, granting him a chance at rebirth. Without that, how could they have reached this day? "Please, withdraw." The elder gestured for the soldiers to step back. After all, Qin Mu had already proven through his strength that if he wished to accomplish something, no one could impede him. Though the captain begrudgingly complied, he had no choice but to lead his men outside. Meanwhile, the protective spirit of Xiangyu faded from existence after the guard team departed. The hall was left with the high-ranking officials. All eyes were warily fixed on Qin Mu, for the pressure he exerted was overwhelming. To breach this place with a single individual and seemingly retain a hidden advantage. He was indeed a formidable foe, instilling profound fear in the face of their apprehensive gazes. Qin Mu felt somewhat helpless. It was truly unfathomable that these prominent figures from the era of spiritual guardians would regard him with such seriousness. He spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, please rest assured I come bearing no ill intentions. I merely wish to extend a modicum of assistance, as this concerns the safety of the Dragon Kingdom and indeed all of humanity." Upon hearing Qin Mu's declaration, everyone was taken aback. The term assistance seemed almost ludicrous. The Dragon Kingdom, being one of the world's great powers, could hardly expect help from him, let alone from across the ocean. Yet, the gravity of his subsequent words compelled them to take him seriously. It was evident that he spoke of matters related to the impending apocalyptic world. What? Assistance? The safety of the entire Dragon Kingdom and humanity? Thus, the high-ranking officials regarded Qin Mu with increased solemnity, Eager to discern what further revelations he might unveil, they were woefully uninformed about the impending apocalypse, rendering them without any authoritative voice on the matter. I believe you have already witnessed the outcome of the recent confrontation. The protective spirit of Xiangyu has only just been summoned. However, in the not-so-distant apocalyptic world, those malevolent spirits and monsters will be exponentially more powerful than he. At that time, with our current military capabilities, we will be utterly incapable of stopping them. Perhaps, in the past, Qin Mu would not have dared to be so resolute. However, having endured the trials of the apocalyptic world, he is acutely aware of the formidable strength of the malevolent spirits lurking within the streets of Rashasha and the abyssal creatures dwelling in the depths. These entities are truly beyond imagination. Their terrifying power capable of crushing countless individuals, relying solely on the military, regardless of its numbers, would yield little effect. Though reluctant, the higher-ups remain silent, fully aware of their own limitations. As Qin Mu articulated, should those malevolent spirits possess strength akin to Xiangyu, it would be utterly impossible to defend against them. Your presence here is not merely to mock us, is it? If your intent is to declare that we cannot prevail, then please take your leave. Even in the face of defeat, our dragon nation shall never retreat. Regardless of the sacrifices we must endure, we shall protect our people, the generals solemnly expressed. Indeed, they had upheld this principle in the past. When the era of soul-chasing descended, countless soldiers pressed forward, and often, to salvage a county from despair, they would have to sacrifice nearly 10,000 troops. Yet, no one faltered. Since the onset of the soul-chasing era, it has been the soldiers who have borne the brunt of casualties. The common folk only faced mass fatalities when the shelters ultimately fell into ruin. It is precisely because of their indomitable spirit that the Dragon Nation has been afforded a moment of respite. Even Qin Mu himself has, at the cost of many soldiers' lives, managed to secure this fleeting chance. Thus, from the very beginning, Qin Mu had resolved to cooperate with the state, for this nation indeed holds the potential to save them. I do not doubt your loyalty, but I must inquire. Have you not realized that modern weaponry proves ineffective against the guardian spirits? Qin Mu stated calmly, prompting profound reflection, initially overlooked. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. Indeed, the reliance on conventional weaponry rendered humanity vulnerable. Should such tools become obsolete, they would be no more than mere sticks in the face of impending doom. The higher-ups finally grasped the sheer horror of the so-called apocalyptic era. Just the thought of it sent chills down their spines. Hearing his words, the Grand Elder interjected, "Then, what do you propose as assistance? Indeed, I have come to furnish you with weaponry, armaments that shall retain their potency even amidst the apocalypse." Qin Mu replied nonchalantly, eliciting accelerated breaths from the assembly. They understood that possessing weapons that would not lose efficacy in the apocalypse would represent a monumental advantage. The Grand Elder then queried, "What must we do? Material resources, land, and a substantial workforce," Qin Mu asserted seriously, recognizing the extensive space required for the new energy magnetic power plant. Moreover, a significant influx of materials and laborers would be indispensable. These three conditions could not be fulfilled by a single individual. However, for the Dragon Nation, this task was remarkably straightforward. Not a problem, the Grand Elder promptly agreed. The others echoed their concurrence, eager to witness the kind of weaponry this youth could conceive, weaponry that would withstand the trials of the apocalypse. "When can we commence construction?" one inquired, anticipation palpable in their tone. With the apocalypse looming, the greatest threat lay with the high-ranking officials. After having achieved a hard-won stability, they were unwilling to see it easily dismantled. Thus the urgency was paramount. In response to their eagerness, Qin Mu readily replied, "As soon as you are prepared, we can begin at any time." "Very well, then let us commence immediately. Prepare to head to the vicinity of Shizong, where we have a reserve military base that was intended for troop deployment. It shall now be requisitioned as for the materials. Once a list is provided, I will ensure that nearby military industrial resources are mobilized at once. Everything will be in place within half an hour. Additionally, summon the logistical forces from all military districts. They must arrive at the site without delay." The Elder urgently issued commands, and soon all senior officials were mobilized to execute the orders. Meanwhile, Qin Mu accompanied the Elder as they boarded a vehicle heading towards Shizong. Sirens blaring as they cleared the route, ensuring a swift passage through key intersections where dozens of cars raced towards their destination. Before long, they arrived, greeted by a fortified perimeter, numerous sentries, both visible and concealed, ensured that, barring the Grand Elder's consent, not even a fly could enter. Riding in a dedicated vehicle, They traversed the secured area and arrived at the vast expanse of land, encompassing nearly 1,000 acres. With guards stationed every few steps, the level of vigilance was palpable, underscoring the significance attributed to this operation. The Grand Elder, smiling, inquired, "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" "Quite so, but what about the procurement of raw materials?" Qin Mu responded, retrieving a detailed list from his pocket, densely populated with text and staggering figures, estimating that the items listed would require nearly 100 billion. Even major multinational companies would face significant hurdles in mobilizing such a vast sum, especially given the inclusion of numerous restricted materials, which could not be sourced from civilian efforts. Yet, upon reviewing this list, the Grand Elder exhibited only mild surprise before turning to his aides within half an hour. "I want every item on this list transported here, regardless of the cost in manpower or resources. Understood that we will ensure the task is accomplished." One of the guards saluted before swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, another officer approached, saluting the elder. "Report. Minister Li Zhonghua of the Logistics Department from the Imperial Capital Military District reports that our 20,000 military workers will arrive within 15 minutes. Please provide further instructions." "Excellent." The Grand Elder nodded, satisfied with their swift response. "Is there anything else you require?" He looked back at Qin Mu, who, in his resolve to prepare for the imminent apocalypse, was willing to expend every resource available, even risking his own assets if necessary. "None. Once the materials arrive, we shall prepare for construction. Here are the blueprints." Qin Mu nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Collaborating with the higher-ups was indeed the wisest course of action. Had he been left to his own devices, he would have been incapable of achieving this feat in a lifetime. Yet, for the upper echelons, it was merely a matter of hours. The scale of mobilizing military labor was formidable. 10,000 was insufficient. 20,000 would not suffice, and 50,000 might be necessary. At this critical juncture, the sheer population and resources of the Dragon Nation became evident. Half an hour later, the materials, personnel, and site were all ready. The construction project was set to commence. Over 20,000 military workers, armed with photocopied blueprints, swiftly sprang into action according to the meticulously planned layout, thanks to their professional military training and the nation's top-tier research facilities. The pace of construction was astonishing. The senior officials stood by, observing the monumental endeavor, their faces betraying a hint of anxiety. This was a matter of the future. Victory was imperative, and even the slightest deviation could prove fatal. Even now, they remained uncertain of the origins of the youth before them, why he was present, and how he possessed such profound knowledge. Even so, they still wield such terrifyingly advanced technology, although they may not fully comprehend it. The military industry is staffed by specialized designers, all of whom are top talents from various universities and research institutions. According to them, this creation is nothing short of a genius work, and even the most elite experts cannot fathom it, for it signifies an epic-making revolution. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Mu has achieved this by the strength of one alone. At this thought, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the youth, unable to suppress their doubts. Was he truly human? Meanwhile, the Grand Elder wore a grave expression, continuously gazing into the distance as if anticipating a miracle in the annals of the nation's history. After all, it was indeed a miracle, but could it truly be accomplished? "Grand Elder, do you believe it will succeed?" an aged general asked, concern etched on his face. Though he was well aware of Qin Mu's capabilities, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After all, the youth was exceedingly young. Beside him, Professor Lu Weiman quickly interjected, "Of course it will succeed. Otherwise, explain to me how my guardian spirit was summoned. This young man is a chance bestowed upon our Dragon Nation for resurgence." The old general, though slightly exasperated, felt helpless. Since the professor had summoned the guardian spirit, he had been at odds with it. Yet there was no way to refute the fact it had indeed been summoned. "Enough. Keep your eyes peeled." The Grand Elder shook his head in resignation at the two impish figures before him. Nonetheless, he held a flicker of belief in his heart, for Qin Mu's strength was genuinely formidable. To have single-handedly infiltrated the Grand Hall and presented such engineering blueprints, if successful, this could herald the rise of the Dragon Nation. For years, the Dragon Nation had languished in an awkward position. Despite its vast population, its military technology was comparatively weak, preventing it from claiming the top spot. Yet, many harbored deep-seated fears, constantly seeking to suppress it. Should new weapons be developed now, it would wield immense deterrent power. Just then, as if suddenly recalling something, a voice rang out, "Go, seal off the information. Absolutely no one is allowed to enter here. Furthermore, disable all surrounding signals to prevent detection." initially. It was of little consequence when large quantities of materials were not being transported in. However, now the stakes were high. After all, such a large-scale mobilization of military supplies could not go unnoticed. It was evident that secrets lay within. Thus, under these circumstances, security could not be overlooked. Subsequently, arrangements were made, and soon all surrounding signals were entirely blocked. The military personnel present were also ordered to restrict their movements, remaining stationed here until the project was completed. After all, should they leave, it could lead to complications. Who could predict what consequences might arise? As commands were disseminated, time gradually passed. Finally, the new energy magnetic power plant was taking shape. Observing the grand structure, everyone felt a sense of solace. They now awaited its completion to ascertain its efficacy. After several hours of relentless toil, the new energy magnetic power plant was nearing its conclusion. Once the top was sealed, it would be ready for operation. This vast factory sprawled across over 100 acres. Seemingly endless, it was merely one plant. If several more were constructed in the future, what magnificent vistas might emerge. Report to all leaders. The new energy magnetic power plant has been completed and is awaiting final procedural checks. Once finalized, it can be put into operation. Excellent. Prepare for the final inspection. The Grand Elder nodded with satisfaction, envisioning the Dragon Nation's future flourishing. Shortly thereafter, the results of the final inspection emerged. The new energy magnetic power plant's internal structures had been meticulously crafted according to the blueprints, achieving remarkable precision. Upon hearing the report, the Grand Elder nodded in approval and turned to Qin Mu, inquiring, "How is it? We have fulfilled your requirements. Now, can you demonstrate its utility to us?" Truth be told, even at this moment, a twinge of apprehension lingered within him. After all, the new energy magnetic power plant represented a significant expenditure. Even for the Dragon Nation, that IT had consumed all the heavy military supplies accumulated over the years. If the outcome proved futile, there would be no place left to lament. Moreover, the stakes were high. This concerned the impending apocalypse. Yet Qin Mu did not evade the question, striding forward and stating, "The so-called new energy magnetic power plant utilizes the free energy from outer space, forcefully integrating it into the central power system to provide a continuous flow of energy, which can be used to manufacture weapons or even supply the entire nation's energy needs." What? Energy? The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly in astonishment. How could this be possible? It is known that all energy on Blue Star currently derives from solar, wind, and electrical sources, among others. However, these natural resources are finite. And given the current rate of consumption, it would not be long before they are entirely depleted. When that time comes, even the Dragon Nation will face developmental challenges for an extended period. Not only that, but the entire world will. Therefore, nations are currently striving to find alternative energy sources, yet the resources available on Blue Star are limited. Developing new energy sources is no easy feat. To think that Qin Mu would assert that this new energy magnetic power plant could provide energy, indeed, extraterrestrial particle energy could serve to replenish energy supplies. In fact, these particles are a form of energy that can regenerate infinitely. The only limitation was our previous technological inadequacies. Should this new energy magnetic power plant operate at full capacity, it could sustain the Dragon Nation's energy consumption for 50 years. The seemingly casual figure Qin Mu presented left everyone speechless. 50 years of energy utilization? Just this one aspect alone would propel the nation far ahead of others economically for decades. The Grand Elder's face lit up with excitement. At that moment, he finally confirmed that his decision to trust Qin Mu was indeed correct. He was truly a treasure. The mere ideas he casually presented were sufficient to place the Dragon Nation at the forefront of the world. Yet that was not all. Qin Mu continued to elaborate, explaining that the new energy magnetic power plant was not solely for energy absorption. In the post-apocalyptic scenario of the future, nearly all research and inventions would be geared toward combat. And this magnetic power plant was no exception. Within its internal structure were several weapon manufacturing workshops, all utilizing magnetic energy to develop formidable weapons. The power of a single projectile could rival that of a small bomb. Gradually, he introduced the various weapon workshops to the assembly, ranging from firearms to defensive gear and close combat weapons. Those who had initially underestimated Qin Mu now stood astonished, their gazes fixed on the youth's face, filled with disbelief. Who could have anticipated that a structure casually proposed by Qin Mu could possess such terrifying capabilities, enabling the Dragon Nation's technology to effortlessly surpass the world? Good, good, good. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, the surrounding high-ranking officials erupted in applause, their voices filled with admiration. Truly impressive. Is this the technology of the future? Ha ha. With this, how can our dragon nation not thrive? The powerful Han and prosperous Tang shall surely return. Heralding an era of prosperity, at this moment, everyone was filled with excitement. After all, for many years, having emerged from the depths of a once mighty ancient civilization, and after enduring 2 cataclysmic wars, they had finally arrived at the present day. Even though they were on the path to revival, progress had been painfully slow. The journey back to their former glory would require considerable time. Initially, they thought they would never witness such a resurgence. However, Qin Mu's emergence had ignited a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it was indeed possible to reclaim the splendor of 1,000 years ago. Observing the crowd's exhilaration, Qin Mu could not help but smile. Indeed, the dragon nation of Ur had been stifled for far too long. Since the rise of the dark era of soul-stirring turmoil, who could fathom the cost in human lives in the present day? As one returns to a past life, the future is destined to be altered, and the Dragon Kingdom shall ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Unbeknownst to them, a group has already ventured into the interior of the new energy magnetic power plant. The grand steel structure is resplendent in silvery hues, exuding a breathtaking sense of sci-fi beauty. The walls are adorned with numerous gun barrels, clearly indicating that this facility is fortified for both offense and defense. It is difficult to fathom the cost in human lives should an army attempt to assault such a military stronghold. Perhaps a toll of over 100,000 lives would barely suffice. As they continued to gaze ahead, they beheld a vast shooting range, where several steel targets stood majestically at 100 meters. This, evidently, was a training ground, and one could not help but marvel at the compact yet comprehensive nature of this place. It was truly a military encampment. Having surveyed the internal structure, they were left pondering what weapons would emerge from this production facility. Observing the demeanor of the generals, it was clear that a sense of embarrassment lingered, for they had initially been skeptical of Qin Mu, believing his claims to be mere fabrication. In this moment, however, their doubt was palpable. Qin Mu, noting their expressions, turned to the firearms production area and pressed a button. Before long, the production line sprang to life. The thunderous roar of machinery resonating throughout. Following the pipes, one could see white spatial particles being drawn in, and within minutes, a gleaming silver firearm was birthed from the gear chain. Just gazing upon it evoked a sense of futuristic technology, truly a marvel to behold. The streamlined design of the weapon was perfectly crafted, and its weight felt comparable to that of ordinary firearms. The generals exchanged surprised glances, for surely, newly manufactured weapons would be heavier, complicating their proliferation throughout the ranks. Yet, Qin Mu had provided a firearm that was surprisingly manageable. This spared them the hassle of retraining. It must be said, this consideration was remarkably humane, a fact that could be attributed to the designers of the apocalyptic era. Back then, humanity had little time to spare for training. All weapons produced were immediately thrust into combat, hence various practical considerations had to be taken into account. How about a test? Qin Mu inquired, a growing smile evident in his eyes as he regarded the individuals before him. The generals turned to the elder, for his approval was paramount. The elder nodded, curiosity piqued about what Qin Mu could truly create. However, despite having heard Qin Mu's claims, they still harbored doubts regarding the potency of such weaponry. After all, how much power could a firearm, produced in mere minutes through such simplistic processes, possibly wield? Logically, it seemed rather implausible. Upon receiving the command, one general grasped the firearm and strode toward the shooting range, his gaze narrowing upon the distant targets. As he raised the gun, his finger rested on the trigger, and he prepared himself. Stealing his focus, he counted down. 3, 2, 1, safety off. With a fluid motion, he calibrated his aim before decisively pulling the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the bullet sliced through the air, hurtling toward the target. Upon impact, it exploded dramatically, obliterating the 2 adjacent targets into mere fragments. All present were captivated by the sheer force of this shot. As the smoke cleared, they stood agape, at a loss for words. The weapon's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. Nay, it was even more formidable than they had anticipated, truly terrifying. A collective gasp filled the air. One thought echoed in their minds. Was this truly a gun? It rivaled the might of artillery, capable of targeting multiple foes with ease. If such a weapon were to grace the battlefield, who among them could withstand its wrath? Assassination would become as simple as slicing through vegetables. I assure you, With this gun in hand, I could single-handedly annihilate an entire platoon, declared the general. His words met with unanimous agreement. Indeed, the weapon's power was staggering that it defied all logic, boasting an impressive range that could potentially decimate a company that in that moment. Their perceptions of Qin Mu transformed. He was no longer merely a man but a formidable force. The elder inhaled deeply, repeating excellent thrice, his gaze toward Qin Mu suffused with satisfaction as he nodded repeatedly. Relay the order. The entire army is to prepare for rearmament. The prospect of a military rearmament had not occurred since the national mobilization years ago, a testament to the significance placed upon this new magnetic energy weapon. Such a transition could only be undertaken following a monumental leap in national military technology. Previously, the only instance of rearmament had coincided with the production of aircraft carriers. The elder's decision to proceed with rearmament underscored the high regard for this innovative weaponry. Otherwise, such a course of action would be unthinkable. Given the enormous costs involved, losses that could bankrupt a small nation, only the Dragon Kingdom possessed the audacity for such a venture. Moreover, the surrounding generals offered their consent without hesitation. For them, this rearmament represented a monumental upgrade. Compared to the new weaponry, their prior arms seemed utterly obsolete. In large-scale engagements, utilizing this new weapon would render aiming unnecessary. Even the splash damage would suffice to decimate nearby enemy forces. The sheer power of this weapon was awe-inspiring, with its extensive coverage capable of shocking many. Furthermore, by harnessing spatial particle energy, it promised an endless supply of vitality, ensuring that one would never find themselves in dire straits due to ammunition depletion. This was a complete triumph over previous firearms. As the new energy magnetic power plant neared completion, a smile graced Qin Mu's face, accompanied by the sound of a system notification in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the construction of the new energy magnetic power plant. You have received the crafting method for Guardian Spirit equipment and acquired the special physique war god body. Would you like to claim these rewards immediately? Claim. Qin Mu nodded earnestly. It would be foolish to delay. With his already considerable strength, the addition of these two elements would empower him to reach a scorching level before the apocalypse descends. Surviving the initial wave of the Rakshasa invasion would be a mere formality. Congratulations, host. Reward successfully claimed. Initiating infusion. The system's voice resonated. Qin Mu felt a sharp pain in his head, an overwhelming influx of knowledge surging within him. The agony contorted his features, yet simultaneously, his mental domain expanded swiftly. If he could endure this wave of suffering, he would fully transform into the war god body, gaining the ability to summon multiple guardian spirits, thus becoming even more powerful. This transformation was pivotal and must not be mishandled. Enduring the torment, Qin Mu steadied his breath and seated himself upon the ground. Blood trickled from his orifices, causing those around him to panic. No one had anticipated that he would suddenly transform in such a manner. Just as the elder was about to issue a command to assist him, Lu Weiman interjected, "Elder, it seems Mr. Qin is on the verge of a breakthrough." What? A breakthrough? The elder's surprise was palpable. If he was already this strong, how formidable would he become post-breakthrough? He quickly ordered, "Everyone, evacuate the area. Additionally, mobilize heavy troops to secure this location. No one is to enter or exit, and we must ensure Mr. Qin's safety at all costs." Upon reaching this point, there was still a hint of surprise in his gaze. Should Qin Mu succeed in breaking through, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion for the entire nation. Subsequently, the surrounding military forces were mobilized, encircling the entire new energy magnetic power plant. Under such formidable protection, not even a fly could penetrate. The high-ranking officials meandered anxiously outside, their expressions tinged with urgency, for Qin Mu had become exceedingly significant, and nothing could afford to go awry. It not done yet. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow into a deep furrow. This elder, who once seemed to hold the fate of the empire in his grasp, remained unflinching even in the face of calamity. Yet, at this moment, he appeared somewhat tense. The fear of something befalling Qin Mu weighed heavily on him. After all, it had taken Dragon Country years to seize this opportunity for resurgence, and it must not be squandered. His face darkened as he paced before the tightly locked door. Moreover, countless doctors from various traditional Chinese medicine hospitals had been summoned, all concentrated here. Should anything happen to Qin Mu, immediate medical attention was imperative. With so many medical luminaries present, even those deemed beyond salvation could be forcibly pulled back from the brink of death. Normally, these esteemed figures only treated high-ranking officials. Yet now they were all mobilized. Even if the Grand Elder were to fall ill, such a scale of mobilization would be unimaginable. After all, gathering them all required unanimous consent from the higher echelons. Yet, here they were, all summoned due to one Qin Mu. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials anxiously awaited outside. As for the elder experts, they too were somewhat flustered, utterly clueless about the identity of the individual within. Could it be the illegitimate child of some magnate? That seemed improbable. Even racking their brains, they could not fathom who warranted such an assembly. The gathering included surgical experts, internal medicine specialists, orthopedic authorities, and geneticists. Anyone associated with medicine, barring gynecologists, had been called forth, and all were top-tier professionals in their respective fields. Those who had made a name for themselves would naturally recognize each other, which only fueled their astonishment regarding the person responsible for this unprecedented mobilization. What on earth is the purpose of our summons? One expert lamented, a wry smile gracing his lips. Originally expecting an urgent matter, they found themselves simply waiting. Could it be that a foreign country is visiting and met with an attack? But there have been no reports of any diplomatic endeavors lately. Elder Yuan from the traditional medicine department remarked, his eyes filled with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the situation that had caused such a commotion. Was it possible that someone of great importance was in distress within? Even so, it seemed illogical. Surely they should be allowed to enter and provide treatment, rather than waiting outside as the esteemed experts engaged in conversation. The tightly locked door finally creaked open, revealing Qin Mu, who emerged unsteadily, drenched in blood. Yet, compared to before, his spirit appeared immensely invigorated. The medical luminaries were taken aback upon seeing the youth emerge. After all, it was difficult to fathom that such a young individual could stir such commotion among the higher-ups. Nevertheless, admiration filled their hearts, leaving no room for other thoughts, regardless of the circumstances. Someone acknowledged by the upper echelons must possess exceptional abilities. Is everything all right, Mr. Qin? The Grand Elder was the first to step forward, and upon seeing no apparent abnormalities, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding officials hastened the doctors to conduct their examinations. For this was a matter of utmost importance. Qin Mu, observing the approaching doctors, could only manage a wry smile, allowing them to attend to him. After all, their intentions were for his benefit, particularly that of the Grand Elder, who was exceedingly concerned. After a moment, once the doctors confirmed that all was well and had treated his wounds, the Grand Elder finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Curiosity piqued, he regarded Qin Mu. And not just him. All present were quite eager to understand what had transpired, for Qin Mu's earlier condition had been nothing short of terrifying. What had caused such a sudden transformation? If you have any questions, feel free to ask, Qin Mu remarked, noticing their inquisitive gazes. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder promptly inquired, so, did you break through? Qin Mu was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would possess such knowledge. However, upon seeing Lu Weiman, realization dawned upon him. He nodded and replied, indeed, I have successfully broken through. I hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. I apologize for causing concern. Thankfully, the outcome is favorable. As Qin Mu spoke, he too felt a sense of relief. In truth, following the 2 live broadcasts, his realm had already begun to loosen, yet he had not anticipated such rapid progress. According to the pace of his previous life, even under optimal circumstances, it would have taken at least half a month. This time, he had achieved a breakthrough in less than a week. In his past life, such talent would have easily eclipsed the globe. The crowd nodded vigorously. With Qin Mu's affirmation, their worries eased considerably. Ultimately, it was still a positive development. After a few more inquiries and brief responses from Qin Mu, he decided it was time to depart. Though the attendees were somewhat reluctant, they did not impede the youth, for a forcibly retained grape is never sweet. Moreover, with Qin Mu's strength, even the new energy magnetic power plant alone was enough to keep them occupied for a while. Thus, they ultimately refrained from any further comments. Watching as he took his leave, once Qin Mu's figure vanished from sight, the high-ranking officials turned their attention back to the Grand Elder, all wearing expressions of uncertainty. What should they do now? They believed that the apocalypse was truly upon them, and the era of soul guardians was about to commence, yet facing such an unprecedented situation left them flustered and unsure of how to respond. Grand Elder, what should we do now? With the arrival of the soul guardian era, even new weaponry will not suffice to contend with it. Are we to watch our nation fall? Upon hearing the inquiries, the Grand Elder fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he spoke. The Ministry of Education is already implementing a reform plan for textbooks. Coupled with Mr. Qin's broadcasts, I believe that in the near future, our dragon country will witness a surge of new soul guardians emerging, who will serve as our vital force against the impending apocalypse. Indeed, the generals nodded solemnly. They were acutely aware of the formidable power of the soul guardians. Ordinary people stood utterly defenseless before them. Even without the full exertion of their abilities, the disparity was indeed like heaven and earth. With Qin Mu's guidance in this regard, it was sufficient to address their needs. Live broadcasting for education was the most equitable method, allowing for the assessment of who possessed the requisite talent. Subsequently, further training could be undertaken by military academies. Only through such measures could Dragon Country ensure a steady influx of new strength. Yet, would this alone suffice to confront the dark era of soul guardians? It seemed from Qin Mu's perspective that it would not be so straightforward. More power was undoubtedly required. They must consolidate the nation's heavy military-industrial sector and establish energy-magnetic power plants across various provinces to provide a continuous supply of weaponry for the military. Additionally, they must construct heavy military bases and prepare troop deployments, consolidating the national defense line and concentrating the population. From this day forth, all military districts would enter a state of readiness. As the Grand Elder concluded his statement, all present nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the absence of further options, this approach seemed the most prudent. Yet, implementing such measures would inevitably encroach upon the interests of many, given the massive land required for the energy-magnetic power plants, which would undoubtedly affect numerous real estate developers. Furthermore, the continuous utilization of the heavy military-industrial sector would also impede certain enterprises from acquiring raw materials on the market. These were significant issues. Not to mention the need to strengthen their defense lines. It must be said that these commands have struck a chord with many individuals at their core. Consequently, the politicians among the upper echelons cannot help but express their concerns, stating, "Great Elder, as of now, there are no signs of the arrival of the Soul Guardian era. Most practitioners are merely engaging in this for the sake of excitement. At such a moment, if we encroach upon their interests, these individuals may very well cause unrest. After all, the property bubble has always been a source of anguish for our dragon nation. Once those real estate developers catch wind of this news, they will undoubtedly raise a ruckus. Albeit it may not lead to significant issues, it will still be a nuisance." Upon hearing these words, the Great Elder furrowed his brows into a frown, acknowledging that the current state of the nation is indeed fraught with challenges. Unlike the time after the national war ended, back then, everyone was fearless, unencumbered by worries. However, after enjoying a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, who would wish to revert to a savage existence? The onset of the Soul Guardian era is bound to inflict greater harm. If we do not resolve to take decisive action now, will we still have the opportunity later? Must we truly wait for disaster to strike before we act, regardless of the sacrifices we must make? Our dragon nation must take the lead in completing all protective measures. Can it truly get any worse than the calamities we have endured in the past? Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement, particularly those in higher positions. Who could better comprehend the situation, having lived through that era? Compared to the past, life in the Dragon Nation now seems exceedingly blissful. Ironically, this very comfort has rendered them somewhat numb. Thus, it is high time to alter the current state of affairs. With the Great Elder's firm resolve, the others naturally followed suit, solemnly nodding in unison. They then commenced actions in accordance with the Great Elder's directives. At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation was mobilized. Countless land requisition orders were issued, and with military-grade materials being sent to the front lines, some developers intended to resist, but before they could voice their objections, they were swiftly engulfed by the masses. Their cries stifled before they could even emerge. After all, this was an order from the highest authority. Even if they felt discontent, they could only swallow their grievances after waiting a full 24 hours. As the time for the live broadcast approached, in an instant, nearly 10 million viewers had gathered in the live stream, and this was with the assistance of domestic television stations. Otherwise, the numbers would likely have been exponentially larger. Behind the computer screen, Qin Mu exhaled deeply, a hint of a smile gracing his features, realizing that collaborating with the government was indeed a wise choice. Without the upper echelon's promotional efforts, gathering such an audience would have been a daunting task. He clicked the left mouse button and began connecting to the live streaming equipment. Soon, familiar faces appeared within the live stream, and as soon as they entered, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Thanks to the official promotion, everyone was imbued with unwavering determination. The Soul Guardian era, as claimed by Qin Mu, was indeed real. Instantly, comments began to flood the screen. Streamer, please teach us the methods for summoning guardian spirits. I accidentally lost focus during meditation yesterday. Can you please repeat that? I practiced yesterday and genuinely felt a response. You're amazing, streamer. When the Soul Guardian era arrives, I will be the first to follow you. 10,000 devotees report in. Worshipping the great streamer. I also wish to pursue immortality. Do you need disciples in your inner circle? Someone who can be cute and help make the bed. Observing the comments from his viewers. Qin Mu had yet to say a word when donations began pouring in. The kind of financial support that other streamers could only dream of was now commonplace, underscoring his immense popularity. After all, which streamer could broadcast nationwide to aid in publicity? Platform Noble Long you donated a super rocket. Platform Aristocrat Yanhuang donated 10 super rockets. Platform Emperor I Love Chioming Mountain donated 100 super rockets in an instant. The screen was filled with gifts. Watching his fervent fans, Qin Mu shook his head. He wasn't streaming for these trivialities. Moreover, during the Soul Guardian era, money would become the most trivial commodity. Even a single sheet of paper would hold more value than currency. Only when order is restored can currency regain its worth. However, at the very least, this demonstrated that many in the public were beginning to recognize him. This was far better than he had imagined. He had initially anticipated a challenging start, yet it now seemed considerably easier. Then, Qin Mu spoke up. All right, everyone, let's put a halt to the donations for now. We shall officially commence our lesson. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly, and I will answer them. In 10 minutes. We will introduce the new curriculum. For those who missed the last broadcast, you can find the video recordings on the official website. Since establishing contact with the authorities, they had promptly lifted the restrictions, making things much more convenient. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, everyone quieted down, including those who had previously showered him with gifts, now adopting the demeanor of obedient children. Only a few comments remained on the screen, primarily inquiries regarding communication with guardian spirit spaces, as the esoteric incantations were far too convoluted to memorize in a short span, especially since successfully summoning a guardian spirit is no easy feat. Even the fastest and strongest among the top 10 practitioners took several hours to achieve a first-time successful summoning. Once one can summon from the alternate dimension, it becomes significantly easier after providing them with straightforward answers. Qin Mu began to elaborate on new content, specifically the crafting methods for guardian spirit equipment. Meanwhile, Qin Mu's livestream had also attracted the attention of numerous secret organizations, with the media's vigorous promotion of so-called global cultivation. Who wouldn't be intrigued? Countless spies stationed within the country promptly sprang into action. Ever since the Dragon Nation began its ascent post-national war, the rapid pace of its growth had raised concerns worldwide. Thus, it was only natural that many nations would deploy spies to infiltrate. They sought intelligence from all angles, fearing that one day, the Dragon Nation might indeed grow powerful enough to retaliate against them. However, they had long struggled to gather useful information, as most valuable data and military bases in the Dragon Nation were heavily fortified, impenetrable to the average person. After years of fruitless efforts, they finally saw an opportunity, the so-called nationwide cultivation livestream. Regardless of the veracity of the content within, it was imperative to probe further. Otherwise, the past decade of painstaking infiltration would yield no results. Consequently, at the moment Qin Mu began his broadcast, numerous spies infiltrated the stream, listening to his theories on guardian spirits and the Soul Guardian era, leaving them bewildered. Yet, they unhesitatingly transmitted the stream link back to their superiors. Soon, the leaders of various secret organizations were left in a state of confusion. If it weren't for the spies being professionally trained and possessing good habits, it would be hard to believe such absurd news could be transmitted back. In the domestic congressional hall, foreign officials with blonde hair and blue eyes gathered together. Staring at the video relayed by the spies, equally perplexed, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. This cannot be possible. It defies the principles of science. There is absolutely no way the Soul Guardian era could exist. That would be a joke. The people of the Dragon Nation are mocking us. It is utterly impossible. I would stake my life on it. Science is the greatest force. Jizifu, are you toying with our intelligence? If you cannot provide useful information, your organization may as well dissolve, as several high-ranking officials voiced their criticisms. The leader of the clandestine organization appeared visibly perturbed. Even he himself doubted the persuasive power of their arguments. The sole reason for his presence was the organization's lack of achievement since its inception. Merely to fill a gap.it was not only the oceanic coastal nation that was bewildered. Even the so-called fighting nations in some northern European countries were expressions of utter confusion. Upon witnessing the intelligence gathered by the spies they had painstakingly trained over many years, they were on the verge of tears. After all, they had encountered foolishness before, but nothing compared to this level of absurdity. What nonsense was this age of soul summoning? What of summoning guardian spirits? Such a farce, such ignorance. In this era, where science reigns supreme globally, how could anyone dare to propose such ludicrous fallacies? It was a blatant insult to the intelligence of nations worldwide. How could the Dragon Nation possibly endorse such ridiculous notions? Was it because they were aware of spies within their midst that they would release such information? Yet, that seemed implausible. After all, these spies had been embedded for not just a year or two, but for over a decade. The Dragon Nation would undoubtedly be aware, choosing merely to refrain from action during this era of global peace. Why, then, would they issue such falsehoods at this juncture? It was utterly perplexing. Faced with the inquiries from the congressional elite, the leader of the secret organization broke into a cold sweat, particularly at the mention of disbandment, which sent him into a panic. Though he wielded little real power in this position, he still managed to reap considerable benefits annually. No one wished to relinquish their status, especially not at this critical time. Stammering, he replied, "I certainly did not intend to mock you." "Then why present us with such material? Do you truly believe we are all as foolish as you?" They retorted. "What is this age of soul summoning? You might as well say God is descending. Your words are nothing but a jest. As foolish as your intellect. For over a decade, your secret organization has failed to uncover a single piece of useful intelligence, and this time, you have the audacity to present such nonsense to deceive us. It seems indeed time for disbandment." Even the president frowned. For each year they wasted considerable funding. Rather than squandering time on futile inquiries, investing in weapon development would be far more prudent. Minister Jesford, drenched in sweat, interjected, No, Mr. President. The reason I showed you this video is that the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation have spoken out, declaring the so-called age of soul summoning to be genuine. Furthermore, they are promoting martial universities across the nation, allowing all exceptionally gifted individuals to receive further education. Not only that, but the Dragon Nation's military has also been mobilizing frequently of late, even requisitioning vast tracts of land. What could their intentions possibly be? Our spies have also detected a massive influx of weaponry from the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of the officials. It was indeed an intriguing revelation. After all, in today's age, where firearms dominate, how many dare to oppose an army due to the might of its weaponry? The oceanic coastal nation's status as a global superpower was similarly attributed to its advanced weaponry. Yet, the Dragon Nation was supposedly engaging in the exportation of arms. Was this an example of entrapment? Are you suggesting that the Dragon Nation is promoting martial universities internally? Do they intend to confront our elite forces in battle unarmed? One official remarked, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Unable to comprehend the rationale behind such actions at this critical juncture, is this a ploy to disarm themselves, to embrace peace? Such notions seemed implausible. Following a national war, surely all within the Dragon Nation would understand that there is no fairness in war. Once they laid down their arms, the wolves would pounce. The vast territory, thriving economy, and immense labor force were coveted by many. It was precisely because of the formidable military of the Dragon Nation that no one dared to act openly, resorting instead to clandestine maneuvers. Yet, in this moment, the high-ranking officials issued such commands. It was laughable. Yes, this is the intelligence we have secured. Additionally, we have learned that the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation appear to be quite fixated on this live-streaming platform. Anyone who criticizes them online is promptly apprehended. Minister Jesford continued, fabricating lies without a hint of hesitation. It was clear that all this information was readily available from the official channels of the Dragon Nation. Anyone within the country was aware of it. Yet, in this moment, they had the audacity to present it. How amusing. The Dragon Nation's leaders must be utterly confused to pay heed to a mere live stream, a nationwide pursuit of immortality. What a joke. Our oceanic coastal nation has spent years researching this and has found no direction to substantiate the so-called path to immortality. And yet, they dare to bring it up now. The president chuckled coldly. For since their resounding victory in the national war, they had amassed a wealth of global talent, and made significant advancements in numerous fields. The ever-increasing technological prowess was enough to demonstrate that this so-called immortality was merely the grandest of illusions. A fact known for many years. Now, the Dragon Nation boldly sought to ride the coattails of this trend. How ridiculous! What should we do, Mr. President? Should we simply ignore it? Another official inquired that it is said that many individuals have genuinely achieved some form of cultivation. Minister Jesford again spoke, amplifying the severity of the situation, for in doing so, his own accolades would grow. Indeed, the president, who had initially been indifferent, now wore a serious expression that I in light of the global situation. His position as a superpower was perilously fragile, given the many who eyed him covetously. Although he did not believe the Dragon Nation possessed such capabilities, he could not afford to be complacent. Thus, Jesford declared, regardless, the host of this live stream undoubtedly knows the whole truth. Let us send our negotiation experts to woo him. Any conditions will suffice. Once we bring him to our shores, we can extract whatever information we desire. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Jesford exclaimed, eager to flatter, for they had issued such worthless promises before, yet none had ever been fulfilled. However, once they managed to lure him to the oceanic coastal nation, they would hold the upper hand. Of course, such shameless tactics could only originate from the president. Apart from him, few would dare to engage in such disgraceful conduct. Yet, they were all too timid to voice their thoughts, quickly showering him with praise, which he received with evident pleasure. Subsequently, Minister Jesford made his way to the organization's headquarters. As he pushed open the door to the office filled with dozens of computers, he found numerous personnel seated, their fingers flying across keyboards. Upon seeing their minister arrive, they all rose promptly. Jesford nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for them to sit, and announced, "Everyone, immediately decode the Dragon Nation's nationwide livestream on the pursuit of immortality. I need to converse with that host." Understood. All present were top-tier talents in the electronic field. For them, breaching a system's defenses was hardly a daunting task. Consequently, they immediately set to work, bypassing the firewall and launching an assault on the management system of the streaming platform. To them, once they compromised the system, the rest would be a mere formality. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the streaming platform, chaos reigned. Particularly in the tech department, their defenses, while commendable, paled in comparison to the capabilities of the world's top hackers. Thus, under the onslaught of the hackers, the system began to falter rapidly. The tech department head was already frazzled, having believed himself competent enough to handle the platform's defenses. However, in a mere few days, he had faced setbacks twice, bringing him to the brink of despair. "Director, what should we do? Our defenses are on the verge of collapse. Our backend permissions are about to be compromised. Control of the platform has already been seized." The cacophony of sounds had reached a point of near collapse, with the technicians wearing expressions akin to that of bitter melons. After a prolonged silence, they ultimately ceased their incessant tapping on the keyboards. They had, after all, succumbed to defeat. Despite expending every ounce of their strength, they were still powerless against their formidable adversary. As the platform spiraled out of control, the boss hurriedly arrived on the scene. Observing the simultaneous shutdown of all company computers, he instinctively inquired, "Is it him?" "Surely not. If it were that streamer, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Moreover, this time it's an overseas IP, likely originating from a coastal nation across the ocean. If it were him, we would have no means to trace it. Overseas forces." The owner of the platform furrowed his brow at this revelation, his face turning a shade of bitter melon. Had he known this would transpire, he would have reconsidered his actions. Initially, he had anticipated Qin Mu's arrival. Although it brought unnecessary troubles, he could not deny that it had dramatically increased traffic to his platform, especially since he had offered a substantial equity investment. It was akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. Yet, before he could revel in the joy, chaos ensued. With external forces now meddling in their affairs, how many more calamities would this little ancestor provoke? Reported. The reaction of the platform's owner was swift. This matter had exceeded his control, reporting it was the best course of action, as only the higher-ups could resolve it effectively. Call the police immediately. At this moment, even a fool could discern the gravity of the situation. Divine beings clashing while mortals suffered. A mere small platform owner. How could he possibly contend with overseas powers? Thus, the only option was to escalate the issue to those in authority. Before long, the National Security Cyber Department swiftly assembled all personnel to restore the platform. However, during their intervention, hackers from various nations were already at work. donning disguises to infiltrate the live stream. At that moment, while Qin Mu was explaining the crafting methods for Guardian Spirit equipment, the live stream suddenly erupted with banner alerts as countless super rockets were launched, creating an uproar across the screen. All those who had been quietly listening to the explanation found themselves captivated by the spectacle before them. After all, they had witnessed donations in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions, but never such an incessant barrage. The super rockets continued to flood in for several minutes before finally subsiding. Surely, the platform had never experienced such a deluge of donations since its inception. What on earth? Could it be that the wealthiest individual from the Dragon Country had arrived, throwing money around, to attract the streamer's attention? Such extravagance seemed unnecessary. The world of the affluent was truly beyond comprehension, spending nearly 100 million as if it were merely a number. Was this the realm of the affluent? Even Qin Mu, who was diligently explaining, found his focus momentarily diverted by the countless rockets. However, rather than feeling elated, he was somewhat displeased. After all, he had made it clear before the lecture commenced that he must not be interrupted, as his teachings were no trivial matter. Moreover, money, was it truly of any value? At most, it was just a number. Backed by the Dragon Country, what amount was unattainable in the era of soul conquering? What difference was there between money and waste paper? Thus, while it appeared significant to others, it irked Qin Mu. The interruption caused by such trivial brass objects was utterly intolerable and could not be forgiven. In his rage, several entry banners sprang up in the live stream. Leaders of secret organizations from various nations rushed into the stream, each adorned with their respective national titles. The once excited viewers now found themselves sobered by instinct. They sensed that the sudden intrusion of foreign individuals into the live stream heralded no good. Particularly, the figure cloaked in the guise of a global hegemon. Even a fool could deduce that it came from the coastal nation. Upon entering, the latter immediately commented in the chat, "Streamer, would you be interested in coming to our coastal nation? High-ranking officials and generous rewards await your selection." Clearly, they had come prepared. Seeing that Qin Mu remained silent, Jesford continued, "You must understand. Even the most exceptional individuals need to seek a suitable platform for development. The wisdom of choosing the right tree to roost upon is something you should grasp. No, this is a saying that has emerged from your Dragon Country. Do you really need me to explain it to you? What can you gain in the Dragon Country? Merely the cooperation of the state for publicity. What does that amount to? Our coastal nation's influence, I believe, even without my elaboration, you are well aware of. Our reach extends across the globe, and no one can compare with us. Therefore, collaborating with us is your best choice. Moreover, not only that, we can provide you with everything you desire at a permanent passport from our coastal nation. And your entire family can benefit from it. How precious is that? Isn't it true that many from your Dragon Country wish to immigrate here? Just say the word, and I can arrange the passport for you immediately. You should know that since the establishment of your Dragon Country, no one has ever successfully obtained our national passport. However, if you agree to join us, I can grant you one right away." Along with the rights of a domestic citizen. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance crept across his face. In Jesford's eyes, their national passport was undoubtedly the most valuable commodity. After all, the coastal nation harbored the world's most elite individuals. Regardless of the industry, the greatest minds could be found there. Furthermore, it was the most developed country, with all institutions functioning seamlessly. If one were willing, they could easily gather the world's most outstanding scholars from various nations. Considering the allure of such an offer, it was hard to fathom why Qin Mu would refuse. Yet, upon hearing his words, Qin Mu's expression turned grim. He let out a cold chuckle, utterly perplexed by the audacity of this individual to utter such statements. Indeed, at present, the coastal nation was quite impressive, boasting the world's most advanced economy and technology, thus attracting numerous talents. However, once the era of soul conquering descended, the economy collapsed, and conventional weaponry lost its efficacy. The coastal nation had swiftly fallen from grace, becoming the subject of ridicule. So, how could they come to invite him with such hubris? It was truly a display of ignorance. Perhaps, to others, the terms he offered appeared quite enticing, but to Qin Mu, they were utterly trivial, even laughable. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream grew anxious. After all, if Qin Mu truly decided to defect to the coastal nation, they would be powerless to intervene. At this moment, it seemed that Qin Mu was not as resolute as they had imagined. Yet, in Jesford's eyes, he believed his offer was still insufficient. After all, people were often driven by greed, and he could not fathom that Qin Mu would possess such patriotism. It was all merely a facade. Thus, he boldly declared, Our coastal nation can offer one final bargaining chip. You can become one of our congressional members. This is the highest privilege granted to foreign nationals. What do you think, streamer? You should consider it. A smile graced his face as he spoke. This was the ultimate leverage. Who would not be swayed? After all, becoming a congressional member of the world's foremost hegemon would grant one a position of unparalleled respect wherever they went. A congressional member, the once somewhat relaxed audience members now found themselves engulfed in tension. Even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation, who were currently engrossed in the live broadcast, felt their nerves fraying. Anxious that Qin Mu might utter a response that would lead to their disappointment. After all, the Dragon Nation was in dire need of him at this moment. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows, gazing intently at the screen, and asked with palpable urgency, "What is the status? Have we not yet breached their live stream's defenses? We'll resolve it in the last few minutes," replied the Minister of the Network Department. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he bore the heavy burden of responsibility. Should his actions lead Qin Mu to defect to the enemy, he would forever be branded a traitor in the annals of the Dragon Nation's history. Amidst the collective anxiety, Qin Mu resolutely declared, "There is no need. I believe it is better for you to retain your positions." "What, host, do you truly intend to reject the overtures from the great oceanic coastal nation? That would be the gravest mistake of your life. I hope you cherish this opportunity," came the response. "Oh." It seemed Qin Mu was contemplating a change of heart. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Actually, surrendering is not entirely out of the question." "State your conditions." The Minister of Jizifu from the oceanic coastal nation quickly interjected. His daring infiltration into the Dragon Nation was driven by the desire to unearth the secrets lurking beneath the surface. If he could manage to bring Qin Mu into his country, success would be all but assured. Yet, the more pressing matter was that despite numerous attempts, his spies had failed to extract any information. He could not fathom why the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation had suddenly opted to collaborate with the host. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Very simple. If your oceanic coastal nation were to merge with our Dragon Nation, wouldn't we all be good friends? We could coexist harmoniously, and given the vast expanse of our territory, should you submit, we could even grant you a portion of land. What do you think? Isn't that a splendid proposal? Qin Mu said, a smile gracing his face. That moment, the minister realized he had been outwitted. Growing irate, he retorted, "Host, I expect you to correct your attitude. You are addressing the global hegemon, the oceanic coastal nation. Should you offend us, do not be surprised if we respond with hostility." In the live stream, the spies from other nations were discontented. After all, if they were to be insulted, how could they fulfill their mission? Most small countries remained intimidated by the power of the oceanic coastal nation and thus refrained from speaking out. Only the battle-hardened nation from Eastern Europe stood unyielding, for their reputation was not merely a boast. Consequently, they began to assert their presence by typing vigorously, "Global hegemon." When did that happen? I must have missed the memo. Come at me if you dare. Daring to challenge the oceanic coastal nation? Could it be the battle-hardened nation had sent representatives as well? The two nations had historically been at odds, which made the situation all the more intriguing. I am eager to see how the oceanic coastal nation will respond. In terms of military prowess, they indeed held the title of hegemon, yet the battle-hardened nation was known for their fearless approach to combat. If a conflict were to erupt, it could very well result in a stalemate. Did the oceanic coastal nation dare to engage? Instantly, the chat was abuzz with fervent discussions. After all, both nations were formidable forces on the global stage. To witness them simultaneously courting the host was a clear indication of Qin Mu's value, a rarity that underscored the significance of his worth, as few individuals could attract the attention of two superpowers. Regardless, our economic and military strength is unparalleled. The tide of confidence began to wane, as Jizifu was no fool. Engaging in conflict at this juncture would jeopardize his promising future. Furthermore, domestic consensus was unlikely. For although their military and economic might was significant, unity was lacking within the oceanic coastal nation, with the parliament and military operating as distinct entities. Even if he wished to wage war, the military might not acquiesce. Moreover, should a confrontation with the battle-hardened nation ensue, the outcome, whether victory or defeat, would spell disaster. How could other nations simply stand back and watch? What good was being the strongest if they were outnumbered? "If you possess the courage, let us fight and see who the true hegemon is," they taunted. The host had made his refusal abundantly clear, yet the audacity of continuing to press forward was astonishing. "Host, you must recognize our military and economic capabilities are the strongest. Should you agree to join us, we will provide unparalleled support, and you shall occupy the highest status within our nation." Seeing that he was struggling against the spies from the battle-hardened nation, Jizifu shifted tactics. After all, he had some skills to become the minister of a secret organization at the level of global hegemons. And his remarks garnered some support, albeit primarily from those stirring the pot. Only by unsettling Qin Mu could they hope to sway him. In the office of the network department in the imperial capital. The Grand Elder's brows knitted in concern. "Have we not deciphered it yet?" "We will soon," replied the minister, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The intricate codes on the screen posed a significant challenge even for someone of his caliber, not to mention contending with top-tier hackers from abroad. Nevertheless, after considerable effort, he finally managed to regain control. He turned to the elder, saying, "Grand Elder, we have reclaimed access. Shall we enter the live stream now?" Quickly, don the disguise and enter the stream. The Grand Elder urged eagerly that IT would be utterly incompetent to stand by idly while their nation's elite was lured away, especially someone as exceptional as Qin Mu. They had to be retained at all costs. As the audience marveled in astonishment, a barrage of comments suddenly floated through the live stream. "Thank you both for your kindness, but as the host, I am resolute. You will not be able to sway me today." The simple yet powerful words resonated with authority, leaving all present in involuntary disbelief. After all, with two international giants already in the fray, who would dare intervene at such a moment? Could it be that another nation sought to contest the dominance of these two titans? Was it akin to an old sage hanging himself, courting death? Even the leaders of the secret organizations from the two mighty powers felt a twinge of surprise. Was it possible that no one had yet recognized their IDs? To boldly emerge and attempt to obstruct was to invite national calamity. Who was it? I must see who possesses the audacity to make such grandiose claims. The two leaders furrowed their brows, eager to discern who would dare utter such reckless words at this juncture. Were they truly courting their own demise? As they instinctively shifted their gaze to the barrage ID, they were met with the three characters Yanhuang, and suddenly, clarity dawned. The esteemed figure from the Dragon Nation had also made an appearance. In the midst of the chaos, they had forgotten that they were within the Dragon Nation cyberspace, unaware that even he had been disturbed. Their earlier bravado dissipated, leaving them momentarily speechless, not due to guilt, but out of sheer trepidation. In comparison, that figure's influence rendered them but a drop in the ocean. Yanhuang, why does this ID sound so familiar? It seems to be the exclusive title of the Grand Elder. I recall having seen it once on the official website of the imperial capital. The Grand Elder is here as well? My heavens, the host must be extraordinarily powerful. Is there anything beyond his capabilities? If news of a meeting among three superpowers within this live stream were to spread, it could be the stuff of legends for a lifetime. The audience grew even more exhilarated, instinctively flooding the chat with the three characters of Yanhuang, creating a synchronized display that rendered the leaders from the other two nations visibly uneasy. After all, if it were a smaller nation, losing face might be the worst outcome. Withdrawing from the live stream would be inconsequential. However, they were contending with a superpower, one that stood shoulder to shoulder with them as global dominators. Furthermore, the mere utterance from the Grand Elder could seal their fate. Who would dare to challenge him? Yet, to retreat in such a cowardly manner would surely invite the wrath of their own nations. At this moment, they found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, where each potential action seemed fraught with impropriety. They could not help but exclaim, "Respected Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation, he is merely a small-time host. Surely, you do not intend to hold steadfast against him, do you? Moreover, offending a great oceanic nation would not bode well. What do you say?" "Indeed, Grand Elder, to offend us two great powers over a trivial host seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? If you would but relent, both our nations are willing to establish diplomatic relations with yours. What do you think?" In saying this, the two leaders brought forth the weight of their respective countries, hoping to exert pressure upon the Dragon Nation. After all, in today's world, stability and peaceful development reign supreme. To offend two formidable nations was indeed unwise, especially considering the numerous mutual interests that countries share. If diplomatic relations could be successfully established, it would alleviate many complications, and surely that Grand Elder could discern what is of paramount importance and what is secondary. Naturally, they were resolute. Should the Grand Elder refuse to acquiesce, they would not hesitate to abandon decorum. After all, the sanctions of two great powers could be quite fearsome, sufficient to bankrupt a smaller nation in an instant. Yet, upon hearing their words, the Grand Elder merely smiled coldly. Perhaps if someone else had made such threats, they would have been taken to heart. but for the Grand Elder, it was akin to a jest. Some individuals truly lacked self-awareness, foolishly marching towards their own doom. Do you too truly believe that our dragon nation has fallen to such a state of poverty and weakness that you need instill fear in us with your national strength? Our dragon nation has always upheld fairness, justice, and amicability in our diplomatic endeavors. However, should anyone attempt to use such tactics to threaten us, we shall not yield. If it is war you seek, we shall fight. If it is peace you desire, we shall negotiate. Our dragon nation has never feared anyone, the Grand Elder declared with a cold smile, firmly establishing his stance. It was no jest, in front of so many citizens. He could not afford to compromise. Otherwise, how could he hold his head high in the future? Even if it were just Qin Mu alone, he would never back down, for this young man was of utmost significance to the dragon nation. Grand Elder, I implore you to reconsider. We have only just emerged from a tumultuous era. Do you truly wish to tread the path of ruin once more? The wrath of our two great nations is not something you can withstand. Both leaders spoke simultaneously, their tones dripping with provocation. Clearly, at this moment, they were willing to risk much to win over Qin Mu. Very well. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Our dragon nation has always stood firm in our territory, especially when it comes to our citizens. If he wishes to renounce his nationality, I shall have nothing to say. However, as long as he is not a resource, I would like to see who dares to forcibly take him away. I assure you, he will not cross the borders of the dragon nation, the Grand Elder replied with unyielding composure. Internally, he was seething with rage. He had not anticipated that two insignificant leaders of secret organizations would dare to threaten him. Truly a case of overestimating their own capabilities. Or more accurately, courting death. Upon hearing this, both leaders wore grim expressions, unsure of how to respond. To strike would be a folly. After all, in matters of military might, the dragon nation undoubtedly reigns supreme globally. With numbers that could rival the combined forces of the two great powers. In terms of armaments, after years of development, they were not far behind. In a confrontation, the outcome would be uncertain, but the reputations of the three great powers would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, they dared not engage. As for economic sanctions, the dragon nation, as a renowned global import power, would be cutting off their own limbs by blocking their trade. They could not compete. Hence, they naturally refrained from further feudal dialogue. At this juncture, Qin Mu interjected. All right, gentlemen, it appears there is nothing more to be said. Kindly take your leave. However, should you wish to stay and observe, as you mentioned, knowledge knows no borders. Nevertheless, during my lecture, it would be wise to keep silent. Otherwise, I may have to take measures. The leaders of the two great powers were infuriated at this moment. They could not believe that Qin Mu would dare to utter such words. He was courting disaster. Just then, two comments appeared, swiftly resulting in their banishment from the live stream. The audience was left in stunned silence, astonished at the host's audacity. Did he truly have the gall to take such actions against individuals of their stature? Banning them from the live stream was akin to inviting trouble upon himself. In stark contrast, Qin Mu maintained an air of calm, as if nothing had transpired, exuding an effortless demeanor. The minister of the network department, witnessing this scene, felt as though his eyes might pop out. After all, the painstaking effort he had expended to breach the system was rendered trivial in mere seconds by Qin Mu that moment. He wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. The Grand Elder regarded him with a gaze full of skepticism, while the minister was left with no words to express his plight. After all, in terms of strength, he was leagues behind Qin Mu. What is the meaning of this? Did you not claim that the other party was formidable? Why was Mr. Qin able to so effortlessly sever their IP? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's inquiry, the minister nearly spat blood in exasperation. All he could manage was to reply, "You should be well aware of Mr. Qin's capabilities." The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before nodding faintly. Indeed, Qin Mu's strength was unparalleled. It seemed there was nothing in this world he could not accomplish. That young man was simply beyond human comparison. Certainly, it is conceivable that this individual is not truly human. After all, it is remarkable for a single person to have invented a new energy magnetic power plant, a feat that many have struggled to comprehend. Such prowess is undeniably worthy of attention. Moreover, in this very moment, with merely a few words, he has successfully neutralized all foreign IPs, which is a testament to his formidable capabilities, although I harbor doubts regarding the technical expertise of this network minister. The prowess of the world's top hackers is an irrefutable fact known even to the Grand Elder. To eliminate them is no trifling task. Yet, Qin Mu astonishingly managed to expel everyone during the conversation within mere seconds. This level of power is truly terrifying. and it is imperative that we court such an individual. In the past, the Grand Elder may not have recognized this, but now he has come to a profound realization. Such an entity is indeed fearsome, and should he be swayed to another nation, it would spell disaster. This time, their bargaining chips were insufficient, but who knows what they might offer next time? I wonder. If we were to extend an invitation to Mr. Qin from a certain position, would it be successful? Turning to the network minister, who was about to inquire about the position, he suddenly froze, disbelief etched on his face, as if he had grasped something significant. Could it be that you are referring to that particular position? Indeed, it is that very position. I believe that only by doing so can we demonstrate our sincerity to Mr. Qin, who, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, is willing to contribute to the great rejuvenation of our homeland. However, we must not allow such a hero to remain anonymous. Such a great man should not fade into obscurity. We must ensure that history memorializes him, allowing future generations to revere him endlessly. At this juncture, the Grand Elder spoke with palpable excitement. After all, Mr. Qin's choices may not directly involve them, but to let such a hero go unrecognized would be their gravest dereliction of duty. Were it not for the recent courting attempts by several nations, they might have nearly forgotten this matter. However, that position is undeniably of paramount importance. His achievements are truly commendable. The Grand Elder's calm words resonated with finality. Even if others wished to voice dissent, the words stuck in their throats, for as the Grand Elder stated, Mr. Qin's accomplishments are indeed deserving of such recognition. Bestowing that position upon anyone else might invite contention. Yet placing it in Mr. Qin's capable hands seems only natural. No one would dare to oppose it. Very well, the network minister nodded in agreement, recognizing that once this decision was made, it could not be contested. Excellent. Once the broadcast concludes, I shall speak with him privately. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, in a domestic office of a clandestine organization along the vast ocean coastline, Jizifu's face contorted with rage. This was the first time in many years that he had endured such humiliation. Although he was regarded as a mere footnote in the eyes of domestic high-ranking officials, no one dared to strip him of his right to speak. Qin Mu's audacity is indeed astounding. How dare he expel me from the broadcast room? Damn it. Hurry up and decipher this. I must silence him. I want him to suffer. How dare he reject my invitation? Despicable Dragon Nation scum. Such a filthy lineage should not exist in this world. As he spoke, a fierce expression crossed his face, filled with a desire to eliminate Qin Mu immediately. That bastard dared to expel him in front of so many people. A humiliation of the highest order. Who in their right mind would confront him after so many years as the representative of global dominance? It would be tantamount to courting death if this matter were to go unaddressed. Where would his dignity lie? At this moment, he harbored thoughts of tearing Qin Mu to shreds. Hearing his words, the hackers within the secret organization began frantically attempting to breach the room's security. But alas, this time, they could not penetrate it, regardless of their efforts. Failure. The intrusion was unsuccessful. After several attempts, Jizifu was beside himself with rage. Following Qin Mu's expulsion of the leaders from two major powers, the atmosphere within the broadcast room turned eerily silent. After all, even those two prominent figures could easily be kicked out for the slightest misstep, let alone the others present. Recognizing the situation, everyone fell silent and dutifully absorbed the information. Qin Mu swiftly elaborated on the methods for crafting guardian spirit equipment, and the audience gradually listened intently. Before long, a question arose at that moment. A particular comment caught Qin Mu's attention. Host, isn't the guardian spirit summoned from another dimensional space? How should we wield our weapons? Moreover, do the manufactured weapons possess any special effects? Might it not be simpler to wield a couple of gun barrels instead? The moment this comment emerged, many others chimed in, questioning the utility of the so-called weapons in this age of technology. Who could deny that firearms are the predominant trend? As for other types of weaponry, they seemed almost laughable. The threat posed by a knife pales in comparison to that of a gun. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu chuckled lightly. He had inadvertently overlooked the fact that when discussing firearms earlier, he had addressed the higher-ups directly. After all, in the Dragon Nation, the possession of guns is strictly forbidden, and thus ordinary citizens remain unaware. However, since the question was posed, he might as well provide an answer. Qin Mu began. Who told you that firearms were effective during the era of Soul Guardians? What? Firearms are ineffective. That's impossible. A missile can carve through mountains. The audience appeared incredulous, for in this age of technological advancement, global military capabilities had steadily escalated. Some missiles could be launched several kilometers away, instantly obliterating a mountain. Such power, they believed, could rival even the legendary cultivators of folklore. The notion that Qin Mu would claim firearms to be useless was astonishing. Of course, they are useful, perhaps merely to tickle those monsters. Qin Mu replied, during the era of soul guardians, firearms would lose all efficacy, and it is then that the guardian spirits you wield will be your only means of survival. A well-crafted piece of equipment can exponentially enhance a guardian spirit's combat prowess. Once again, Qin Mu's words astonished the audience. Many in the chat expressed their unwillingness to accept this reality, for it was difficult to fathom that so many powerful weapons could suddenly become obsolete one day. For countless individuals had relied on firearms for survival. Even acknowledging that the era of soul guardians would indeed arrive, they remained unconcerned, for they believed that with firearms in hand, all problems could be effortlessly resolved. Yet, at this moment, they began to comprehend the true meaning of fear. If firearms were truly ineffective, what kind of world would that be? Surely the host could not be engaging in alarmist rhetoric. Could it be that firearms really have no use? If that were the case, how could their safety be assured? Would the weapons of the guardian spirits truly possess such formidable power within the broadcast room? A majority of the audience expressed trepidation, although some remained intrigued by the prospect of guardian spirit weaponry. After all, it seemed implausible that the host would mock them for amusement. Furthermore, the presence of that esteemed Grand Elder from the Flower Kingdom in the broadcast room was enough to warrant serious consideration. In such times, even a fool would realize that a great calamity was imminent. Otherwise, how could such a figure possibly make an appearance? Rather than concern themselves with the future, it would be wiser to focus on survival in the present. If the weapons of the guardian spirits could bolster their combat capabilities, then it would be essential to understand them. Observing the audience's comments in the chat, Qin Mu spoke up, very well. It appears that many of you still do not fully believe in the combat enhancement potential of these guardian spirit weapons. Allow me to conduct an experiment for you. Xiangyu. As the faint words fell, a massive figure suddenly emerged from behind. Standing there, it exuded an aura reminiscent of Mount Tai, instilling a sense of oppressive terror. Merely gazing upon such a person was enough to evoke reverence, especially when wielding the Panlong Overlord spear. Even through the screen, one could feel a subtle pressure. Upon witnessing the host summon Xiangyu, all the viewers instinctively fell silent, their eyes betraying a hint of excitement. Despite the days of absence, the impression left by Xiangyu, the guardian spirit, was indelibly etched in their minds that it was an unforgettable experience. And now, with the Panlong Overlord spear in hand, curiosity surged about just how formidable its combat power might be. Was this truly the weapon of a guardian spirit? It appeared astonishingly impressive. The host was remarkable to have crafted it so swiftly. Yet, the question lingered, how powerful could it truly be? Let it not be a mere fade. Those who enjoyed the stream were welcome to stay. Those who did not could leave. Such inexplicable taunts incited the ire of many loyal followers of Xiangyu. Amidst the commotion in the live stream, Qin Mu interjected, silence. We'll know its worth once we witness it. Allow me to find a suitable place for a demonstration. With that, Qin Mu's figure abruptly vanished. The screen of the live stream turned void, sending the viewers into a frenzy had the host disappeared. Yet, at that moment, the image reappeared, revealing Qin Mu in a different environment, flanked by two towering mountains that pierced the clouds. The nearly 100-meter height was daunting. What was the host planning? Was he about to attempt a feat akin to Yugong's? Some viewers began to grasp his intentions, and Qin Mu's subsequent actions confirmed their suspicions. He pointed at the mountains and commanded, Xiangyu, strike. Yes, my lord. The guardian spirit took 2 steps forward, the Panlong Overlord spear glistening under the sun, and with a fierce swing, it cleaved forward but a luminous arc emanated from the spear tip. Hurtling towards the mountains. In an instant, the towering peaks were sliced in two. The severed mountains crashed into one another, resulting in an explosive detonation that transformed them into mere powder. Sunlight filtered through the debris, leaving the viewers in the live stream in a state of shock. They had anticipated that Qin Mu was strong, and that the guardian spirit's newly crafted weapon would augment his power. But they had not foreseen such a terrifying enhancement at a single strike severing a mountain range. This was a feat only achievable by a missile. Moreover, such an act required considerable preparation. Yet, for the guardian spirit, it was a trivial task, as the weapon responded to his every command. The sheer force was terrifyingly overwhelming. The rising dust obscured their vision, and when it finally settled, all that remained was a profound sense of dread. Moments later, the viewers began to type frantically. their fingers trembling with disbelief. How was this possible? Could a mere human cleave a mountain? Surely, a guardian spirit could not be classified as human. Yet, even so, this was an overwhelming display of power. The earlier skeptics of Qin Mu's words now found themselves at a loss for words. The reality of the situation laid bare before them. The might of the guardian spirit was something everyone could witness firsthand. Seizing the moment of their stunned silence, Qin Mu spoke again. I must emphasize to all of you that the arrival of the era of soul suppression is not the whimsical adventure you might envision. It is a genuine apocalypse, where everyone is at risk of perishing. Even the mighty may fall. To survive. The only path is relentless cultivation. Only through unwavering strength can you endure longer. Relying on modern technological power will lead to a more tragic demise. Just imagine, when the true era of soul suppression descends, do you expect the military to come to your rescue? Will they arrive in time? To survive in the era of soul suppression, you must rely on your own efforts and struggles. A moment's negligence may lead to elimination in this era. That if you doubt this, you may test it. Once modern firearms fail, do you truly believe the military can ensure your safe extraction? Qin Mu's voice carried a hint of derision. Even now, some remained blissfully naive, believing that as long as the military was present, they could rest easy. Little did they know, when the era of soul suppression arrives, even the military will be powerless against the true horrors that await. A time of unparalleled terror where no one can stand against it. Reflecting on this now is daunting, let alone in the moment. Is it truly feasible to scrape by in such an era? It is utterly impossible. Merely surviving in such times is a daunting aspiration. As for expecting rescue, that is an absurd fantasy. In the era of soul suppression, all lines of communication on Blue Star will be obliterated, rendering contact impossible. In a world devoid of signals, searching for rescue within the vast dragon nation will prove an insurmountable challenge. Fraught with peril. Hence, the only hope for survival lies in relying on oneself. While it is true that they had previously supplied the military with new energy and magnetic power plants, Qin Mu would not divulge this information. For revealing such news would dampen many people's spirits. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Breaking the cauldron to catch fish. Ancient wisdom remains unerring. Only through destruction can there be rebirth. Only by dispelling their last glimmer of hope can the dragon nation begin to fortify itself. Of course, if there are still those who do not understand this, even Qin Mu would be at a loss. After all, one cannot awaken a person pretending to be asleep. Qin Mu's words faded. Witnessing the might of that single strike, the viewers in the live stream found themselves deep in contemplation for the first time. As Qin Mu had stated, they had initially perceived it as mere play. Even their cultivation lacked a sense of urgency. With the military shielding them, how could the beasts of the era of soul suppression penetrate their defenses? They continued their lives as usual, yet now. Xiang Yu's strike awakened them to the grim reality. The so-called era of soul suppression was no trivial matter, and the malevolent spirits that would emerge were far more formidable than any enemy from warring nations. At least, those adversaries might offer a chance to surrender. However, malevolent spirits would show no such mercy, especially with an abyss lurking. Thus, Qin Mu's words managed to awaken most, prompting them to realize that it was imperative to cultivate diligently. Not only for themselves but also for their families. They should not wait until the era of soul suppression arrives, helplessly watching their loved ones perish, devoid of any means to intervene. I understand. I must commit to my cultivation. Listening to your words has transformed my perspective. Without further ado, many viewers began to flood the comments with enthusiasm, pledging to train for the rise of the Dragon Nation. In the various military districts, upon hearing Qin Mu's words, a flicker of emotion ignited within their hearts. Throughout the years, they had guarded the borders, risking their lives for the nation, yet no one had expressed gratitude. Nor could anyone comprehend the inner turmoil they endured. Now, at last, someone had stepped forward to voice their concerns. More importantly, Qin Mu's address had altered the mindset of many, significantly alleviating the pressure on the military districts. After all, if the era of Soul Guardians truly descends, they will undoubtedly need to organize search and rescue operations, and the challenges faced by Soul Guardians will be markedly different from those encountered by ordinary individuals. At this moment, Qin Mu remains unaware that his single utterance has the potential to alter the destinies of countless individuals in the future, observing that the live stream is nearing its conclusion. He succinctly answered a few questions and then stated, "All right, everyone. Today's nationwide cultivation live stream comes to an end. Those who have learned can privately craft their own equipment for practice. I asked for the materials. I trust they can be purchased in the market. For those who haven't grasped the concepts yet, there is no need to rush. You can search for videos on the official website to continue learning at your own pace. Today, you should take pride in the Dragon Kingdom. May it be that in the future, the Dragon Kingdom finds glory through you. With that, Qin Mu abruptly ended the live stream. The viewers, gazing at the darkened screen, felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, it had only been a few hours, and they felt as though they had learned nothing, yet it was already over. Oh, dear broadcaster, don't leave. Let us battle for 3 days and 3 nights. One exclaimed that I feel a spark of inspiration. Could it be that I am an equipment crafting expert? I sense there is something to it. That is splendid. Please help me craft a couple of items as well. Fortunately, there are still videos available on the official site. Otherwise, with my comprehension skills, I might never learn in this lifetime. Is it possible that we might reach a point where firearms become obsolete? If that happens, what should humanity do? I don't know, but I certainly feel that mastering the summoning of guardian spirits is undoubtedly wise. Moreover, you saw how effortlessly the broadcaster's guardian spirit tore through the mountains. Such power is beyond our comparison. Even firearms would pale in comparison, wouldn't they? Besides, I heard the broadcaster mention that some special physiques can summon multiple guardian spirits. That I wonder if I might be one of those prodigies. In the era of soul guardians, with malevolent spirits looming, this world is bound to change. The government has publicly expressed its support. There must be an underlying issue, and I cannot shake the feeling that all of this is indeed real. No, I must return quickly to cultivate my guardian spirit. If the time comes and I cannot summon my guardian spirit, wouldn't I be a lamb waiting for slaughter? As they pondered, several netizens scarcely took the time to converse, hastily logging off to practice. Meanwhile, after shutting down the live stream, Qin Mu wore a smile on his face, delighted by the system's notification sound. This time, it was indeed a bountiful harvest. He had acquired numerous valuable items, and the system's notifications rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the live stream and earned 1 platinum level lottery opportunity. You have also successfully countered an enemy nation during the live stream, granting you an additional golden lottery chance. Would you like to initiate the lottery now? Yes. Qin Mu's smile deepened. He hadn't anticipated that confronting those 2 individuals and silencing them would yield such unexpected rewards. The golden lottery opportunity was invaluable to him at this juncture. Without delay, he activated the lottery. That a colossal, ethereal spinning wheel materialized before him, and merely gazing at it was awe-inspiring, adorned with an array of dazzling prizes. With a thought, the pointer began to rotate slowly. Moments later, it finally came to rest on a treasure, accompanied by the prompt, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the complete technique for the body refinement method." The golden bell shield. Selecting view without hesitation, he quickly absorbed the explanation regarding the golden bell shield. Upon reading the description, Qin Mu realized that this so-called golden bell shield was indeed a remarkable treasure, ranking among the strongest defensive techniques. Once mastered, it would render him impervious to fire and water, and its potency would only grow with his strength. Excellent, truly excellent, he affirmed with a nod of seriousness. He chose to learn it, and a golden light enveloped him, filling his mind with extensive knowledge about the golden bell shield. It must be said, this was astonishingly convenient, especially for soul guardians like him, who specialized in summoning guardian spirits and had previously lacked effective defensive measures. Thus, having such a technique was an exceptional choice. Even if malevolent spirits approached, there was little to fear. Gradually, Qin Mu shifted his focus to the second lottery. The platinum lottery opportunity was indeed rare, and he hoped to draw something valuable. With that, he began to spin the wheel once more, the pointer gliding past various treasures, eliciting palpable excitement. Qin Mu's heart raced. The pointer finally halted, and upon seeing the item displayed, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated winning this particular item. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the platinum reward, the 10 halls of Yanhuang. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Nodding gravely, a piece of equipment materialized in his hands, intricately carved with a dragon motif, its center a sinister blood red. The golden dragon's eyes seemed to harbor an unsettling aura, sending shivers down his spine when gazed upon. As soon as he grasped it, he felt a chill run down his back. The weapon vibrated incessantly in his grip. The 10 halls of Yanhuang? The artifact that seals the 7 great generals of the Wei Kingdom? No, more accurately, it should be termed a cursed object. This is the very item that stirred a global tempest in a previous life. and I never expected to draw it so effortlessly. It must be said that this platinum lottery was indeed exceptionally precious. The 10 halls of Yanluo, while not the premier weapon of the Soul Guardian era, ranked among the top few, though not the absolute best. Its peculiar sealing function instilled fear in all, and only the mightiest could wield it fully. After all, it contained the spirits of the 7 founding generals of the Wei Kingdom, each notorious for their ferocity. Possessing this treasure would elevate even an ordinary person to the ranks of the most formidable. With this item in hand, Qin Mu would be as fierce as a tiger. But should it backfire, the consequences could be dire. Nonetheless, Qin Mu felt no fear. With his divine physique and the aid of Xiangyu, subduing the 10 halls of Yanluo would be a simple task. As he examined the weapon, suddenly, the computer in front of him erupted with a series of beeping sounds. Someone was messaging him on the live streaming platform. Initially reluctant to respond, he was taken aback to discover that the sender was none other than that esteemed individual. Earlier, the Grand Elder had provided support in the live stream. Qin Mu felt a wave of gratitude and knew he could not be negligent, for the Dragon Kingdom values reciprocity. However, he was curious about the reason for this esteemed individual's outreach. Opening the message box, he saw the text and simply replied with an OK. Meanwhile, the network security department was in a state of turmoil, with the Grand Elder pacing anxiously, while the network minister dared not utter a word. He had never witnessed the Grand Elder so flustered. It seemed that only Qin Mu could evoke such urgency on a global scale. That individual was indeed extraordinary. Beep, beep, beep. Messages rang out in the office, prompting the network minister to exclaim, "Grand Elder, Mr. Qin has replied. Quickly, quickly, ask him if he is willing to accept that position." He urged anxiously. If it were anyone else, the worry would likely stem from whether they were qualified. Yet, in Qin Mu's case, the concern was entirely the opposite. Is he willing? Only those at the highest levels understood how significant that position was, as it encompassed the pinnacle of military power in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Grand Elder could not exert control over it. To sit in that position was tantamount to a lifetime of glory, yet they were genuinely concerned whether Qin Mu would accept. It must be said that this time, the upper echelons were making a tremendous effort to win over Qin Mu, especially for a position that countless individuals coveted. Naturally, only if Qin Mu occupied that position would no one dare to voice dissent. He could truly command respect. Upon hearing this, the network minister swiftly began typing a message. "Mr. Qin, following a unanimous decision in the high-level meeting, we would like to offer you the position of Chancellor of the National Martial Arts University. We would like to know your thoughts on this." Upon completing this line of text, my palms were drenched in cold sweat. A sense of fear enveloped me. I must admit, the news this time was utterly shocking. Almost beyond imagination, the decision made by the esteemed elder was indeed extraordinary, and even now, I am still struggling to comprehend it. What I feared most was Qin Mu's potential refusal. That a gentleman does not pursue trivial gains. He must possess grand ambitions. If he were indifferent to such a position, what monumental aspirations might Qin Mu harbor given his prowess? The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine. Thus, I found myself fervently hoping that Qin Mu would assume this role, for only then could the Dragon Nation offer him unwavering support. Otherwise, I genuinely feared that nurturing a tiger would lead to disaster, ultimately exhausting our forces. Meanwhile, on the other side of the computer screen, Qin Mu was equally astonished upon receiving the news. I never anticipated that they would be willing to relinquish such a position. Truly, the esteemed elder's influence was formidable in the quest to attract and retain talent. He was willing to take any measures necessary. Was it indeed his intention? I unconsciously inquired. Soon, the Minister of Networks provided a confirming response. As I pondered the message, I found myself in deep contemplation. Although I did not place much importance on this position. After all, those who have faced life and death often possess a different mindset upon rebirth. Previously, I might have ardently pursued certain ambitions, but now I found the prospect somewhat tedious. However, since even the esteemed elder had spoken, I could not refuse. Ultimately, I had to acquiesce. After all, since the new energy magnetic power plant commenced operations, my identity had already been exposed to the public, especially as various nations began to monitor the live broadcasts. Though I was unperturbed by their scrutiny, given my strength, even an entire regiment would hardly pose a threat. Yet, the other viewers in the live stream were not so fortunate. They required protection. Moreover, how long could I, single-handedly, fend off potential assassins? Certain individuals would undoubtedly make relentless attempts on my life, and even if I possessed extraordinary abilities, I would have no time to continue broadcasting. There was a real risk of being overwhelmed by their persistence until the arrival of the era of Soul Guardians. Therefore, collaborating with the state and leveraging its authority was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. With backing from above, foreign nations would naturally refrain from rash actions. Furthermore, having experienced the calamities of the past life, I was confident that no one was more suited for this position than I. Upon hearing my agreement, the esteemed elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, just as I had consented, a notification from the system chimed. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have acquired the title Grand Principal of Martial Arts. Additionally, a new task has been issued. Within 1 week, instruct at least 20 martial arts students to awaken their guardian spirits. Successful completion will yield a hidden reward package. Failure incurs no penalties. Teaching martial arts students, summoning within a week? I must admit, this task felt rather daunting. After all, imparting the art of summoning guardian spirits to ordinary individuals was no simple feat, of course, if the students possessed exceptional potential. It would not be insurmountable. Given the vastness of the Dragon Nation, I could surely find 10 promising candidates, and the allure of the hidden reward was undeniably enticing. It represented boundless possibilities, igniting a thrill akin to that of a gambler. I accept the task, Qin Mu declared, without a hint of hesitation. After all, there were no real consequences to failure. As I observed the countdown for the task commence, 7 days stretched neither long nor short. Necessitating immediate action, I promptly sent a message to the elder, disclosing my current location at this juncture. There was little left to conceal. Moreover, with my current strength, I had little to fear that I was capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the upper echelons. Shortly after transmitting the address, the esteemed elder turned to the Minister of Networks and instructed, "You must immediately send someone to escort Principal Qin to the Martial University. Remember, Principal Qin is crucial to the century-long foundation of our Dragon Nation. Nothing must go awry. If there is even the slightest mishap, be it a single hair falling from his head, you must pay with your life." Understood. I will ensure the task is completed, the Minister of Networks replied with a resigned nod. After all, with Qin Mu's capabilities, the entire Dragon Nation would be at his command. Did he truly require protection? Such a notion was absurd. However, the elder's orders were not to be defied, unless he truly wished for his own demise. He could only nod in agreement. He then turned and made his way outside. Outside the outskirts of the capital, on the national highway illuminated by streetlights, dozens of police cars blazed a trail, their loudspeakers broadcasting commands that reverberated through the streets. All thoroughfares were sealed off, prohibiting any entry or exit. Shops were shuttered, and no one was permitted to leave their homes. A complete lockdown was enforced, clearing the streets of any lingering crowds. Isolation zones were prepared, and no one was allowed entry. Subsequently, law enforcement officers erected barricades along the streets, and upon witnessing this display, the pedestrians quickly retreated into nearby shops. As the streets emptied, military vehicles rolled in from the distance, accompanied by a convoy of tanks. Hundreds of soldiers, armed with rifles, stood atop the vehicles, fingers poised on triggers, ready to fire without hesitation at the first sign of trouble. The only sounds that filled the air were the rumbling of military vehicles. Business owners along the street watched in astonishment at this spectacle. Was the military truly being deployed? It was well known that incidents warranting military intervention in the Dragon Nation were exceedingly rare, especially near the capital. Who dared to provoke the powers that be? Surely, it could not be a terrorist attack. That would be sheer folly. In any other location, perhaps there might be a chance, but this was the capital. Should a crisis arise, legions of troops would descend upon the scene in an instant. Only a fool would engage in such an ungrateful endeavor. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, they watched as the military vehicles disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, the internet erupted in speculation. It was indeed unfathomable what events could be unfolding in the Dragon Nation to warrant such a military presence. Dozens of police cars leading the way, hundreds of armed soldiers providing protection, and a tank squadron in tow. What sort of individual could possibly merit such an extensive display? Could it be the founding elder? The public was consumed by conjecture, and many began to discuss the matter online. After all, few individuals within the Dragon Nation were deserving of such protection, and even those few resided within the confines of the purple gold pavilion, rarely venturing outside, when a figure of such stature did make an appearance. It was always widely known, yet this time, there was not a whisper of news. Could a new power have emerged? As the public engaged in fervent discussion, the unseen forces behind the Dragon Nation suppressed all information, and none could discern the destination of the military vehicles or the identity of their passenger. In the midst of the online chatter, the military vehicles came to a halt before a dilapidated construction site. It was hard to fathom that in the rapidly developing Dragon Nation, such a place could still exist. Even more astonishing was the fact that Mr. Qin was emerging from here. It must be noted that after this night, Qin Mu would become one of the few top leaders within the Dragon Nation, a figure whose mere stomp could send tremors through the earth. Sniper team, ready. Demolition team, ready. Wolf den, ready. Quickly, the surrounding soldiers disembarked from their vehicles, securing the area around the dilapidated site to monitor any potential threats before finally opening the central door. The Minister of Cybersecurity stepped out, surveying the structure before him with a sense of reverence. In the presence of such grand opportunities, most would indulge in luxury. Yet Mr. Qin remained here, contemplating the future of the Dragon Nation, while I found myself living in such modest circumstances. Just this alone was sufficient to command my respect. Knock, knock, knock. Taking a few steps forward, I rapped on the door with a serious expression. Moments later, the door swung open, and Qin Mu stepped out. Observing the scene before him, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. What an impressive display indeed. The esteemed elder has surprisingly dispatched such a multitude to receive you. Mr. Qin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It is of no consequence. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively, recognizing the effort that had gone into preparing such a grand reception in such a short time. It was evident that this individual was quite sincere. Thus, he refrained from expressing any further sentiments. After all, having faced life and death, how could one be naive about such matters? Under the orders of the esteemed elder, I am to escort you to the main campus of Wu University. Additionally, allow me to introduce you to the elder's personal guard, Long Wu. From this moment forth, he shall accompany you and assist with all matters pertaining to interdepartmental communications. According to directives from the upper echelons, all reasonable requests and conditions you might have will be fully met. With that said, the Minister of Networks took a step back, making way for Long Wu behind him. Qin Mu understood perfectly well the rationale behind assigning such a guard. The complexities of Long Country's national circumstances, compounded by the multitude of departments, often rendered even those in positions of authority powerless to effectuate change. Particularly, the identity of the principal of Wu University was not one that could be publicly disclosed, making the presence of a personal guard quite advantageous in circumventing numerous troubles. Moreover, Long Wu's rank was no trifling matter. The insignia on his shoulders indicated he was at least of general rank, a rarity even within the entirety of Long Country. Reporting in, Principal Qin. I am Long Wu, the commander of the Woodpecker Special Forces. From today onward, I shall be responsible for your safety and daily needs, as well as alleviating you of all unnecessary formalities. I look forward to your guidance. With that, he executed a crisp military salute. His steady gait and upright posture certainly left a favorable impression. Meanwhile, Qin Mu recalled where he had heard this name before. Yes, during the era of Soul Guardians, although Long Wu was not widely recognized today. In the age following the descent of the Soul Guardians, he had been no minor figure. His name had resonated across continents, ranking among the elite globally, particularly noted for his combat prowess. His most renowned battle was the defense of the imperial capital. Back then, one of the 108 Rakshasa streets had manifested directly within the heart of the imperial capital. Although the military reacted swiftly to organize rescue efforts, the elder was surrounded by countless malevolent spirits and demons by the final moment of command. Should the elder perish, Long Country would lose its pillar of strength, leaving the populace, who had just narrowly escaped disaster, facing yet another calamity. Nonetheless, the military, regardless of the sacrifices required, could not breach the encirclement of malevolent spirits. Just as despair began to settle over all, the name Long Wu emerged like a bolt of lightning. With unwavering resolve, he single-handedly clashed with thousands of evil spirits, ultimately carrying the elder through the chaos toward safety. In the face of the onslaught from malevolent spirits and demons, he carved a bloody path, wielding a blade that had long since dulled from the relentless strikes, refusing to relent until, after 3 grueling days, he finally broke free from their encirclement. However, the toll of such intense combat nearly drained him of all vitality, and upon delivering the elder to safety, he collapsed, sacrificing his life to preserve the very spirit of Long Country. Because of the elder's continued presence, the nation was able to endure for decades, ultimately establishing sanctuaries of hope, nearly pushing back the malevolent spirits. It was during this time that everyone was profoundly moved by Long Wu's indomitable spirit. In those arduous years, he had borne the weight of an entire nation. Little did he expect to behold the very national hero of that time in this new life, though Long Wu appeared youthful. The experiences he had endured were etched upon his countenance, undoubtedly marking him as a formidable general. In this lifetime, Qin Mu was resolute in ensuring that such tragedies would not recur. The faces of those who had perished during the era of soul guardians must be protected, for they had sacrificed far too much for this nation, and Long Country owed them an immeasurable debt. Noticing Qin Mu's unwavering gaze upon him, Long Wu awkwardly suggested, "Principal Qin, shall we not set off? The elder awaits your presence." "Very well." With a solemn nod, Qin Mu proceeded forward. The surrounding military personnel began to regroup as they returned to their vehicles, preparing for departure. Just then, the night sky suddenly illuminated with several beams of light, coalescing into a vivid crimson hue that seemed to bleed across the heavens. Initially, it appeared as a singular spectacle, but gradually it enveloped the sky. Merely gazing upon it, one could discern no end. Under the night's canopy, a vast expanse of fiery clouds emerged, their hue reminiscent of blood, as if heralding some ominous portent. Instinctively, everyone turned their eyes skyward. In times past, such a phenomenon would not have stirred any concern, as weather changes were commonplace, particularly with the emergence of fire clouds. However, now, with the impending arrival of the era of soul guardians, the atmosphere felt distinctly altered. The Minister of Networks instinctively glanced back at Qin Mu. "Principal Qin." This, although he did not finish his thought, Qin Mu understood the implication and solemnly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this was a warning of the impending descent of the soul guardians. Gazing at the ethereal spectacle above, Qin Mu's visage bore a shadow of deep concern, for the era of soul guardians was marked by unimaginable brutality and bloodshed. Reflecting upon the events of that time still haunted him. Before the arrival of the soul guardians, the sky was painted with blood-red clouds. The land was awash in crimson, a harbinger of doom. This was the final warning for Blue Star, regrettably unheeded by those who lived through it. Who could have fathomed that within a scientifically progressive worldview, the notion of an apocalypse could manifest? Yet, it was precisely through a momentary lapse of vigilance that endless calamity ensued, spiraling into a nationwide disaster. Even now, the recollection of that sorrow brings a pang to the heart. His astonishment. The onset of this calamity seemed to arrive even swifter this time. It appeared that the era of soul guardians would soon be upon them once more. The time remaining for them was dwindling rapidly. They must forge the strongest protective net for the nation with utmost urgency. This was perhaps their only chance. Once the era of soul guardians descended, Long Country would be compelled to wage a desperate battle against the abyssal monsters and the malevolent spirits descending from the skies. The drums of war still echo on the city walls, and the blood on the blades has yet to dry. The ghastly scenes of that time remain vivid in memory, having claimed far too many lives. Those soldiers, lacking the prowess of soul guardians, nonetheless charged forth without hesitation to save the populace. Their spirit was profoundly moving, one that remains unforgettable even to this day, having been granted a second chance at life. If this existence were to be devoid of a means to avert disaster, how could one ever reconcile with their sacrifices? As Qin Mu pondered, the strange celestial phenomenon gradually faded, and as the night sky returned to its usual darkness, the profound shock of the recent sight lingered in the minds of all present. An indelible memory. What a magnificent sight, a landscape worthy of a painting. Is this what the world will become after the arrival of the soul guardians? "I can hardly wait," Long Wu remarked, his tone revealing a youthful fervor. Let us proceed," Qin Mu responded, shaking his head lightly at Long Wu's words. Only those who have experienced the era of soul guardians can truly comprehend its terror. He believed that anyone who had lived through it would never wish to relive those days. For it was not merely warfare, it was a massacre, a relentless slaughter between races. There was no rationale, no right or wrong, only a stark dichotomy of strength and weakness. Countless innocent lives were ensnared in that disaster. Families torn apart, strangers dying far from home, ultimately consumed by malevolent spirits and demons, an elegy forged in blood. Indeed, Long Wu affirmed, as the vehicles surged forward, the military convoy leading the way. As the formidable procession moved onward, a gentle breeze swept by, compelling Qin Mu to gaze skyward and murmur, "The wind has risen." In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the stars twinkle, and a gentle breeze whispers through the void, heralding the arrival of the era of soul guardians. The wind, which has traversed eons, seems to freeze this moment in time for eternity. As the clock strikes midnight, an armored convoy, under stringent protection, ventures deep into the mountains. Within, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the bustling urban life. On either side, lush greenery flourishes, and at the end of the mountain range, a vast campus sprawling nearly 100 acres materializes before Qin Mu. Encircling it, sentinels stand every few paces, the defenses impenetrable, all armed with live ammunition. In the depths of the dense forest, numerous snipers have already trained their sights on them the moment they entered. Any sign of movement would result in instant extermination. It is only after successfully passing the inspection that the sense of impending danger, once aimed at them, gradually dissipates, along a stretch of less than 3 kilometers. Nearly 10 checkpoints are established, manned by thousands of troops guarding this area. It is through Long Wu's introduction that Qin Mu learns of a military district stationed around these mountains, ensuring swift intervention should peril arise. Mr. Qin, please disembark. At last, upon reaching the final checkpoint, the vehicle comes to a slow halt, and the surrounding soldiers begin to take their designated positions. As the door swings open, Qin Mu nods and strides forward. Not only is the exterior fortified, but the campus itself is also equipped with stringent defenses, surrounded by electrified fencing. Heavy weaponry adorns the walls, including the latest magnetic energy arms, underscoring the significance placed upon this location. This is, of course, to be expected. After all, the Wu University campus is unlike any other, existing solely for the salvation of the entire nation, thus permitting no petty intrusions. The safety of Long Wu must not be compromised in the slightest. Under Long Wu's guidance, they soon arrive at the office, where the elder has been waiting patiently. A hint of a smile graces his face as he greets. Mr. Qin, I hope your journey has not been too exhausting. What do you think of the situation here? If there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall have them rectified immediately. Quite satisfactory. Qin Mu replies with a resigned nod. Jesting, what could possibly be more satisfactory than this? From security to space, it seems every detail has been meticulously considered. If I were to express dissatisfaction, that would be rather ungrateful. Moreover, it is the elder himself who has orchestrated this. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall serve as the principal of the Wu University headquarters, and additionally, hold the rank of general in the military. General Qin, I entrust the future of Long Wu to you. The elder speaks. Visibly moved, harboring high hopes for the youth, as he is the only one capable of rescuing the nation from crisis. This empire was built through years of toil and struggle, and no one would willingly witness its decline once more. I shall not fail in my duty, Qin Mu solemnly affirms, his expression reflecting respect. Long Wu is fortunate to have such an elder. Without him, how could they have endured for decades during the era of soul guardians? Now, with a second chance at life, Qin Mu will not allow such a fate to unfold again. Here is the list of awakened individuals we have recently drawn from various military districts. You will personally select the inaugural class of Wu University. The elder hands him the list. Upon examining the names, most are familiar, having been heard in his previous life. Indeed, no matter how circumstances shift, these prodigies remain undiminished. After the elder departs, Qin Mu turns to Long Wu, commanding, summon everyone listed to gather here immediately. I want to see all of them within 5 hours. Otherwise, military law will be enforced. Time is of the essence. Qin Mu cannot afford further delays. A week. No more than a week. Principal Qin, the individuals on that list are all elite warriors from various military districts. Securing their transfer may not meet with approval from the district leaders. Long Wu admits, his gaze flickering, revealing a hint of trepidation. However, there is no alternative, as it involves too many elite personnel. Those leaders have painstakingly cultivated these talents. How could they easily let them go? Disagreement. In the face of national peril, what do personal interests matter? Should I request the elder to enlighten them? Qin Mu's expression darkens as he speaks. At this juncture, the notion of elite warriors holds little weight. Once the era of soul guardians descends, without awakened individuals, they will be mere ants. Even the most elite army pales in comparison to an elephant, lacking self-awareness. Only the soul guardians possess the strength to fight with their backs against the wall. Hearing this, Long Wu contemplates saying more, but recalls the elder's prior admonitions, ultimately gritting his teeth and nodding. He then steps outside to begin sending telegrams to the various military districts that are in the Chuanqi region. Within the Iron Fist military district, the commander stands before 7 individuals on the training ground, his expression a mix of pride and reluctance. Although he had anticipated that the establishment of the Wu University headquarters would not bode well, he never expected it to happen so quickly, leaving no one behind. Under normal circumstances, he would never have consented, for the Wolf-Fang Special Forces have consumed vast resources during their training, comprising the elite of the elite. The kings among soldiers that it is no exaggeration to say that this small group possesses the destructive power of an entire battalion, having executed numerous combat missions without a single defeat. Their existence is akin to a legendary tale, uplifting the morale of the military. Even among global special forces, they rank among the best, and now, all 7 have awakened, their power surpassing their former selves. Yet, for the greater good, he must part with them. After a moment, he finally speaks. From now on, you will all proceed to the Imperial Capital's Wu University headquarters for covert training that I expect you to uphold my reputation. Otherwise, I shall personally behead you and use your heads as balls. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. Though only 7 in number, their voices resonate powerfully, embodying the spirit of manhood. As night deepens, the skies over Longwu's territory. Armed helicopters from various regions descend upon a remote mountain deep within the imperial capital. Where the Wu University headquarters lies, under the glare of bright lights, it is as radiant as day. Despite the nocturnal hour, troops patrol continuously, and in the center of the training ground, a dense crowd stands in precise formation. On the rooftop of the campus, Qin Mu observes the throng below, while Long Wu provides introductions. Wolf-Fang, the premier special forces unit of the Chuanchi military district, has executed border drug enforcement operations 172 times without failure. Dragon Guard, the top special forces unit of the imperial capital, ranks 2nd globally and has participated in the counterattack against Vietnam, claiming thousands of enemy lives. Black Tiger, the foremost special forces unit in the Southeast War Zone, boasts extensive combat experience and border defense. Longwu speaks with subdued awe. These men are Longwu's sharpest sword, instilling terror in countless foreign adversaries. It is no exaggeration to say that should they be unleashed, even the smallest nations would tremble, and even great powers would hesitate to provoke them. Yet, Qin Mu has gathered such formidable warriors together. However, in Qin Mu's eyes, this seemingly powerful assemblage holds little significance. After all, during the era of Soul Guardians, even a mere malevolent spirit could annihilate an entire company of troops. The so-called kings of soldiers and elites are but playthings in the eyes of malevolent spirits and monsters. Without having endured those dark years, one can never truly grasp the essence of life and death battles. Compared to the conflicts of the Soul Guardian era, these warriors now appear as children playing house. Only those who have truly battled malevolent spirits, who have emerged unscathed from countless confrontations, can be deemed elites. However, one cannot entirely blame them. After all, the era of Soul Guardians has yet to dawn, and at this moment, they remain unaware of the formidable strength possessed by these evil entities. The very existence of Qin Mu serves to illuminate the disparities among them. It is only through immense pressure that they can transform it into the driving force propelling them forward. Only by recognizing their own insignificance can they truly appreciate the vastness of the universe. Once Long Wu finished his introduction, Qin Mu gathered his energy, gazing downwards as he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the headquarters of Wu University. I am aware that each of you has once been a paragon of excellence, elite soldiers, and ace warriors, contributing immensely to our Dragon Nation. However, I must forewarn you that the training at Wu University will be far more brutal, even merciless, than anything you have experienced in the military districts. Thus, if any of you feel incapable of enduring this, you may choose to withdraw now. As Qin Mu's voice echoed in the ears of the soldiers. Those who had been murmuring below quickly turned to seek reassurance, finally spotting Qin Mu on the rooftop. His frail silhouette under the night sky appeared somewhat imposing. Though seemingly delicate, he emanated an overwhelming sense of danger, akin to a raging tempest. Notably, many had already recognized him, especially the Dragon Guards from the Imperial Military District. The memory of Qin Mu's audacious intrusion into the Grand Hall still lingered vividly in their minds, where an array of heavy weaponry and elite bodyguards had seemed like mere playthings in his grasp. His terrifying prowess had left an indelible impression on the Dragon Guards, who exclaimed, "Is that him? The host of the National Cultivation livestream? How did he end up here? I heard he is incredibly strong, able to summon guardian spirits and such. It really is him. I still have that video of him severing mountains with a single shot saved." Initially silent, the soldiers now bore expressions of admiration, akin to that of fans beholding their idol in the military. Respect is reserved for the strong, and Qin Mu embodied the very essence of strength they aspired to. As for withdrawal, that was out of the question. Upon hearing their discussions, Qin Mu raised a hand, and the crowd fell silent. He then declared, "Well, it seems no one intends to withdraw. Therefore, our training officially commences. Over the course of the next week, I will personally guide you in your training. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. However, I sincerely hope you can persevere, for this will be the most grueling experience of your lives." In response, the elite soldiers wore expressions of indifference. After all, from the moment they enlisted and ascended to their current ranks, they had often been met with similar warnings. Yet, in the end, regardless of the torment endured, they had persevered. Moreover, those who had reached this stage were unlikely to be easily intimidated. If they could be frightened by mere words, they would not deserve to stand here. Unbeknownst to them, every word uttered by Qin Mu was steeped in truth. Additionally, I must remind you that this training is voluntary, due to the confidential nature of the tasks, unless objectives are completed. There will be no cessation, nor will anyone be permitted to withdraw or leave midway. Any injuries, disabilities, or fatalities sustained during training will result in the state providing compensation, but no one will know the circumstances of your demise. For the upcoming week, you shall have no names, only code names. As these chilling words reverberated, not a single soldier chose to retreat. After all, from the moment they joined, their options had been stripped away. Furthermore, their minds were already imbued with the ethos of sacrificing for their country. Should the nation require it, they would do so without hesitation. Very well, then, our training officially begins. I hope you can endure, Qin Mu proclaimed, gesturing with a single hand. The previously lit incandescent lamps extinguished instantly. Subsequently, the air was filled with the howls of wolves, and from the shadows of the training ground emerged silver wolves with blood-red eyes, eager to attack the soldiers who had long been deprived of sustenance. "Wolves," one of the soldiers shouted. However, no reminder was needed. Everyone was already prepared for battle. After all, those chosen for the special forces were certainly not ordinary individuals. Observing the approaching wolves, the soldiers wore expressions of disdain. Though such extreme training had not been part of their routine, they believed their strength would suffice to handle these creatures, perhaps even providing a meal. This would also serve as an opportunity for Qin Mu to witness their prowess. Watching their demeanor, Qin Mu on the rooftop smirked coldly. Did they truly believe it would be that simple? Indeed, these creatures were wolves, but they were far from ordinary. Each had been catalyzed by his spiritual energy. While they could not compare to the monsters of the era of soul guardians, they were more than sufficient to impart a lesson. Beside him, Longwu harbored concerns for the group below. Having witnessed firsthand the terror of the wolves enhanced by Qin Mu's energy, the battle prowess of these creatures, capable of holding their own against 3 times their number of tigers, was formidable indeed. "It seems you are eager to begin. Prepare yourselves. Your task is simple. Survive their onslaught," Qin Mu declared. Upon hearing this, the soldiers below broke into smiles. This was a task far too easy for them. It appeared that training at Wu University was not as daunting as they had anticipated. They expected a challenge, but found themselves merely fighting a pack of beasts. "Food. I haven't eaten all day. Let us use them to fill our stomachs," one exclaimed, charging toward the wolves. However, as he engaged, his kick, which should have easily sent a wolf flying, felt as though he had struck steel, sending shockwaves through his leg. In a moment of fury, a wolf retaliated, its claws slashing toward him. Luckily, he reacted just in time. Otherwise, that single blow might have cost him his life. Those who had initially underestimated the wolves were now alert, clearly understanding that these creatures were not to be trifled with. "Dragon guards, assemble. Wolf Fang, assemble. Black Tiger, assemble." Each special forces leader swiftly called their teams together, forming a defensive perimeter and strategizing on how to counter the attack. For the strength of these wolves was far beyond anything they had encountered. However, during this time, the wolves did not rest. Hundreds charged forward, and while their respective teams provided some protection, it did not last long. And soon they were overwhelmed. Just as the wolves were about to devour them, Qin Mu on the rooftop let out a cold snort. In an instant, the once ferocious pack transformed into docile creatures. Not daring to make a sound, clearly filled with fear of Qin Mu, with a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, Qin Mu addressed the fallen elites. "So, how does it feel? Everyone, do you still consider these your prey? I can't help but feel you resemble their meals instead. Have only lasted such a brief time truly disappoints me. Is this the strength of the elite soldiers?" His calm words struck the fallen soldiers. leaving their faces pale. Yet, they remained silent. After all, defeat was defeat. There were no excuses to offer. The enemy would never listen to them, and the battlefield was a realm of life and death, where even the slightest error could prove fatal. Hence, at such a moment, no one would seek to explain. Yet, traces of unwillingness and doubt lingered on their faces. How could ordinary wolves possibly possess such strength? Perceiving their doubts, Qin Mu spoke up. I am aware of your thoughts. Wolves, you have slain many, yet you have never encountered such formidable ones, have you? I can assure you that in the near future, your adversaries will be far more powerful, thousands of times stronger than the wolves before you. When that time comes, will you still charge recklessly into battle? To vanquish an enemy, one must first understand them. This simple truth, do you truly not grasp it? His words left no room for argument. Indeed, at the outset, they had not taken their foes seriously. To them, these were merely ordinary wolf packs. Perhaps, for an average person, they would pose a significant challenge, but for seasoned warriors like them, it seemed laughable. However, none anticipated the encounter with such a formidable presence. The wolves' power far surpassed their imaginations, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. Had they acknowledged the threat from the beginning, though they might still have faced defeat, it would not have been so devastating. Observing the contemplative expressions of the crowd, Qin Mu continued, from this moment forth, for the next week, your sole objective is to survive amidst the wolves and, ultimately, to turn the tables on them. His calm declaration dampened the spirits of those who had once been courageous. As the recent revelation weighed heavily upon them, noticing their disheartened demeanor, Qin Mu reassured them, rest assured, I will not deliberately complicate matters for you. Before we proceed, I will impart some strategies for combating the wolf packs. With this, the group felt a sense of relief. Had they been sent into battle without guidance, it was likely that lives would be lost in the next encounter. However, with Qin Mu's mentorship, the situation would undoubtedly differ. He then instructed, take a brief respite. We shall reconvene in half an hour in the lecture hall. Though it was the early hours of the morning, none felt the slightest inclination to sleep. Instead, they were invigorated. For them, enhancing their strength was infinitely more critical than rest, especially with the weight of the future of the Dragon Kingdom resting upon their shoulders. No-one understood this better than they did. They were acutely aware of the reason behind their summons to Wu De. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, they would become the vanguard against the era of soul guardians. Half an hour later, in the lecture hall, everyone took their seats, gazing solemnly at the virtual screen before them, fully aware that the forthcoming discourse pertained to their futures and was of utmost importance. Qin Mu seized the moment to activate the holographic display. In our Dragon Kingdom, there is an age-old adage, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. If we wish to engage the creatures of the era of soul guardians, we must first understand them better than they understand themselves. Every weakness is worth remembering, for it may very well save your life in the near future. He explained that the era of soul guardians was divided into malevolent spirits and abyssal creatures, the latter of which took on countless bizarre forms and were of substantial size. To combat them, one must identify their critical vulnerabilities, such as the abdomen, limbs, neck, and eyes, as images of various abyssal beings flashed across the screen. Qin Mu revealed that these were all known entities from the past. He had commissioned an artist to depict them in preparation for such a time, and now, they were proving invaluable. The classroom was filled with the sound of pens scratching across paper. For as the saying goes, a good memory is not as reliable as a poor pen. Only by writing could they engrave the information deeply into their minds. Once the notes were sufficiently taken, the captain of the Wolf Fang team raised his hand. Principal Qin, you mentioned the weaknesses of the abyssal creatures. What about the malevolent spirits? How should we confront them when we encounter them? Malevolent spirits. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, pausing momentarily before responding. To contend with malevolent spirits, only a soul guardian can accomplish that. A soul guardian. Indeed, a soul guardian has the ability to summon ancient spirits from alternate dimensions. Upon forming a pact, they gain immense combat prowess, allowing them to stand against malevolent spirits. Ordinary individuals stand no chance, and there is no need to even discuss their weaknesses. Malevolent spirits are nearly human-like in their form, but their power far exceeds that of an average person. Even decapitation or dismemberment cannot eliminate them. Only the unique abilities of a guardian spirit can restrain them. This is precisely why the situation in our Dragon Kingdom is so urgent. As the era of soul guardians draws ever nearer, is it true that by cultivating the sense of qi, one can become a soul guardian? Inquired the captain of the Dragon Guard, his excitement palpable. After all, everyone present had cultivated their qi senses, and they were envious of Qin Mu's legendary strength. No, Simply cultivating the Qi sense does not guarantee one will become a soul guardian. The so-called Qi merely enhances your physical potential. However, becoming a soul guardian necessitates the cultivation of the brain domain. Only by developing the brain domain can one successfully summon a guardian spirit. Moreover, as your brain domain expands, the combat strength of the summoned guardian spirit will also grow. Some prodigies may even summon multiple guardian spirits simultaneously. However, these matters need not concern you for now. Your current focus is singular, to summon a guardian spirit. As Qin Mu spoke, the crowd could not help but feel disheartened. At that moment, they understood they were far from being true prodigies. They were merely progressing slightly faster than others, according to Qin Mu's standards, unless one successfully summoned a guardian spirit. They would ultimately remain insignificant in the era of soul guardians. Now, let us proceed with developing your brain domains. If you encounter any issues during the cultivation process, feel free to voice them. With that, Qin Mu began to teach them the necessary techniques. The group immersed themselves in their training. But after several hours, none had managed to succeed. The captain of the Wolf Fang team finally spoke up. Principal Qin, when I attempt to sense my brain domain, it feels as though something is obstructing me. Furthermore, I find some parts of the incantation rather confusing. Others echoed similar sentiments regarding their struggles. Qin Mu observed their curious expressions and chuckled. It's nothing to worry about. These incantations are inherently complex and difficult to comprehend. It's perfectly normal for you to struggle initially. As for the sensation of obstruction, it likely indicates you've reached a bottleneck. With diligent refinement, you should have a chance to succeed in summoning a guardian spirit. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, the captain of the Wolf Fang team smiled, as this was undoubtedly the best news he could receive. Subsequently, the remaining members posed their questions, and Qin Mu patiently addressed each one. Principal Qin, I believe there may be an issue with the pathway of my Qi. Why does my Qi keep interrupting? Principal Qin, I have a question as well. Why can I not perceive the existence of my brain domain? The earlier gloom lifted, and everyone became eager to ask questions. After all, having distinguished themselves from the multitude in the military district, they were not easily disheartened. Qin Mu was more than willing to assist, providing them with detailed explanations. Finally, once all inquiries were addressed, Qin Mu stated, if there are no further questions, the hour is late. You may all return and rest. With that, the group nodded in agreement and dispersed. As they departed, Longwu approached Qin Mu. Principal Qin, we have completed the tasks you assigned, but is this truly appropriate? What if someone gets hurt? For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Qin Mu replied solemnly. Only in the most trying circumstances can we unleash our true potential. We cannot afford to wait any longer. At this moment, there was no time to ponder the intricacies. As the era of soul guardians loomed ever closer, there was no time for them to train in a methodical manner. By the time they became adequately prepared, the enemy would likely be at their doorstep. Thus, it was necessary to take decisive action. Moreover, from the moment they arrived here, it should have been evident to them that the main campus of Wuhan University is by no means a sanctuary. Here, life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Those who endure will emerge as the vanguards of the Dragon Kingdom's future, while those who falter will become the buried bones of loyalty beneath the Green Mountains. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Longwu inevitably nodded in agreement. Although he found the approach somewhat extreme, it was indeed true that if time were of the essence, one could not deny that this method was the most effective. In the face of desperation, individuals tend to grow stronger. It is no wonder that the Grand Elder instructed him to heed Qin Mu's every word. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the seemingly youthful boy before him possessed a heart sufficiently cunning. Only with such disposition can great deeds be accomplished. After all, if the era of soul binding truly descends, how could they possibly have ample time to cultivate in peace here? I understand now. The latter solemnly nodded, then retrieved a laptop from his pocket, swiftly striking the keys. Soon, the screen displayed the dormitories inhabited by the Special Forces personnel. In the image, the dimly lit dormitory revealed individuals lying at ease, utterly exhausted after several hours of cultivation, finally able to rest for a brief moment. However, at that very instant, a deafening wolf's howl echoed from the video, from the shadows surrounding the dark room. Wolves with blood-red eyes emerged, fixating on the resting soldiers. They were poised to pounce at any moment, and Long Wu's expression darkened. He seemed to envision the impending situation. After all, even when aware of the enemy, one cannot contend with a pack of wolves, let alone in their current state. Especially since they were resting, any assault would likely result in a far graver outcome. Begin, Qin Mu stated calmly, his gaze resolute. Indeed, when the era of soul-binding descends, there are scarcely any days of peace. Everyone wishes to stretch a single day into two. Even during sleep, one must keep one eye open, as it has become instinctual. Otherwise, in such an environment, sinking into deep slumber could mean never awakening the following day. Numerous soul-binding generals have perished due to negligence. Danger lurks at every moment during rest. This is the only hope for survival in the age of soul-binding. As Qin Mu's words fell, the pack of wolves seemed to receive some form of signal, charging toward the beds. Instantly, chaos erupted within the room as the once slumbering Special Forces soldiers were jolted awake. Their eyes wide with alarm upon seeing the predatory wolves. It is only natural to feel fear when one opens their eyes to find enemies looming before them. Yet, they are among the world's elite special forces. Thus, they quickly regain composure. It's those wolves. Damn it. How did they get into the dormitory? No doubt, this is the work of Principal Qin. Hurry, to the second bed. Buy us some time. The dormitory erupted into a cacophony of voices. Some astute individuals immediately surmised that Qin Mu was orchestrating events behind the scenes. However, their immediate priority was survival. They hastily scrambled to the second bed, standing atop it, using their blankets to outwit the wolves. For a moment, a stalemate ensued. Though the wolves, enhanced by spiritual energy, were considerably powerful, their jumping ability was still somewhat lacking. Moreover, in such a vast space, they could not easily leap upon their foes. The combat scene reached an impasse. Observing this, Qin Mu felt a sense of satisfaction. Although their abilities remained inadequate, they at least understood how to respond in a critical moment. They would not be devoured by the wolves in isolation. Were that to happen, he would indeed have to consider a new batch of recruits. If they could not even ensure their own survival, any training would prove futile. Watching the team struggle against the wolves for a solid half hour, Qin Mu nodded in approval before pressing the button to activate the loudspeaker in the dormitory. Everyone, you have performed admirably. However, should you only resort to passive defense, it is only a matter of time before you perish. There are at least 200 wolves outside. Do you truly believe you can withstand such a number? In other words, they can tire you to death. As he reached the final sentence, Qin Mu's tone turned cold. In the era of soul-binding, harboring any illusions of safety is the deadliest folly. Those who cannot escape the brink of death ultimately meet their end. Therefore, retreating is not an option. Upon hearing these words, the occupants of the dormitory were taken aback. No one doubted that Qin Mu was jesting, for he was not that type of person. Faced with a pack of 200 wolves, they would indeed perish if they relied solely on defense. Moreover, from the very beginning of their mission, it had been made clear that should they fail to complete their training or die during the process, the state would only cover the funeral expenses. Qin Mu would bear no responsibility. Thus, it was highly plausible that they would truly die here. As the once proud special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, selected from millions of soldiers across various military districts, they were the elite among elites. Under any circumstances, no one wished to meet their end here, especially since they had yet to achieve their goals. The profound sense of unwillingness surged within them as they gazed at the wolves before them, their eyes reflecting a newfound bloodlust. Since retreat was no longer an option, it seemed they had only one path ahead, to carve a bloody route forward. At this moment, everyone began to ponder the lessons Qin Mu had taught in class. Every creature of darkness must possess a weakness. If they could just identify that weakness, a decisive blow could be struck. However, should they persist in their defensive stance, the only outcome awaiting them would be either exhaustion or a slow demise by bites. After all, there are always limits to defense. Brothers, let us take action. Let us fight these wolf cubs. Damn it. If they want to kill us, they are not worthy. I curse. I will go all out. After all, death is inevitable. When the era of soul-binding descended, conventional weaponry became useless in an instant. Global communication was severed, and military districts were fragmented. Orders could not be relayed, and ordinary citizens had no means of rescue. Hunger, cold, and danger coexisted. Monsters roamed the streets, and malevolent spirits descended from the sky, becoming the nightmares of countless individuals. Their immense power could shatter mountains and stones, let alone when hunting down unarmed civilians. Carnage ensued, and humanity was devoured piece by piece. In such an environment, everyone struggled desperately. The dignity of humanity, once the dominant species on the planet, had vanished without a trace, leaving them to scurry for survival like ants, finding it increasingly arduous to continue living. After a few days of waiting without the arrival of the military, the populace faced the grim reality of starving to death or venturing out in search of food. Yet, stepping outside meant confronting monsters. Thus, They had no choice but to venture forth, as it was their only hope. Even knowing they were outmatched, they ultimately picked up weapons to launch an assault against the beasts. This marked humanity's first resistance against the monsters. Oppression and rebellion. This was the main theme of the era of soul-binding. Humans, pushed to the brink, could only rise against their oppressors as they yearned to survive. Despite the hardships of life, their aspirations for the future remained unshaken. Qin Mu emerged from that very era, having fought his way through. The potential of humanity often reveals itself in the face of life and death crises. This is a true reflection of the era of soul guardians in that society, regardless of whether one is a naturally gifted soul guardian or a destitute wanderer begging by the roadside. They are all helpless in the face of endless calamities, thus, they must rise up and fight. It is precisely because of this that humanity has been able to evolve time and again. Those who manage to struggle free from the apocalyptic times of yore are the elite among humanity. The most brilliant of geniuses. It is their unwavering perseverance that ultimately led to the 30 years of darkness, known as the Soul Guardian era on Blue Star. In this new life, Qin Mu realizes he cannot afford to wait until the Soul Guardian era descends to cultivate these individuals. Thus, he must begin training them with utmost dedication from this moment onward. Only through such efforts can they truly grow strong enough to stand on their own when the apocalypse arrives. On the computer screen, the elite special forces have already leapt from their beds to engage in fierce combat with a pack of wolves. They attack repeatedly, probing for weaknesses, yet each assault exacts a heavy toll. This moment, Long Wu cannot help but feel anxious. These individuals are the backbone of Long Nation, painstakingly trained over many years. Surely they cannot perish here. The mere thought of it conjures images of the wrath of the military leaders. Observing Long Wu's flustered demeanor, Qin Mu furrows his brow and admonishes, "Calm down. What are you panicking for? Is the sky about to fall? Do you not trust them?" Qin Mu's serious gaze causes Long Wu's heart to skip a beat. After a moment, he regains his composure. Indeed, these individuals are the elite from various military districts. Even in such dire circumstances, they must possess means to cope. Compared to Qin Mu's calmness, his own anxiety seems to belittle their capabilities. If they cannot survive in such an environment, then surely they cannot be considered elite soldiers. Those who have reached this level have endured much, and he can only hope they can persevere. Long Wu silently prays for them. However, at that very moment, the situation on the battlefield shifts. The captain of the Wolf Fang Special Forces delivers a powerful punch to a wolf's eye, causing it to yelp in pain and collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward and unleashes a flurry of blows, crushing the wolf's head. Upon discovering the weakness, the remaining soldiers swiftly follow suit. In no time, dozens of wolves have been felled, yet the remaining pack, witnessing the death of their comrades, becomes even more ferocious and charges once more. This time in greater numbers. This juncture, the captains of the special forces call out. Defensive formation, advance. Years of cooperation have fostered a seamless understanding among them, allowing them to form a formation in an instant. The many have sustained injuries, their momentum remains formidable as they press forward, repurposing bedboards and other materials as weapons. Almost instantaneously, they complete their advance. The wolves that charge at them are swiftly dispatched, with no chance to struggle. Eventually, faced with this terrifying force, the wolf pack begins to retreat. Sensing fear, these humans are simply too powerful, even somewhat terrifying. When it comes to combat, they are on an entirely different level. Fear and reverence compel the beasts to submit. Even the fiercest of creatures will bow before a king. At this moment, the wolf pack, despite the presence of a wolf king, is gripped by fear and at a loss as to how to respond. In its mind, these humans should have been weak and easily bullied. Yet now, the tables have turned, and they are the ones who can be easily intimidated. Gradually, the pack retreats, and once they have all dispersed, a glimmer of satisfaction shines in Qin Mu's eyes as he remarks with a smile. "Not bad. At least they have some brains. Not bad." Long Wu stares in disbelief, realizing that such a feat is already considered top-tier. A counterattack from the brink seems nearly impossible. Yet, he cannot help but feel relieved for them. At the very least, they should have barely passed the test. Go. Summon the doctors to tend to them. Additionally, in half an hour, everyone is to gather in the martial arts training room. With that, Qin Mu strides out, leaving behind a simple command. If they were useless, he would not bother with them. But those who have passed the test now possess the qualifications to become powerful, and thus they deserve the corresponding treatment. Half an hour later, in the martial arts training room, Qin Mu surveys the injured individuals before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. So, how does it feel now? Do you still believe coming here was a good choice? Truth be told, You really shouldn't have come. Wuda has never been a sanctuary for the weak. What are a bunch of novices doing here? You might as well go to the battlefield and face opponents of your own level. Earning some merits instead, wouldn't that be more beneficial? The mere fact that they have been reduced to this state by merely catalyzed demonic wolves makes him shudder at the thought of how dreadful their lives will be over the coming week. Perhaps it would be best for each of you to return home. His words strike a nerve, igniting their pride. The arrogance they had upon arriving at Wuda has long since vanished. They had once believed themselves to be at the pinnacle of their game, not just nationally but globally. After all, they had received the most professional training and wielded the most advanced technology, boasting numerous accomplishments that made Long Nation proud in international special forces competitions. Yet, in just half a day's time, they have plummeted from the heights of pride to the depths of despair. As Qin Mu stated, their past combat skills and proud accolades are worthless here. The only measure that matters is survival, how long they can endure. Principal Qin, are the malevolent spirits in the Soul Guardian era truly that formidable? The captain of the Wolf Fang Special Forces inquires, unable to fathom the strength of those creatures. Qin Mu's words echo in his mind. The malevolent spirits are exponentially more powerful. Can they truly withstand such might? Indeed, their strength far exceeds your imagination, and the calamity they bring will engulf all of humanity. Even if our Long Nation were to deploy all its nuclear arsenal, it would be of no use. As he speaks, Qin Mu cannot help but feel a surge of emotion. There lingers a hint of sorrow in his gaze, for only those who have lived through the terrifying era of Soul Guardians can truly comprehend the despairing might of those monsters, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains and rocks. No one could compare to them, in contrast to the disasters of the Soul Guardians. All previous human encounters were mere child's play. For this reason, the higher-ups decided to establish Wuda to further the education system. After all, relying solely on live broadcasts cannot achieve systematic teaching, and many individual circumstances cannot be addressed. Thus, they have summoned these individuals to learn first, and then disseminate their knowledge to military academies nationwide. In time, every citizen of Long Nation shall embody the essence of a dragon. Only then does this country possess the hope of becoming truly powerful. Otherwise, even if given another chance, the outcome will likely mirror that of the past, facing annihilation once more. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, the expressions of all present grow somber. They finally realize that the stakes of this mission far surpass all previous tasks combined. After all, this one concerns the safety of the nation. Even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, the more they understand this gravity, the more compelled they feel to participate. Exchanging glances, they declare, "Loyalty to our motherland, loyalty to our people." These words resonate within the martial arts training room, imparting a sense of solemnity that envelopes everyone. It is precisely because of soldiers like these that Long Nation has endured through the ages, never falling into oblivion. Very well, I am honored to announce that from this moment on, you will qualify to become members of the Oriental No. 1 operational team. I hope to personally confer your ranks upon you in a week's time. Even Qin Mu feels somewhat inspired by their spirit. No matter the era, the valor of these soldiers is truly remarkable. As long as it is for the sake of this nation, they are always prepared to sacrifice everything. In the subsequent days, Qin Mu began to instruct them in martial arts training, for in that era, survival necessitated unwavering dedication to martial discipline. Otherwise, with the frail constitution of a Soul Guardian, one could easily fall victim to the malevolent spirits lurking nearby. A week's time, though not excessively long, passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, aside from brief periods of live streaming, Qin Mu devoted every moment to their training, showing no signs of laxity. The soldiers of the Special Forces dared not rest, constantly engaged in rigorous exercises while remaining vigilant against Qin Mu's surprise attacks. From initially using animals for practice, they progressed to live ammunition and grenades as their training intensified. In such a demanding environment, their progress was astonishingly rapid, nearing the final threshold for summoning their guardian spirits. Today, they were set to officially cross that threshold, within the martial arts training room of the Wuda main campus. Everyone closed their eyes in concentration, reciting incantations while forming hand seals. Waves of qi coursed through their bodies, ultimately converging on their minds. Should they break through the last barrier, they would officially become Soul Guardians. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted within the room. It was the captain of the Wolf Fang team, whose energy surged dramatically, revealing a flickering shadow of a figure behind him. Clearly, he was on the verge of summoning his spirit. Though it had yet to materialize, he had already shattered the threshold. As he ascended, the others began to feel a shift in their own energies. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds reverberated throughout the room, each echo sending chills down one's spine. As the immense psychic force cracked the walls. Yet, there was no intention to halt. At last, the majority successfully summoned their spirits, with only a few lagging behind. Those who had yet to succeed were visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Observing this, Qin Mu let out a cold snort, causing the spirit's energies to dissipate entirely, restoring tranquility to the room. Soon after, the final guardian spirit was summoned. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. Ding. 1 week of guardian spirit summoning training. Task complete. Ding. Mysterious rewards are being distributed. Ding. Distribution complete. Please collect your rewards. The long-awaited system notification resonated, and moments later, silence returned. Qin Mu shook his head helplessly and retrieved a mysterious package from his backpack before opening it. Upon seeing the contents, his face lit up with joy. To his surprise, he had obtained an unsealing card. It allows temporary access to the powers of sealed items, under the host's command, for a duration of half an hour. If it were an ordinary person who had accomplished such a challenging task and received this unsealing card, they might have cursed the system. However, Qin Mu was different. A look of ecstatic delight crossed his face. What others might deem trivial was of utmost importance to him. Within the 10 halls of Yama lie 7 historical generals, whose combined might, though perhaps not as fierce as Xiang Yu's, remains formidable. Even Xiang Yu would need to tread carefully around them. If he could unseal their powers for half an hour. Traversing from the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere would be of no challenge at all. Truly a remarkable boon. Stowing away the system rewards, Qin Mu turned to the assembled individuals standing neatly before him, smiling as he spoke. Well done. You have indeed not disappointed me. You have not let the nation down, nor the people. In the brief span of a week, they had summoned their guardian spirits. Although they were still somewhat weak, their speed was commendable even in the era of soul guardians. Particularly, these individuals had mastered the systematic teachings of Wuda, a commendable achievement that would benefit future generations. However, I hope you all remember, this brief week is merely the beginning. The true era of soul guardians has yet to arrive, and you must always remain prepared for battle. Remember, do not become complacent. I do not wish to hear that you were slain in your sleep when that day arrives. Even in death, you must be ready to perish on the battlefield. Do you understand? Understood. The resounding chorus from nearly 100 individuals echoed with the might of thousands. Soaring into the heavens. Good. I hereby declare that your special training journey has come to an end. From this moment onward, you will be assigned to various martial arts academies across the cities to cultivate the next generation of vital forces for our nation. Furthermore, you will bear an additional identity. Though I will not compel you to accept it, the choice is yours. Huh? What do you mean? Principal Qin. What identity? The elites standing below were filled with curiosity. After all, their mission was merely to train here and then teach at Wuda, with no prior knowledge of any secret assignments. Oriental One. Observing the confusion among the crowd, Qin Mu spoke calmly. As those words left his lips, a flicker of understanding sparked in their eyes. Early on, they had heard Qin Mu mention the qualification to become members of Oriental One, yet the nature and purpose of this organization remained a mystery to them. Addressing their inquisitive gazes, Qin Mu elaborated. The so-called Oriental One plan is a strategy devised by the highest echelons in response to the era of soul guardians. After all, humanity remains too frail to contend with malevolent spirits. Thus, a special force of soul guardians is needed to undertake various covert missions. Once you join this organization, you will permanently lose your names and your pasts. In your future lives, there will be no family, no siblings. Until the era of soul guardians concludes, you will remain hidden, forever unknown. Your public identity will be that of Wuda instructors, but in secret, you will fight for this nation, for the lives of 16 billion people. Always ready to head to the front lines. Even in death on the battlefield, your identities will remain undisclosed. Of course, if you're unwilling, I can take the responsibility to release you. But you must maintain absolute confidentiality regarding the Oriental One plan. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, the crowd hesitated. After all, when they had previously joined special organizations, they could always reclaim their societal identities upon retirement. Yet, the notion of Oriental One was daunting. An existence that would never see the light of day. Bound to the front lines, where the horrors of the Soul Guardians era could be truly felt. Even though they had prepared themselves for the possibility of dying in battle, they still hesitated. After a lengthy silence, one finally spoke. Principal Qin, I am willing. I will go as well. Count me in. I've long been prepared to die. What is there to fear if we cannot withstand the era of soul guardians? We are doomed to die anyway. Why should we worry about reputation? One by one, they nodded solemnly, agreeing. After all, from the moment they enlisted, a mantra had been etched into their very bones: when the nation and its people need us, we must act without hesitation. Hesitation arises from the fear inherent in humanity, yet agreement reflects the code of honor among soldiers. No matter the circumstances, when crisis strikes, they will always be the first to stand before the people, defending the dignity of their comrades. Upon hearing their choice, Qin Mu had long anticipated this outcome. After all, during the era of soul guardians, they had already made their choice, a choice that led them to the front lines, ultimately perishing in countless battles. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall officially become members of the Oriental One Action Group. You will only bear a single code name. Aside from that, you will have the identity provided by the state. Remember, this identity must never be disclosed, or the consequences will be dire. When the nation requires your services, individuals will reach out to you privately. Qin Mu stated solemnly, for the intelligence of that malevolent spirit is, in comparison to humanity, by no means inferior. Thus, the existence of the members of Organization Dongfang No. 1 must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, the lives of their families could be gravely endangered. Understood? Everyone nodded gravely. From the very beginning, they had prepared themselves to enlist, placing their lives and deaths at the service of the nation. Qin Mu also nodded earnestly. He then began to assign tasks, opening the booklet in his hands. Glancing at the names, from the outset, destinations had already been arranged for each individual. Yanhuang, present, a burly man stepped forward from the left of the group, veins slightly protruding on his forehead. Evidently, the recent training had taken its toll, even on him. Qin Mu said calmly, from this moment on, you shall lead Yanhuang to the southwestern province, where a new martial university has been established. You will teach there? Understood. The man nodded solemnly, uttering not a single word more. As a soldier, he knew to obey orders without question. Any further words would be superfluous, a fact he clearly understood. Next, Qin Mu called out again, Long Wei, from now on, you are responsible for heading to the southeastern region to conduct training for martial university instructors. Remember, that area is near a foreign nation, so maintain your guard. Do you understand? In the era of soul guardians, no individual is worthy of trust, particularly those from foreign lands. His tone carried a weight of caution. Hearing this, the captain of Long Wei nodded knowingly. There was only one foreign nation near the southeastern area, and although Principal Qin had not explicitly stated it, the implication was unmistakable. That country would undoubtedly not be an ally. Given the historical conflicts where the Dragon Nation nearly succumbed to that duplicitous nation, understood, came the solemn nod in response. Clearly, preparations would be strengthened in the aftermath. For the advent of the era of soul guardians posed a critical threat to the city's survival, and complacency could not be tolerated. The fate of the nation was far too significant, encompassing the futures of over 1,600 million people. The fact that Qin Mu took the time to issue such a warning was proof enough that unexpected events were likely to unfold, thus setting off alarm bells in their minds. He continued, Hey Hu, you and your team will proceed to the West Jin battle zone. The population there is sparse, and the resources and environment are relatively poor. I hope you can appreciate the nation's difficulties. Of course, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. The higher-ups will do their utmost to accommodate. Qin Mu could not help but express. After all, West Jin was considered one of the more impoverished regions of the nation, with a scant population and harsh conditions. Nevertheless, someone had to be sent there, and since Heihu's overall combat capability was inferior to that of Yanhuang and Long Wei, he could only be assigned to this location. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Heihu's dark face. Principal Qin, you truly overthink things. Haven't we been there during our years of combat? Even if you were to assign me to a desolate zone, we would still survive, he replied, his face radiating a friendly smile. Indeed, this concern was somewhat unfounded. After all, these individuals had proven themselves as the most elite in the entire military district, having endured numerous hardships. They had ventured to every corner in the pursuit of their missions, making the conditions in West Jin seem rather favorable in comparison, following the allocation of the remaining special forces teams. Qin Mu gazed at those who had received their assignments and spoke, in the impending era of soul guardians, whether our Dragon Nation can withstand this trial lies in your hands. I hope you do not let me down. We will not, they responded with fervor. Haha, we shall triumph. Principal Qin, you shall not be disappointed. I've been meaning to have a drink with you. one added with a chuckle. Once the era of Soul Guardians concludes, I will ensure to treat you to a few rounds, Principal Qin. You must honor me then. Their faces bore expressions of camaraderie and good-natured cheer. In response to their words, Qin Mu nodded earnestly. Certainly, certainly. I wish you all a triumphant return. When the time comes, I will host a banquet in your honor. With that, the doors swung open, and the various special forces teams marched out. Shortly thereafter, they boarded the prepared aircraft, setting off towards different corners of the Dragon Nation. Watching them depart, Qin Mu found himself momentarily speechless. Though their time together had been brief, he had already developed a fondness for these straightforward soldiers. In contrast to the deceitfulness prevalent in society, their character was refreshingly genuine. Every action taken was solely for the nation. 100 depart, but how many shall return? Qin Mu mused, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. During the previous era of Soul Guardians, how many times had soldiers been dispatched to execute missions, only to face a grim reality? They had promised to return and share a drink together. Yet only a few managed to come back, many succumbing in the line of duty. In that true era of Soul Guardians, the most perilous were those soldiers revered as protectors by all. After all, the sacrifices they made to shield the populace were profoundly heavy. Qin Mu had witnessed firsthand a regiment of soldiers engaging in urban combat with malevolent spirits to cover the evacuation of civilians. Unwilling to retreat even in the face of inevitable defeat, ultimately they bought precious time for the populace to flee, yet those brave souls remained buried beneath the earth. Now, yet another group was being trained and sent out. If the era of Soul Guardians were to descend upon them, how many would return? And once this era had passed, how many would be left standing? A bitter smile crept upon his lips. Especially since these individuals were his own selections, their fates were inextricably linked to his. After a lengthy pause, he finally emerged from that sorrowful reverie. Life must go on, having endured the era of Soul Guardians. Qin Mu knew well how to adjust his emotions. Otherwise, in that era, if one succumbed to despair, they might not even realize how they had perished. After all, the malevolent spirits and demons showed no mercy. Any opportunity afforded to them would lead to swift annihilation. The specially trained elites were deployed across various locations. Qin Mu, fatigued, was returned to the villa arranged by the higher-ups for rest. Given his current standing, residing in a dilapidated building would be quite inappropriate. Once he fell into slumber, a thunderous roar erupted near the suburbs of the capital. Suddenly, the once even ground split open, revealing a bottomless black fissure. Pedestrians walking nearby instinctively gathered around, astonished by the bizarre sight. Hadn't the road just been maintained by the highway department? How could it have cracked open so suddenly? Surely, that unscrupulous contractor hadn't skimped on the work again. This gaping hole seemed excessively large. What if someone fell in? Those damned greedy businessmen. Skimping on labor was one thing, but did they truly intend to endanger lives? Were they not afraid of divine retribution? The onlookers, witnessing this gaping chasm, wore expressions of indignation. After all, many projects had fallen into disrepair due to the unscrupulousness of certain real estate developers who had abandoned their moral compass in the relentless pursuit of profit. Yet no one had anticipated that even the roads would succumb to such a fate. It was utterly outrageous that in the moment, someone dialed for emergency services. However, before the call could be completed, a tremendous roar erupted from within the abyss, as if some creature resided inside. Everyone instinctively recoiled at the same time. A colossal claw emerged from the black void, covered in armored scales, reminiscent of a gecko, but magnified 1,000-fold. The sheer size of the claw was equivalent to that of 2 individuals, and the asphalt road beneath it was sliced through like tofu, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Yet, the commotion did not cease. From below came the rustling sounds, as if something were attempting to emerge. The onlookers surrounding the scene wore expressions of sheer dread, their voices tinged with terror. What is this? What manner of creature could be so immense beneath the ground? A monster indeed. How could such a beast exist? We must trust in science. It must be some undiscovered animal. Let us capture it and send it to the Zoological Research Institute, and we shall reap great rewards. As they spoke, a few eager young men were ready to take action. However, before their excitement could fully blossom, a colossal green head finally emerged from the earth. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a gecko. Yet its gleaming, sharp teeth were evidently not to be trifled with. More importantly, its sheer size was staggering, standing at least 5 or 6 meters tall and stretching 8 meters in length. Observing its full form, it was clear that this was no ordinary foe. In an instant, panic erupted, and the crowd scattered in all directions, frantically shouting for help. After all, fear stems from the unknown, and such an enormous creature was a sight never before witnessed. The mere thought of confrontation was daunting. The screams echoed along the roadside, drawing more and more people out of their homes. They beheld the immense gecko pursuing hundreds of fleeing individuals, plunging everyone into a state of sheer terror. The previously orderly traffic was thrown into disarray. Especially alarming was the sight of more monsters emerging from the gaping abyss, wreaking havoc around them. Who could remain calm in such a chaotic scene? Fear consumed everyone, for the sheer horror was overwhelming. Ordinary citizens could hardly fathom encountering such a scenario. Police, help, officer, save me, mama, I want to go home. The big city is too terrifying. In their panic, people became frantic. Though some remained clear-headed enough to call for help, upon receiving the frantic descriptions from the callers, the police station was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Should they dispatch officers, after all? Reports of monsters in the capital seemed as credible as an April Fool's prank. But once they reviewed the surveillance footage and witnessed the chaos unfolding in the streets, they quickly reported the situation up the chain of command. The precinct chief was drenched in cold sweat. Unable to believe what was happening, the news traveled swiftly through the hierarchy until it reached the highest echelons. At that moment, the elder was diligently reviewing documents related to the national construction of the Marshall University and the requisite materials for the new energy magnetic power plant. An overwhelming amount of paperwork lay before him, yet witnessing the gradual strengthening of the Dragon Kingdom was a source of great satisfaction for the elder. For those of his generation, the singular goal since the onset of the national war had been to see their nation thrive. And they were now steadily progressing toward that aim. That if they could just endure this crisis, the prosperity of their country would be within reach. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, causing the elder to furrow his brow in confusion. Who could possibly need him at this late hour? Come in, he called. Elder, we have a situation. A soldier rushed in, visibly flustered. What could be so dire? What are we worried about? Elder, it appears that the abyssal monsters Mr. Qin spoke of have manifested. They are wreaking havoc in the outskirts of the capital, and the police cannot maintain order. What shall we do? The soldier took a breath before continuing, a bitter smile playing on his lips, astonished that such a legendary occurrence was unfolding before them. Deploy the military forces equipped with new weaponry immediately to suppress the threat. Additionally, establish a temporary command center and summon all high-ranking officials to convene. Contact Mr. Qin and request his assistance. The elder paused, furrowing his brow in thought before swiftly issuing 3 commands. Within moments, several units from the capital's military district, armed with advanced weaponry, began mobilizing to restore order. Although these monsters might intimidate ordinary citizens, they would find no comfort against the might of the soldiers' arms. After all, electromagnetic weapons were advanced technology from the future, far superior to conventional arms. The disparity was unfathomable. The rumbling of military vehicles reverberated through the streets as soldiers at the forefront wielded loudspeakers. All civilians, retreat to the rear. That I repeat, all civilians, retreat to the safety line. All personnel, assume defensive positions and prepare to fire. Repeat, all personnel, assume defensive positions and prepare to fire. The announcements echoed across the vicinity, and the fleeing crowd, upon catching sight of hope, rushed toward the military vehicles. After all, reaching the army's side meant survival. Otherwise, they would be left in the dark about their fate. Help is on the way. Everyone, run faster. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There was no need for reminders. Fear propelled them forward, and they all sprinted desperately. As the civilians retreated, the soldiers finally opened fire. Within the defensive perimeter, blue plasma erupted from the barrels, targeting the encroaching monsters. Almost every creature hit crumpled to the ground instantly. The once menacing beasts now resembled fragile paper, as dozens fell in mere moments. The military commander continued to direct operations. First squad, advance. Second squad, provide cover. Prepare to seal the entrance. We cannot allow the disaster to spread further. As monsters fell one after another, the troops pressed onward to contain the creatures. Relying solely on a defensive line was insufficient. They needed to block the entrance. However, the distance was too great to provide effective protection. They needed to tighten their perimeter, for even a single monster escaping could incite chaos throughout the city. As the combat zone continued to shrink, the civilians finally began to awaken to the reality of their situation. No longer would they entertain the absurd notion of undiscovered rare animals. No creature, no matter how precious, could wreak such destruction, especially not one of such size, which could not possibly have gone unnoticed in such numbers. These were undoubtedly monsters. Many recalled Mr. Qin's words about the age of soul binding during the live broadcast. Could this truly be the legendary abyssal creatures? Surely, it was connected to the streamer from the National Cultivation livestream. There was no way these were mere animals. If such creatures existed on Blue Star, chaos would have already erupted. Could it be that the age of soul binding is upon us? The apocalypse is imminent. And look at the soldiers' weapons. They are unlike anything we typically see. Their power seems vastly superior, appearing quite formidable. In an instant, the crowd was struck with a sense of bewilderment, or perhaps more accurately, shock. The scene before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the fabled age of soul binding. Those who had previously dismissed it as a mere jest were now confronted with the chilling realization that it might indeed be true. No wonder, in the past, why the state would rise to support the streamer. It seems there is some form of transaction involved, or perhaps the streamer had already leaked information regarding the era of soul guardians to the government. This elucidates why the military district reacted so swiftly, armed with specialized weaponry to suppress the situation with all their might. One cannot help but admire the military's rapid response, as merely a few minutes later, they cordoned off the area surrounding the cave entrance and imposed strict martial law, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Yet, despite these measures, what difference does it make? This incident is evidently something that cannot be suppressed. The terrified populace quickly took to the internet to share what was happening. The monstrous creatures rampaging through the streets and the frantic citizens captured on video instantly soared to trending status. People across the Dragon Kingdom were alerted to this news almost immediately, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. No one had anticipated such a spectacular scene. Subsequently, the entire internet began to circulate this information. To their astonishment, the live-streamed sessions of universal cultivation were indeed real. The apocalypse has arrived. The otherworldly realm. How many secrets does this world still hold? There is no doubt it's true. I have even cultivated Qi myself. They have even established a martial university, and you still don't believe it. Haha. Now it's clear. I must confess, I have already enrolled in the martial university. However, didn't the experts claim that the so-called apocalypse and the otherworldly realms were mere fabrications? Previously, there was a self-proclaimed cosmologist who made a scene online. Haha. What a joke. I see him as nothing more than a brick, unable to cultivate himself, yet disparaging others. Use your brain. Would the state help someone spread rumors? There must be a reason behind this. Enough of idle chatter. I will continue my cultivation. The riffraff of the imperial capital await my descent with my guardian spirit to rescue you. At this moment, the online populace began to believe that it seems that the so-called apocalypse is indeed upon us, and the creatures from the abyss have arrived. Those who have come to their senses hastily returned home to begin their cultivation. Indeed, if all this is real, wouldn't remaining here be a waste of time? Only by hastening their cultivation and stepping into the realm of the powerful can they hope to survive. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos outside, Qin Mu was finally roused from his slumber by the ringing of his phone. Upon pressing the answer button, a frantic voice immediately reached him. Mr. Qin, there has been an incident. Hurry to the auditorium. The apocalypse has begun, and the monsters have appeared. What? How is that possible? Half awake, Qin Mu jolted upright, his eyes wide with disbelief. The apocalypse has truly descended. How could that be? Even if it were rapid, it could not possibly occur at such an astonishing pace. Yet the voice on the other end was clearly not jesting. Don't worry. Hold on for a while. I'll be there shortly, he assured before hanging up. Hastily dressing and heading for the door, a military vehicle was already waiting outside, and upon seeing Qin Mu emerge, the driver quickly opened the door. After he settled in, they sped away. This night in the imperial capital would surely see no one sleeping. In the auditorium, the temporary command center before battle, all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom gathered here, their faces marked with anxiety. Even seated at the conference table, they struggled to conceal their shock. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would still dare not believe it. After all, the era of soul guardians and the abyssal monsters felt so distant to them. Even with Qin Mu's introduction of advanced technologies and the specially trained personnel for summoning guardian spirits, they couldn't truly believe until they had seen it firsthand. But now, they finally understood. Everything was real. Armed soldiers patrolled the vicinity, and several generals, clad in military uniforms, appeared ready for battle at any moment. At that moment, Qin Mu arrived at the periphery, where the guarding soldiers promptly saluted, saying, "General Qin, the Grand Elder has been waiting for you inside." They quickly cleared the way, and at this point, everyone regarded Qin Mu with immense respect. After all, he was the first to propose the era of soul guardians and the arrival of the monsters, and now it had truly come to pass. Qin Mu nodded and proceeded inside. As he entered the auditorium, all the high-ranking officials turned their gazes toward him, their faces reflecting a glimmer of hope. At this moment, it seemed that only Qin Mu could save them. Mr. Qin, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but the situation is urgent, one of them exclaimed. No worries, he waved his hand dismissively. After all, during the era of Soul Guardians, he had hardly enjoyed a good night's sleep. Moreover, Qin Mu was genuinely curious as to why the abyss had opened so prematurely. According to his calculations from his previous life, it should have been several weeks before any subterranean creatures emerged. It appeared that his arrival had altered the course of history. He just hoped it wasn't too late. What is going on? Qin Mu turned to the general in charge of the defense of the imperial capital. At this juncture, there was no time for pleasantries, and the general quickly relayed the situation. Tonight, a large fissure suddenly opened on the street near Zihua, from which an endless stream of colossal monsters emerged, charging into the crowd. Fortunately, the military detected it promptly and mobilized to suppress the threat. With the aid of new weaponry, the situation is now under control, and the injured have been taken to the hospital. Currently, there have been no reported fatalities. Good, Qin Mu replied, his expression relaxing slightly as long as there were no casualties. It wasn't a disaster. It seemed that his broadcasts in the live stream had proven beneficial. Although many had been skeptical, they had still begun to cultivate, even if only at the entry level or not yet initiated. Having some foundation was enough to allow them to escape the life and death crisis. As for the unfortunate injured, that was to be expected. In such a chaotic situation, it was inevitable that injuries would occur. Immediately dispatch reinforcements to continue guarding the cave entrance. I have a premonition that there are certainly more large creatures waiting to emerge. Additionally, notify the surrounding residents to evacuate swiftly to other locations. The general glanced toward the Grand Elder upon hearing this. The latter decisively commanded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry." From this moment onward, if the era of Soul Guardians ignites, all military operations across the nation, including mine, will be coordinated by Mr. Qin. Understood. With that, the general promptly exited. Given the gravity of the situation, the immediate priority was to ensure the safety of innocent lives. As for relocating the populace, that was hardly a challenge. While it could be troublesome under normal circumstances, in light of this crisis, it was simplicity itself. Faced with such unwavering support from the Grand Elder, Qin Mu was taken aback. This authority was indeed quite significant. Subsequently, the Minister of the Network Department also stood up, saying, "Grand Elder, General Qin, what shall we do about the online situation? Currently, the news regarding this incident has already spread overseas. Should we stop it at once?" Stop it? A cold smile appeared on Qin Mu's face. At this point, would that even be useful? Even the most foolish foreigners would not remain unaware of such a significant event occurring in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. If they truly were, it would indicate our nation is in peril. Let it continue to spread. It is time for the world to know that the abyss has opened, and perhaps the era of Soul Guardians will not be far behind. There is no need to suppress the news. Yes, the Minister of the Network Department nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, this way, his workload would be significantly reduced. If they had to contain the news, it could lead to a monumental headache. At this moment, Qin Mu added, "Deploy all military and police forces to patrol the streets, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. As for the large fissure, I shall handle that myself." Everyone harbored no dissenting opinions, even among the higher echelons, where some discontent lingered. Yet, bolstered by the staunch support of the Grand Elder, who would dare oppose Qin Mu at such a critical juncture? Thus, all complied obediently. Soon, a nationwide mobilization ensued. In an instant, those nefarious factions that had initially contemplated stirring chaos were rendered mute and paralyzed, too fearful to act. Simultaneously, global chaos erupted. Although the existence of the nationwide cultivation live streaming platform and the so-called alternate dimension, the era of soul suppression, and the abyssal descent had long been known, without Qin Mu's validation, these matters were dismissed as mere jest by various nations. No one anticipated that they would indeed manifest. And with such swiftness, upon witnessing the videos and forum discussions that flooded in, the leaders of nations found themselves in a state of alarm. After all, they were wholly unprepared. No one possessed the naivety to believe that these so-called monstrosities were solely targeting the Dragon Kingdom, as if it were of no concern to them. Such a belief would be the folly of a fool. A wise person would never proffer such a muddled theory. Yet now, all phenomena corroborated that Qin Mu's theories were indeed correct. While their conjectures were flawed, and more critically, they could prove fatal. The sheer magnitude and relentless numbers of those monstrous beings were overwhelmingly intimidating, especially after the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom publicly affirmed the veracity of the reports. A wave of panic swept through nations worldwide. Meanwhile, from the depths of the imperial capital's black hole, another deafening roar resonated. This time, it was not confined to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Even neighboring countries could hear the terrifying howl, as the unfathomable black hole acted like a trumpet, amplifying the sound for hundreds of miles. The leaders of various nations were engulfed in a sense of dread. Even without the confirmation from the Dragon Kingdom's officials, they were compelled to accept the reality. Gazing at the footage of monsters pursuing pedestrians on the streets, their faces turned pale with fear. OMG, is it truly the end of days? Are we on Blue Star to face such calamity? Everything that Xia, the broadcaster, spoke of during the era of soul suppression was indeed factual. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom chose to protect him. What are we to do? At this moment, nations were gripped by trepidation, for they had never encountered such events before. Of course, no one had imagined that the legendary era of soul suppression would truly descend upon them. Previously, it had been dismissed as a joke, but now, as the monsters materialized before them, all that remained was panic, particularly the colossal creatures showcased in the footage. With their terrifying speed and elongated fangs capable of shredding a person to pieces, rendered their fortified structures utterly laughable. In the midst of this turmoil, nations hastily convened emergency military meetings. After all, while the Dragon Kingdom managed to momentarily contain the disaster, they possessed no viable response measures. As countries held their urgent discussions, the streets of the imperial capital were patrolled by countless police vehicles, and the city's broadcasting stations were promptly requisitioned by the military. Attention residents! Attention residents! An incident of monster invasion has occurred within the imperial capital. Please remain silent and await further instructions at home. The military has secured the situation. Rest assured that the state will ensure your safety. The announcement echoed throughout the city. The military cordoned off the surrounding areas. Meanwhile, the populace rushed home, anxiously watching the direction of the unfolding crisis. After all, everyone was concerned for their safety. If the imperial capital were to fall, what would they do? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom, which had maintained peace for so many years, would be overwhelmed? Just as despair loomed, another thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the black hole, followed by a colossal shadow emerging from its depths. Compared to the previous monstrosities, this one was evidently far more formidable, standing nearly 30 meters tall, wielding an enormous spiked club, its grotesque visage seemingly thirsting for human flesh. With a casual swing, an entire building collapsed. The citizens of the imperial capital, witnessing this scene firsthand, were filled with terror, for the spectacle was utterly staggering. As the immense creature began to move, the surrounding structures instinctively recoiled, fearing impending doom. Yet, as the monster stirred, the military's defensive personnel opened fire. Armed with potent electromagnetic weaponry, they unleashed a barrage upon the beast. In pain, the creature howled, retreating while wildly swinging its spiked club. Bravo! Take it down. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom exhibited valor, rallying to eliminate this intruder. How dare this little monster wreak havoc in our land? Let us finish it off. The military's prowess shone through as they successfully restricted the monster's movements, offering a sense of relief to all. As long as the creature remained contained, their safety was assured. Concurrently, confidence in their nation surged. Without these valiant soldiers, they knew they would have been doomed. Other nations, observing via satellite, witnessed the unfolding chaos in the Dragon Kingdom. The immense giant, armed with its spiked club, shattered several buildings, leaving the leaders of various countries in a state of shock. They could confidently assert that if their own nations were faced with such a calamity, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it, perhaps even succumbing to the onslaught of these creatures. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom had managed to persevere thus far, eliminating so many monsters. It was almost unbelievable. At that moment, the defense commander of the Oceanic Coast Nation spoke up. What weapon are the Dragon Kingdom soldiers wielding? Hearing this, those who had previously overlooked the detail instinctively turned their attention. The firearms appeared unremarkable, yet the bullets they discharged were distinctly different, emitting arcs of brilliant light and causing the monsters to stagger with each hit. What manner of weapon is this? It can actually counter such creatures. Was the recent overhaul in the Dragon Kingdom's arsenal a result of their development of this terrifying weaponry? How could that be? Even with the extensive resources invested by the Oceanic Coast Nation over the years, they had failed to harness energy. How could the Dragon Kingdom possess such capabilities? and without any prior warning. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having endured 2 national wars, the Dragon Kingdom's resources were nearly depleted, and they had only just begun to rise. How could they be so powerful? I refuse to believe it. The leaders of various nations were filled with skepticism. After all, just a few decades ago, the Dragon Kingdom was still reliant on cold weapons. How could they have advanced to the point of developing energy weapons so swiftly? Yet, despite their inner turmoil, the undeniable reality before them compelled them to acknowledge that everything was true. The weapons of the Dragon Kingdom's military surpassed their own by several magnitudes. At this juncture, all were rendered speechless, left with nothing to say. As they observed, the enormous giant, continuously bombarded, was soon riddled with wounds from countless electromagnetic guns. The oozing green, viscous blood from its injuries indicated the creature's fury. As it seemed to feel humiliated, after all, as a powerful entity from the abyss, it had been bested by mere ants. Staring at the military before it, a third crimson eye opened on its forehead, gathering searing energy around it. Then, from the red eye, a beam of energy erupted. The previously fortified perimeter could not withstand the onslaught of this energy beam. Boom. A terrifying sound reverberated, echoing across the surroundings. The energy beam exploded before the defensive position. The commanding officer on site quickly shouted, "Retreat! Everyone fall back. The monster is evolving." As the troops retreated, one soldier urgently communicated through his walkie-talkie. "This is the West Street blockade zone. Report to command center. We have encountered an unknown mutation in the monster. Its energy has intensified. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements." The soldiers fell back, occasionally returning fire. Yet the ominous beam of light descended, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius. The towering structure was annihilated, reduced to ruins, and tragically, 2 soldiers who turned back to cover the retreat of the main force were struck down, losing their lives in the process. Such a terrifying beam attack rendered the hard-won victory in the surrounding blockade utterly useless. The Dragon Kingdom's army found themselves unable to retreat, for the residents behind them had not evacuated. Continuing to withdraw would jeopardize their lives, leaving them with no choice but to establish a defensive line on the spot. However, in the face of the monstrous onslaught, that line seemed utterly unreliable. A few more strikes from the beam, and they would be completely obliterated, after which the creature would surely commence its slaughter of the city. The onlooking residents were engulfed in panic, sensing the impending crisis, especially with the presence of such a terrifying giant. They feared they wouldn't even be able to flee. The spikes on their wolf-tooth clubs glimmered ominously under the moonlight, as if ready to descend at any moment. What should we do? Is it truly going to collapse? I do not wish to die. Damn it. I've been single for 23 years, never even held hands. To die like this would be too unfair. We cannot lose. Absolutely must not lose. Damn it. This moment, everyone began to pray earnestly from the depths of their hearts. After all, who would want to perish in such a splendid youth? Especially at the hands of such a terrifying monster, the thought alone was enough to instill dread. Meanwhile, the monster once more closed in. Open fire, open fire. The commander, left with no choice, issued the order. This was the closest defensive line to the populace, and it absolutely could not be breached. Even if it meant death, they had to hold their ground. Countless electromagnetic guns unleashed bursts of light, targeting the giant's massive form. At that moment, the colossal creature appeared to have adapted to this level of assault, displaying an air of indifference as it coalesced another beam of light aimed at their position. Boom, the beam roared, on the verge of being fired. The soldiers gripping their rifles felt a surge of tension. Yet their sense of duty forbade them from retreating even a single step. Everyone, heed my command. Even if it means fighting to the last man, we must keep this monster here and await reinforcements. No one dares to retreat a single step without my order. Military law will be enforced. The commander's gaze was fierce as he drew his weapon, unwavering from beginning to end, even in the face of death. He would not allow himself to burden the civilians. He believed that if they could just hold on a little longer, reinforcements would surely arrive. The soldiers, inspired by his words, opened fire with fervor. Observing their refusal to back down, the creature unleashed its beam, the terrifying radiance descending, instantly reducing half of the position to dust. The civilians watching this scene were moved to tears. After all, the peace that the Dragon Kingdom enjoyed was built upon the unwavering dedication of these soldiers who guarded the borders day and night. Without them, how could the Dragon Kingdom exist as it does today? Peaceful times are only possible because there are those who shield us from the storms of life. Yet now, faced with such a formidable monster, even the army was struggling to hold its ground. Under the horrific beam's assault, Several soldiers had already perished, and the remaining ones seemed unable to endure much longer. That it was over. It was all over. Great Elder, I am powerless, unworthy of your trust. Are we about to fall? The few remaining soldiers, witnessing the giant striding over the blockade, instinctively raised their weapons in resistance, but before they could pull the trigger, the massive wolf-tooth club swept towards them. They instinctively shut their eyes, their lives nearing an end. Yet after a moment, they felt no pain. Hesitantly opening their eyes, they saw the once towering giant staggering back, retreating dozens of meters to its original position. Even the arm wielding the wolf-tooth club had vanished without a trace, as if it had been disarmed. What is happening? Confused, they looked around, only to see a young man slowly emerging from the dark corner of the street. His cold gaze fixated on the terrifying creature. At this moment, it seemed like a mere plaything in his hands. Ha! I underestimated you, abyssal scum. To make your first appearance and sacrifice so much to bring this three-eyed giant here. Was it not a considerable price to pay? Qin Mu's chilling voice resonated, causing the giant's pupils to constrict with a hint of fear. After all, the boy appeared quite ordinary. Yet there was an intangible aura about him that instilled a sense of inexplicable dread. Even in the creature, General Qin, the commander, forced himself to stand. You all should leave. From this moment on, I shall take over here. Noting their injuries, Qin Mu spoke, his expression holding a measure of respect. After all, knowing full well they were outmatched, they still chose to fight selflessly. The spirit of these soldiers was truly awe-inspiring, and it was their existence that allowed the Dragon Kingdom to remain steadfast in the face of darkness. Yes, the commander nodded, fully aware of Qin Mu's abilities, and said nothing further as he helped the injured soldiers towards the nearest medical station. Meanwhile, the shocking scene had not gone unnoticed by the nearby residents. Quickly spreading across the internet, the entire nation erupted in excitement. Did I just see that right? That brother just tore the monster's arm off. My God, is he even human? Could he be a monster too? This strength is simply terrifying. That giant is no match for him. The realization dawned that the Dragon Kingdom had cultivated such powerful individuals. No wonder the nation remained calm throughout. They had been prepared all along. I thought I was going to die, but it turns out there's a twist. Incredible, brother, keep it up, take him down. In that instant, the populace erupted in exhilaration, for Qin Mu's arrival had left them in awe. Particularly the moment he wrenched the monster's arm off barehanded, igniting a fervor among the masses. Who wouldn't want to rise to the occasion in a crisis? Qin Mu's prowess instilled a glimmer of hope within them. At that moment, everyone yearned to grow stronger, realizing that true progress often emerges in the face of dire threats. While the crowd buzzed with excitement, Qin Mu remained fixated on the creature before him, coldly stating, "So, will you obediently crawl back to the abyss, or shall I assist you?" Roaring, the monster expressed its fury. Having paid such a hefty price to ascend from the depths, it would not simply retreat. Moreover, it believed that the seemingly insignificant beings above could hardly pose a threat. With that, it charged forward. Observing its obstinacy, Qin Mu drew forth the 10 Yama Kings and fired a powerful shot towards the beast. Upon contact with the projectile, the advancing giant halted, instinctively attempting to shield itself. However, the power of the 10 Yama Kings was incomparably greater than that of an ordinary electromagnetic cannon. The moment its right arm was raised, it was shattered to pieces, the entire body sent crashing backward. After a brief skirmish, it had lost both arms. Realizing it was no match for Qin Mu, the giant instinctively sought to flee. But could it escape? After all, Qin Mu had come specifically to deal with it. If it were to evade so easily, where would his dignity lie? Xiangyu, he called out, pointing decisively in the direction of the creature's escape. At that moment, Xiangyu's spirit guardian surged forth, charging directly at the fleeing giant. Although the creature's speed was impressive, it paled compared to that of an ordinary human. Engaging in a contest with the guardian spirit proved utterly futile, as it was swiftly overtaken within moments. Suddenly, the Panlong Overlord spear swept through the air, severing the head cleanly. Viscous green blood sprayed forth, leaving the surrounding onlookers in a state of shock. N01 had anticipated that the previously terrifying creature, which had posed an imminent threat to humanity, could so swiftly meet such a grim fate. Dispatched in a single stroke, without even a cry of despair to mark its demise, that it was truly a scene of sheer tragedy. Incredible! This is what battle truly embodies. It is genuinely terrifying. By the way, what was the name of the guardian spirit he summoned just now? Xiangyu. Could it be that this individual is the famed streamer? Goodness, such formidable power. Damn it. I can't believe I ever doubted the streamer's prowess. I must find a block of tofu to bash my head against. Oh streamer, please accept me as your disciple. I am willing to offer my knees in homage to at this moment. The crowd was collectively stunned, but as they regained their composure, some recognized Qin Mu. One among them spoke up, but Qin Mu was oblivious to their remarks. After vanquishing the giant, he strode directly toward the abyss, gazing into the unfathomable darkness, his brow furrowing in contemplation. If the monster emerged from this chasm, might he not also venture inside? Perhaps a foray could yield unexpected results. However, before Qin Mu could ponder further, the system interjected. Ding, friendly reminder. The abyss contains numerous monsters. Given the host's current insufficient strength, it is advisable to abandon this notion. Upon hearing this alert, Qin Mu had no choice but to relent. After all, having experienced the era of soul guardians in his previous life, he understood well that the abyss was indeed home to many formidable creatures, far too fearsome for him to confront recklessly at this juncture. Thus, he instinctively began to retreat. Meanwhile, reinforcements finally arrived, and upon witnessing the remnants of the battlefield, the faces of all present were etched with astonishment. No one had foreseen that even in their initial engagement, they would suffer casualties, nor that their adversaries would be so astonishingly powerful. Ensure that their bodies are properly buried. These are valiant warriors of our dragon kingdom. Additionally, temporarily seal off the area surrounding the entrance, prohibiting any entry or exit. The higher-ups will address this matter promptly. Yes, the officer nodded vigorously, promptly organizing the necessary arrangements. At this moment, Qin Mu leaped towards the grand hall, leaving behind countless astonished citizens of the imperial capital. Awed by the sheer power displayed, inside the hall, all the high-ranking officials had gathered. Upon Qin Mu's return, they greeted him with warm smiles. Finally grasping the extent of the youth's formidable capabilities, a creature that had eluded so many was dispatched with mere strokes. "How are you, Mr. Qin? Are you unharmed?" inquired the Grand Elder with concern. "I am well, but the situation is far from resolved. The abyss must be sealed promptly. Otherwise, it will inevitably unleash more threats. Furthermore, our arsenal remains inadequate. This is my oversight. I never anticipated the monsters would be this formidable. We must urgently develop new weaponry and reassure the populace." He spoke urgently, to which the Grand Elder solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, these matters were of utmost urgency. In the past, they might have concocted some tale to suppress the incident, but this time, such tactics would not suffice, as the public had witnessed everything firsthand. Yet, this also presented an opportunity to unveil the events of the Soul Guardian era. As the conflict subsided, the leaders of various nations felt a sense of relief, for the fall of the Dragon Kingdom would spell disaster for them all. Should the defense lines falter, their own safety could be jeopardized. However, with the Dragon Kingdom holding firm, other nations found themselves increasingly apprehensive, for the military might displayed was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined, enough to instill dread in any heart. Especially with the emergence of Qin Mu, whose terrifying combat prowess and enigmatic guardian spirit left all feeling restless. No one doubted that if the Dragon Kingdom chose to retaliate against the other nations now, it would be a formidable challenge. The power of the electromagnetic guns and the inexplicable arrival of the guardian spirits instilled profound unease among the nations. Even late into the night, the coastal nation remained ablaze with lights. As all high-ranking officials convened within the parliament, faces marked with unease, particularly that of the president, whose countenance had darkened considerably. "Can someone explain why the Dragon Kingdom is researching energy weapons and the so-called era of Soul Guardians, while we remain blissfully ignorant?" he demanded, frustration evident in his voice. "Are we truly waiting for the enemy to strike before we awaken to reality?" Looking at the inept officials surrounding him, the president's voice brimmed with anger. It was hard to fathom that without the videos leaked online today, they might still be in the dark, completely unaware a global superpower being outpaced by the Dragon Kingdom, even in ignorance, was utterly infuriating. "Mr. President, after our secret organization's investigations, the individual who made the decisive move in those videos is the streamer from the nationwide Cultivation Live broadcast. We had previously reported this matter to the upper echelons." Jesfa quickly interjected. He felt a wave of relief for having promptly relayed the information. As for why it hadn't been prioritized thereafter, that was not his concern. Upon hearing this, the president's expression darkened further. Yet he found no outlet for his wrath and simply stated, "Very well, we shall revisit this matter later. From now on, your espionage organization must monitor the Dragon Kingdom's activities 24/7 without delay." Understood? Yes, I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. The latter nodded earnestly before hastening out. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly tense. The president fixed his gaze on the assembly. Speak up. What are your thoughts now? The Dragon Kingdom's military capacity has likely surpassed ours. Moreover, they seem to have mastered a means to combat the monsters. What course of action should we take? I believe that if we communicate effectively with the Dragon Kingdom, we might obtain what we need, provided we are willing to pay a price. Silence. The president's face reflected irritation. As the global hegemon, he harbored his own pride. He would never stoop to begging, especially after the Dragon Kingdom's brazen defiance against two nations in the nationwide cultivation livestream, which had already left them feeling humiliated. To seek aid from the Dragon Kingdom now would be a loss of face. However, there may be an alternative. I suspect that the concerns we harbor are shared by other nations. If we unite with them, I am confident that even the Dragon Kingdom cannot withstand the pressure of our combined forces. Can they truly annihilate us all? At that point, we would uncover all there is to know about the era of Soul Guardians. If necessary, we should also seek to bring the nationwide cultivation live stream under our influence. A man seated to the right stood, his blue eyes gleaming with a cunning light. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, from their current perspective, this seemed the most optimal solution, requiring little sacrifice while wielding global leverage to compel the Dragon Kingdom to comply. Excellent. Let it be so. The president of the coastal nation nodded in satisfaction. This way, he would not lose his status as a dominant power, particularly given the Dragon Kingdom's inexplicable strength. Thus, he felt compelled to impose a slight reprimand. Otherwise, should the Dragon Kingdom usurp their position, they would be left utterly humiliated on the global stage. Consequently, the president promptly began reaching out to the leaders of various nations. Several hours later, the leaders agreed to this plan, recognizing it as a favorable choice, especially as it allowed them to cling to the coastal nation's influence, confident that the Dragon Kingdom would not dare withhold information from them. At this very moment, within the confines of Longwa, efforts are being fervently directed towards addressing the repercussions of the recent conflict. The online aftershocks, in particular, have sparked a genuine sensation. Virtually every forum, discussion board, video platform, and portal site has been entirely dominated by the phenomenon of Qin Mu. Simultaneously, the global live broadcast has resonated throughout the nation. Under such circumstances, the upper echelons of Longwa have naturally opted against continuing to suppress information. Instead, they have chosen to elevate Qin Mu to the forefront. Furthermore, leveraging Qin Mu's influence, they have launched a promotional campaign for the enrollment activities of Wuda. Any resident of Longwa possessing legal status may enter Wuda to register and undergo systematic training, provided they meet certain conditions. The emergence of this news has effectively thrust the era of Yanhuang from the shadows into the limelight. The true identity of the nationwide Xinxia live-streaming host has been unveiled, revealing him to be the esteemed president of the National Wuda, concurrently holding multiple positions within the military. The era of Yanhuang has arrived, and the path of martial arts for all has commenced. Graduates from Wuda can directly enlist in the military, enter commerce or politics, enjoying significant advantages, including full tuition waivers and comprehensive accommodation. Qin Mu is indeed a titan of this age. The moment this news broke, the domestic response was explosive. After all, the tale of his effortless annihilation of the three-eyed giant continues to circulate widely online, igniting a fervent desire among the populace to immediately take Qin Mu as their master. Possessing such supernatural powers would render one virtually omnipotent, would it not? Consequently, a wave of enthusiasm surged among students eager to enroll at Wuda. The registration website was nearly overwhelmed, fortunately equipped with robust servers. Otherwise, this singular enrollment initiative could have paralyzed the entire network of Longwa. This serves as a testament to the extraordinary zeal for cultivation among the populace. Moreover, the premature emergence of the Abyss has instilled a sense of urgency in the upper ranks, compelling them to expedite plans initially slated for post-Yanhuang era implementation. In the Grand Hall, an elderly man sat at the head of the table, gazing at Qin Mu with a semblance of relief on his countenance. I truly did not misjudge this individual. Had I not placed my trust in you from the outset, perhaps Longwa would not be experiencing such achievements today. Perhaps, last night, the capital would have already fallen. As he spoke, a weightiness lingered in his tone. Indeed, the presence of Qin Mu is of paramount importance. Without him, the electromagnetic guns would not exist, and the military dispatch to suppress the chaos last night might not have returned at all. Thus, he could not help but feel grateful that he had not doubted his instincts. Hearing the elder's words, Qin Mu refrained from elaborating further. After all, he too had reasons to express gratitude for the elder's unwavering trust. In a time of global peace and development, to suddenly proclaim the arrival of the Yanhuang era would have been met with skepticism from others, regardless of any evidence he might present. Such matters pertain to the national economy, and a misstep could leave Longhua struggling for decades. Only the elder dared to believe unconditionally in Qin Mu. The construction of new energy electromagnetic fields across the nation has been completed, and I intend to deploy the military into the cities. What are your thoughts? The elder inquired, as if suddenly struck by inspiration. Observing the elder's expression, Qin Mu understood that this decision was not merely a passing thought. It was a resolve. Deploying the military into the cities, the implications are significant, Qin Mu remarked, his face betraying some concern. While it is undoubtedly the best course of action given the uncertainty of the next abyssal entrance, the historical separation of military and political affairs in Longhua suggests that such entanglement could lead to complications. Rest assured, as long as I am still around, no one will dare to voice any objections. The elder replied, his gaze resolute. This confidence stems from his experiences in an era long past. During the nationwide war, the elder single-handedly extricated the entire nation from the quagmire of conflict, earning accolades as a national hero. He has elevated a once impoverished and weakened populace to its current standing. Indeed, none would dare to challenge his authority, for as long as he stands, Longhua shall remain untroubled. Thus, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Supporting the elder's decision was imperative, especially as it represented the most favorable outcome for the populace, ensuring their safety. Subsequently, under the elder's direction, military districts across the nation mobilized for combat readiness. Longhua, in an instant, found itself embroiled in extensive military preparations. This large-scale mobilization incited trepidation among neighboring countries, particularly those who had pledged to ally with the oceanic coast nation against Longhua, now gripped by fear that Longhua might preemptively strike against them. Even a single individual like Qin Mu poses a substantial threat to smaller nations. Consequently, neighboring countries swiftly made the prudent choice to withdraw from the Oceanic Coast Nation alliance. The once belligerent nations that had aimed to confront Longhua now found themselves retreating in silence. After all, Longhua's total military mobilization presented an unmistakable posture of readiness for conflict, capable of instilling dread in countless hearts. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Longhua's populace, the Oceanic Coast Nation found itself in a state of indignation. The alliances they had painstakingly forged were rendered null by Longhua's maneuvers. Furthermore, the nationwide mobilization of Longhua's military spurred dissent within their own parliament, as no one wished to provoke conflict at such a precarious moment. The formidable power of the electromagnetic guns and Qin Mu's prowess had left an indelible impression. Amidst the unified opposition from the populace, the previously belligerent inquiries dissipated into thin air within the presidential office of the Oceanic Coast Nation. The president's face contorted with fury as he smashed a costly bottle of red wine, the crimson liquid staining the carpet. The secretary standing below, aghast at the scene, paled in fear. Damn it all. Those capitalists are nothing but scoundrels. When blood is spilled, they rush in, but when the spoils are out of sight, they flee. If we do not take the initiative, will our Oceanic Coast Nation not decline? Should Longhua rise, where will we find our place to exist? A bunch of short-sighted fools. Calm down, Mr. President. This situation may not be as straightforward as it appears, since Longhua is already preparing for war. Questioning them may not yield results and could potentially incite conflict. The president glared coldly at the secretary, who quickly realized his error and fell silent. Fine, you make a valid point. Continue, the president said with a weary wave of his hand. Fully aware of the stark military disparity between them and Longhua. In my view, perhaps we should first adopt a strategy of learning from the enemy's strengths to counter them. After a moment, a smile crept across the president's face. Indeed, this secretary's suggestion holds promise. Following his advice might just allow them to contest Longhua effectively. After all, in terms of military might, Longhua has already surpassed them. An aggressive confrontation would only lead to one outcome, an arduous victory, if at all. Even the parliament would likely oppose such a course of action. Therefore, it would be prudent to observe and learn from the so-called live broadcast before taking any action. This is the most judicious choice. Surely, if they do not act first, even the Dragon Kingdom would not readily engage in warfare against them at this moment. However, there was a conspicuous lack of attention within the Dragon Kingdom regarding the movements of other nations. After all, the time for the arrival of the soul-subduing era was upon them, and the very lives of all humanity were hanging by a thread. Under such dire circumstances, it seemed that the only ones interested in inciting internal strife were indeed themselves. Right? While nations remained on edge, fearing a military advance from the Dragon Kingdom, a live streaming session in the Universal Cultivation Channel commenced on a certain platform. Numerous viewers from the Dragon Kingdom had already gathered in anticipation. And upon the arrival of Qin Mu, excitement erupted among them. Previously, there had been no concrete examples to lend credence to their beliefs, but the battle from the previous night had convinced the world. The era of soul-subduing was, indeed, on the horizon. The esteemed broadcaster had finally gone live. I beseech you, great broadcaster, teach me the ways of cultivation. I am willing to offer up my entire fortune. In the past, their disbelief had stemmed from their own ignorance, and they hoped the broadcaster would not hold their foolishness against them, for he was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. The existence of monsters was far too terrifying. As a resident of the imperial capital, I was genuinely frightened to my core last night. While walking the streets, monsters suddenly appeared. Had it not been for the great broadcaster, I would surely have met my demise. Please, teach me. I am willing to serve you as a loyal follower. As Qin Mu connected to the live stream, an overwhelming barrage of comments flooded in, creating a somewhat intimidating atmosphere. Indeed, the fervor for cultivation was palpable among the crowd. Especially after witnessing Qin Mu's terrifying prowess the previous night, who wouldn't he wish to learn? Observing the relentless stream of comments, Qin Mu couldn't help but feel a slight headache. A cursory glance at a few messages revealed that they all conveyed similar sentiments. In essence, everyone was eager to learn about summoning guardian spirits. This was precisely what Qin Mu required, as his purpose in stepping forward the previous night was to inspire learning among all. If they wished to survive the soul-subduing era, it was imperative to fervently enhance their abilities. Only the strong would avoid being eliminated by that epoch, witnessing the collective desire for victory among the masses. Qin Mu felt a sense of satisfaction, for the scene before him mirrored his expectations perfectly. He then addressed the audience. Greetings, everyone. Welcome once again to the Universal Cultivation livestream. In the following session, I shall begin my lecture. Please adhere to classroom decorum. You may ask questions during my discourse, but do refrain from causing disturbances. Otherwise, though he did not complete his sentence, the implication was unmistakable. After all, they all remembered vividly how those who had disrupted previous sessions had been summarily expelled, with a few even apprehended. Thus, silence enveloped the room, and the once bustling comments vanished instantaneously. Observing this result, Qin Mu nodded in approval. Thus far, the effect was indeed commendable. As long as the audience remained compliant, he would be inclined to impart knowledge. Of course, should anyone overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to respond accordingly. In comparison to earlier live streams, it was evident that, following several promotional efforts from the government and the events of the previous night, the audience had swelled exponentially, reaching approximately 300 million active accounts. This demonstrated Qin Mu's formidable appeal. Even top-tier celebrities would find it challenging to generate such a stir. At this juncture, Qin Mu continued, before we commence with the formal curriculum, let us discuss a matter tangentially related. I trust you all have heard about the recent developments at Wu University? From today onwards, the Ministry of Education has instituted mandatory courses in soul-subduing studies, guardian spirit summoning, and physical education, while other subjects will now be elective. I believe you must be curious about such a significant transformation. Furthermore, I am certain many of you have questions regarding the battle in the imperial capital last night. However, I trust that the events you witnessed have provided you with some answers. Qin Mu's words resonated. The audience found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, many had begun to ponder the implications of Qin Mu's statements. Perhaps, as he suggested, the era of soul-subduing was indeed imminent. Furthermore, judging by the ferocity of the monsters they had encountered last night, the adversaries humanity would soon face were undeniably formidable. Noting the empty comments section, Qin Mu spoke again. I can assure you with utmost certainty that the soul-subduing era and the abyss will soon return. And likely sooner than we anticipate. The strength of those monsters is so overwhelming that depleting our entire arsenal of bullets would be of no consequence. Only by becoming soul-subduing warriors can we hope to contend with them and protect our families. I must emphasize that this is a calamity from which none can escape. Relying solely on the military's might would be utterly futile against such devastation. Therefore, I urge you all to diligently train from this day forth. Every hardship you endure today may very well become the key to saving yourselves and your loved ones in the near future. With effort, you too can one day become as powerful as I am, or even possess greater strength. At that time, you will carry the weight of this nation upon your shoulders. His calm yet compelling words had a palpable impact, particularly the phrase "carry the weight forward," which invigorated the spirits of all present, especially for the youth, who would not wish to contribute to this vast nation. Yet, feeling inadequate in their skills, they had been resigned to mediocrity. However, the onset of the soul-subduing era opened a door of hope. Perhaps they could indeed make a difference for their country. The thought of possessing Qin Mu's terrifying abilities was tantalizing. That if one could attain such power, would it not mean that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom could be as formidable as a dragon? Amidst the excitement, Qin Mu declared, "Now, let us commence today's lesson. You must pay close attention." The viewers in the live stream nodded earnestly, embodying the demeanor of dutiful students. At this moment, across the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of age or gender, all were gathered before their screens, listening intently as Qin Mu began to elucidate. "Today, I shall teach you about the weak points of the abyssal monsters, as well as some aspects of our national martial arts." Weak points in national martial arts. This was a first for many, piquing their interest. Could such practices, akin to Tai Chi, truly be effective against the abyssal monsters? Perhaps it would be more prudent to discuss the nuances of summoning guardian spirits instead. The viewers in the chat were taken aback by Qin Mu's words. After all, they had little interest in the so-called national martial arts. They had witnessed countless elderly practitioners in parks, performing seemingly harmless routines. National martial arts lack lethality? Qin Mu scoffed as he surveyed the audience. Instantly, all hands froze, refraining from typing further. They were acutely aware of the broadcaster's temper. A single misstep could lead to account suspension, with no opportunity for recourse. Thus, in the presence of Qin Mu, they maintained an even stricter decorum. Who would dare to act out, unless one truly wished to court disaster? Noticing the decline in comments, Qin Mu resumed. The national martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom boast a rich and unbroken lineage spanning millennia. Anything that has endured through such a long history must possess some value. Would you not agree? I can only conclude that your perceptions may be rather superficial. Perhaps if someone else had made such claims, some viewers might have contested. After all, the so-called defenders of truth had challenged numerous martial arts masters, easily dispatching them, thereby proving national martial arts to be mere ornamental displays. Yet when Qin Mu spoke, no one dared to dispute his assertions. His strength was indisputable. Who would risk incurring his wrath? At that moment, Qin Mu continued, "Very well, I understand that mere words may not convince you. Therefore, allow me to demonstrate for you the useless national martial arts, so you may witness its efficacy firsthand." The audience buzzed with anticipation. The broadcaster is going to demonstrate martial arts? How exciting! Anticipation swelled among the viewers. Although some were skeptical, they were nonetheless inclined to spare Qin Mu some face. That moment, Qin Mu casually reached for a triangular dagger nearby, its hilt adorned with a golden dragon, a gift from the esteemed elder the previous night. It was said to be among the first batch of standard weaponry crafted by the Dragon Kingdom, exceptionally rare, with only 2 in existence nationwide. This served to illustrate the elder's profound regard for Qin Mu. Grasping the dagger, he addressed all those in the streaming room. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to demonstrate a golden bell shield." With that, he promptly activated his technique. Suddenly, he thrust the dagger towards his heart, a scene that sent shockwaves through the audience. After all, Qin Mu could not afford to perish. "Dear host, please don't be reckless. We believe in you." "Halt. Don't stab yourself. I'd rather take the blow." The viewers' hearts twisted in anxiety. At that moment, they would gladly endure the dagger's piercing if it meant safeguarding Qin Mu. The fate of the Dragon Kingdom rested upon his shoulders. Nothing could go awry. Yet, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The dagger pierced towards his chest. It came to an abrupt halt, as if obstructed by an invisible force. Shock enveloped the audience. But had it ended there, it might have been rationalized. However, suddenly, a golden radiance emanated from Qin Mu's heart, repelling the triangular dagger with a forceful push. That moment, the audience was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom such an unexpected turn of events. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They had hoped for Qin Mu's safety, yet they were astounded to witness the existence of the golden bell shield. The golden aura they had just witnessed closely resembled descriptions from novels. Could it be that such a phenomenon existed in reality? Did I just hallucinate? Did I really see a dagger fail to penetrate? They questioned their own eyesight, suspecting a flaw in their perception. As the viewers grappled with their astonishment, nations overseas simultaneously caught wind of Qin Mu's live broadcast. Subsequently, they registered anonymous accounts to breach the streaming room, just in time to witness the earlier spectacle. Oh my God, is this the martial prowess of the Dragon Kingdom? Could this be the legendary Dragon Kingdom people? The high-ranking officials from various countries, upon entering, immediately revealed their identities. Meanwhile, Qin Mu continued. So, do you still doubt the efficacy of our national martial arts? At that moment, the previously skeptical viewers found themselves at a loss for words. They had witnessed the demonstration firsthand, and it was clear that Qin Mu had no reason to deceive them. Once silence fell, Qin Mu began to elaborate. I understand that mastering advanced national martial arts in a short period is evidently impossible. However, I possess a simpler combat method that can be learned for self-defense. He continued, in our Dragon Kingdom martial arts, each technique, elbows, knees, legs, has its unique application. Moreover, there are 18 varieties of weapons, each serving distinct purposes, facilitating practitioners to train according to their physical limitations, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. The long-standing heritage of martial arts has fostered a chain reaction, embodying the accumulated wisdom of our ancestors over millennia, which we must strive to learn. Today, I shall impart to you the most essential elements distilled from various martial arts. Effective in combat, there are a total of 10 techniques. I hope you will commit them to memory. Qin Mu spoke calmly, and the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom naturally grasped his words. Even those without formal training in national martial arts had encountered such concepts through television and novels, enabling them to comprehend swiftly. At that moment, Qin Mu commenced his demonstration. With every motion, he directed energy into the air. Even through the screen, the viewers could hear the gusts of wind as if they were right beside him. The audience observed intently, mimicking each action. However, compared to the understanding of domestic viewers, the foreign nations were utterly bewildered. Lacking the rich cultural history of the Dragon Kingdom, they were unfamiliar with the meaning of national martial arts. Recalling only firearms, though they occasionally practiced, their focus remained on external strength. Essentially, external techniques that, while effective in the short term, would be laughable when faced with true martial arts masters, who could easily dispatch them. Regrettably, they remained oblivious to this fact, particularly the elite from the combat-oriented nations, who believed no one could outmatch them in one-on-one confrontations, given their history of battling grizzly bears. Thus, upon witnessing Qin Mu's seemingly soft movements, they could not help but mock him. Is this what Dragon Kingdom martial arts entails? It doesn't seem particularly formidable. That golden bell shield was decent, but merely a turtle shell, utterly insignificant against a true expert. Those punches must feel like striking cotton. The officials from various nations chuckled derisively. They were not there to witness such trivial displays, their interest piqued only by the prospect of summoning guardian spirits. The viewers, incensed, reacted vehemently. Recognizing the ideas of those mocking the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts, they were outraged. While they themselves might have reservations about their national martial arts, it was unacceptable for outsiders to belittle them. If you're so brave, stab yourself in the heart. How dare you intrude and mock us? If you have the audacity, leave, they demanded. The once aggressive combatants from those nations, upon hearing this, suddenly shrank back, fully aware of Qin Mu's terrifying combat prowess from the previous night. While it was easy to talk bravely, the prospect of actual confrontation was a different matter entirely. With Qin Mu's strength, he could dispatch them in an instant. He was a man capable of threatening an entire nation. At that moment, Qin Mu finally noticed the discussion unfolding on the screen. He anticipated that foreigners would be so astute, infiltrating to learn. This was intriguing. From the beginning, he had no intention of concealing anything. After all, the calamity of the soul-guarding era was not something a single nation or ethnicity could withstand alone. That it was imperative to unite global efforts, as long as the Dragon Kingdom maintained its leading position. It was acceptable for others to learn. At the very least, they could buy some time for the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, facing the evil spirits and demonic entities with only one nation's strength would lead to inevitable defeat. Only those who had personally experienced that apocalyptic era could truly comprehend its horror. However, while learning was one thing, ridiculing national martial arts was another matter entirely. Qin Mu feigned indifference and punched the table before him. Instantly, a resounding crack echoed as the table began to splinter, resembling a spider's web spreading outward, ultimately disintegrating into powder. The combat-oriented individual who had spoken earlier was left in a state of confusion. swallowing hard as he beheld the scene on the screen. If one punch could obliterate the table, they could certainly achieve the same. Even within the country, many individuals are capable of achieving this. For it is an exceedingly simple task for those who are engaged in physical cultivation. However, at this moment, Qin Mu has not merely shattered expectations, he has pulverized them entirely. This exceeds their anticipations, even far beyond their imagination, rendering them speechless. In their hearts, they have long revered national martial arts as sacred. The martial arts of Long would emphasize the principle of using softness to counter strength, employing 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, and relying on skillful finesse. This is also what is known as inner strength. Ignoring the awe he has instilled, Qin Mu continues to elucidate his points. Ancient heroes were often able to lift hundreds of pounds, moving with the grace of a galloping horse, leaving no trace in the snow. This prowess stems from the legendary inner strength or skillful finesse. The human body harbors numerous mysteries, with many latent potentials that remain untapped even to this day. National martial arts serve to unlock these potentials. If one can master them, facing 10 adversaries would not pose a challenge. In such times, even if one lacks the talent to summon guardian spirits, they would still possess the means to protect themselves, rather than waiting for others to come to their aid. This is precisely the purpose of my discourse on national martial arts. Qin Mu stated calmly, for not everyone possesses the gift of summoning spirits. Should the weak simply await their demise? At this moment, the so-called national martial arts have opened a new door for them. Upon hearing this, the audience in front of the screen felt a twinge of emotion. After all, Qin Mu is genuinely considering their plight. Throughout this period of training, many, though reluctant to admit it, have come to realize that they simply lack the talent to summon guardian spirits. Continuing down this path would only be a waste of time. Yet, they find themselves with no alternatives. To refrain from practicing means inviting humiliation and oppression. Wherever there are people, there is a world of conflict. Even amid laws and order, they would prefer to possess commensurate strength. Qin Mu is now offering them a chance. Even without the might of guardian spirits, they would at least have the ability to protect themselves. Upon hearing these words, the forces of various nations fell into contemplation, particularly the warrior nations, who felt as though Qin Mu was slapping their faces, implying that their so-called power training was mere child's play. They found themselves unable to refute his assertion of facing 10 opponents. Gazing at the table reduced to powder, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the supporters from Long began to send messages of appreciation to the streamer, recognizing how deeply he cared for them. Thank you, esteemed streamer. I have nothing else to offer, so here is a super rocket. National martial arts? I must learn to possess the strength to survive in the era of spirit guardians. Regardless of the hardships I may endure, I will master it. Those unable to cultivate Qi nodded solemnly, and even the elder in the grand hall, who was watching Qin Mu's live stream, could not help but nod in agreement. After all, what Qin Mu referred to as national martial arts is akin to opening another door for those unable to cultivate, benefiting the whole nation. Good, very good. The elder nodded in satisfaction, and the high-ranking officials around him displayed expressions of admiration. In just a few days, this young man, Qin Mu, has left a profound impression on them, particularly in light of the recent advancements in firearms. The national martial arts of Longhua have been all but forgotten for many years. While some individuals still practice, the time and effort required to master national martial arts are far too extensive compared to certain martial arts in the Western world, leading to widespread underestimation. Even with a legacy spanning a millennium on a global scale, it often appears as mere flowery techniques. If Qin Mu can leverage the arrival of the Spirit Guardian era to revive national martial arts, it would indeed be a commendable endeavor. At this moment, Qin Mu continued, saying, as the saying goes, 10 years for the fist, 30 years for the leg. Our Longhua martial arts emphasize gradual progress. Although this set of techniques is derived from countless styles, it is essential for everyone to practice diligently. Only then can its true utility be realized. Those who toil earnestly shall not be forsaken by the heavens. I trust you all understand. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in silent agreement. They began to memorize every movement demonstrated by Qin Mu. Finally, after some time, Qin Mu clarified all the key points as the end of the session approached. He spoke again, everyone. Today's live stream has come to a close. The video will be uploaded online shortly. Those in need can refer to it for study. If you have any questions, please jot them down to ask during the next live stream. Alternatively, you may enroll at Wuda, where dedicated instructors will guide you. With that, Qin Mu severed the connection. Staring at the darkened screen, the audience was momentarily at a loss. having not anticipated that they would find themselves so engrossed in a class. Having previously loathed them, Qin Mu's lessons seemed to possess an enchanting allure, rendering them addictive. Could it be? Has he finished so soon? I've only taken half the notes. Alas, I'll have to wait until next time to ask. Honestly, I might as well enroll at Wuda directly. I've heard the esteemed streamer is the principal there. Surely, there will be dedicated instructors to guide us, which would be far superior to our own trial and error. Indeed. What are we waiting for? Let us go sign up for Wuda. In the live stream chat, such discussions erupted. Subsequently, the once bustling chat room fell silent. With Qin Mu's live stream concluded, the internet and media quickly seized the opportunity to cover the story. For Qin Mu is undeniably the king of trending topics. Any mention of him swiftly ascends to the top of the charts. The arrival of the Spirit Guardian era, a global transformation, Yanhuang's national martial arts. Perhaps heralding the strongest victor, the national martial arts, passed down through 5 millennia, re-emerging on the scene, shocking billions worldwide. Stay tuned for the live stream. The Ministry of Education's reforms, the establishment of Wuda, Yanhuang officially enters the martial arts era. In the blink of an eye, 10 trending topics were dominated by Qin Mu. Simultaneously, Wuda's enrollment website experienced another surge. This time, many martial arts enthusiasts eagerly registered, for this could be their final opportunity. Even though the path of national martial arts is fraught with challenges, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, they would endure any hardship. In stark contrast to the fervor for martial arts within Yanhuang, the situation abroad felt rather uncomfortable, especially in the coastal nation. At this moment, all the high-ranking officials gathered in Congress bore somber expressions, unable to articulate their thoughts as they watched the so-called national martial arts video. In the past, they believed firearms to be supreme, yet now they sensed that Yanhuang's martial arts were truly formidable, capable of achieving such feats through sheer physical prowess. Furthermore, this live stream clarified the reality of summoning guardian spirits, which left them utterly astonished. They were compelled to acknowledge the truth. The president then spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts now? The era of spirit guardians is undoubtedly approaching. The streamer is correct. Yanhuang is ahead of us all, and we must catch up swiftly. Otherwise, we risk losing our status as global hegemons. Indeed, we must rally the nation to practice martial arts. The training methods have already been identified on Yanhuang's portal site. Although we may be a step behind, given the talents of our coastal nation, mastering these techniques should pose no challenge. With that, the assembly exchanged flattering remarks. The president, seated at the head of the table, appeared somewhat pleased, waving his hand. Very well, as you suggested, I will immediately arrange for everyone to begin practicing Yanhuang's national martial arts. Furthermore, distribute that video widely. It must be a national initiative, and the military must also participate. No one is to delay, understood? Everyone must join in. Understood, Your Excellency. At this juncture, the high-ranking officials of the oceanic coast nation nod in agreement, having learned to be astute. Even without the president's words, none would dare to overlook the situation. After all, having engaged in capital operations for many years, they are acutely aware of a fundamental truth. Strength dictates everything. Presently, the hegemonic status of the oceanic coast nation teeters on the brink of collapse. To safeguard their interests, they must re-establish their dominance. Otherwise, they risk becoming targets for those who dare to trample upon them. Moreover, the might of the Dragon Nation is becoming increasingly evident. Not only the oceanic coast nation, but at this moment, all nations are concurrently implementing similar measures. Having witnessed the terrifying aftermath, they come to understand that the era of soul-stirring turmoil is indeed real. To survive in such times, there is but one path: cultivation. Only by becoming powerful can one endure. The weak, in such an age, are destined to be mere ants, lacking even the right to exist. Thus, it is imperative that reform occurs. Furthermore, and perhaps more crucially, they perceive a glimmer of hope. The once unassailable hierarchy of powerful nations may soon crumble. After all, when the era of soul-stirring turmoil arrives, even the mightiest nations will be too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with others. Should a few individuals of exceptional prowess, akin to Qin Mu, emerge within their borders, the deterrent effect would be self-evident. For many weaker nations, this presents a beacon of hope as the world enters a phase of martial cultivation. Qin Mu reclines on his sofa, leisurely sipping tea and gazing into the void, while the system's notification echoes in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the live broadcast. Furthermore, The broadcast has reached a global audience. You are rewarded with a diamond lottery opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu feels a surge of excitement. After all, even a platinum lottery opportunity yields a plethora of valuable items. How much more so for a diamond lottery? His face flushes with anticipation. Shall I immediately initiate the lottery? Yes. He nods without hesitation. After all, if not now, then when? As his words fall, a lottery interface materializes in the void before him. Compared to the rewards of the platinum interface, the diamond rewards appear fewer in number, yet each is undeniably precious. Let the lottery commence, Qin Mu declares, and the spinning wheel begins to whirl, swiftly gliding past various rewards. At this moment, his breath quickens with anticipation. Should he acquire something truly remarkable, it would be of immense value. What treasures might await him? The mere thought fills him with astonishment. Finally, the wheel halts, the pointer landing on a particular treasure, and a smile spreads across Qin Mu's face. To his surprise, he has drawn something worthwhile. Though it may not be immediately useful, it could prove invaluable when the era of soul-stirring turmoil descends. That it is no exaggeration to say that this item might outweigh the might of 1,000 armies. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the blueprint for the Xmu class communication device. Shall you extract it immediately? Extract. If you were to forego this opportunity, it would indeed be foolish. In an instant, a stack of papers materializes in his hands. Measuring a thickness of 7 to 8 centimeters, should this be discarded, it would likely incite a frenzy among nations, for in this age, communication technology relies predominantly on radio, which is prone to faults and demands considerable maintenance time. Moreover, there exists a fear of interception of secrets. After all, if everyone utilizes the same technology, it inevitably becomes transparent to all nations, rendering confidentiality a mere farce. Imagine the consequences if one's confidential documents were to fall into enemy hands. Such thoughts send shivers down his spine. However, with this device, such calamities could be averted. At this moment, the system's notification chimes once more. Ding! Task system initializing. New task issued. Please deploy the Xmu communication technology nationwide within 7 days. Successful completion will yield a divine guardian spirit summoning card as a reward. Failure will result in 3 days of weakness and have strength. Gazing at this almost coercive task, what more could Qin Mu say? He can only grumble internally about the unscrupulous system, yet ultimately, he must accept the task. After all, to decline would mean having his hard-earned strength, and he cannot afford such a loss. Moreover, the allure of the divine guardian spirit summoning card is too enticing to resist. In the previous era of soul-stirring turmoil, even amidst decades of darkness, only a handful could summon a divine guardian spirit. Such beings are immensely powerful. It is no exaggeration to assert that even 10 Xiangyes combined would pale in comparison to a single divine guardian spirit. Such is the inherent suppression of strength. Those who possessed divine guardian spirits in the past were invariably the pinnacle of martial prowess globally, and now, he finally has a chance to join their ranks, even if it is merely a summoning card. Experiencing that sensation would greatly benefit his future summons. After all, a martial god body can summon multiple guardian spirits. Who knows, he might soon summon a divine guardian spirit himself? Thus, he must not hesitate. Without delay, he proclaims, "System, I accept the task. Congratulations, host. Task successfully accepted. Countdown initiated." May the host strive diligently. Subsequently, a countdown timer appears in his mind, just as he prepares to embark on his task, one that promises to be quite challenging. He reminds himself not to forget the support of his nation. In the face of the Dragon Nation's formidable power, this so-called communication tower is undoubtedly a simple technology. However, as he rises, he hears a series of beeping sounds from his computer. Curiosity piqued, Qin Mu opens the chat window, only to find a certain fish account with an English name messaging him. "Great streamer, shall we have a chat? What shall we discuss?" he inquires, intrigued to see what this person intends to propose. "It's simple. State your conditions, and if they are within the capabilities of our oceanic coast nation, we will undoubtedly comply. All you must do is join our nationality. I can even promise to make you a key member of our Congress." Overseeing the military strength of the oceanic coast nation, the sincerity is palpable in the words. Yet, such empty promises might fool children, but attempting to play such games with Qin Mu is clearly beneath them. After all, he is a cunning fox of a millennium, not one to be easily deceived. The oceanic coast nation merely seeks to exploit his resources to bolster their military might for becoming a core member of Congress. What use is that? Qin Mu is acutely aware of the political dynamics within the oceanic coast nation, where the military and political spheres are entirely separate, beyond the facade of eloquent words. It serves little purpose, yet they still dare to attempt to hoodwink him. It is truly laughable. Some individuals are utterly naive. Qin Mu smirks and responds, "Let us not be hasty. For now, I have no intention of joining your nation. However, it is not entirely impossible for me to consider your proposal. Just that, given your capabilities, I doubt you can meet my conditions. Feel free to speak. Anything I can accomplish, I will ensure is done. Rest assured, there is nothing beyond my reach within the oceanic coast nation," the individual quickly replies, seemingly filled with hope. Upon hearing this, a cold smile graces Qin Mu's face. He has never encountered such arrogance. Did this person truly believe they were on par with him? However, the subsequent response confirms his suspicion. It is indeed the president. To his astonishment, the oceanic coast nation is willing to go to such lengths, even having the president personally reach out to him in a bid to recruit him. Regrettably, Qin Mu had no such intention at all. He merely responded casually, "What I desire is quite simple. As long as your oceanic coastal nation collectively surrenders to the Dragon Nation, then we shall be one family, and naturally, it would matter little." After sending this message, Qin Mu was already certain that the person on the other end would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, was this not a complete mockery? How could a dignified global hegemon possibly surrender over such trivial matters? If they were to do so, they would be reduced to a laughingstock. Without waiting for a reply, he promptly shut down his computer and strode towards the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, in the Parliament of the Oceanic Coastal Nation, the president gazed at the response displayed on the screen and immediately hurled his laptop to the ground, shattering the expensive device into countless pieces. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, you bastard, Dragon Nation scoundrel, unforgivable," he cursed repeatedly. As the president of a nation, he usually maintained a composed demeanor, for there was rarely anything in the international arena that warranted his ire. However, he had never anticipated being toyed with by Qin Mu. That fellow was utterly despicable. He had initially thought there was a chance to bring him over, only to be met with such a dismissive remark after much discussion. "Mr. President, are you all right?" The secretary hurriedly entered the room, observing the furious president with a hint of trepidation, unsure of who could provoke such a reaction. However, upon seeing the screen, he quickly understood. Indeed, aside from the Dragon Nation's broadcaster, there was no one else capable of achieving this. Yet, they had no means to counter that individual, for he was simply too formidable, to a degree that instilled despair. Engaging in combat with such an opponent was hardly a wise endeavor. "Never mind. What brings you here?" After a while, the president regained his composure, looking at his secretary and forcing himself to stabilize his emotions. Of course, his hatred for Qin Mu had deepened at this moment. He wished nothing more than to dismember that bastard. "Mr. President, the video we released earlier has begun to yield results domestically. Many people claim to have cultivated qi. They are currently registering with the FBT." The secretary quickly reported. Upon hearing this, a rare smile emerged on the president's face, as this was the best news he had received in quite some time, provided the cultivation methods were sound. He firmly believed that with his nation's strength, they would soon reclaim their status as the global hegemon. At that point, no one would be able to shake their position. "Excellent. Splendid. So it is true. The cultivation method is genuine." A triumphant smile spread across the president's face. "Immediately issue an order for the entire nation to commence practicing the guardian spirit summoning method. The first to summon a guardian spirit will gain direct entry to the parliament, and the top 10 will be enlisted in the military. The top 100 will receive a reward of $1 million. At this juncture, the president was unconcerned with the costs. His sole focus was to swiftly cultivate a sufficiently powerful soul guardian and reclaim global supremacy. Upon hearing this, the secretary hesitated, wanting to advise caution, for this was an entirely unfamiliar territory, and a gradual approach would be the wisest choice. Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns, for the president was in a furious state, and he feared that speaking up might lead to his own misfortune. Thus, he hurried off to make arrangements. In the meantime, numerous cultivators began to emerge across various nations. Almost all countries, aside from the Dragon Nation, which opted for a steady approach, were frantically cultivating, disregarding costs and consequences, concurrently, within the underground chamber of the Grand Hall in the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation. The nation's most exceptional top experts had gathered. If an ordinary person were to witness this scene, they would likely be astounded. Each individual present was a renowned figure in the annals of weapon research within the Dragon Nation, notably Elder Qian, who had played a pivotal role in the aftermath of the National War, had utilized advanced technology to assist the nation in constructing nuclear weapons that instilled fear worldwide. Since then, Elder Qian had officially taken a step back from the front line. Not only he, but numerous experts in the research of strategic-level weapons had also convened here. Even the deputies were the most elite masters from the armaments factory, making this gathering a true convergence of all weaponry talent in the Dragon Nation. Their responsibility was to improve electromagnetic weapons. Following the emergence of the abyssal monsters, the higher-ups understood that while electromagnetic guns were immensely powerful, they were ultimately constrained by firepower limitations. Thus, during many battles, their use had been impractical. Combat against the abyss would undoubtedly not be on a small scale. Hence, it was imperative to develop stronger equipment. Only then could they have a greater chance of survival and minimize losses for the populace. Recognizing this, the higher-ups promptly chose to commence research, mobilizing the nation's strongest experts to create new weapons. After tireless efforts, they finally succeeded in improving an electromagnetic weapon akin to a rocket launcher, its power exceeding that of its predecessor by more than tenfold. Clearly, the higher-ups were quite satisfied with this achievement. Just then, Qin Mu entered the underground chamber through a secret passage. Upon seeing Qin Mu, the Grand Elder smiled and said, "Little Mu, why are you still awake at this late hour?" So, has the new weapon been developed? Qin Mu inquired, glancing at the rocket electromagnetic cannon undergoing testing with curiosity. Perfect timing, let me introduce you. This is the chief designer of the new weapon, Elder Qian. And this individual, you should know, is the esteemed Principal Wu, a prominent general in the military, Mr. Qin Mu. The Grand Elder took the opportunity to introduce them. Elder Qian, perhaps you could let Little Mu assess the weapon's effectiveness. Only he could handle it accurately. Mr. Qian's reputation certainly precedes him. Elder Qian responded with a smile, motioning for an assistant to approach. Soon, the new rocket electromagnetic cannon was brought forth. Its appearance was indeed impressive. The barrel was adorned with a golden five-clawed dragon, and the muzzle sported a sharply tapered curve, evidently designed to enhance its striking power. The grip featured thick padding, showcasing meticulous consideration of usability and firepower issues. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the foremost designer from the era of Soul Guardians, having crafted numerous weapons during that time. Let us test its firepower, Elder Qian said again, a hint of showmanship in his tone. The assistant quickly nodded and raised the rocket launcher, pulling the trigger sharply to fire at the target ahead. With a resounding boom, the target that had been standing firm was instantly toppled, leaving behind a crater several meters deep. The power was undeniably magnified compared to before. This time, in designing the weapon, we enhanced its penetrating power by deliberately shaping the muzzle to a pointed form. This significantly augments its power and facilitates aiming. The thick padding also helps to reduce recoil, Elder Qian explained. And the high-ranking officials present nodded in agreement. They had utmost confidence in him, for nearly half of the Dragon Nation's weaponry had originated from Elder Qian's expertise. Therefore, it was improbable that any major issues would arise. However, at that moment, Qin Mu suddenly shook his head and said, "No, this weapon has too long a charging time. While it may be useful against ordinary individuals, it is utterly ineffective against abyssal creatures and malevolent spirits." In that span of time, they could easily eliminate the weapon's user several times over. As his calm words fell, the high-ranking officials turned their attention to Qin Mu, and Elder Qian's expression became somewhat unusual. After all, the weapon he designed was unmatched nationwide. Despite Qin Mu's exceptional abilities in many areas, Elder Qian did not believe the youth could surpass him in this regard. "What, Mr. Qin, do you believe there is a flaw in my weapon's design?" In his voice lingered a trace of coldness. After all, he was quite satisfied with this design, having achieved near perfection in nearly every aspect. Particularly, its firepower was formidable. Indeed, there was a problem. For your weapon cannot hit the enemy at all. No matter how powerful it may be, if it cannot strike its target, then all is mere talk. Does Elder Qian believe I am mistaken? Qin Mu remarked calmly. The individuals present fell into deep contemplation. With their military backgrounds, they naturally understood the paramount importance of hitting the enemy over sheer firepower. If one cannot even strike the foe, what good is immense power? Are we to use it merely against the air? How could that be feasible? My weapon requires only about 3 seconds from charging to firing, and it does not necessitate a magazine change. In that span of time, how could the enemy possibly evade? Mr. Qin, do you not think your words are somewhat beyond reason? Elder Qian's irritation was palpable. He could hardly believe that anyone could escape a lock-on in 3 seconds. Indeed, a person cannot. But do you think we developed such a powerful weapon solely for waging war against other nations? I am unafraid to tell you the truth. Our adversaries are not mere humans. They are far more terrifying than any human could ever be. Elder Qin found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to respond. Observing this, Qin Mu continued, "Very well. If you do not believe me, let us conduct an experiment. You shall fire at my head. Do you understand?" "What? Absurd. Do not move. Halt, Mr. Qin. You must not. Put down the weapon." Quickly, at Qin Mu's words, everyone was taken aback, especially the Grand Elder, who wished to rush forward and seize the electromagnetic cannon immediately. After all, the losses from a weapon failure could be borne. But if something were to happen to Qin Mu, who would bear that responsibility? Their expressions darkened at that moment. Absolutely, under no circumstances may anything happen to Qin Mu. Elder Qin was now somewhat terrified, thought he had not anticipated that Qin Mu would resort to such a reckless experiment. Everyone had witnessed the power of that electromagnetic cannon. If it were to strike him, he might not even know how he perished. Regret began to seep in. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have argued with Qin Mu. This fellow was like a firecracker, ready to explode with the slightest provocation, and now he intended to withstand a cannonball? Was he truly willing to risk his life? The assistant, caught in a dilemma, swiftly moved aside upon hearing Elder Qian's words. He did not wish to be embroiled in such matters. What was he compared to those formidable figures? My mind is made up. Fire. Otherwise, military law will be enacted. Qin Mu declared solemnly at this moment. He could not back down, for unless they witnessed the true flaw of the weapon, these individuals would never comprehend the fundamental differences between ordinary people and the malevolent spirits or monsters they faced. To approach creatures of that nature with merely human strategies was nothing short of a fantasy that was simply unattainable, given the unimaginable strength of those creatures. Consider the monsters lurking in the abyss. They possess power beyond human capability. 3 seconds is ample time for them to accomplish far too much. My assistant was nearly in tears, for no one could afford to offend any of these figures. Seeing this, the Grand Elder spoke up. "Xiao Mu, are you confident? This is no trivial matter. Do not worry. I assure you of my capabilities. You know my strength," Qin Mu replied with a gentle smile. Yet, the others remained skeptical. This was a life-and-death situation to in routine weapon tests. They usually employed pigs or cows, but this was a living human, and a significant one at that. "Very well, let us proceed," the Grand Elder finally decided. The high-ranking officials wished to persuade him, but before they could speak, the Grand Elder raised his hand to silence them. Respect his wishes. Indeed, the high-ranking officials fell silent. Elder Qian's expression darkened. After a pause, he said, "Fire." Upon hearing this, the assistant could only place his finger on the trigger. After all, Elder Qin was his direct superior, and he had to comply. His finger pressed down on the trigger, and energy began to charge before a sudden blast shot forth. Qin Mu was engulfed by the brilliance. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. They were sweating profusely. If something were to happen to Qin Mu, even 100 lives would not suffice to compensate. After all, this young man held far too many secrets. The light consumed him entirely before erupting in a thunderous explosion, making them all break out in a cold sweat. Instinctively, they wanted to rush forward to check. But at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. "How is it, everyone? Wasn't that quite the spectacle? What? How is this possible? Were you not in front?" Elder Qin furrowed his brow, gazing at Qin Mu emerging from behind. Perplexed at how this could be done, "I told you, 3 seconds is enough time for me to accomplish many things, so what further words are there, Elder Qin? I can only tell you that the enemies we face are far more formidable than before. The data from previous encounters is utterly irrelevant now. I hope you understand." As Qin Mu spoke, his gaze grew heavy. "That we are not dealing with humans. They are far too powerful, exceeding our understanding." That seemed he was lost in memories of the past. His voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. The high-ranking officials, aside from expressions of relief, were also somewhat shaken. They had never anticipated witnessing such a grand display. Qin Mu was indeed terrifying, and as he had stated, 3 seconds was sufficient to accomplish much. Had he intended to eliminate them moments ago, their heads would have likely rolled by now. "I understand." Elder Qin nodded gravely, appearing somewhat dazed. After all, he had never expected his enemies to be so formidable. They were not merely human but godlike. A bitter smile crossed his face as he recalled his earlier arguments, feeling a twinge of shame. "Ha, Elder Qin, against such beings, the charging time must be reduced to under 1 second. Otherwise, our soldiers would be as easy targets as living targets before them." At this point, Qin Mu's expression turned serious, and upon hearing this, Elder Qian nodded in agreement. Understood. I will return and redesign immediately. I will strive to deliver results swiftly. With that, he departed directly. The group of research enthusiasts resumed their work, completely disregarding the high-ranking officials, while the Grand Elder could not help but chuckle. Haha, after all these years. Old Qian's temperament remains unchanged. When it comes to weaponry, it is more important to him than his wife. Come, let us leave that. It seems it will take a few days before any results materialize. We should head out. The Grand Elder beckoned the others to follow him outside, and Qin Mu turned back to glance at the Elder, a hint of admiration on his face. Indeed, it was this spirit of craftsmanship that allowed the Dragon Nation to endure for so long during the era of soul suppression. While it appeared to be the efforts of the soul suppressors, those who toiled silently behind the scenes were equally indispensable. After all, without them, could the Dragon Nation have reached such heights? Perhaps it would have perished long ago. Without further interruption, he ascended. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, the Elder seemed to recall something and looked at Qin Mu, asking, "By the way, Xiao Mu, your late visit must be for more than just a casual stroll." "Right. Is there something you need assistance with?" The high-ranking officials also turned to look at the young man. Whatever Qin Mu requested, they would undoubtedly comply. After all, Qin Mu had become a national treasure within the Dragon Nation. Just as he was about to formulate his request, an urgent guard rushed in, declaring, "Report to all leaders. There is an emergency. Communication with the military district in the imperial capital was just disrupted, and we are currently unable to ascertain which country is behind it." Upon reaching this point, a semblance of trepidation flickered across the guard's countenance. After all, the Grand Elder was not one to be trifled with. Even the disruption of communications had left them in a state of uncertainty regarding the perpetrator's identity. How could they possibly account for such a failure? As anticipated, in the next moment, the Grand Elder erupted in anger. "If you cannot even manage communications, what purpose do I have for your existence? 1,000 days of training soldiers, only to employ them for a fleeting moment. With the military district's communication severed, are we not exposing our secrets to the enemy?" The Grand Elder's expression darkened ominously. Meanwhile, the guard found himself at a loss for words. It was then that a senior official among the ranks spoke up. "Grand Elder, let us not be too hard on him. This matter does not rest solely on his shoulders. Our Dragon Nation has become a target due to its prominence, compounded by the fact that all nations utilize a singular mode of communication. Even if intercepted, such occurrences are not entirely unexpected." With a resigned wave of his hand, the elderly leader replied, "You may leave for now. Restore communications as swiftly as possible." Indeed, it was true. In the realm of information during the era of Soul Guardians, the Dragon Nation possessed a greater awareness than other countries. Consequently, it became a prime target. At this moment, foreign nations had turned their sights upon them, and given the uniformity of their communication methods, interception was an exceedingly simple task. Thus, it was hardly justifiable to place blame upon one individual. After the guard exited, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow into a deep furrow, pondering, "What shall we do? Should we invest manpower and resources into researching communication technology? If this continues, will our Dragon Nation remain defenseless against them?" He spoke with a bitter smile. It was indeed absurd for such a vast nation to be unable to ensure the security of military communications. Upon hearing this, everyone present could not help but furrow their brows. Even they were at a loss for words. Although reluctant to admit it, this seemed to be the stark reality. They had no superior alternatives. Despite the knowledge that the enemy would take action, they could only stand idly by as the storm brewed. Investing manpower and resources in such a manner would be a burden given their current national capacity. Indeed, Grand Elder, our nation is currently operating beyond its limits. All sectors are preparing for war, and if we continue to allocate resources to communications, our sacrifices will only grow. At that point, we risk total collapse. Moreover, research into communication technology is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Once delayed, who knows how long it will take. Furthermore, we lack experts in this area. The exchange left the Grand Elder grappling with a dilemma. It must be said that their words were rooted in reality, and the facts seemed undeniable. Yet, even with this understanding, a sense of unwillingness lingered in their hearts. After all, military communications were of paramount importance, particularly in the era of Soul Guardians. If the Dragon Nation wished to achieve technological supremacy in any domain, it necessitated an independent communication system. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to calamity at this juncture. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Realizing that fortune had smiled upon him, he had been contemplating the establishment of Xmu communication technology, and now, the nation was in dire need of such advancements. It felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky. He then interjected, "If it pertains to communication technology, I happen to have a ready solution that can be employed as a substitute." "Do not jest, Qin Mu. Where would we find a replacement at this moment?" "You possess it," the Grand Elder's words faltered, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that the conundrum that had plagued him for so long could be resolved so effortlessly? Qin Mu indeed had the blueprints in his possession. He cautiously inquired, "Qin Mu, this matter is no laughing matter. It involves the coordination of dozens of military districts across the nation. Do you truly possess it?" "Of course. When have I ever made a jest?" Qin Mu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively nodded. It seemed he had never been one for frivolity. Yet, despite this, they remained skeptical of Qin Mu's claim. After all, the research into communication stations had taken decades, if not centuries, to achieve independence. Even then, it required substantial backing from the state, with countless resources in terms of manpower, materials, finances, and other assets. That Qin Mu would possess such a thing? It seemed implausible. "Very well, let us see it," they urged. As long as it can be utilized by the current communication station, even if it is slightly inferior, it matters not. We can always conduct further research," the Grand Elder asserted. The others nodded in agreement, finding merit in his reasoning that as long as it could serve as a temporary solution, they could afford the luxury of time for further research. Once perfected, they could execute a flawless replacement, thus mitigating the risk of espionage. "Inferior, I assure you. What I have will suffice for nationwide communication within our Dragon Nation," Qin Mu stated confidently. Upon hearing this declaration, the high-ranking officials could not suppress their laughter. After all, to them, Qin Mu's assertion seemed rather juvenile. How could he claim to provide adequate communication for the entire nation? For years, even the collective strength of the nation had been unable to achieve such a feat. And yet Qin Mu claimed to possess it. Moreover, with current technology, nationwide communication was unfeasible. How could Qin Mu possibly have it? Particularly, the minister in charge of communications chuckled, "General Qin, while I cannot claim to know as much as you regarding the era of Soul Guardians, I do have some understanding of communications. The idea of supplying nationwide communication is, in theory, utterly impossible. You must understand the immense manpower and resources required to establish a universally applicable communication system." The minister continued, somewhat incredulously, "From what I know, not a single nation or individual has yet managed to devise such technology. Therefore, it is categorically impossible. Moreover, the most advanced technology from the oceanic coast country has only achieved half-national communication at best." As he spoke, the minister could not help but chuckle, not out of disbelief in Qin Mu, but rather because the claim was so far-fetched. After all, regardless of the perspective one examined it from, it was simply unrealistic. To aspire for nationwide communication was not merely a trivial matter. The manpower and resources required bordered on astronomical figures. Any astute individual would recognize the folly of such a venture and refrain from reckless pursuits. Yet, Qin Mu's audacious statements seemed excessively grandiose. To possessed the capability for nationwide communication technology. In a nation as vast as the Dragon Nation, which ranks second globally and is characterized by mountainous and impoverished regions, maintaining communication in those remote areas was nothing short of a fantastical dream. One could not help but remark upon the audacity of youth. They seemed unafraid to utter any claim that in response to the minister's words. Qin Mu maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Your inability does not equate to my own. The new energy magnetic power plant. Did you not also struggle to realize that there is nothing impossible in this world? And I am the variable." "Very well," the minister began, wishing to counter, but upon recalling the magnetic power plant, he fell silent. After all, he had been unable to bring that invention to fruition. However, such feats could not be replicated indefinitely. The prospect of a singular individual possessing such formidable technology was exceedingly rare. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words to refute Qin Mu's claims and ultimately chose silence, trusting that the truth would eventually prevail. "All right, I believe in you. Qin Mu is a boon to our Dragon Nation. Let us see the blueprints you possess. If successful, you will have rendered another remarkable service to our country," the Grand Elder concluded. Nodding solemnly, little did they expect that Qin Mu possessed such capability. Subsequently, Qin Mu produced the blueprints, stating, "This is the construction blueprint for the Xmu communication station. However, I must caution you that bringing this to fruition will not be an easy task. It will require substantial resources, so please prepare yourselves mentally for this. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively nodded, for they understood the complexity involved in constructing a nationwide communication station. They began examining the blueprints, particularly the head of the communications department, who grew increasingly eager. Upon examining the information presented above, I initially held a dismissive attitude toward me. It appeared to be an utterly unattainable objective. Thus, I paid little heed to it. However, I was unexpectedly captivated as soon as I laid eyes on the plan that I must admit, the proposals contained within were somewhat fantastical, yet at critical junctures, they seemed to possess a touch of divine inspiration, seamlessly connecting all the flaws and gaps. If we were to execute the construction according to the outline plan, perhaps it truly could be realized. Furthermore, the establishment of nationwide communication seems entirely feasible. What do you think? Can this plan be implemented? The elder inquired of the communications minister before him, for this was a matter of utmost concern that it directly pertained to the future of the Dragon Nation. Should the plan succeed, the prospects for the nation would undoubtedly be bright. Even if it were not fully realized, it would still play a pivotal role. Absolutely, it is entirely possible, the communications minister affirmed. Moreover, if we execute the plan correctly, our annual maintenance costs for communications will be significantly reduced, eliminating the need for monthly upkeep, thereby saving considerable labor. He continued. Additionally, the construction cost will be more than twofold cheaper than our previous plan. At this point, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the plan painstakingly devised by himself and others had been outdone by someone else's proposal that was not only cheaper, but considerably more effective. This situation was indeed outrageous, yet one could not deny its validity, especially since Qin Mu had presented the plan himself. This was truly remarkable. If we were to follow the outlined plan, the execution would be exceedingly straightforward. Twofold, the elder nodded, a smile breaking across his face. The furrowed brow relaxed as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Xiao Mu, you have not disappointed me." He chuckled heartily. "What do you say? Just moments ago, some of you doubted his abilities. And now, are you not feeling a bit embarrassed?" A few senior officials exchanged glances, their faces flushed with shame, particularly the communications minister, who felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. He felt utterly humiliated before Qin Mu. Having spent considerable effort on a plan that ultimately paled in comparison to what Qin Mu had so effortlessly produced. My apologies, General Qin. I was indeed ignorant. The communications minister approached to offer his apologies, to which Qin Mu merely waved his hand dismissively, for both parties were ultimately working toward the betterment of their nation. Finally, the elder spoke up. "Then let this matter be entrusted to your communications department. I expect results in the shortest time possible. It is high time for our Dragon Nation to rise in strength." "Yes, we will ensure the task is completed," the minister replied solemnly, nodding his head as he accepted the documents. His expression graved. He understood the significance of the papers in his possession. They represented the freedom of communication for the Dragon Nation. Once successfully constructed, the nation would be liberated from the grasp of foreign powers. Entering a new era. At that moment, their ascendance would be unstoppable. Meanwhile, the senior officials who had received the plans immediately began to strategize on how to implement a new communication network nationwide. As for Qin Mu, he found himself feeling rather bored. His objectives had been accomplished, and he merely needed to wait for the communication station to be completed in a few days for his task to be considered fulfilled. Lacking interest in remaining amidst a gathering of elderly men, he bid them farewell and departed for his residential villa. By the time he returned, dawn was approaching, and it was nearly time for his live broadcast. After a hasty meal, he powered on his computer and connected to the live streaming system. Before even entering the streaming room, countless viewers had already received notifications, abandoning their own tasks to click in. Nowadays, participating in the nationwide cultivation live stream had become a daily ritual, as it was crucial for their futures. Without the knowledge acquired from these sessions, one could easily find themselves relegated to the lowest echelons in the impending era of soul summoning. In an instant, the viewer count surged past 1 billion. Simultaneously, in the coastal nation across the ocean, the president's expression darkened. Ever since he announced the national initiative for citizens to begin their cultivation, coupled with substantial rewards, the entire country had gone into a frenzy of training. Yet, despite the fervor, only a few had managed to grasp the existence of Qi. According to reports from those summoned by the FBT, it seemed as though an unseen force obstructed their attempts to summon guardian spirits, rendering them unsuccessful. The president, upon hearing this news, was consumed by fury. Eye in his eyes. It was evident that the Dragon Nation was withholding information. After all, he could hardly believe that a long-standing rival would so easily divulge their methods. Surely, there was something unsaid, or perhaps the secret of the guardian spirits lay firmly in the hands of the streamer. Contemplating his grand ambitions, which had yet to even begin, but were already stifled in their infancy, the president seethed, crushing his wine glass in frustration. Damn those yellow-skinned monkeys. I knew they wouldn't play fair. I never expected them to hide their methods. What should we do now, Mr. President? We can't simply abandon cultivation, his secretary queried, concern etched on her face. The enthusiasm of the populace had only just been ignited. To declare at this juncture that cultivation was impossible would be tantamount to shooting oneself in the foot. They think they can outsmart us. It won't be that easy, since they refuse to disclose their cultivation methods publicly. We shall force their hand. Spread the word that the Dragon Nation is concealing the techniques for summoning guardian spirits. I am confident that the enraged citizens of various nations will make it abundantly clear to the Dragon Nation what the wrath of the masses entails. Brilliant, truly brilliant. The secretary nodded, impressed by the president's cunning strategy. By shifting the blame entirely onto Qin Mu and his associates, they would distance themselves from any fallout. Furthermore, citizens from other nations engaged in cultivation would likely flock to the Dragon Nation's live stream to voice their grievances. Faced with the collective outrage of the global populace, it would be challenging for the Dragon Nation to maintain secrecy, unless they sought to oppose the world outright. With this plan in mind, the secretary began disseminating the news. Before long, nearly everyone across the globe was aware that the cultivation techniques they were practicing were incomplete, with the Dragon Nation having sealed off the latter portions. Consequently, those participating in cultivation across various nations began to simmer with anger, having already tasted the sweetness of success. They knew that summoning their guardian spirits would yield substantial rewards from their leaders. Thus, they eagerly turned their attention to the nationwide cultivation live stream. And as news of Qin Mu's broadcast spread, citizens from all nations hastily entered the streaming room, from an initial audience of 300 million. The count surged to 500 million in an instant, and it continued to rise. The viewer numbers fluctuated dramatically with each passing second. Upon entering the streaming room, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback by the staggering number of viewers. He had not anticipated such an overwhelming turnout in such a short span of time. Regaining his composure, he began, "Greetings, students. Today, we officially commence our live stream. Before we proceed, if anyone has questions regarding national martial arts, please feel free to ask, and I will select a few to address." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a flurry of inquiries flooded the screen. "Streamer, why do I feel that my movements are stiff? Furthermore, my strikes lack any sense of power." "Me too. After practicing, I even feel a dull ache in my lower abdomen. Could you elaborate on how to execute the third strike?" Observing the myriad of questions, Qin Mu began to respond, offering guidance and insights along the way. What was once a perplexing and obscure question was instantaneously elucidated by Qin Mu, who seamlessly conveyed the entirety of his explanation. Observing the dwindling barrage of comments, he finally spoke again. "Very well, since there are no further inquiries, let us commence today's lesson on the proper application of national martial arts in combat. Although we have trained in these arts, applying them in real-world scenarios is far from a trivial task. After all, those monsters do not simply stand still, inviting us to strike. Moreover, many of their vital points, if targeted, can yield exponentially greater results." Throughout the lecture, all the viewers were attentively listening. However, at that moment, a flurry of chaotic characters began to flood the live stream's comment section, hailing from various nations, yet seemingly conveying the same sentiment. The screen was instantly obscured. Witnessing this, the viewers couldn't help but furrow their brows. After all, who could be so inconsiderate as to spam comments at such a critical moment? Were they unaware that this was a live broadcast? If it disrupted learning, could they bear the consequences? Furthermore, they were well aware of the host's temperament. A single disagreement could lead to an immediate account ban. Any wise individual would surely refrain from causing a disturbance while Qin Mu was lecturing. The dense barrage of comments obscured Qin Mu's figure and showed no signs of abating. What were these foreigners trying to accomplish? It seemed as though a spectacle was about to unfold. Which illustrious individual among them could enlighten us on the meaning of this? I truly find myself at a loss. The viewers began to discuss amongst themselves. Recognizing the organized and deliberate nature of the spamming, how could so many comments appear simultaneously and so uniformly? At this juncture, Qin Mu also took note of the comments, his brow furrowed in frustration. For he had previously emphasized during his inaugural live stream that spamming comments during his lectures was strictly prohibited. If there were any questions, they should be posed sparingly to facilitate his responses. Otherwise, the chaos would render him unable to address any inquiries. Yet, these individuals were clearly intent on disruption. Not only were they spamming, but they also showed no inclination to cease, disrupting the flow of the lecture and preventing anyone from absorbing the material. Dear viewers, spamming is not permitted in this live stream. Consider this a warning. Should there be another occurrence, I will implement a ban, he stated calmly, glancing at the barrage of comments. Please explain why the guardian spirit cannot be summoned. Could it be that the Dragon Nation has monopolized the techniques? Qin Mu, however, found such unproductive comments hardly worthy of his attention. After all, if he truly sought to monopolize, he would never have shared his knowledge. It would be a simple matter for the system to expel foreign IPs from the live stream, hence he chose to ignore them. Yet, the foreigners evidently held a different perspective. They believed that Qin Mu's reluctance to respond directly indicated some hidden guilt. Consequently, the spamming intensified, and the sheer volume of comments darkened his expression. One does not drink to toast, only to receive punishment. Initially, Qin Mu had intended to treat these individuals with a degree of leniency. But their blatant disregard left him no choice. He silently invoked the system, swiftly banning all accounts that were instigating the chaos. In an instant, the screen was cleared. Should this happen again, those responsible will be permanently expelled from the live stream, he declared. Upon hearing this, citizens from various nations felt a surge of indignation. Yet, they found themselves unable to voice their grievances and opted instead to exit the live stream in protest. Qin Mu, however, had no time to entertain their discontent. If they were unwilling to learn, he felt no obligation to retain them, especially given the trouble they posed. One must not forget that grievances can breed enmity, he mused, before continuing to elucidate the application of national martial arts for the remaining audience. Meanwhile, on the shores of the oceanic coast nation, the president's expression darkened upon receiving his secretary's report. What? Are you saying that the host has banned everyone's accounts? Is he playing with fire? Is the Dragon Nation truly willing to gamble everything? He questioned incredulously, recalling how the Dragon Nation had always maintained a friendly demeanor. Yes, Mr. President. What should we do now? Shall we simply let this slide? The secretary inquired, a wry smile forming on his lips. The once flawless plan had unexpectedly encountered Qin Mu, an individual who seemed indifferent to the repercussions, opting instead for a straightforward approach of bans and expulsions for disobedience. Let it go? Impossible. This presents us with the perfect opportunity to seek retribution that I believe the nations will be eager to collaborate with us now. Previously, we lacked mutual interests, but with the Dragon Nation's recent lockdown on the Guardian Spirit summoning technique, they have effectively severed our opportunity for advancement, the president remarked with a cold smirk, recognizing it as a chance to unite forces. The secretary nodded in understanding, realizing that in the world of politics, there are no permanent enemies or allies, only opportunities for mutual benefit, especially in the hands of a nation's leader. That I understand, Mr. President, that I will contact the other nations immediately. Go ahead, he gestured with a wave, a smile gracing his face. As anticipated, nations that had previously been hesitant quickly joined forces, viewing the summoning technique as a global asset that the Dragon Nation had unjustly hoarded. Effectively jeopardizing their chances for growth, they would not allow this to continue, and thus, a coalition of nations initiated contact. Ultimately, the Global Federation dispatched a letter of accountability to the Dragon Nation. In the Grand Hall, the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation convened, their faces adorned with knowing smiles as they regarded the missive from the Federation. What are your thoughts on this matter? The elder inquired with a chuckle. What a delusion. They actually expect us to relinquish all information regarding the Soul Guardian era, as well as our weaponry and techniques. It's absurd to think we would hand over Qin Mu. That is absolutely out of the question. Regardless of his immense contributions to our nation, even if he were an ordinary citizen, we would never concede. If they seek war, then let it be war, an irate general declared. Indeed, elder, Qin Mu must not be surrendered. Furthermore, where did this notion of a guardian spirit confidentiality law originate? It seems they are merely seeking an opportunity to provoke us. The Dragon Nation will never accept such a compromise. Another echoed, excellent. Well said. Qin Mu is a citizen of our nation. Even if he were guilty, it is our prerogative to address it, not theirs. If they desire conflict, then let it come. The Dragon Nation has not reached its current standing through weakness or appeasement. The elder proclaimed, tearing the letter to shreds. In that moment, his previously stooped posture surged with newfound vigor, an aura of immense power radiating from him as he gazed toward the Western world. During the national struggle, the Dragon Nation had not faltered even in the direst of circumstances. How could they do so now? Thus, the Dragon Nation launched a counterattack, not only shredding the Federation's letter, but also publicly condemning the shameless actions of the nations involved. After all, their behavior was akin to that of bandits engaging in plunder. Within the live stream, the viewers were taken aback, particularly those who had begun to comprehend the nature of the recent spamming accounts. They found themselves even more in awe of the host. In a world where few dared to take such bold actions, Qin Mu stood out as a true master. His audacity was unparalleled, and his actions were nothing short of remarkable. Previously, when he had banned one or two individuals, they had merely admired him, but now he had silenced all accounts from multiple nations, a feat that truly exemplified his prowess. He was undoubtedly a trailblazer of the era. Were it anyone else, they would scarcely have dared to even contemplate such an act. The host is truly remarkable. One must diligently follow the host to acquire skills. For one day, they too may wield such formidable power. Regrettably, I lack education, merely exclaiming, I shall traverse the world. The host is astoundingly brilliant beyond comprehension. When surveying the globe, who dares to challenge the host? In that fleeting moment, all the viewers felt a profound admiration for the host. After all, achieving such a level of mastery is undeniably terrifying, igniting within them an even greater yearning for strength. Ultimately, it is only through immense power that one can instill awe. Why does Qin Mu enjoy such esteemed treatment, even from high-ranking officials? Is it not due to his absolute strength, if the host can achieve it? Then why not they? At this juncture, Qin Mu continued his explanation, elucidating the national martial arts with remarkable clarity, ensuring that the remaining viewers grasped the concepts thoroughly. Finally, upon concluding his discourse on the national martial arts, Qin Mu spoke. Time is of the essence. We shall refrain from questions today. Allow me to address the so-called summoning and sealing of guardian spirits. I am unsure from where the citizens have obtained their information, but I have never engaged in nor will I ever partake in such sealing practices. In the face of the calamity of the soul's descent, relying solely on our Dragon Nation is insufficient. This is a global crisis, hence from the outset, I have never prohibited anyone from entering to observe. Similarly, the knowledge I impart is devoid of any concealment. The notion of a hidden guardian spirit summoning technique is utterly ludicrous. I genuinely do not know who fabricated such a tale. Indeed, I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and I may have biases in certain aspects. However, from a broader perspective, I shall not show undue favoritism. This will be a disaster affecting all nations. The knowledge I share is the same for everyone. Why can the citizens of the Dragon Nation cultivate such abilities while others cannot? Shouldn't the fault lie within themselves? If it were my issue, then from the very beginning, you would have had no opportunity to acquire such cultivation methods. Cultivation is never an instantaneous achievement, nor is it a simple endeavor. If mere days of training could render one invincible, would there not be masters everywhere? Universal cultivation in the era of the soul's descent. Everyone stands at the same starting line. Who can progress the furthest? Ultimately, it all depends on oneself. Instead of seeking solutions to their problems and overcoming difficulties, some nations, upon facing crises, immediately turn to me for trouble. They must underestimate me. Qin Mu. Do they truly believe I would not dare to confront them? As Qin Mu reached the end of his speech, a flicker of anger crossed his face. After all, his earnest efforts were aimed at uniting humanity globally to combat the impending era of the soul's descent. Yet, in such circumstances, some individuals not only fail to appreciate his efforts but also concoct such absurd excuses, suggesting that Qin Mu is hiding the true cultivation methods. Preposterous. If I wished to conceal anything, they would have received nothing. With a sudden surge of aura, the accumulated killing intent from decades within the era of the soul's descent erupted forth, instilling fear even through the screen. The high-ranking officials of various nations, sensing this terrifying aura, felt a chill down their spines, realizing they had inadvertently provoked an unfathomable force. Only then did they grasp that Qin Mu was not as easily dealt with as they had imagined. This individual is impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Challenging him is no simple feat. Subsequently, Qin Mu spoke again. I sincerely hope that all of you can unite and collectively resist the impending era of the soul's descent. I can assure you, in the face of the approaching apocalypse, humanity's strength is woefully inadequate, even pitiable. Even when combined, We may not stand a chance against the terrifying malevolent spirits and monsters. How can we afford to bicker amongst ourselves? It is simply laughable. Do we wish for even more casualties? If we are to survive this crisis, we must first commit to diligent cultivation rather than lament our fate. The blue star is on the brink of transformation. To survive this calamity, we must grow stronger. As Qin Mu's solemn words resonated, the viewers found themselves at a loss for words, rendered silent by the gravity of the moment. The high-ranking officials before the screen appeared to be enlightened. However, given their status and calculations, they would not easily be swayed by Qin Mu's remarks. After all, the higher one sits, the more one must consider. From their perspective, the Dragon Nation would not be so altruistic. Moreover, even if there were no hidden techniques, the magnetic energy weapons, military academy, and data regarding the era of the soul's descent were of urgent necessity to them. Thus, this matter was destined to be adversarial from the outset. In the Oceanic Coast Nation, the president narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What do you think? Do Qin Mu's words hold any credibility? Perhaps they are true, perhaps false. But does that even matter?" A capitalist seated to his right chimed in, a glint of cunning in his blue eyes. The political climate of the Oceanic Coast Nation differs from that of others. Here, capitalism reigns supreme. After all, it is a nation formed by the amalgamation of elites from various countries. So while its military and economic power stands at the pinnacle globally, the president's authority is naturally diminished. Some capitalists have entrenched themselves for nearly a century, wielding immense power domestically. Even the president finds himself at their mercy, as he desperately needs their financial backing. Otherwise, keeping this vast nation operational would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, in many matters, even the president lacks decisive power. However, the affairs of the Dragon Nation have united them as never before. This is a matter of great significance, especially the secrets of the era of the soul's descent that the Dragon Nation possesses, which the capitalists are most eager to uncover. Years of accumulated wealth cannot be allowed to falter due to societal upheaval. Therefore, they must obtain this information. For merchants, profit is paramount. If sufficient profit is in sight, it is worth the risk. Hence, the Dragon Nation's refusal to yield the data of the era of the soul's descent strikes at their core interests. And they will not concede easily. A glimmer of greed appeared on the capitalists' faces as one remarked, "President, I believe it is time to demonstrate our military might to the world." Ha. Indeed, the president nodded. For this was precisely the outcome he yearned to see, even eagerly anticipating it. After all, since the Dragon Nation acquired information about the era of the soul's descent, it has grown exponentially stronger day by day. If they continue to delay, they will truly become outmatched. Thus, the time to wage war has arrived. The president gestured, "Bring in the Minister of Military Affairs." Soon, the secretary entered, addressing the president. "Great President, may I inquire as to why you summoned me?" "Fetch the Minister of Military Affairs. I have matters to discuss with him," the president replied coolly. Hearing this, a hint of unease flickered across the secretary's face, as if he had surmised something. After all, at such a critical juncture, summoning the Minister of Military Affairs implies only one possibility: war is imminent. Presently, the only nation capable of engaging in war with the Oceanic Coast Nation is that mysterious country from the east. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. In such a context, words would be ineffectual. Moreover, with the president having made his decision, what could he possibly add? "Yes, I shall go at once." He then promptly exited. Shortly after, the Minister of Military Affairs arrived, looking at the assembly and promptly stating, "President, you summoned me. What is your command?" "Prepare the troops for battle." "What? Battle? With whom?" The Minister of Military Affairs furrowed his brow, clearly bewildered, but soon a dreadful possibility dawned upon him. Could it truly be that? However, observing the demeanor of the esteemed president, it is evident that the likelihood is overwhelmingly in favor of a negative outcome. "Longhua, we must make it abundantly clear who the true sovereign of this land is. The audacity to dismiss our dignity cannot be allowed to persist. Otherwise, we risk becoming the subject of ridicule." As he spoke, the president's face was visibly contorted with anger, clearly incensed. After all, this has become a recurring affront, and it is only natural for him to feel a sense of humiliation, once revered by all nations. They have now fallen to the brink of becoming a laughingstock, especially after being trampled multiple times by Longhua. Thus, the president could no longer contain his frustration. It was time to take decisive action. The Minister of Defense instinctively glanced at the capitalist beside him, who solemnly nodded in agreement, indicating a rare moment of unity between the two parties. With that understanding, there was nothing left to discuss. He simply nodded and stated, Understood that I will make the necessary arrangements. The two titans of the domestic sphere spoke in unison. The defense ministry had no room to refuse. They were left with no choice but to prepare for war. Even at this juncture, they remained convinced that they could easily prevail over Longhua. As the disparity in power seemed insurmountable, the sheer ferocity of their military strength was beyond belief. It surely could not be countered merely by the summoning of guardian spirits. Historically, the Oceanic Coast Nation has maintained a significant lead in military prowess for many years, ever since the era of total war, solidifying their status as the dominant power. All their weaponry is state-of-the-art. Under these circumstances, it is nearly inconceivable to even entertain thoughts of defeat. Hence, it is easy to foresee the inevitable conclusion of this yet-to-begin conflict. At least from their perspective, this war, although not officially commenced, already seems destined to conclude swiftly, for they believe there are no rivals capable of surpassing them on the global stage. This is a clear demonstration of absolute dominance. The latter continued to prepare. While the president and the capitalist exchanged knowing smiles, I can almost envision Longhua surrendering its resources under the shadow of our artillery. Indeed, our Oceanic Coast Nation boasts the finest military and the most advanced weaponry in the world. That insignificant Longhua has merely had a brief advantage over us. However, when compared to our overall military strength, they are inconsequential. Even at this moment, the two remained ensnared in their delusions of global supremacy. Convinced of their invincibility. It is a pity that any discerning observer could easily recognize that, in this impending battle, the Oceanic Coast Nation holds no advantage. After all, a single Qin Mu poses an extraordinary challenge. The mere thought of such superhuman strength is terrifying. Alas, these two remain oblivious to this reality. In contrast, they prefer to cling to their belief that their status as global hegemons remains unchanged. Though the era of soul guardians may be on the horizon, it has yet to dawn, and their weaponry remains effective. Consequently, they believe they still hold the upper hand should conflict arise at least. That is what they convince themselves. Yet, the truth of the matter is of little consequence. The two are clearly blinded by their greed. The president, intent on preserving his position, absolutely cannot afford any missteps. After years of arduous effort to reach this point, he refuses to allow any retreat, especially after becoming accustomed to the privileges of global dominance. Naturally, he is loath to return to a position of subjugation. Furthermore, having made numerous enemies over the years, he has maintained his standing on the international stage through sheer military intimidation. In the face of their advanced technology, no nation dares to openly confront them. However, should Longhua truly rise against them, all hope would be lost. Therefore, swift action is imperative. That said, words alone do not justify the initiation of hostilities without adequate cause. Longhua still possesses some allied nations globally, and should they resort to brute force, they risk facing significant backlash. Thus, the so-called conflict is more a display of military might than a genuine attempt at warfare. Subsequently, the Oceanic Coast Nation, with the joint endorsement of Congress, capitalists, and the military, extended an invitation to Longhua to observe military exercises in the Pearl Bay fully exhibit their strength. They plan to showcase their most formidable naval capabilities, mobilizing at least 8 aircraft carriers. Even for the technologically advanced Oceanic Coast Nation, this constitutes 3/4 of their naval assets. It is evident that they are genuinely investing significant resources in this endeavor, determined to extract something of value from Longhua. Upon the issuance of this invitation, it sent shockwaves throughout the globe. After all, no one is a fool, especially at such a critical juncture. The audacity of the Oceanic Coast Nation to invite Longhua for military exercises? Such statements might deceive children, but seasoned tacticians are not easily fooled. They are all too aware of the ulterior motives behind this. It is undoubtedly a ploy to extort Longhua, using the pretext of military exercises to demonstrate their strength while maintaining a semblance of decorum, ultimately aiming to acquire what they desire. The Oceanic Coast Nation's shameless actions have garnered mixed reactions from other nations. Yet none have stepped forward to intervene, as they are no match for the Oceanic Coast Nation. Only within the ranks of the battle-hardened nations, in their high-level conference room, muscular men sat at their desks. The president of this battle nation, seated at the head, addressed the assembly. What are your thoughts on the Oceanic Coast Nation's recent maneuvers to conduct such exercises at this moment? He chuckled. I fear the exercises are merely a ruse. Their true intent is likely to extract something from Longhua. Indeed, In terms of overall military strength, the Oceanic Coast Nation currently holds an advantage, and I believe they will seek to dominate Longhua," remarked a man on the left with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, the president nodded in approval, as it aligned with his own thoughts. He indeed perceived that the Oceanic Coast Nation harbored no noble intentions. Those individuals have always been miserly and would never embark on military exercises without reason. However, at that moment, another man, with a scarred face, stood up and said, "I beg to differ. While the Oceanic Coast Nation's military strength is commendable and may even rival ours, let us not forget that Longhua is not to be trifled with, particularly given the presence of that individual." The previously jovial atmosphere turned serious. Even the president found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to address the situation. After all, he could not gauge the true extent of Qin Mu's formidable powers. The impression left from that fateful night was deeply etched in his mind. And what of it? Although Longhua possesses certain capabilities, we must remember that the Oceanic Coast Nation has been relentless in their pursuits over the years. Do you seriously believe that they would challenge us openly without any contingency plans? Who knows what schemes they might have in play? As the debate raged on, the president interjected, "Enough. Continuing this discussion is futile. What I want to know is, who should we align ourselves with?" As his words echoed, a heavy silence enveloped the room. This was indeed a difficult decision. At that moment, the man on the left spoke. "I believe it is wiser to align with the Oceanic Coast Nation. What if they manage to extract the information we seek?" "But what if Longhua emerges victorious?" someone countered. "Moreover, do you truly believe that the esteemed elder of the Dragon Kingdom would easily capitulate? Let us not forget the period of national warfare when the Oceanic Coast Nation sought to take advantage of the Dragon Kingdom, attempting to station troops along the border to threaten its security. Yet, what was the outcome? 30,000 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom embarked on an expedition, decisively pushing the Oceanic Coast Nation back. As this was being discussed, the two parties erupted into another heated argument. At this juncture, the president suddenly slammed the table and proclaimed, "Enough! Everyone, cease your chatter. This matter shall not be contested for the time being. We shall refrain from involvement, instructing our people to keep a vigilant watch. Once the victor is determined, we shall then intervene. Indeed, your wisdom is unparalleled, Mr. President." The crowd could not help but flatter him, recognizing that this was indeed the most beneficial course of action for their interests. When this news broke, the populace across the globe erupted into fervent discussion. After all, the actions of the Oceanic Coast Nation presented an opportunity for them, should they uncover the secrets of the era of Soul Guardians. Their own nations could rise to prominence. Nonetheless, many remained skeptical, particularly the astute individuals who, recalling the footage of the Dragon Kingdom confronting the monstrous threats in their capital, could discern that the current Dragon Kingdom was no longer what it once was. Was engaging in battle with the Dragon Kingdom truly a prudent choice? As for the so-called military exercises, they were merely a facade. Could we emerge victorious, that anchor within the Dragon Kingdom, with such formidable protective spirits? Would our army be capable of overcoming them? It was absurd. Even if the Dragon Kingdom was powerful, our years of global supremacy had rendered us an indomitable force. Let us not forget that for years, our nation has stood at the pinnacle of the world, with no one ever able to challenge us. Moreover, we are merely contending with a single Dragon Kingdom. The president must have devised a comprehensive strategy to issue such orders. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's technology has advanced, it still lags behind the status of global hegemony. This is their insurmountable barrier, and it would be wise to seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson, making it clear who truly holds dominion over this planet. How dare they silence us completely? At that moment, the citizens of the Oceanic Coast Nation found themselves divided into two factions. Some questioned whether their current national strength could stand against the Dragon Kingdom. However, the opposing faction remained blindly confident in their invincibility, convinced that no nation on Earth could compare to theirs, especially in these trying times. There was absolutely no country that could rival them. Thus, in their eyes, the nation's forthcoming battle seemed utterly without suspense. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Dragon Kingdom, all the high-ranking officials gathered, their expressions heavy as they contemplated the martial invitation from the Oceanic Coast Nation. Who would be foolish enough to lead a nation out of the ravages of national warfare only to succumb to such arrogance? The actions of the Oceanic Coast Nation were as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions. Evident to all, they clearly sought to utilize this exhibition to showcase their might while simultaneously ridiculing the Dragon Kingdom. However, such an outcome would be unacceptable to anyone, particularly the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom. who had no desire to be treated as mere puppets. The elder rapped the table, asking, "What are your thoughts on this exhibition, esteemed colleagues? Although we have engaged in some military exchanges internationally, this situation is evidently different. The oceanic coast nation intends to assert their dominance over us. Moreover, they are sending their most elite aircraft carrier fleet, clearly demonstrating their confidence in our defeat. Therefore, I propose we abstain from participation." "I oppose this, esteemed elder. Has the Dragon Kingdom ever shied away from battle? Even during the arduous times of national warfare, our troops never faltered. They endured hardships, foraged for sustenance, and never once wavered. Now, are we to be intimidated by their weaponry? Absolutely not. We must participate in this exhibition." "I second that. The Dragon Kingdom has arrived at this point not through capitulation, but through resilience. Furthermore, given the current global situation, many eyes are already set upon the lucrative prospects of the national cultivation live streams. If we take even a single step back, we risk providing them with an opportunity. Have we not retreated enough in the past? Only by inflicting pain upon the wolves will they learn their lesson." "I concur wholeheartedly. We must engage." The elder turned to Qin Mu, his curiosity piqued. After all, compared to others, he valued Qin Mu's opinion more, as the young man had already become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. Being groomed by the elder as a successor, participation is imperative. Qin Mu replied without hesitation. In the past, there might have been grounds for hesitance, but now he found no reason to retreat. After all, he had been promoting martial arts nationwide, coupled with military reforms. Was it merely to placate the threats of the era of soul guardians? Anyone who dared to take a bite out of the Dragon Kingdom would face their wrath. Friends come bearing fine wine. Enemies come bearing swords. The Dragon Kingdom had always operated this way. If they were not preparing for the impending war, the insignificant oceanic coast nation would have long been dealt with. Yet, this nation seemed oblivious to the reality, seeking their own demise. Why not seize the opportunity presented to us? Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, the decision was solidified. Even though some wished to argue, they ultimately withheld their dissent. Recognizing the elder's esteem for Qin Mu, "Very well, if that is the consensus, let us take action. The Dragon Kingdom may never initiate conflict, but we shall never shy away from it," the elder declared. Promptly mobilizing the two primary naval forces around the imperial capital, setting course for the Pearl Bay.as news spread, the entire nation was invigorated. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had not witnessed such decisive action from their country in a long time. Since the end of national warfare, the nation had entered a period of recuperation while others exploited this to oppress them. Now, they finally witnessed the awakening of the slumbering Eastern Dragon, ready to reveal its fangs to the world. Well done. This should have been done long ago. That so-called oceanic coast nation, considering itself the global hegemon, has been insufferably arrogant for years. It is nauseating to behold, and now we can finally clash with them head-on. I am eager to see just how formidable they truly are. Bravo to the high-ranking officials. If they wish to court disaster, we shall gladly provide them with a lesson, as the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom prepared for battle. The elite aircraft carrier group of the oceanic coast nation lay anchored near Pearl Bay. Several aircraft carriers congregated, creating a breathtaking spectacle capable of stunning the heavens and the earth. Not only that, but the surrounding escort vessels were numerous, a testament to their dominance over the years. With the fleet of the oceanic coast nation now stationed, the area transformed into a military exclusion zone. High-ranking officials from various nations utilized military satellites to observe this unprecedented display. Since the conclusion of the global war, such a grand scene had never unfolded. More importantly, this battle would directly determine the future trajectory of global hegemony. Should they align with the Dragon Kingdom or the oceanic coast nation, the position of dominance would soon be revealed. The victor would be pursued globally, emerging as the strongest entity, while the vanquished would undoubtedly face disdain. Meanwhile, within the internal chambers of the oceanic coast nation's parliament, the high-ranking officials sat with smiles plastered on their faces, gazing at their formidable fleet with immense pride. Over the years, it was indeed this mighty fleet that allowed them to reign supreme. No one dared to challenge their status. Even the battle-hardened nations had no choice but to clench their teeth in silence. Now, the Dragon Kingdom audaciously sought to vie for supremacy? How laughable! In the face of such a powerful military. What qualifications does the Dragon Kingdom possess to resist? Indeed, it is utterly ridiculous. How audacious of the Dragon Kingdom to entertain the notion of waging war against us. It is nothing short of a farce. Who is unaware that our status as the global hegemon has never been shaken? That diminutive Dragon Kingdom still dares to contemplate conflict. Even on a global scale, our fleet undoubtedly reigns supreme. Before such a colossal armada of aircraft carriers, anyone else is merely a jest. The high-ranking officials of the oceanic coastal nations wear smiles upon their faces, for they see no semblance of defeat in their future. They have brought forth all their wealth, aiming to intimidate the Dragon Kingdom into understanding who the true sovereign of this land is. Even if the Dragon Kingdom were to rise, at least for now, they remain no match for US at this moment. The officials of various nations subconsciously lean toward the oceanic coastal nations. After all, from whatever angle one views it, that overwhelming fleet of aircraft carriers is simply magnificent and invincible. Ultimately, it is the essence of global supremacy that the Dragon Kingdom aspires to surpass, a feat that is exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the two principal fleets of the Dragon Kingdom have entered Pearl Bay. Their orderly formation, complemented by 2 aircraft carriers and several grouped formations, could be deemed luxurious. Yet, in comparison to the vast oceanic coastal nations, it pales significantly, a comparison akin to that of a wealthy individual to a beggar. The officer leading the fleet for the demonstration could not help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from the oceanic coastal nations. They were willing to go to such lengths, even bringing their entire formation along. Who else would have the audacity? Clearly, they possess overwhelming military strength, yet they still muster all their main forces. Faced with that immense fleet, even the mightiest of fighters seem futile. After all, absolute strength cannot be altered by mere words. Damn it, how shameless! The actions of these oceanic coastal nations resemble those of thugs. Relying on their years of development, they dare to compare all their assets with us. If it were not for the vast expanse of our territory requiring defense, we might have been inclined to engage in battle. The officer lamented, yet he understood well that even before the battle commenced, they had already lost. The fleet officer from the oceanic coastal nations stepped forward from the boat, declaring, "Your fleet seems rather meager, does it not?" In my view, there is no need for this battle to continue. You might as well sign a letter of defeat and save us the expense of ammunition. His haughty demeanor incited anger among the Dragon Kingdom's navy. They looked to their officer, their intentions unmistakable. Even though they knew they could not win, surrendering without a fight was not their way, especially with countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom watching their every move. Thus, they must fight. The officer solemnly responded. The outcome of victory or defeat is yet to be determined. To speak of outcomes now is premature. We shall know only after the battle. Very well. Truly the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom shines through. Let's see how long you can endure. Fire. The officer of the oceanic coastal nations, with his golden hair and blue eyes, displayed fury, for no one had ever dared to provoke him so. He promptly ordered the attack, and the fleet sprang into action. Upon witnessing this, the Dragon Kingdom's fleet wasted no time. Defensive formations, disperse, engage in maneuvering attacks. Orders flew forth, and the 2 main naval forces, honed by years of training, swiftly responded, engaging in combat while tactically retreating, as the skies above Pearl Bay erupted in flames of war. Although the initial clash was fierce, and the Dragon Kingdom's officers deftly navigated several crises with their extensive combat experience, the nations observed with growing realization that the Dragon Kingdom was on the verge of defeat. After all, the disparity in absolute strength was glaring. Any sensible individual could discern that the Dragon Kingdom was outmatched. From the onset of the conflict, they had remained on the defensive. Meanwhile, though the fleet of the oceanic coastal nations had sustained some damage, it was negligible compared to their sheer numbers. Therefore, it seemed increasingly unnecessary to continue the battle. The Dragon Kingdom was destined for defeat. Persisting would merely amount to futile struggles. However, just as everyone anticipated this outcome, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths of Pearl Bay, causing the sea to churn violently. Whirlpools emerged from the abyss, as if something colossal were about to surface. Roar. The depths reverberated with a thunderous cry, and the once vibrant naval conflict was suddenly engulfed in chaos, as vessels were capsized. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom's main fleet was relatively small and reacted swiftly, retreating rapidly. Yet, the oceanic coastal nations were far less fortunate. Their vast fleet, once a testament to strength, now appeared utterly ridiculous. In an instant, dozens of escort ships were overturned, and even their aircraft carriers swayed perilously. As all were left bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring, a monstrous creature resembling an enormous octopus emerged from the ocean's depths. Its size dwarfed all seen before, even making the nearby aircraft carriers appear diminutive. Its colossal form loomed, casting a shadow over the entire SEAT. This moment, The officers of the oceanic coastal nations could no longer maintain their haughty demeanor. A singular thought consumed them. To flee, they must escape. Engaging such a creature was akin to courting death. This was beyond the realm of human capability to combat. The sheer terror of it left all in utter despair. But was escape truly so simple? The enormous octopus-like monster, with a swift motion, ensnared dozens of vessels, its tentacles crashing down and overturning them, casting crew members into the sea, its gaping maw opened wide, devouring them whole, leaving behind only ruins and blood. Witnessing this, the commander of the oceanic coastal nations nearly lost his mind. Meanwhile, the global leaders watching the battle were equally horrified, never expecting that a seemingly assured victory would take such a turn. Unleashing this enormous beast. What the hell? Weren't we just conducting a demonstration? What is this? An octopus? Get out of here. Can this be considered an octopus? One tentacle must be several hundred meters long. This monster. How terrifying. Is the age of souls about to dawn? It resembles the creature that appeared in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, only on a much larger scale. We're doomed, OMG, my fleet, amidst the astonishment of the global populace. A tragic scene unfolded on the surface of the sea. The colossal octopus began its pursuit of the fleet of the oceanic coastal nations. Though the officers reacted quickly, ordering a counterattack, it was futile. Their bullets seemed to merely amuse the beast, having no effect whatsoever. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the oceanic coastal nations were in shock, some even fainting, while the rest were left in despair. After all, this was their most formidable fleet, their key to global deterrence, now utterly destroyed. Should this fleet be annihilated, they would lose all hope of resurgence and might be forced to exit the stage of global supremacy altogether. Quick, save our people, open fire. At this moment, the officers of the Dragon Kingdom's fleet also came to their senses, promptly ordering their fleet to engage. For it was clear that this monster would not spare them after devouring the forces of the oceanic coastal nations. The principle of mutual destruction was not lost on him. The Dragon Kingdom's fleet opened fire, and as their magnetic energy projectile struck the creature, it recoiled in pain, letting out a horrific wail. Turning its wrath upon the Dragon Kingdom's fleet, its massive tentacles descended to the monster. Both fleets were merely sustenance. The reason it targeted the oceanic coastal nations first was simply that those fleeing were harder to catch. However, it had not anticipated that these insignificant ants would dare to retaliate, showing an audacity that was truly remarkable at present. The colossal octopus with its 8 massive tentacles commenced its assault, in an instant. The surface of the sea was engulfed in smoke and chaos. The fleet of the oceanic coastal nation, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly turned to engage the enemy. Although their weapons proved ineffective, they could at least buy some time. The two sides entangled in battle could offer a longer opportunity for reinforcements to arrive. Otherwise, they would all perish here for escape. In the face of the terrifying speed of this monstrous octopus, fleeing was nothing short of a farce. Within the Grand Hall of the Dragon Nation, the high-ranking officials who were observing the combat displayed expressions of shock. Even they had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such a creature. They immediately dispatched urgent communications to the surrounding fleets, calling for all to rush to the rescue. The Grand Elder spoke first, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The Dragon Nation's military had never abandoned any of its people. And even in times of peril, this would remain an unbreakable rule. This is likely futile, the Elder continued, for that creature is clearly no ordinary beast. Even if our forces were deployed, it would merely result in the loss of more lives. Even the special divisions within the military would struggle against it, an old man on the left remarked. Yet, this statement left no room for rebuttal. Were they to merely stand by and watch their comrades meet their doom? Certainly not. I believe that, at this moment, there exists only one individual globally capable of subduing it. Upon hearing this, the others quickly understood. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Send for Mr. Qin Mu to engage in battle. We must ensure the fleet's return. Yes. The guard nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. Just as he was about to open the door, a youth strode in from outside. It was none other than Qin Mu. He had been closely monitoring the battlefield since the conflict erupted. Therefore, he was already aware of the octopus's appearance and had prepared to move. No need to search. I have arrived. Little Mu, do you have confidence? The Grand Elder inquired, regarding the young man with cautious eyes. If not, then let it be. Even if the entire army were to fall, I refuse to risk your life. I will ensure their safe return. Qin Mu replied calmly, thus addressing the Elder's concerns. Perhaps to an ordinary person, that creature posed a formidable threat. But to Qin Mu, it was nothing more than a jest. Subsequently, under the directions of the higher-ups, a swift vessel set sail from the imperial capital's port towards Pearl Bay. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of cannon fire continued to resound across the bay, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. The sound of explosions echoed through the heavens, and the surface of the sea was littered with the wreckage of warships. The massive creature was simply beyond the capabilities of human strength. Even with the latest weaponry, while effective against ordinary monsters, it proved nearly futile against such a sovereign of the ocean. It might inflict minor injuries, but not deliver a fatal blow, if this battle were to persist. Defeat was inevitable, and not a single soul would return. Should the two major fleets of the Dragon Nation, along with the aircraft carrier group of the Oceanic Coastal Nation, be sunk here, it would create a monumental headline, delivering a severe blow to humanity's combat prowess. Just as despair enveloped them, a swift vessel appeared in the distance of the bay, with a young man standing proudly at the bow, his hair tousled by the howling sea wind. Adding to his heroic demeanor, Qin Mu surveyed the enormous creature ahead, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated the arrival of this being in the past era of soul suppression. The abyssal octopus sea monster king had only manifested after 3 or 4 years. Now, its emergence was far ahead of schedule. It seemed that his arrival had indeed altered the course of history significantly. He recalled the battle during the soul suppression era, where the annihilation of this creature had cost tens of thousands of naval lives, culminating in a daring assault that involved penetrating its belly with an energy cannon, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. That single battle had claimed far too many soldiers. However, in this new existence, such a conflict would be impossible. Qin Mu gazed at the creature before him. A cold smile crept across his face. Instinctively tightening his grip on the 10 halls of Yama, he prepared to strike. Mr. Qin, our swift vessel is unable to approach any closer. Advancing further risks being caught in the whirlpool. Perhaps I should take a lifeboat to escort you instead. The officer aboard the ship lamented. After all, the ongoing battle had caused the underwater terrain to shift. With increasing currents and hidden reefs, if they pressed on recklessly, the consequences could be dire. Yet, Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively. No need. I will go alone. What? You will go alone? The officer was perplexed, for the distance to the battlefield was still at least 400 to 500 meters. How could Qin Mu manage such a feat? Before he could voice his concerns, the youth lightly tapped his foot, and astonishingly, he began to float into the air, soaring gracefully. In no time, he landed upon the surface of the sea, walking upon the waves. Simultaneously, he raised the 10 halls of Yama with great force, unleashing a beam of white light that surged towards the monstrous octopus. Boom! Caught off guard, the creature's head was struck, blood gushing forth. Its enormous eyes, akin to red lanterns, spun wildly before finally locking onto Qin Mu's direction. Meanwhile, nations across the globe bore witness to a remarkable spectacle. There, upon the tumultuous sea, the young man clad in white wielded the 10 halls of Yama, striding through the air, effortlessly inflicting grievous injuries upon what seemed an unbeatable foe. Yet he did not relent. His weapon continued to swing, conjuring towering waves as he clashed with the creature, even overpowering it. Originally, the two powerful fleets had been unable to withstand such an enemy. No matter how many soldiers they sent forth, they would merely serve as fodder. Yet, Qin Mu's appearance transformed everything. His aerial prowess instilled fear and reverence in all. At this moment, standing amidst the void, he resembled an invincible deity of war. Perhaps the monstrous video from the imperial capital that night had not sufficed to demonstrate Qin Mu's unparalleled strength. However, now, no one dared to voice dissent. The youth's power surpassed all imagination, even eclipsing the annals of history. At this juncture, under the scrutiny of the global populace, Qin Mu basked in infinite glory before such formidable combat prowess. No one harbored doubts he was the foremost individual of his era. In that moment, the high-ranking officials of the Oceanic Coastal Nation would have gladly slapped themselves in disbelief. They had dared to threaten such a formidable being? It was nothing short of absurd. If Qin Mu truly wished to retaliate, they might not have survived to see another day. In the presence of the young man, they were merely ants. From this moment forth, cease all actions against the Dragon Nation. Remember, it is an absolute order. There must be no transgressions. Additionally, I propose to the Federation that the Dragon Nation be recognized as the global sovereign. Finally, the president spoke with a bitter smile. Having reached a point where he no longer knew how to resist, the overwhelming power of Qin Mu was simply too great, instilling a sense of despair. Any wise individual would refrain from provoking him now. After all, self-awareness is a virtue. The high-ranking officials opened their mouths as if to speak, but ultimately, no words emerged. Even they were rendered speechless. Before the creature's emergence, they had foolishly believed they could leverage this victory to invade the Dragon Nation, demanding the surrender of all records from the soul suppression era, along with magnetic weaponry. Yet now, they were utterly despondent. Any intelligent person would refrain from revisiting that topic. Qin Mu's might had shattered their confidence entirely. Even the capitalists remained silent, unwilling to oppose him. Indeed, the stakes had grown far too high for them to refuse. However, they genuinely feared continuing their involvement, as it was simply too terrifying, too dreadful, and even somewhat tragic. Henceforth, any semblance of dominance had vanished. Even if the fleet were saved, it would serve no purpose. Due to the emergence of Qin Mu, it has become evident that the naval fleet is no longer an invincible entity. What significance does it hold, regardless of the number of aircraft carriers they possess? As long as Yanhuang has Qin Mu, it ultimately amounts to mere empty talk. With a simple flick of his hand, he can shatter mountains and stones. What right do they have to confront such a force? Qin Mu's strength has long surpassed all others. His arrival signifies not only the end of the era of firearms, but also the dawn of the age of martial arts. Unlike the despair felt by the coastal nations across the ocean, the fleet of Yanhuang remains buoyed with joy. After all, the nation has not let them down. Ultimately, someone has come to their rescue, and they have dispatched the formidable General Qin. They are acutely aware of Mr. Qin's power and the significance he holds for the higher echelons. Yet, even so, they did not anticipate such overwhelming strength. He single-handedly engages in battle with that monstrous foe, maintaining an upper hand. This is what it means to be a true powerhouse. Earlier, their numerous fleets attacked in unison, but what was the outcome? It proved utterly futile, and the monster's destructive capability only intensified. Yet now, in a mere span of time, it has transformed into this state that an enemy that many could not conquer has, in Qin Mu's hands, become a mere plaything. Brothers, fire. Help General Qin share the burden. As he spoke, the officer swiftly issued the command, and the fleet opened fire. The octopus monster cried out in pain once more, caught in a pincer attack. It quickly diminished from its previous display of might, its blood-red eyes revealing traces of fear that if this continued, it would surely meet its demise. Contemplating escape, it attempted to dive beneath the waves, but Qin Mu stood resolute. Brandishing the 10 halls of hell, summoning Xiangyu, they advanced together, leaving the monster with no time to flee, suffering continuous and severe blows. The cries of the creature echoed across the surface of the sea. Upon witnessing this scene, people from various nations were left utterly astonished. They had long suspected Qin Mu's immense power. After all, a figure of such importance to a nation that it would risk offending many. Yet, they never imagined he would be this formidable. This is true terrifying strength. Even the monster before him seemed a mere joke. The citizens of various nations, who previously looked down upon Qin Mu due to their accounts being silenced, now felt a growing respect, realizing that he was far from the simplistic figure they had perceived. This man is truly terrifying, he even human. Soaring through the air, battling atop the waves. Is this the power of the people of Yanhuang? How immensely powerful. At this moment, the citizens of various nations were filled only with awe. When compared to the earlier footage of the monster assaulting the imperial capital, this seemed like a trivial matter. The current Qin Mu is the true strongman, evoking a sense of reverence and even fear. Ultimately, before such overwhelming power, the monster fell upon the surface of the sea, defeated and slain. Qin Mu stood in the void, gazing at the corpse upon the waves, instructing the officers to retrieve it, for the remains of such abyssal creatures are worthy of study. In the past, numerous weapons and armors were developed from their anatomy. With the battle concluded, a wave of shock surged through everyone. Yet Qin Mu appeared somewhat pale. The exertion required to vanquish this monster had been substantial. Moreover, he had showcased this brutality before the entire world, necessitating even greater strength. Although he seemed relatively unfazed, he had long since depleted his energy, feeling as if he could collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that the outcome was indeed favorable. At the very least, this battle was enough to instill fear in other nations, making it clear that Yanhuang was not an entity they could covet. Turning back to the fleet of the coastal nation, Qin Mu spoke. What say you? Do you wish to continue the fight? His words stumbled slightly. At this moment, he was uncertain what to say. Battle? A jest. With Qin Mu's prowess, engaging in combat would be tantamount to seeking death, nay. Perhaps more accurately, self-destruction. With just a few strikes, he had slain the colossal monster. Their own bombardment had proven futile, establishing a clear hierarchy. Any intelligent person would refrain from engaging in battle at this juncture, unless they were mentally unfit or wished to see their entire army perish here. What further deterred them from combat was the fact that the remaining naval officers were in a state of sheer terror, viewing Qin Mu as their savior. After all, without him, would they have survived? But what of their own nation? At such a critical moment, they had failed to dispatch reinforcements. Thus, they could not afford to engage Qin Mu in battle. Otherwise, these soldiers would not fare well against anyone. Consequently, they trembled and stammered. We were merely joking. We were merely comparing strengths. Absolutely no intention of fighting. We shall retreat at once. They hastily commanded. Return to base. Their terrified demeanor did not escape Qin Mu's notice, but he refrained from pursuing the matter further. After all, he understood that soldiers often acted under duress. If given a choice, would they truly wish to be here? The reality was that they were compelled by those behind them, unable to remain idle lest they invite military penalties. Thus, he chose not to complicate matters further, allowing their departure. The officers, disregarding everything, hurriedly expressed their gratitude and left. For their lives were paramount. Besides, they had fought, yet were completely outmatched. Even facing military repercussions upon return would be far more tolerable than remaining here. The octopus monster had utterly shattered their confidence, leaving them with no desire to fight. Withdraw. The fleet of the coastal nations slowly retreated, marking the end of this confrontation. From this point onward, it seemed unlikely that they would contend for the title of world hegemon again. Henceforth, the globally recognized sovereign nation would be none other than Longhua. As long as Qin Mu remained, there would be no doubt about the authenticity of this claim. His combat prowess was truly awe-inspiring. With the retreat of the coastal nation's fleet, news of the battle's outcome spread to every corner of the globe. This encounter, which appeared devoid of any suspense, had culminated in an unexpected turn of events. The citizens of the coastal nation, too, were rife with dissent, for the declaration of war had not been sanctioned by them. Their president, in a moment of rashness, had offended such a powerful nation, essentially creating a formidable enemy. Should Longhua choose to withhold any information from them moving forward, what consequences would ensue? Many were incensed, wishing to compel the president to apologize immediately, believing that perhaps this would earn Qin Mu's forgiveness. Meanwhile, the president himself felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had never anticipated that, despite being the foremost global power, circumstances could shift so drastically that it was all rather peculiar, and the retribution seemed to have arrived far too swiftly. Voices demanding his resignation echoed throughout the nation, as if this was the only means to atone for his mistakes. Although the president endeavored to suppress this uproar, it proved utterly futile. The political climate in the coastal nation was unlike any other. After all, within their borders, many vested interests were at play. Thus, even the president's decisions might be disregarded at times. Moreover, the media and similar entities have always been under the control of the fishing wheel, and these individuals are indifferent to the implications of their words. For them, as long as they can pursue trending events, everything else is inconsequential. As for whether the private life of this president has been disturbed, it is certainly not within their plans. Particularly, the citizens of the ocean coast nation continue to idolize heroes. Qin Mu's formidable power, which saved their country's army in times of peril, has led them to regard him as a hero. At this moment, his remarkable feats are being sung throughout the vast expanse of the ocean coast nation. Truly, Mr. Qin of the Dragon Country is formidable. Did you see, as he raised his hand, that octopus monster was already on the brink of death? An existence that could not be defeated even by such a large army was effortlessly annihilated by General Qin. Could this be the mysterious power of the ancient East? I am beginning to believe Mr. Qin's words. How could such a person possibly hide part of his techniques from us? Surely, someone is deliberately defaming him from behind the scenes. The Dragon Country is indeed a powerful nation. In the past, we underestimated them. It is a pity that our foolish president still wishes to oppose such an ancient nation. In the end, he almost dragged us down with him. Thankfully, that Mr. Qin ultimately spared our fleet. If we had not attacked initially, wouldn't we still be able to maintain a good friendship with the Dragon Country? In such circumstances, perhaps we could have even reaped some benefits. Now it seems there is no opportunity left. That damned fool, dying is one thing, but dragging us down with him is unforgivable. Almost everyone is cursing that president. After all, if it weren't for this individual, how could they have fallen to such depths? Yet now, it seems a bit too late to voice grievances. Had we known this day would come, would we have acted differently? Of course, if these words were to reach that president, he would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. It turns out that all the blame lies with him. Did he not also wish for the revival of the Ocean Coast nation? He simply failed in the end, yet it is unnecessary to tarnish his reputation to this extent. Unfortunately, his protests have proven utterly futile. From the outset, it was destined for him to bear the blame in Western Europe. Within the territory of the battle-hardened nation, the presidential conference room is currently filled with high-ranking officials, all of whom wear expressions of shock as they gaze at the images on the screen. Rendered speechless, it was clear that they had to decide whether they were victorious, yet in the end, they faced defeat. Moreover, Qin Mu's appearance delivered an overwhelming jolt to them. They never anticipated that this nation could be so powerful. It was beyond their imagination. Fortunately, from the very beginning, they had chosen not to involve themselves in this matter. Otherwise, had they blindly stood behind the Ocean Coast nation, they would have likely suffered significant losses. They couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, yet the weight of their predicament remained heavy. After all these years, they had finally reached their current position, only to find that what they had thought would be their rival in the quest for global supremacy was simply the Ocean Coast nation. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Country emerged silently, proving to be a formidable competitor. Thus, they felt an inexplicable sense of despair. Yet, they felt powerless, for this nation was simply too vast. Coupled with Qin Mu's presence, it was enough to silence any voices of dissent against them. Any sensible person would certainly refrain from provoking trouble during this time. Only those with a few screws loose would engage in conflict without cause. What now? The president never anticipated that the Ocean Coast nation would wager everything and still face defeat. A nearby general inquired urgently. What can I do? The president replied with a wry smile, pausing for a moment before continuing. Actually, this matter is quite manageable. After all, we never chose sides from the beginning. So perhaps we might take this opportunity to switch allegiances to the Dragon Country. It is likely that from this day forward, there will be no more dealings with the Ocean Coast nation. This global hegemon is destined to fall. As he spoke, a cold smile crept across his face. Indeed, as he stated, after this incident, the Ocean Coast nation would essentially withdraw from the stage of great powers. Unless someone of Qin Mu's caliber were to emerge from within their country, daring to rise again. Aligning with the Dragon Country? Understood. The general nodded, recognizing that this was indeed a favorable outcome, at least for him. As he dared not confront Qin Mu directly, clearly, negotiations were the best choice. But how should they proceed? After all, the Dragon Country had no prior relations with them, and in the past, their proximity had led to significant conflicts. Now, to approach them recklessly might not be wise. As several pondered, a nearby politician interjected, "Mr. President, I have an immature suggestion that I wonder if you might entertain. Speak plainly. Out with it." The president's expression darkened. After all, at this juncture, who had the patience for riddles? Upon hearing this, the politician realized he had perhaps overstepped and quickly added, "In truth, we need not deliberately seek to establish relations with the Dragon Country. For all these years, they have never acted against the interests of other nations. Indeed, continue." The president nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. The Dragon Country had always prided itself on benevolence, and under no circumstances would they engage in actions that disrupted peace. Moreover, with a formidable enemy at hand, if what Qin Mu claimed was true and an apocalyptic battle loomed, it was reasonable to believe that they would make the right choice in such times. Therefore, it was unlikely they would initiate conflict without just cause. Encouraged to elaborate, the politician continued, "Thus, our next course of action becomes much simpler as long as we can establish some form of connection with the Dragon Country. We might even procure some benefits from them, such as magnetic energy weapons. At this point, the president's expression froze. Silence. Are you trying to get me killed? The Ocean Coast nation was destroyed precisely because of this line of thought. Now you dare to suggest we procure weapons from the Dragon Country? That is utterly impossible. Should we provoke Qin Mu, we may very well find ourselves in dire straits." He could not help but chuckle bitterly. As the president of a nation, to be so fearful of a youth to this extent was surely unbelievable to anyone who heard it. Yet, Qin Mu was indeed a formidable opponent. No one wished to offend him. Otherwise, who could predict what actions he might take in a moment of impulse? That is not my intention, Mr. President. Consider this. The Dragon Country produces a vast array of weapons. Surely they need to sell them. Otherwise, how could they utilize them domestically? If they possess the technology, why should we not acquire firearms from them? Should we manage to secure such a deal, we could even study them ourselves. Perhaps, by that time, we might hope to surpass the Dragon Country, even becoming the global hegemon ourselves. As he spoke, his excitement was palpable, as if he could almost see the glimmer of hope on the horizon. His logic was indeed sound. After all, if the Dragon Country held the production technology, they could continuously manufacture weapons. While magnetic energy weapons might be prohibitively expensive for them, they would be mere trifles for the Dragon Country. If they could buy them, it would be an enormous boon. Even if they could not, there would be no loss, and they might even have the chance to establish relations with the Dragon Country, a risk worth taking. Consequently, the president promptly nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan. From this moment forth, the nation shall prepare for diplomatic relations with the Dragon Country. Furthermore, contact the Dragon Country. I shall personally visit soon. Excellent. You are wise, Mr. President. I shall immediately arrange for it. The official who proposed the suggestion nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals revealed smiles, for regardless of the outcome of this matter, at least for the time being, they had successfully placated the president's concerns. As long as the issues on their side were resolved, there was no need for haste. Furthermore, acquiring weapons would indeed be advantageous. If they failed to procure them, they could merely consider it a complimentary tour, which would not be a loss in any case. Thus, at this moment, they naturally would not refuse, eagerly nodding in agreement. Once the discussions concluded, the remaining nations also made similar decisions almost simultaneously. With the exception of the Ocean Coast Nation, all the other countries arrived in the Dragon Kingdom for a visit. After all, by this point, everyone understood that the so-called Ocean Coast Nation was surely doomed. Even if the Dragon Kingdom chose not to hold grudges, engaging in a direct confrontation would still yield some repercussions. At present, the only viable ally was the Dragon Kingdom. In the realm of international relations, such dynamics were ever present. All nations prioritized their own interests, showing little concern for anything beyond that. Money, indeed, was their foremost priority. Moreover, the relationships between great powers were devoid of genuine friendship. The previous allegiance to the Ocean Coast Nation stemmed solely from its strength. Only the powerful could provide protection. Therefore, it was no surprise they would not hesitate to agree. But now that the Ocean Coast Nation was unreliable, they would naturally seek new support. Undoubtedly, the Dragon Kingdom was the most suitable candidate. As long as they could lean against this sturdy tree, they might just navigate the so-called era of Soul Requiem safely. The Ocean Coast Nation, though acutely aware of this situation, found themselves helpless. After all, they understood well that many nations courted their favor solely due to their status as global hegemons. Now that this status had been usurped by the Dragon Kingdom, they would no longer enjoy the privileges of dominance. However, what the Ocean Coast Nation did not expect was the swiftness with which they would be betrayed. Within a matter of days, over a dozen countries had declared the severance of diplomatic relations with them. In response, despite their grievances, they could only silently endure, unable to articulate a single word. Failure, after all, necessitated bearing the consequences of defeat. Unlike the desolation of the Ocean Coast Nation, the Dragon Kingdom was abuzz with activity. In a brief span, nearly 100 diplomatic visit requests from countries around the globe flooded in, as if all had conspired to visit the Dragon Kingdom. This was unprecedented. A new ruler brings new ministers. In the Grand Hall, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom convened, gazing at the mountain of diplomatic requests before them. What do you think, Qin Mu? These individuals have come specifically for you. If it weren't for you, they might never have remembered that a nation called the Dragon Kingdom exists on this planet. The elder remarked with a hint of satisfaction, recognizing that his earlier discernment had led to the current standing of the Dragon Kingdom. Although he knew well that the intentions of these nations revolved around Qin Mu, the mere fact that the youth was in the Dragon Kingdom commanded their respect. Hearing the elder's query, Qin Mu could only smile wryly, realizing that his earlier bravado had inadvertently sparked such an overwhelming response, drawing nations to visit the Dragon Kingdom en masse. Yet, these guests could not simply be dismissed. After all, with the Dragon Kingdom's status and its inherent spirit of pacifism, they could not turn away visitors. More importantly, Qin Mu understood that the existence of the era of Soul Requiem was not something a single nation could withstand alone. Without the assistance of these countries to restrain threats, even the might of the Dragon Kingdom would be rendered futile. Defeat would be inevitable. Thus, it was essential to approach this matter with caution. The elder chuckled lightly. However, I fear their intentions might extend beyond mere cordiality. Qin Mu solemnly stated, if these nations are willing to establish diplomatic ties with the Dragon Kingdom because of me, I can comprehend that. After all, a strong entity commands privileges, even among great powers. However, if they all come solely for my sake, that's another matter entirely. Besides, they are all presidents, which complicates matters further, even if they are willing to submit. The inherent pride of a national leader would never permit such a thing. Therefore, they must have ulterior motives. What could possibly pique their interest within the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom? The era of Soul Requiem, the elder stated calmly, to which Qin Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the only matter that could attract their attention would pertain to everything related to the era of Soul Requiem, potentially including weaponry, martial arts, and more. Realizing this, it became clear why these nations had come seeking an audience. That a smile spread across Qin Mu's face. He had not anticipated the extent of their scheming. So, how shall we respond? Or rather, what are your plans to deal with them? Qin Mu inquired, curious about the elder's strategy, aware that handling these formidable figures would not be simple. I believe that since they are so interested, we might as well reveal some information to them. Moreover, as you rightly pointed out, the era of Soul Requiem cannot be resolved solely by the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, at the appropriate moment, we must cultivate some pawns, the elder stated matter-of-factly. Who among those who survived a nationwide war isn't clever? From the outset, the elder had anticipated everything. Even Qin Mu could not help but admire his shrewdness. The elder's ability to devise a plan in an instant was nothing short of remarkable. I believe we could offer them some of the weapons we have retired, as well as information regarding the creatures of the era of Soul Requiem, including basic training methods for martial arts. This way, we not only secure the Dragon Kingdom's leading position, but also ignite a global interest in martial arts. When the era of Soul Requiem eventually arrives, we will have ample time to develop our capabilities. The elder's expression brightened as he spoke. Indeed, we will need some expendable resources. Since they have come to our doorstep, why not accept their offerings? Both Qin Mu and the elder were in agreement. As long as the system remained in hand, Qin Mu was confident that the Dragon Kingdom would not decline. Thus, even if some benefits were relinquished at this juncture, it was an acceptable compromise. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Prepare for their visit, and remember to speak when necessary, but refrain from saying anything that should not be said. Do you understand? Otherwise, treason will be the consequence. The elder admonished sternly. This matter was indeed of great significance. If any secrets were inadvertently revealed, it could lead to disastrous outcomes. Hence, he reminded them, and all nodded in understanding, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The following day, after the internal arrangements of the Dragon Kingdom were meticulously organized, the airport in the imperial capital was placed under military lockdown, prohibiting any entry or exit. Subsequently, aircraft from nations across the globe began to converge upon the Dragon Kingdom, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand celebration. The upper echelons promptly disseminated news of the visiting nations to the entire populace. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom swelled with pride. Even those outside political circles understood the significance of these visits. It was only when a nation attains true strength that it can command such respect and be collectively sought after by others. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were acutely aware that their transformation from an inconspicuous nation to one of prominence was due to Qin Mu. Not to mention the nationwide live streaming of cultivation practices. Indeed, the prowess of the broadcaster had captivated the world. Nations gathered to celebrate, a phenomenon not witnessed in many years. It seems that such occurrences are only found in history. Isn't it? Our nation, renowned for its floral beauty, is indeed becoming increasingly powerful. Amidst the discussions of the populace, delegations from various countries have finally arrived. After all, with the president's journey, the scale is quite substantial. Almost every nation has sent nearly 20 or 30 representatives, resulting in a gathering of nearly 1,000 individuals. Such a formidable entourage was anticipated by Yanhuang, which first arranged for the Foreign Affairs Department to take some representatives from smaller nations on tours. For everyone understands the principle that a weak country has no diplomacy. Even though they are here, their presence is of little consequence, merely serving to familiarize the new global hegemon with them. As for the matters to be discussed next, they are irrelevant to these representatives. Nevertheless, after escorting them away, a few hundred remain, these being the presidents from various powerful nations. Their intentions align closely with the speculations of Qin Mu and the Grand Elder. However, despite their intentions, no one dares to voice them. In the absence of a clear statement from Longhua, everyone hesitates to speak freely. The Grand Elder, feigning ignorance, leads them on a circuitous tour of various tourist attractions for several days. The president of the battle-hardened nation is the first to lose his patience, as the temperament of his compatriots is notoriously impatient. After several days, his endurance is wearing thin, and if Longhua does not make a proposal soon, he fears he might truly lose his sanity. The other presidents find themselves in a similarly challenging position. Sitting in their current roles, they are constrained and cannot afford to be lax. They must often consider multiple layers of influence. There remains much to attend to within their own countries, and despite the allure of Longhua, they cannot indulge indefinitely unless they genuinely wish for their nations to face ruin. If this continues, there is a real risk of rebellion within their lands. Thus, they must be the ones to initiate the conversation. Of course, this would merely be a test. Once they bring it up, the Grand Elder understands that these individuals can no longer contain themselves. And at that moment, it becomes the perfect opportunity for negotiation. Even if they dismiss unnecessary equipment, it cannot be allowed to be taken without compensation. Should they grow impatient, they might demand whatever they desire. Therefore, as the time draws near, the Grand Elder and Qin Mu emerge from the shadows, leading this assembly of presidents to convene. Initially, they take them to tour Wuda. Observing the training exercises, all the presidents instinctively glance at their aides. These individuals clearly hold special significance, and one by one, they nod, beginning to take notes. After spending considerable time at Wuda, familiarizing themselves with the outer subjects, they realize that any remaining information cannot be divulged. Subsequently, they are taken to visit the new energy electromagnetic field. Indeed, upon witnessing this vast factory, the true intentions of these visitors become unmistakably clear. Each one seizes the opportunity to take photographs under the pretense of commemorating their visit. Yet any intelligent observer can discern their underlying motives. Given their status, why would they concern themselves with mere photographs? Such a ruse might deceive children, but before the Grand Elder, it appears rather juvenile. Nonetheless, the Grand Elder refrains from exposing their charade. For who could genuinely believe that such technology could be replicated by just anyone? The chief engineer responsible for the construction of this facility had previously stated that without blueprints, it would be utterly impossible to build it. This undertaking is exceedingly complex, requiring precise specifications for materials and construction sites. Even the slightest deviation could result in complete failure. Such a colossal factory could not have succeeded without the blueprints provided by Qin Mu and the involvement of the nation's most elite engineers. The notion that they could simply resolve everything with a few photographs is laughable. After completing their outdoor photography session, the delegation's request to enter the factory. At this point, their ulterior motives become even clearer. Grand Elder, your nation's engineering is truly monumental. Might we be permitted to take a closer look? They inquire. Indeed, we have never encountered a factory of such magnitude. Truly, Longwood deserves its reputation as a global hegemon. Is it convenient for us to tour the facility? We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish to observe, they explain. Regrettably, such assertions cannot be easily accepted. However, the Grand Elder and Qin Mu do not deter them. Instead, they gladly acquiesce. After all, what these foreigners deem as exceptionally practical is already on the verge of obsolescence within Longhua. The new weapons have long been developed, and this new energy magnetic power plant primarily serves as a source of electrical supply. Thus, allowing them to observe poses no risk, especially since replicating such technology is virtually impossible. Please, come in, the Grand Elder smiles, inviting them to enter. Soon, they arrive at the factory's interior, where batches of new firearms have just been produced. Witnessing the very weapons employed by the military that fateful night in the capital, all the members of the delegation are filled with excitement. This is precisely what they need. Their arduous journey, including flights across vast distances, was all for the sake of acquiring such armaments. Their eyes gleam with anticipation, yet they hesitate to venture further, instead halting before the display of firearms. Grand Elder, General Qin. I wonder how these weapons differ from those currently used by your military. If I am not mistaken, these were the very guns utilized against the monsters, correct? Indeed. What of it? Has your nation developed similar technology? The Grand Elder inquires, feigning ignorance. The president's expression shifts to one of embarrassment. After all, how could they have achieved such advancements? Their nation has been grappling with nuclear technology for years, unable to comprehend it. Otherwise, how could they have remained at a disadvantage internationally, reliant on cooperation with the oceanic nation for survival? lest they face annihilation. If they cannot fathom such technology, how could they possibly grasp the more advanced electromagnetic technologies? Countless nations have fervently pursued the latest electromagnetic technology over the years, yet the results have often fallen short of expectations. Of course not. However, we witness the impressive power of these weapons that night and are curious if your nation has any plans for sale. We would like to acquire some. What do you think? As he speaks, he instinctively glances at Qin Mu, aware that the general is a formidable figure. If his words were to provoke him, the consequences could be dire. Sale? This. The Grand Elder's expression reveals some hesitation. He certainly will not agree readily. These individuals are astute, and should he even hint at a willingness to sell, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to drive the price down. Thus, he adopts a facade of reluctance. Upon observing the Grand Elder's demeanor, the president feels a sinking sensation, realizing that the prospect of acquiring the weapons is exceedingly slim. Yet, this was anticipated, after all. How could a nation's advanced weaponry technology be easily sold? Unless, of course, the Grand Elder of Longwell were a fool. Ahem, if it is inconvenient, we shall not press the matter further. We were merely inquiring. As we currently lack the strength to face any potential threats should the era of the soul suppression descend upon us. Thus, possessing such weapons would undoubtedly ease our burden. However, we respect your nation's technology. If you do not consent, we shall not insist. As he spoke, there was a noticeable stammer in his voice, clearly laced with a hint of fear. As if he dreaded that Qin Mu might take action at any moment. After all, the formidable presence of Qin Mu left an indelible impression on them, instilling a lingering sense of terror even now. You make a valid point. Indeed, the era of soul suppression necessitates the collective effort of us all to navigate through it. If you lack effective means of restraint, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, the Grand Elder did not vocalize the remainder of his thoughts. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of hope emerged for everyone, as the Grand Elder's implication was evidently that he could provide a portion of weaponry. Fearing a change of heart from this individual, the others hastily exclaimed, "Is it truly possible? Grand Elder, your benevolence knows no bounds, and we are immensely grateful. Without your assistance, we would be at a loss on how to weather this tribulation. Pray tell, at what price do you intend to offer these weapons?" At this point, representatives from various nations were becoming increasingly agitated, their expressions betraying a hint of covetousness. Securing such weaponry would imply an opportunity to penetrate the underlying technology. Causing their eyes to gleam with fervor, the Grand Elder, feigning difficulty, replied, "Very well. Since you are so earnest in your desire to procure these, I shall not refuse. How about this? 50,000 per unit. A minimum order of 5,000 units." As he spoke, the Grand Elder was effectively bundling the sale that a minimum of 5,000 units meant a staggering financial commitment of at least 500 million. It must be said, the Grand Elder was indeed quite cunning. This was an enormous sum of money to in the international market. Even heavier firepower weapons typically cost around 100,000 at the asking price of 500,000 for merely a single firearm. And bundled no less, was undoubtedly excessive, far exceeding their expectations. Esteemed Grand Elder, your pricing seems rather. The remainder of the statement remained unspoken, yet its meaning was abundantly clear. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder feigned ignorance. Inquiring, "What seems to be the issue? Do you find the offer too low?" Rest assured, although this is our Dragon Kingdom's latest high-tech product, developed over many years and at great cost in terms of manpower, resources, and capital, we are all part of the same blue-starred in times of crisis. We should treat each other equally. Fear not. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Coughing slightly, at this juncture. Even if they had wished to voice their objections, they found themselves silenced, left with no recourse. Ultimately, they could only nod in agreement, saying, "Very well. We shall adhere to your proposed price. We did not anticipate such concern for our national defense from you. Grand Elder, we are most grateful." Even fully aware of the impending exploitation, they had to swallow their pride. After all, Qin Mu was still nearby, and persisting in haggling at this moment could prove perilous. He might not be so accommodating and could easily resort to force, leading to even worse outcomes. Well then, may I inquire how many units each of you requires, perhaps tens of thousands, when it comes to firearms? The more the better, especially considering this is an arms exchange between nations. Surely, you do not intend to purchase only a few thousand. Suddenly, Qin Mu interjected. Upon hearing this, those who initially planned to order only a few thousand were momentarily taken aback. Given that it was Qin Mu's first contribution to the conversation, they dared not contradict him. They could only lower their heads in resignation. They were already accustomed to being exploited. Speaking further would yield no benefits. As long as they could obtain the electromagnetic firearms, it was a favorable outcome, as they had already accomplished half of their mission. Under the subtle coercion of Qin Mu, they could only nod in acquiescence. Subsequently, they proceeded to sign the order and, after transferring a hefty sum of money, finally secured the desired items. However, it was evident that this alone would not satiate their appetites. The nations were not naive. Mastering the technology was paramount. If they continued to rely solely on purchasing firearms, they would be ensnared by Qin Mu. They feared that future dealings could prove even more detrimental. Thus, after finalizing the contract, the presidents of various countries began to probe cautiously. Such discussions could not be overtly stated. They could only be alluded to indirectly. Yet, regardless of their hints, both Qin Mu and the Grand Elder maintained a facade of ignorance. Observing this, the expressions of the presidents darkened. They had never encountered such blatant disregard after being thoroughly fleeced. Just moments after being extorted for a considerable sum, they were now being disregarded. With the two men even diverting attention to the surrounding scenery, the presidents found themselves exasperated. If their sole purpose was to view the sights, why waste time in this manner? Indeed, while the Dragon Kingdom boasts a rich historical tapestry, each of their respective nations also possesses numerous attractions, rendering a visit purely for the sake of sightseeing utterly unnecessary. Moreover, for such a vast nation to send a delegation merely to observe technology, such absurdity would only fool a child of 3. Witnessing the duo's intent to feign ignorance, the president from the fighting nation could no longer sit idly. He promptly stood and declared, "Grand Elder, General Qin, our intent is to acquire the technology for producing these energy firearms from the Dragon Kingdom. You are undoubtedly aware that if the era of soul suppression descends, and our nations find themselves isolated, we may not have the opportunity to procure such items in time. Technology?" The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before Qin Mu took over the dialogue, saying, "Gentlemen, are you not being somewhat unreasonable? The Dragon Kingdom has graciously offered to sell you such an extraordinary technological invention, which should be considered quite generous. And now you seek the technology itself. Do you truly believe the Dragon Kingdom is so accommodating?" This was hardly the case. Having been met with refusal, they dared not express their discontent. After all, the threat posed by Qin Mu loomed large. Realizing that the Dragon Kingdom had no intention of selling their technology, the visitors lost all interest in continuing their tour. They had not come here to indulge in frivolous activities. Thus, after engaging in idle chatter for a while longer, they finally made their way outside. Soon, they found themselves at the periphery of the factory, and at that moment, the presidents noticed a towering black signal tower in the distance. Surrounded by an intricate web of fiber optic cables, the president from the fighting nation, intrigued, inquired, "What is that?" "A signal tower," Qin Mu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the president felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. He recognized the structure as a signal tower, yet it appeared somewhat different from those in his own country. Currently, all nations utilized outdated signal towers. Why, then, was such a modern tower present in the Dragon Kingdom? He could not help but entertain a rather ominous possibility. Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom had developed new communication technology. Such a possibility seemed highly plausible, especially considering they had already created energy weapons. What was a mere tower in comparison? "General Qin, this signal tower appears quite different from what we typically encounter. Could you kindly provide some insight into it?" he inquired, his face betraying a hint of eagerness. Indeed, this model of signal tower was exceedingly rare. Even in the former global superpower, the Oceanic Coast Nation, it had not been witnessed. The remaining nations were equally intrigued by this structure. All present quickly gathered around. Recognizing the need to address their curiosity, Qin Mu, feeling it necessary to grant them some face after having extorted a significant sum, began to explain, "This is a new communication tower independently developed by our Dragon Kingdom, designed to minimize the possibility of interception." As he spoke, his tone carried an implied significance. After all, when considering the global landscape, the nations capable of intercepting communications were all present. Consequently, the faces of the presidents displayed a tinge of embarrassment. They had all engaged in dubious activities at some point. A new style signal tower. Truly impressive. The Dragon Kingdom never ceases to amaze. Might I inquire if the technology for this signal tower is available for sale? How much would it cost? We would be willing to accommodate. The faces of those presidents were alight with excitement. In the modern world, the significance of signals is universally acknowledged, especially by the leaders of nations, who are acutely aware that their actions may be subject to scrutiny. Thus, This novel signal tower is precisely what they require. Regrettably, such a remarkable technology is naturally not for sale, as the elder stated with a polite refusal. The representatives of several countries, however, dared not voice their objections. The current Dragon Nation is not a bargaining chip in their hands, as the intimidation exerted by Qin Mu is truly formidable. Moreover, the technological innovations originating from the Dragon Nation evoke a sense of awe. In a remarkably brief period, they have managed to create an astounding array of inventions. Indeed, they deserve their reputation as the nation that vanquished the previous hegemon and ascended once more to the pinnacle of the global stage. The prowess of their inventions is simply terrifying that in just a few years, the Dragon Nation has transformed from a once impoverished and weakened state to its current stature. Truly, a nation with a 5,000-year heritage is undeniably formidable. Might we inquire if we could have a tour? I regret to inform you that the new technology is still in its infancy, and therefore, we cannot permit a visit. We cannot guarantee your safety. So perhaps another time. Qin Mu declined, not out of fear that they might capture images of the inner workings for further study. After all, without blueprints, such technology cannot be constructed. Rather, he simply wished to deny them access. As the Xmuhi communication technology is not something the Dragon Nation intends to sell at present. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the presidents turned somewhat awkward, especially as they observed the workers bustling beneath the ominous black signal tower clearly. This did not suggest immaturity in the technology, but rather indicated an outright refusal to allow them to observe. Yet, they found themselves powerless, for the contemporary global populace is acutely aware of a fundamental truth: might makes right. Those with smaller fists must simply acquiesce. After acquiring the energy weapons they desired, the representatives from various nations could no longer linger in the Dragon Nation. They were eager to return home. More importantly, in the presence of the formidable Qin Mu, they felt an undeniable trepidation, fearing that a misstep in conversation might provoke his wrath. Consequently, they hastily prepared to depart. The elder, after attempting to persuade them to stay, recognized the futility of his efforts and ceased his attempts. Once the foreign dignitaries departed, Qin Mu returned to his villa and reclined upon his bed. The system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of constructing the Xmuhi communication tower and have earned a God-tier guardian spirit summoning card. Would you like to retrieve it now? Retrieve. A smile graced his face. He had awaited this moment for so long. To his astonishment, he finally held the legendary God-tier guardian spirit summoning card. Once summoned, it would render him invincible, although it could only be invoked once. It sufficed, as such a guardian spirit was extraordinarily powerful. Merely clutching the summoning card sent tremors of excitement through him. After securing the card, he glanced at the time and proceeded to his computer, connecting to the live streaming device. Before long, he entered a certain platform. As the room displayed that the broadcaster was live, the crowd that had long awaited his appearance erupted with enthusiasm. This represented an opportunity. Each of Qin Mu's appearances signaled a new chance for the resurgence of the Dragon Nation and, indeed, for the entire world. Ever since the citizens of various nations had witnessed Qin Mu's awe-inspiring combat prowess, single-handedly vanquishing the dark octopus monster, they were left in shock, followed by admiration. Such terrifying strength was impossible to ignore. Moreover, with the Age of Souls drawing near, the knowledge imparted by Qin Mu was their sole opportunity for survival. Thus, the populace eagerly logged into the room. This time, the live stream was open to a global audience, attracting nearly 3 billion viewers simultaneously. Even Qin Mu was taken aback by the sheer number, realizing that people were indeed quite proactive. Naturally, when it comes to survival, individuals strive with utmost effort, especially the high-ranking officials worldwide, who were currently enacting relevant decrees. Therefore, upon Qin Mu's entrance into the live stream, the audience buzzed with excitement, relieved that their wait had not been in vain. Seeing his familiar visage felt like a glimmer of hope for survival. In this moment, only Qin Mu could offer them solace. The impact of the terrifying dark monsters had been profoundly etched into their memories, an indelible mark that even now could not be forgotten. No one knew who might be next, so their only course of action was to rapidly enhance their own strength. Only by becoming powerful could they face the unknown with courage. Finally, Qin Mu spoke. Welcome, everyone, to my live stream. Regarding the Age of Souls, I believe you should now have a thorough understanding, correct? In the face of the impending cataclysm, humanity's strength is woefully inadequate. Thus, we must cultivate. Only through diligence can you and your families rest easy. With a few simple opening remarks, Qin Mu promptly began the lesson, focusing on how to utilize guardian spirits in combat and the delineation of brain domains. While many had already summoned their guardian spirits, according to the statistics held by the Dragon Nation, there were at least several 100,000 domestically. This figure still seemed insignificant against the vast population. Therefore, greater knowledge about brain domain cultivation was essential, for summoning a guardian spirit alone was not sufficient for effective combat. After all, the combat power of a guardian spirit would grow in tandem with the strength of its host. If one's own power was not formidable enough, or if it failed to subdue the guardian spirit, a backlash could ensue. Thus, the knowledge imparted by Qin Mu was invaluable, and everyone listened intently, particularly those who had yet to summon their guardian spirits, who now realized that it was not a matter of Qin Mu withholding information, but rather their own impatience that led them to overlook the critical aspect of brain domain cultivation. Without the development of the brain domain, how could one hope to summon anything? It was only through the brain domain that communication with the realm of guardian spirits could be established. Consequently, all began to earnestly engage in their cultivation efforts. Unlike the previous scattered attempts, with no one daring to disrupt the live stream after the recent calamities, everyone understood that questioning Qin Mu's authority during the impending Age of Souls would be folly. The last thing they wanted was to face dire consequences. Moreover, with their nations publicly supporting them, they knew they had no choice but to comply with the need for rigorous cultivation that a moment's negligence could lead to life-threatening peril. At last, as Qin Mu's teaching progressed, people around the globe entered a fervent state of cultivation. Thus, the Global Martial Arts Initiative officially commenced. It became evident to all that the disparity between firearms and martial arts was immense. In the times to come, the age of martial arts would likely prevail. As the world transitioned into a state of cultivation, deep within the endless depths of Blue Star, black fissures were slowly opening. Accompanied by the roars of monsters emerging from within, countless abyssal creatures swiftly burrowed toward the surface, and at their current pace, it wouldn't be long before they fully emerged. However, the global populace remained blissfully unaware of these developments. At this moment, everyone was engrossed in their training. Qin Mu continued to impart knowledge daily, while he himself utilized the rewards obtained through the system's lottery to enhance his own cultivation. Finally, after several days, he arrived at a crucial opportunity for advancement. Should he succeed this time, he would reach the convergence realm. At that point, even if the abyss were to descend, he would possess the strength to contend with it. When news of Qin Mu's impending advancement spread, the higher echelons were equally shaken. Subsequently, a secure haven was meticulously crafted for Qin Mu, constructed entirely from the finest defensive materials. It is no exaggeration to assert that residing within, even if Blue Star were to be obliterated by countless nuclear detonations, he would remain entirely unscathed. The interior was adorned with an abundance of opulent items, with every necessity for daily life procured and placed within. Provisions ample enough to sustain a family for several years were at his disposal, and upon witnessing these luxuries, Qin Mu could not help but smile wryly. After all, he had merely achieved a breakthrough. Was such an elaborate arrangement truly necessary? Those unaware might even suspect he was preparing to flee. However, as Long Wu articulated, the higher-ups had issued directives to ensure all essential provisions were met. Moreover, 2 military districts had been directly summoned from the imperial capital to guard the vicinity, designating the area as a military restricted zone. No one could enter, not even a fly could breach the perimeter. It must be said that the authorities were exceedingly vigilant. In the epoch of soul summoning, one could simply find a tree to ascend and commence their breakthrough. After all, in that era, trust was a rare commodity, and personal safety was scarcely a consideration. One could very well be targeted by a monster during their breakthrough, or fall prey to the schemes of those with ill intentions passing by. Indeed, in a time when everyone was struggling to survive, trust among individuals was nearly non-existent. It was surprising that such a solemn approach was taken for what was merely a straightforward breakthrough. Qin Mu sighed, remarking, "It is just a single breakthrough. I've done it before. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths?" "The Elder's orders," came the response. "General Qin, you are acutely aware of your significance. Therefore, it is paramount that nothing goes awry. If you find yourself unable to successfully break through, then remember to terminate the process immediately. There are numerous top-tier domestic experts and physicians in the vicinity, and we will ensure your safety." "Very well," Qin Mu replied with a resigned shake of his head, not refusing, for it was indeed the old man's goodwill. Moreover, a breakthrough was inherently uncertain, fraught with the potential for energy turbulence. Given the opportunity for preparation, Qin Mu would not decline. He proceeded inside, and upon entering the training chamber, the door sealed shut behind him. The room was illuminated, revealing not a mere training space, but a veritable villa. All manner of entertainment facilities were present, along with delicacies that one would never have the chance to taste outside. Yet at that moment, Qin Mu could hardly afford to indulge in such luxuries. The foremost priority was to achieve his breakthrough. That he made his way directly to the martial arts hall. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his body to its optimal state and began the breakthrough process. As he commenced, within the Grand Assembly Hall, all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were gathered, their expressions solemn as they regarded the empty seat. Everyone understood that Qin Mu had entered a state of seclusion. Having already attained such formidable strength, should he become even more powerful, he could potentially become invincible. Esteemed colleagues, during Xiao Mu's breakthrough, I will temporarily assume his position and exercise his authority. Once he emerges, I shall return the position to him. That I hope for your utmost cooperation, as our ability to weather this calamity rests upon each of you, the elder proclaimed, a complex expression crossing his face. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had long been beset by misfortunes. No matter the time, stability was a fleeting dream, and it seemed they were on the brink of yet another conflict, particularly this time. If Qin Mu's words rang true, it could spell disaster for the entire nation. Despite this, disbelief was not an option. The current crisis was indeed terrifying, the mere thought of it sending chills down one's spine. The Dark Octopus King and the creatures emerging from the depths were utterly fearsome. Naturally, no one would contest the Elder's authority. His standing within the Dragon Kingdom was beyond reproach, and with him at the helm, it was unlikely anyone would voice dissent. While the high-ranking officials convened, Qin Mu's breakthrough reached a critical juncture. That it had already been 3 days since he entered the chamber, yet he had yet to succeed. The sensation of success felt tantalizingly close, yet every attempt to grasp it proved futile. The power was enigmatic, seemingly within reach, yet an invisible barrier thwarted his efforts. If the stalemate continued, he risked squandering the optimal moment for breakthrough. The feeling of something unseen slipping away was profoundly surreal. It was possible that in just a fleeting instant, he could miss the opportunity altogether. Even with the experience from his past life, breaking through remained a formidable challenge. Thus, Qin Mu retrieved a plethora of supplements, all gathered from the lottery pool specifically for this moment, now finally deemed necessary. Without hesitation, he consumed them, and in an instant, the depleted spiritual energy within his dantian surged back to life, swirling with renewed vigor, more formidable than before. Sensing the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, a smile crept across Qin Mu's lips as he harnessed it to relentlessly assault the barriers between realms. If gradual refinement was impossible, then he would have to resort to forceful destruction. That if he could breach the barrier, ascension was still achievable. However, such an approach carried heightened risks. Yet, Qin Mu had little time to spare. If he missed this breakthrough opportunity, who could say when the next would arise? He consumed one rare insight after another from the era of soul summoning, each item extraordinary in its rarity. The transformed spiritual energy threatened to engulf him entirely, a terrifying force that made him feel as though he might shatter under its intensity.